What do you think you're doing? My mother was right in front of us. Marionette smiled, resting her elbow on the table and leaning the side of her face into her palm. Then, she responded, "You make it sound like you didn't enjoy it." Her hand squeezed Lillian's thigh, then glanced down to her own leg. She blinked at the girl's own hand, which was still on it. "And you seem to be enjoying my own leg as well. Being a hypocrite now. Are we, Lillian?" Lillian grumbled. "How would you like it if I suddenly touched you where I had no business touching?" Marionette stared at her silently, playfulness flashing in her red eyes. "Go ahead. I shall." Lillian watched as the woman wrapped her fingers around her hand and began pulling it toward the hem of her own skirt. The rabbit widened her eyes with a slight blush. Before Marionette could move in further, the two froze as the sounds of the bathroom shower were turned on. Lillian stiffened. Her mother was taking a shower? Didn't this mean? "It looks like we have some time before your mother returns, Lillian." Marionette gripped the side of the girl's face, turning it back to her own while smiling mischievously. She whispered while leaning in, "How about you teach me more about that kiss in the meantime?" Lillian stared at the approaching assassin, gulping as she internally whispered inside her mind, I think I'm in danger." Veronica, having exited the shower and now dressed in a white nightgown, returned to the living room. She scrutinized the two girls' faces, noticing something odd about them. Their faces were slightly red. "Are you two okay? You both look slightly pinkish." Lillian pulled against her collar, fidgeting in her seat as she glanced towards the assassin, who smirked and licked her lips at her. "Igriga, we just had something hot to drink earlier," she answered, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Oh, was it delicious?" Before Lillian could answer, Marionette chimed in with a playful smile. "It was delectable." Lillian's face flashed red as she covered her mouth from Marionette's intense eyes. Veronica's eyes flickered between the two, slightly confused by their reactions to one another. However, she decided not to ask. Instead, she asked something else. "Oh, are you willing to share?" Lillian vigorously shook her head, intending to keep her mother from knowing what had just happened a few moments ago. "We were all out. Sorry, Mom. Oh dear, what a shame." She placed one hand on the side of her face, shaking her head in disappointment. Veronica then glanced towards the couch before asking, "I suppose I'll be sleeping on the couch?" Lillian tilted her head, glancing towards the living room before returning her gaze to her mother. "Why would you think that?" she asked, confused, and then added, "Will be the one sleeping on the couch. You can have my bed." "Oh my, are you certain? I have absolutely no trouble with sleeping in the living room. Hope I'm not too much of a hassle." Lillian waved her hand dismissively. "Bah. You really aren't, Mom. Now off to bed, it's really late." Veronica smiled slightly. "I suppose it is, but I think I'll go to sleep later." She then clapped her hands with a cheery expression. "How about I help with the dishes? Would you like to join me, Lillian?" Lillian's lips stretched into a crooked and shaky smile as the corners of it twitched. She didn't want to wash dishes. Marionette, having noticed this rather quickly, stood up. She walked around the table and stopped before Lillian's mother. "I would like to help. Let's leave Lillian to rest. She had a busy day today. After all, Miss Arias." "That's even better. I will be overjoyed. How about we get to know one another better?" As they left for the kitchen, Lillian stared at the assassin's back gratefully while screaming into her mind, "My Mari is the best." She prayed inside her heart and made a dash towards the couch before lazily throwing herself on it. Veronica looked towards the side, watching as Marionette dried the plates with a dry rag. She then looked down at her hands, which were dipped in the sink. "What do you think of my daughter?" Marionette, drawing her attention away from the plates, eyed the woman. "Could you elaborate, please, Miss Arias?" Veronica smiled warmly. "What made you find yourself attracted to her?" Marionette was momentarily left stunned by the woman's question. However, she soon turned her gaze down to the plate, clutched between her hands, with its polished surface reflecting her image. There were plenty of reasons why she felt attracted to Lillian, starting with the fact that she didn't look repulsive in her eyes. "I found her surprisingly beautiful." Next would be how ambitious she was to achieve first place, putting in the effort, unlike most. "I also found her ability to strive for and achieve difficult goals to be rather charming. Afterwards, it would be how adorable and lovely her personality was, especially towards her. She found it extremely entertaining whenever Lillian blushed. She also felt the girl fitted her own perfectly, being similar in some cases, but still different, so that they were still their own people. Her personality is also one I adore most, especially with how adorable she acts around me. And lastly, she raised her left hand to the lower half of her face, covering it while giving a half turn to the side with a shy expression. I also like the way her voice sounds and how her scent smells. She said the last part a bit quieter compared to the rest, the feeling of embarrassment rising within her chest. Veronica stared at the tall girl, her eyes widening in surprise at Marionette's confession. Then, her smile widened even further, becoming even warmer. Her eyes softened as she muttered, "I see." After a short pause, her eyes glittered. "Have you ever thought about marrying my daughter?" Chapter 241. Turning? Marriage? Marionette stuttered, surprised by the sudden question. Veronica nodded energetically, "Yes, yes." She then sighed, pulling her hand out from the sink and shaking off the water. "You may not know this, but Lillian was a piece of work when she was younger." She raised her eyes to the ceiling, nostalgia flashing through them. She would always cause trouble regardless and beg for certain things. Things that her brother and father would hand over without much convincing. After drying her hands, she shook her head. She was rather spoiled, but we still love her, even though she was such a troublemaker. Although I can see that she has changed quite a bit, I can still see that troublemaker inside her eyes whenever she smiles. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Marionette, having listened to her quietly, smiled slightly. "I do, very much so, and yet you still want to be with her." Veronica smiled brightly. "You have my blessing if you two were to ever get married." Marionette widened her eyes, letting the plate in her hands slip out of her clutches. Fortunately, she was quick enough to catch it before it hit the ground. But that still didn't excuse the fact that she was absolutely shocked by what the woman said. I barely did anything, and I already got your blessing? Is this not somewhat irresponsible?" She muttered before adding, "For all you know, I could be taking advantage of your daughter." Veronica blinked at her, tilting her head. "Are you?" "I'm not. But, then, I see no issues with handing over my blessings." Veronica could feel the stoic woman becoming increasingly flustered. This caused her to giggle a bit. "As long as you stay with her, I can guarantee she will reciprocate." She was always the affectionate one, although she may try to hide it sometimes. Marionette tilted her head. "She hides it? Well, she used to. I don't think she does now." Veronica gave a soft shrug, looking back towards the tall woman. "So, what's your answer?" Marionette stared at her, torn. Isn't such a decision too soon? Do you really want to give away your daughter when she's still that young?" Puffed. Veronica chuckled before adding, "I'm merely exploring the possibilities." Marionette went silent, thinking of an answer. There was no doubt in her mind that being partnered with Lillian would be heavenly. However, I'll have to talk to Lillian about that. She placed aside the plate she was holding, drying her hands as well. "As much as I want to, Lillian's consent is most important." Whilst the two were talking inside the kitchen, Lillian had arrived back inside the living room after taking a shower. Drying her hair with a towel, she looked towards the couch. Perhaps she should begin preparing it for when they go to sleep. Thinking something similar to this, she went on to gather the necessary. After laying down the pillows, she felt a sudden pair of arms wrapped around her neck from behind. She jolted for a split second before, smiling softly and leaning back. She tilted her head up, the back of her head pressing against a certain woman's chest. She stared into a pair of red eyes and smirked. "Done with the dishes?" Marionette stared back and gave a soft nod. She then leaned in, rubbing the tips of their noses together, causing Lillian to giggle at her affectionate gesture. However, her expression froze once she heard her mother speak behind them. "Oh my, you two are rather expressive." Lillian quickly pulled away, slightly flustered. This action of hers caused a brief frown to spread across the assassin's face, which disappeared a split second later. Her stoic lips then morphed into a small smile as she watched Lillian shoo her mother away, who chuckled at the girl's embarrassment. But something unexpected happened next. Lillian watched as her mother turned back to her, and then she felt her world turn upside down. She widened her eyes and wriggled in the air as her mother held her by the waist, keeping her head from hitting the ground. She then began to laugh as her mother played with her sides, causing her to laugh and wiggle uncontrollably in the air. Then she wheezed, Hey, turn me back up. Mom. Her mother gave a low hum. After a few moments of playing around with the girl, she flipped her around. However, once she did, the traces of manna lingered in the air. Lillian breathed a deep breath, feeling her feet meet the ground as she glared at her mother, who was just laughing at her. Marionette, who was off to the side watching this, folded her arms as she analyzed what happened. What she saw unfolded before her eyes was the ability to turn things around. The unorthodox element of turning. It was a rather versatile ability, being able to turn things around and possibly change the course of battle. However, Miss Arias, you can call me Veronica, dear. Marionette froze briefly at her words. Then, she coughed in her fist before continuing. Miss Veronica, just Veronica. Lillian's mother interrupted her again. Marionette stared at her quietly and then repeated herself awkwardly, Miss Veronica. This led both daughter and mother to give a wry smile before listening keenly to what she had to say. May I ask about your profession in bioengineering? This question sparked confusion between the pair, as evident by their confused gazes on the assassin, which confused her as well. Was her question that odd? Veronica, breaking out of her short stupor, nodded with a faint smile. Sure, you can. Are you perhaps interested in it as well? We wouldn't mind giving you a job in the near future if you prove to be good at it. Marionette shook her head, not willing to work in that area of work. Rather, I'm more interested in what got you into it. Oh, may I ask, why do you ask? Veronica tilted her head. Lillian tilted her head as well. Even she was curious about why Marionette had taken a sudden interest in her mother's profession. Marionette gave a dramatic silence before asking, with your ability, why did you not proceed further in Ascension? Chapter 242, Acceptance? If I recall correctly, you're still at the second tier. Veronica stared at her, blinking in confusion. Ascension? Lillian's mother leaned the side of her face into her palm, staring at the tall woman with a hint of puzzlement. However, her eyes soon widened slightly in realization. Ah, the trials, you guys in your modern terms. She waved her hand, chuckling. Back then, we used to call them evolutions. But I suppose this term makes the most sense with the past recent years of information we uncovered. Recent information? Lillian tilted her head, garnering stares from both her mother and Marionette. The assassin nodded. In recent articles, mages who had escaped from their trials had uncovered information of people ascending to godhood, which was where they changed the old term to the newer one. Oh, right. Lillian glanced towards her mother, finding her nodding her head. Then she heard her speak. The reason why I never went inside another gate is because I found out it wasn't for me. She giggled. Like everyone, I too wanted to become strong. She then shook her head in disappointment. However, I found that life on the front lines wasn't for me. Too many variables that may lead me to lose my life. So, I turned to a life of researching as a way to help humanity instead. Marionette tilted her head, keeping her arms folded. Was this after or before you entered another trial to reach the second tier? After. Well, it was before. Veronica tapped her right cheek with her right finger, thinking, I believe I only entered the second tier to just be able to use mana more effectively. After saying this, she held up her hand, gripping the air as a translucent scalpel manifested. Makes it much more easier. Oh, I see. Seeing that Marionette understood her reasoning, she dissipated the mana-constructed scalpel. Then, she walked behind Lillian, placing her hands on the girl's shoulder. Fortunately, after turning my life towards research, I met my husband and eventually had this little girl of mine. I ain't little, Lillian interjected. You're smaller than us, Lillian. Marionette chimed, causing the girl to pout and turn away from her. The assassin smiled teasingly before shifting her attention back to the girl's mother and nodding in a grateful manner. And I thank you for that. Without you, I wouldn't have Lillian either. Lillian's face adopted a bashful expression as her ears perked at the woman's words. Then, she felt her mother's grip on her shoulders tighten as she heard her whisper into her ears, "You better marry this lady, Lillian." Vuvuha. Lillian shouted, baffled by what her mother just told her. Before she could ask why her mother said that, she listened as the woman asked the assassin something. "Oh, by the way, Marionette, may I ask what your family name is?" Marionette stared at her with a slight pause before nodding. "Roselle." As though glass shattered in the distance. Veronica's expression froze. "And your middle name?" "Fun." "Aya." "Marionette of Roses." Veronica, creakingly, turned her face down to face Lillian, who had a crooked expression. The girl avoided her mother's piercing gaze. "Why dash? You're especially bold. Lillian, you're aware of their family's line of work, right?" "Bah, I don't care. I only care about the woman in front of me," she declared, ignorant of the bashful expression that had spread across the assassin's face. Marionette turned her face to the side, hiding the lower half of her face and her blush behind her hand, smiling shakily. Eventually, she turned her face back, lowered her hand, and asked Lillian's mother, "Do you still find me fit to be with your daughter?" She asked, slightly hopeful. But then, her expression froze once she spoke her question. What would happen if Lillian's mother said no? She stared at the woman's face, which adopted a pondering expression. She was anxious now. The feeling of her heart being gripped by her impatience made it suddenly difficult for her to breathe. And soon enough, she got her answer. Veronica sighed, "Keep my daughter safe and keep on loving her. That's all I ask." She then reached around Lillian's head, pinching her cheek in between her thumb and the side of her index finger. Lillian yelped, What are you doing, Mom?" She thrashed gently, causing the woman to giggle at her childish behavior and let go. She separated from the girl and then clapped her hands with a cheery expression, gesturing towards the television hung on the wall. "Well then, how about we all watch the edited recording that they made of Lillian's match?" Lillian, having escaped her mother's clutches, stumbled to Marionette's side. She looked back and tilted her head at her mother, puzzled by what she meant. Her face then adopted a deadpan expression as she remembered that her match was indeed being recorded. In the game, it would highlight your best moments to a T, allowing for entertaining replay, as well as being used for interactions with the characters in the game. She smiled and leapt towards the couch, landing on her chest. After reaching for the remote, she twisted around and laid on her side. She supported the side of her head with her hand and began fiddling with the TV. Once she got the right channel on, she sat properly on the couch, patting the spots beside her for the two ladies to come and sit. Her mother went over and sat, but Marionette didn't. She gave her a curious look, finding her smiling. "I'll go wash up. Do begin first without me." Lillian nodded firmly, turning her attention towards the TV. But that was after she paused at what Marionette added. "Unless you wish to join me in the showers, Lillian. That'll do as well. And Marie, my mother is right here." Lillian widened her eyes, her face shaking from embarrassment as she watched both her mother and the assassin laugh at her expression. Marionette, chuckling into the side of her hand, muttered, "I was merely joking. We can do that another time, if you please. Though, Jay, just go and wash up already." With a bright red face, she watched as the assassin left her and her mother alone in the living room. The sounds of the woman's soft chuckle soon disappeared, but not the one beside her, which was coming from her mother. Veronica, staring at Lillian's face, continued to laugh. "You two have such an entertaining relationship." Lillian pouted, folding her arms as she faced away from her. "More like a teasing relationship." Chapter 243. "Wait a bit." Lillian smiled wryly, watching as the television replayed her moments inside the competition. Why does she look so bloodthirsty? Would that be the right word? Both she and her mother let out an unconscious gasp as they watched Lillian's foot dig into the crotch of a certain annoying blood mage. Was there a need for her to do that? Surely, she could have dispatched him a lot less mercilessly. Soon enough, Marionette returned from the bathroom and sat beside her, just in time for her fight with Lincoln and Paul. While watching the fight, she couldn't help but wonder as she caught a glimpse of the rope of her necklace. She glanced down at her own, gazing at it before bringing her attention back to the screen. Could it be that she was more brutal due to the number of people watching her fight? It must be it. After a bit, they got to the part where Marionette began to quietly berate her. You could have easily beat him there. Well, yeah, but my sword won't let me cut him. Marionette blinked at the girl's response. Then, she said, so that's why you only did thrusts. Still, you could have won against Ali Bin much faster there. Marionette pointed before pausing. She then added, good use of the drawback, by the way. The scene of her rappelling herself into the air was displayed. How do you know it was a drawback? It makes sense for it to be a drawback. She then shrugged, or restriction. Is your sword the same as the gun you gifted me, in a way? Well, yeah, then incorrect. Lillian pouted at being interrupted. She then went on to threaten the assassin. They'll bite you. Marionette stared at her, then widened her eyes, a mischievous glint flashing through her eyes. Marking me here now, are you? How bold of you to declare such a thing with your mother right beside you. Lillian stiffened, her expression freezing as she felt a gaze on her from the other side. She slowly turned towards her mother, finding her watching them with an amused expression. She waved at them, gesturing for them to continue. Oh, don't mind me, dear. Do go ahead. I want to intervene in young love. The bottom of Lillian's right eye twitched, the corner of her lips twitching as well. Then, she felt a finger slip under her chin, subtly caressing it before hooking and turning it. Her face was turned back towards the assassin, finding her to be the owner of the finger. She watched as the assassin blinked playfully at her. Seems like we have consent. You can go along with your threat, Lillian. She tilted her head, revealing a large portion of her neck. Or could it be? She gave a dramatic pause. You were bluffing? Lillian grumbled, glancing rapidly between the two. She then yelled at both of them. Boundaries, you too. Veronica let out a yawn, watching as the replay turned off and the announcer finished his talk about tomorrow's match. She turned toward the two beside her. They'll be going now, she said, getting up. Lillian nodded, getting up as well. Let me show you the way, Mom. In response to her kind gesture, Veronica waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I can figure my way around. There aren't too many rooms after all. Lillian smiled, sitting back down. All right then. Good night. Marionette then bid her good night as well. Good night, Miss Veronica. Lillian's mother smiled at them warmly, walking around the corner. A split second later, she popped her head around the corner and said, Don't worry about me listening. I have headphones that can block out the noise. Please go to bed, Mom. Lillian watched as her mother ran off, grumbling while covering her face from embarrassment. Because of this, she didn't realize that the light had already gone out by the time she lifted her head up. Then, she felt something pull her down onto the couch. Marionette, throwing the blanket over them, wrapped her arms around the white-haired girl from behind. Lillian rolled her eyes, smiling. She scooted a little bit back, making it so there was less of a gap between them. The assassin rested her chin on the girl's shoulder, snuggling up to her before whispering about marriage. Lillian stiffened, feeling Marionette's chest press up against her even further, her arms tightening even more. Was she seducing her or something? What about it? Marionette went silent. This left Lillian slightly anxious as she waited for the assassin to carry on. But she never did. Instead, the assassin just buried her face into the back of her neck and kept quiet, causing Lillian to pout. Lillian then sighed. She thought about it, the thought of marriage, but not for long. There wasn't really a need to think that long about it, after all. She liked Marionette. That was absolute. She liked the thing that they had going on. It was new and exciting for someone like her. And if it's you, then of course I would. And she would like to keep it going as long as possible. Lillian pinched a lock of her white hair, twirling it with puckered lips and a shy expression. Just wait a bit. We have just started dating. Let's not rush, she said quietly, then waited for a response from the assassin. But All she got was a tightening of the woman's arms that had slipped down to her waist. And then, sniff, sniff. Lillian gave a wry smile as she felt the assassin begin to sniff her. This seems like a regular occurrence in their day-to-day life now. It was times like these that she wondered how good she smelled. Nonetheless, as usual, she left her to it with a relieved smile. It doesn't seem that Marionette was as upset about this arrangement, unlike when she delayed solidifying their relationship. Now that she thought about it, was she even upset to begin with? As she was thinking this, she shivered as she felt the woman brush her lips against her ear, her expression freezing at what she heard next. Then, how about doing it? When are we? Or must I need to wait a long time for it? As WL-. Lillian quickly interrupted her, her voice flustered. Now, that's a whole different matter. And you know it. 4 days until invasion, chapter 244. Another reunion? Next afternoon, there truly is a crowd during this time. Veronica muttered, clinging to Lillian's right arm as she stayed close beside her. They were currently crossing through the bazaar. Lillian nodded. There are always a lot of people here. Her eyes, which were scanning her surroundings, soon landed on a particular assassin beside her, who was also clinging to her arm. It made a rather humorous scene of 2 beautiful ladies clinging to a girl shorter than them. This caused Lillian to have a wry smile on her face as she led them through the crowd. They were currently on their way towards the Colosseum. And if she recalled correctly, this was Millis' match today. I wonder how strong she had gotten. As she was thinking this, she noticed the countless guards loitering around the crowd, scattered in all kinds of areas, especially the alleyways. While she continued to discover more and more guards, she found a finger caressing the bottom of her chin, tilting it up. She raised an eyebrow, following the finger back to her mother to find her scrutinizing her neck with interest. Specifically, she was staring at a subtle mark on her neck. It was a hickey. Oh my, was this here yesterday? This looks as if it was made days ago. Lillian quickly covered her neck, hiding it with an embarrassed expression. She knew what her mother was on about. It was the hickey Marionette had left on her after the woman had felt her teaching methods weren't up to par. She glanced towards the woman's face. Marionette, who had just been looking around, noticed a gaze on her. Turning her head around, she found Lillian smiling warmly at her. She tilted her head. Had she done anything that caused the girl to smile? She whipped her head around, checking her surroundings again. After making sure she hadn't done anything that could be considered clumsy, she asked the girl, "Yes? You're looking beautiful as always." "Oh." Marionette, surprised by Lillian's sudden compliment, smiled softly. "You too." The two giggled under Veronica's gaze, who chuckled as well. She couldn't help but reminisce about what she was like with her husband. "Pervert. They'll be heading off now. Do wish me luck. Bebs." Lillian stared at the message she had been sent as she seated herself in her seat. She looked around, glancing at the countless people in the Colosseum to watch the match that was about to unfold. She then turned back down to her phone and thought, while looking at the name she had stored for the heroine, I should really change the nickname. Although it did fit her, lore-wise, Millis wasn't exactly as perverted as she was when she met her. Had she mellowed out or something? While thinking this, she couldn't help but turn towards her girlfriend. Marionette, who was seated beside her, was tangling her fingers with the rabbit. She kept her attention forward, subtly looking forward to Millis' match. Lillian, staring at her face, wondered, did she somehow steal Millis' pervertedness? After a brief moment, she shrugged, thinking nothing more about it. Meh, she's hot and cute. It's all good. After saying this inside her head, she tightened her hand on Marionette's hand before turning her face towards her mother. But, before doing that, she took a look around her area of the seating. She noticed a certain blonde man was missing. Where was the second prince? Marionette, feeling Lillian's finger tap her hand, looked towards her. She noticed a look of curiosity was plastered on the girl's face. This caused her to tilt her head. Is there something wrong? Where's Ref? Marionette narrowed her eyes for a moment before shrugging nonchalantly. With a gesture of her head, she pointed towards one of the VIP private booths, most likely with the royal family. They had short reunion yesterday. Eh? Lillian widened her eyes before screaming inside her head. I wanted to meet the king. As Lillian was having a mental tantrum about not being able to meet someone as important as the king himself, Marionette was recalling what had gone on yesterday. Phew, that was a total blast to watch. Don't you think, guys? Millis strolled out of the exit of the Colosseum with a happy-go-lucky expression as Ref and Marionette followed behind her. Ref gave a lazy nod, strongly agreeing with the heroine. It was certainly entertaining. I definitely thought Lillian would have won. What an unexpected plot twist, he muttered in a tired voice. Marionette nodded to her words. Her defeat was definitely unexpected, considering the momentum that she had. She even had a way to escape such a defeat. The assassin shook her head, unable to understand the reasons why Lillian let herself be crushed under the falling trees. Millis, having stopped, stared at the two before waving her hand dismissively. Bah. Who cares if she died? She won. Winning is all that matters. And I think, in my most humblest of opinions, her voice became dramatic, and her body adopted a rather dynamic pose. She had plenty of fun, and that matters in this context. As she finished speaking, she watched as both the prince and assassin gave a rather surprised look in her direction. The heroine smiled, placing her hands on her waist with an energetic nod. I'm a supportive friend. No need to remind me. She spun back around and took a step forward. However, she was immediately stopped as something walked into her. Well, it was more like she walked into them. After tearing her face from whatever she walked into, she stared up, rubbing her nose. Oof. Sorry about that, Bud Dash. As soon as her gaze met their face, she widened her eyes as a familiar face appeared. Blonde hair that was as puffy and regal as a lion's mane. Golden eyes that seemed to radiate nobility, and a rugged face that gave a menacing impression. It was a man who was wearing a crown. It was the king. Ref, who was staring at his father, opened his mouth. Chapter 245, Leonardo von Leyenbricht. Leonardo von Leyenbricht was the current king of Restera and ruler of the southern region. And, Fath, Ref stopped mid-sentence. He was Ref's biological father. The prince glanced towards the people in their vicinity, who happened to have stopped what they were doing to watch. He coughed subtly into the side of his fist and quickly corrected himself. Your Highness, why are you here? He asked, his voice filled with confusion. The king grunted, glancing down towards Millis as she chuckled nervously. Then she found a hand landing on her head, roughly patting it. To look where you're going, child. Leonardo spoke expressionlessly and even coldly, a contrast to his warm gesture. The king then pinched the back collar of Millis' shirt, gently raising her to the air and placing her to the side before making his way over to the second prince, who stood stiffly. Ref watched as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it. He raised his gaze up, staring at his father's face, which now had a small smile on his wrinkled face. I've been looking for you, boy. The man's wrinkled face smiled. You seem to be more active despite your horrid tiredness. Has the academy done you any good? Ref stared at him awkwardly, thinking of how to structure his words to not make himself sound slack. It has. I've met some interesting individuals here. Is that so? By meet, you mean became acquainted and befriended, correct? That's yeah. Ref glanced away, rubbing the back of his neck shyly under his father's gaze. He continued to hide his face once Millis popped up between them. The heroine raised her hand towards the king, intending to go for a handshake with a cheer grin. Greetings, O king. Emilis Velen, a friend of your son. Leonardo, having given her a confused look, perked up slightly at the term friend. He scrutinized Millis' face, finding it full of confidence and not being intimidated in the slightest by him. He smiled slightly. Oh, you're friends with my son, are you? He moved his large hand to meet the girl's, wrapping in his fingers and shaking it. I hope he's treating a young lady like you well. Millis laughed, scratching the back of her head. Ha ha, he is. After the two disengaged from their handshake, Millis moved back to Ref's side and wrapped an arm around the side of his neck. This guy carried me back home after I was totally wasted one time. That day was on his birthday. As Millis' laughter bellowed, Ref couldn't help but cover his face, rubbing it as he muttered repeatedly, "This is embarrassing." The king, smirking at Ref's muttering, widened his eyes at Millis' words. "Oh yes. Besides me coming here to see you, I've also remembered to bring you a gift, boy." Ref pulled his face out of his hand, glancing up at his father, who held out a ring to him. A ring that seemed to have been imbued with the element of space. A spatial ring. Nothing looked special about it, other than it had a gold band to keep it together. Ref, pinching it in between his thumb and index, scrutinized the ring. This was a common way to give gifts of large value and size. Made it more convenient to carry around and store. "I do hope you'll enjoy the small gift inside. It was rather expensive to produce." Ref tilted his head slightly before returning his attention towards the ring. He set his mana inside it and scanned the inside. Soon after, a smile spread across his lips. The ring fell from his fingers and rolled into his hand, which had closed on it tightly. He looked back toward his father and nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll cherish your gift." The king nodded, happy with his son's response, before looking towards the side. What he found was a certain black-haired woman giving an exact 90-degree bow. He then heard her say, "Marionette von Roselle greets the king. I hope this day finds you well." Leonardo stroked his chin, scrutinizing the woman before him before responding in a firm voice. "It has." "Do raise your head, by the way." Marionette slowly straightened her posture, now standing upright. Leonardo watched as the woman straightened her clothes, smoothing out any creases. He couldn't help but let her words linger inside his mind, particularly her name. She also looked rather familiar. "You're Merrick's daughter, correct?" "Yes, you are correct." Marionette nodded swiftly. Leonardo continued to scrutinize the woman's expressionless face before glancing towards his son. He stared at him for a moment before asking, "Friends with even a Roselle? Your time here is doing you good." Ref stared at his father for a prolonged moment before slowly drifting his gaze towards the assassin, who was staring at him, also waiting for an answer. "Yea, friends. You seem oddly uncertain of that, but I shall not pry into your personal affairs." The king, turning back towards Marionette, asked, "Have your family decided on which side to choose yet, or have you not chosen yet?" Marionette remained silent. She glanced between the king's face and his son's. Although her own expression was one of indifference, her eyes spoke otherwise. The king noticed this and nodded with a stiff expression. "Very well. I do hope your family come to their senses and remain on our side. Those rebellious noble factions aren't a good investment." He shook his head. He turned back towards his son and said, "I shall be leaving now." He then paused. "Perhaps it's better if you come with me to go meet them. They've missed you a fair amount since you left." Ref nodded slowly. "Is my brother here?" The king sighed. "Unfortunately not. The borders of the—" He glanced towards the spectators, finding them still watching them. He gave them a wave while coughing, exaggerated into the side of his fist. The people, understanding his gesture, flusteredly turned away from them. The king lowered his hand and answered his son's question. Chapter 246. Millis Dangling? The borders near the land had become rather unpredictable lately since the start of this year. The king stated in a cryptic manner, but also in a grim way. The doors are beginning to have shorter and shorter intervals to be entered before flooding. I believe your brother may not be back for some time until we receive more information on how to proceed. Ref frowned, his expression faltering as a look of disappointment spread across his face. "I see. I suppose I should go meet Mother to tell her how I've been doing in person." He walked to his father's side, glancing back towards Millis and Marionette and stating, "He'll be going now. Do tell Lillian congratulations for winning." After saying that, he left along with the king. Marionette, shaking out of her daze, looked towards Lillian, who was insistently patting her shoulder. She watched as the girl pointed towards the holographic cube, muttering, "Millis is in a fight." The assassin tilted her head, looking towards the screen and finding that Millis was indeed in a fight with someone. She gave a low hum, folding her arms. "Let's see if she will win." Inside Hearth, the trial world, there exists a location filled with nothing but valleys of rugged stone hills and jagged mountains. And currently, Millis was hanging off the side of one mountain. She watched as a small pebble rolled off the cliff, falling past her and making its long descent down. although it was hard to make out. She did see it shatter into a cloud of dust once it hit the ground. She grimaced as she looked up, finding a man wearing a fedora looking down on her. His sharp green eyes narrowed as he nudged his foot closer to her hand. This was one of the members of the enemy team. Reuben Thorne. How's it hanging? Bahaha. He laughed, grinning. Millis shrugged casually, feeling the arm she was using begin to grow sore as it held up her body weight. Same old, same old. Mind helping out from here? You shouldn't keep a lady hanging, you know? She smirked back at his grin, causing him to express shock at her response to his joke. Aye, that was a good one. He then reached down to the hilt of his sword, attached to a belt around his hip. He pulled the blade out from its sheath before aiming down to her fingers. But I don't think you'll be able to hang on for long. He stabbed his sword down, causing Millis to let go of the edge she was clinging to. However, once he looked over the edge to check if Millis had fallen or not, he found Millis standing on a pillar coming out from the side of the mountain. The heroine wagged her finger at him, clicking her tongue. Then, she shaped her hand into a fist and jabbed it at the wall. Reuben stared in confusion before feeling something slam into him from behind. Glancing back, he found that a pillar completely made of stone had launched him off the cliff. What the HHH? Millis held a hand over her brows, watching as Reuben fell while screaming comedically. Heh, that's one way, I guess. She tapped her foot on the platform below her, causing it to rise beneath her and extend upwards. She slowly stepped off of it and casually made her way back to the cliff. She wrapped her arms behind her head, whistling. However, she then glanced back. She stared at the empty air for a bit before looking back forward. But as soon as she did that, Reuben went from below the cliff with a new pair of boots. He floated in the air, breathing rapidly at the thought of almost dying. After steadying his breathing, he clutched his sword and shot through the air, targeting Millis back, who seemed none the wiser about his sudden sneak attack. However, right before he could stab Millis through the back, a shadow quickly loomed over him, growing larger in size at a rapid rate. He unconsciously glanced up, finding the tip of a broad greatsword. Boom! Millis finally turned her head back, staring at Reuben, who had a greatsword dug through his chest, pinning him to the ground. And unfortunately for him, it didn't seem like he survived such an attack. Millis' eyes followed along the edges of the brownish-white blade of the sword, trailing over its obscenely long handguard before landing her eyes on a certain caveman. Graham, crouching on one side of the handguard, grinned widely, revealing his teeth that had a deadly sharpness to them now. Although it was definitely him, Millis couldn't help but think he had got even more furry. It was like he was growing into a werewolf. Joe, you took your time coming here. She watched as Graham hopped off his greatsword and pulled it out from the ground. He then kicked Reuben's body to the side, letting it disappear into pixels. She then watched as he slowly went into a loud cackle as he repeatedly slapped his stomach. Ka-ha-ha, me was just watching you funny dangle from cliff. Millis stared at him before laughing along as well. Ha-ha, I guess it was funny. So, what did you eat? Why do you look so hairy? Me ate big lion. Graham slowed down his laughter and widened his arms, emphasizing the size of the lion. It had many fur and strong muscles. He flexed his arm and then added, so me eat it. Mili nuded sluli. Ah? So, veris lula. You were meant to stand as bodyguard. Graham waved her off, resting the flat side of his greatsword on his shoulder. She fine. She is on other side of mountain. He shrugged. Not much a problem. Millis rolled her eyes, patting his shoulder. Let's head off, then. We got a game to win, after all. After saying that, they began walking on the path around the mountain, eventually meeting up with their teammate. Chapter 247. Info on the borders? Once making their way around the mountain, they eventually met up with their team member, who just so happened to be in the middle of a hunt. A woman of average height stood on the surface of a pond of lava. This woman was Lula Magna. She had long, fiery red hair with golden streaks of yellow that were tied into a ponytail, which fell to the center of her back. And currently, she was watching as a pack of lizards became scorched and roasted under a blanket of molten stone that washed over them. This smell that came from this traveled through the air, It was a mouth-watering smell as the scent of the lizard's fat became cooked. But it soon turned to an overwhelming one as smoke masked it. Millis and Graham slowly scooted back, minding their steps as the lava slowly flowed towards them. After reaching a far enough distance, Millis waved and called out towards her, "Lala, we're back." The woman turned, smiling at them. "Leave me here on my own, would you? You guys aren't very nice." She placed her hands into her pockets and walked towards them, stepping over the surface of the lava beneath her, which glowed an intense orange and yellow. "PFFF." Millis waved her hand dismissively at her. "You look like you were fine." Graham was the one that was meant to protect you anyway. Graham, looking at Millis as though he was betrayed, threw his hands into the air. "How me protect Lady, if Lady is around hot things? Me can't get close to Lady." Lula slapped the side of Graham's shoulder repeatedly, laughing maniacally. "Don't sweat about it. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself anyway." She then shrugged. "And didn't you guys take out 2 of the 3 on the opposing side already?" Millis nodded, "Omo," before adding, "This team isn't as strong as the one Lillian fought. It's a bit disappointing." The heroine folded her arms behind her head, leaning into it with pouty lips. Lillian smirked, watching as Millis' face became pouty. And she wasn't wrong to do so. She did put her up against the easiest team to go up against in this part of the tournament. In the game, the only difficult thing about this part of the competition was the arena, which made it horrible if you didn't have the right people competing in it. Not only that, but the enemy team had at least one item for traversing over the rocky terrain. For example, Reuben, with his boots, allowed him to fly for an amount of time. But did Millis need to know about this? She internally shrugged. Of course not. Winning is all that matters. She can't fault me for putting her up against a drastically easier team compared to mine. Right? She thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Millis definitely would fault her for it, but most likely after laughing about it. Lillian then looked towards the VIP box that held the royal family. She stared at its glassy surface, which her eyes couldn't barado. She couldn't help but wonder, what are they talking about? The appearances of Gates are increasing? Ref asked, seated on a red couch as he looked towards his father, who nodded. Snippets of this information have been shared on the news, but I don't suppose you watch them very much. Aye, you're right. Ref nodded guiltily, then asked, "Is that the reason why my brother is still stuck there?" The king went silent for a moment. Then he replied, "It's a partial reason why your brother can't come here." The king rested his elbows against the armrest of his chair and interlocked his fingers. Whilst resting his hands together, he leaned into the backrest of his couch. He stared up at the ceiling, recalling the information he was given. The borders on the front line had also become much more unstable as one of the corrupted beings passed through into our world. Ref widened his eyes. Corrupted beings? Are you saying that a corrupted variant is currently residing on our planet? What corruption are they? The king shook his head, expressing disappointment. We have no idea, and neither do the neighboring kingdoms. All we know is that we currently have information on it as it begins to spread. He then sighed, and all attempts to retrieve samples of the corrupted land led to the loss of soldiers. Even saving talismans aren't of use within the corrupted area. Hold on. Ref placed a hand against the side of his head, slowly moving it back and scratching the back of his scalp. Wouldn't that imply that space is nully? Before he could finish speaking out his inquiry, a young and cheerful voice erupted from the entrance of the door. We're back. The king and his son craned their head over the backrest of their couch, looking towards the door. Ref, looking back, was immediately met with a dark shadow as something leapt over his chair. He lazily widened his eyes, feeling as though time slowed down before being knocked out of his seat. Something clung to his chest as he rolled onto his back. Once stopping, he looked at the thing weighing on his chest and found a petite girl with golden hair tied in long twin tails. She had brown eyes and wore a small and rather charming dress. This was his little sister, Celestine. Me and Mom are back. Did we miss anything cool? Ref stared at his sister before looking towards his mother, who was looking over him with a slight smile. I'm curious as well. This is one of your friends, right? Ref turned his head towards the glass wall, looking through it. He stared at the holographic cube, which displayed Millis and her team members. He then turned back and muttered, "Yes." Leonardo, having gotten up from his seat to go retrieve a separate seat for his wife, looked towards his son. "You also had another. Lillian, was it? That was the girl that fought in the first match, correct?" Ref nodded. Chapter 248. Millis' Ingenuity? Ref nodded. "It is correct. She seems like an interesting young girl." The king stroked his chin, pondering, "And she's skilled and talented too, to a degree. Do introduce us when you get the chance, Ref." Yeah, sure." As the prince muttered this, a certain black-haired woman's face popped into his mind, almost as though warning him of something he wasn't ever going to do. "Well, this is awkward," Millis muttered, having just stumbled upon the enemy team, who had now regrouped. They were inside a cave, using the corpses of monsters as seats as they planned their strategy. However, because of Millis' need for adventure, she happened to have met them. Millis stared at the three and, after a minute, slowly began backing away from the cave until she was entirely gone from their sight. She then made an immediate dash. "Hey, get back here!" She heard them yell, but she wasn't going to face them head-on. The reason? She was currently alone and without her team members again. The three had decided to separate and go hunt on their own. Because of this strategy, they did manage to rack up a decent amount of points. But of course, this did leave them to be prone to being overwhelmed. As Millis ran through the path she came from, she noticed a shadow move over her from above. Looking up, she found that it was Ruben's doing. And then, in the corner of her eyes to her right, she found another person running along the side of the walls, chasing after her as their cloak fluttered behind them. This person's name was Quinn. She quickly drew her eyes towards her left, watching as a monster with wings flew beside her, chasing after her as well. It had an elongated neck, reflective scales that made it hard to look at, claws as sharp and long as swords, and a head that pulled everything together to form a small wyvern. And on its back was a woman as its rider. This woman was Historia, the last member of their team. Millis smiled wryly at her current situation, wondering, how is she going to get out of this? After a brief moment, she suddenly struck an idea. Quinn, running alongside the wall, drew a dagger from his waist belt and pounced towards Millis with merciless intent. But before his weapon could sink into the heroine's skull, he watched as she made a sharp turn. Millis, turning, ducked slightly under the dagger and plunged her fist into the center of his body. Quinn's body folded forward at the force that made contact with his body. He then felt his back crash into the side of the mountain, air leaving his chest as Millis delivered another blow to his ribcage. Millis glanced up, the tip of a blade reflecting in her eyes. She dashed back, dodging Ruben's quick stab as his sword plunged into the ground. She then tapped her feet on the ground. Quinn, still staggered from Millis' blow on his solar plexus and ribcage, felt something prick the back of his neck. And suddenly, Ruben, pulling his sword out from the ground, flinched as a flat, sharp blade of stone cleaved through Quinn's neck from behind, beheading him. The man's body remained upright, leaning against the side of the mountain before slowly tilting to the side, leaving a red curve marking on the wall. And then, his body was digitized. He was back to waiting for the respawn period. Ruben tore his gaze away from Quinn's body and looked towards Millis, finding her leaping toward Eastorius Wyvern with a sword in hand. The winged monster raised its elongated head towards the woman, widening its jaws to reveal a maw filled with violet teeth. Millis pulled back her sword arm, pointing the tip of her blade at the snout of the wyvern before jabbing it forward. As her blade cut through the air, at the moment of impact, Millis felt a devastating shock sent through her body as she was launched back by a mysterious force. This blade she was using was the one she had received from the mysterious traitor alongside Lillian. And this one seemed to have the exact same restriction of recoil as Lillian's shortsword. As Millis flew in the air under the confused scrutiny of the enemies below her, she twisted around, facing her body parallel to the wall she was rapidly approaching. She reeled back her arm and stabbed at the wall, just like she had done with the wyvern. And just like what happened when she did it, the mysterious force launched her back as punishment. Her body flew over the two and began making a quick descent down. She twisted her body around, smiling due to the exciting skydive she was taking part in. As the wind whipped through her hair, brushing along the sides of her body, her eyes took note of the trees and shrubberies near the base of the mountain, which she was steadily approaching rapidly. She took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of her sword. As her body was about to crash into the steep side of the mountain, she stabbed her sword into it, creating another repulsive reaction, which landed her in the trees. As she fell onto their branches, she used her ability, increased its size, and formed a slide out of it, allowing her to gently make her way down to the ground. Once her feet met the ground, she rolled her sword arm, finding it sore from all the recoil she had endured. She then hunched over and rubbed her backside, groaning a bit. "I think I got Splinter up there." Lillian, who was watching Millis' impressive performance in escaping, couldn't help but be in awe at the heroine's use of the sword's restriction. It was almost similar to how she had used it in her own match, except Millis had entirely used it for movement over the rocky and rough terrains, and had even used it to avoid attacks and negate fall damage. It was an incredibly smart way to make use of it. Go to do that at some point. Chapter 249. Fell and cracked. Millis ran between the mountain and hills, chased by the flying wyvern and a human above her. They had recovered from their stupor caused by Millis' sudden actions to escape. Millis groaned, quickening her sprint as well as imbuing her legs with mana, furthering the power behind her steps. Every now and then, she would try to shoot them down from the sky, but ultimately, she paid attention to running. Occasionally, she would switch tactics, using the sword as mobility to cross the rocky terrains and boost her forward. But this did leave her with a few scrapes from her falls. Eventually, in the upper corner of her eyes, she saw Graham's small, distant figure up on the cliffside, and he had seen her as well. The beastly man knelt on the cliff, looking over the edge as he watched as Millis was chased by a ferocious wyvern with eye-catching scales. He licked his lips, scratching the side of his arms, which had grown even more furry than before, as though his transformation was still happening. After the wyvern had reached a certain distance beneath the cliff, Graham leapt, aiming the tip of his bone-crafted greatsword down. Historia, riding on the back of her wyvern, instantly noticed a falling shadow looming over her. She raised her gaze as well and pulled her mount's eyes towards the sky, finding Graham falling towards them like a savage meteor. His descent seemed to only increase as a translucent coating of wind wrapped around his body, pulling him down along with gravity even more. Soon enough, before the human and wyvern could put up a suitable defense or preparation for dodging, Graham crashed into the back of the winged monster. The wyvern's back curled up like a U as it fell to cold, hard blade barato through its scales and tear through its muscles, digging into its spine, which was cleaved into two parts. And then it fell out of the sky, falling down to the ground with a thunderous thud. Reuben, startled by Graham's sudden sneak attack, was caught off guard as a shower of lava fell through the skies in the form of droplets, for it seemed that Lula had been with Graham since he leapt off the cliff. Reuben tried to dodge, but was unable to entirely dodge the rain droplets of molten stone. However, it became worse for him when the boots that had kept him afloat were deactivated. He wriggled in the air before falling towards the ground and being PSHD, ARC, impaled on Graham's great sword. The savage then used Reuben's body as a shield against the scorching rain, albeit unable to fully protect himself with it, as some of the droplets singed his shoulder. After the rain had parted, he patted his shoulder down, keeping away the fire that had appeared before, slowly going out under his hand. Once the fire went out, he stepped down from the wyvern, looking over it and checking out its sides. He had already killed the rider and the boot-wearing man. There shouldn't be any more. Millis, seeing this, sighed deeply, getting back her air as she had been running constantly. "You guys were together the entire time?" Graham raised an eyebrow at her, resting the tip of his blade against the ground and leaning against it. "No. Me and woman found each other when out hunting." Only coincidence. Millis, watching as he leaned against his sword, decided to do it as well. But Graham's eyes followed as Millis was suddenly shot into the air, wriggling around before falling back down. Before she landed, all that he could hear from her mouth was, "Ah shit." Crack. Ka-ha-ha. Lillian hid her face behind her hands as Graham's voice blasted out across the stadium as he pointed at Millis, who laid on the ground with her skull cracked open. Lillian rubbed her face, muttering, "You can't be serious?" Just when I thought Millis was acting really cool. She couldn't believe the heroine could somehow kill herself in such a mundane and accidental manner, especially with how she had been utilizing her sword the entire time. Click! Lillian's ears twitched as she heard the faint sound of a camera snapping. More specifically, one that came from a phone. Lillian slowly lifted her face out of her hands and slowly drifted her gaze towards a certain assassin. Marionette, holding her phone in landscape, snagged a photo of Millis' pathetic death. Despite her face lacking emotion, Lillian could see a flicker of amusement and mischief in the woman's eyes. She couldn't help but sigh and feel bad for the heroine. She then looked towards her mother, finding her extremely entertained by the way Millis had died. Lillian couldn't help but think there was something slightly grim about being entertained by such a thing. She then shrugged after a prolonged moment. Meh, it's funny. Soon, this part of the competition came to an end, announcing another win for Lewis Man Academy. Currently, Lillian, her mother, Marionette, and Millis were at one of the local cafes inside the Bazaar District. This was also where Marionette showed her the photo she snagged, causing Millis to lash out and wave her arms in the air. That dang sword. I can't believe it would do that to me. She growled in an exaggerated manner, causing Lillian's mother to laugh even louder. Lillian couldn't help but smile at Millis' entertaining nature, but she also couldn't help but feel as though she was taking advantage of this meeting to rack up some more points for herself. She rolled her eyes, not like it's doing any harm. She wrapped her fingers around the handle of her coffee cup and raised it to her lips under the eyes of her mother, who stared at her curiously. You drink coffee now? Lillian stiffened, pulling the cup away from her mouth as she gulped down whatever she had drank. Pardon? She muttered. Don't get me wrong, my dear. It's just extremely rare to see you drinking coffee. Usually, you drink tea. Veronica tilted her head. May I ask what is with the sudden change? Chapter 250. Caught? Lillian stared at her calmly before shrugging. She took another sip, then answered. Change of taste. You know, I just now like the bitter taste of coffee more than a calming tea. She could also say that having an entire identity fusion and several life-threatening moments could serve as a way for someone to undergo massive change. But she wasn't going to say all that at the risk of worrying her mother even more and piquing her suspicion. Lowering her cup to her plate, she looked towards Millis, leaning the side of her face into her palm. How'd you find this match, Millis? I think beside that little accident, you had some fun. Javit, besides that forest trip and our little drinking session on Ref's birthday, this was the most fun I had. Lillian nodded, but was then met by a curious and puzzled look from her mother. She then heard her ask, drinking session? The corner of Lillian's lips twitched. I guess I didn't tell her about the time I got drunk. Lillian, going on about it, was immediately met with a judging glare from her mother, whose grip tightened around the handle of her cup. Drinking now, are you? Her mother's face twitched, her voice becoming menacingly deeper. You sure have changed since coming here, Lillian. You hadn't ever stepped near alcohol, even if you were dying to know what it was like. Lillian gulped heavily, feeling the brunt force of her mother's concerned stare. She raised her hands in the air in a surrendering manner. I had Marionette with me. I was going to be fine. Her mother then directed her gaze towards the assassin, who stiffened a bit as she paused midway through drinking her own cup of coffee. Veronica placed her elbows on the table, resting the bottom of her chin on the back of her fingers that were interlocked with one another. She then took on a much gentler tone. My dear, you didn't perhaps influence my Lillian into consuming alcohol, did you? Marionette slowly lowered her cup to her plate and reached into the air for a napkin that suddenly appeared. After patting her lips with it, and storing it back in her spatial storage. She glanced towards Lillian, seeing her eyes tremble. She looked into her eyes and nodded before turning back towards her mother. After a moment of silence, she answered, "Lillian drank all of it voluntarily without my influence and got intoxicated because of it," she said with blunt honesty before returning to her coffee under Lillian's bewildered look. The assassin could have just said the first part and be done with it. But the fact she had added the part where she became intoxicated, Lillian couldn't believe it. Lillian hastily whispered, "Why, you didn't have to add that last part." Marionette glanced at her, then blinked playfully. She smiled and gestured towards her mother. Lillian stiffened, slowly turning towards her mother, who was shaking her head disappointedly at her. "You can drink, but only a little." She then placed her fingers against her forehead. "I can't believe my little girl got drunk." Lillian pouted, folding her arms like a child. "Im Eichteen, and is getting drunk so bad?" "It is." After their session in their cafe, the three bid Millis farewell as she went back to her dorm. Lillian and Marionette had also bid farewell to Veronica as they left her in Lillian's room. The reason? Clang. They were out sparring again in the simulation. Lillian and Marionette clashed in the center of a forest, a typical arena they had come to grow quite fond of sparring inside. And as they were sparring, they made conversation as well. "It's going to be the start of the second part of the tournament tomorrow. How do you feel?" Lillian groaned, enduring another swift strike. Marionette shrugged, lashing out her dagger and striking Lillian's odachi, which remained as heavy and long as ever. "Not worried. Unless the Academy were hiding their much stronger students for later competition, I don't believe we have anything to worry about." She then twisted around, delivering a sidekick to Lillian's chest plate, knocking her back a couple of meters. Lillian, watching as a crack formed on the surface of her chest plate, glanced up, discovering the assassin's swift approach to her. She sent back her odachi and summoned her short sword before striking the ground beside her. Marionette lunged, stabbing her knife forward, but missed as Lillian was knocked to the side by her sword's recoil. She blinked and unsummoned her dagger, summoning a particular handgun she was given as a gift. Lillian, having landed on the ground with a roll, groaned as she muttered, "Okay, maybe more practice." Standing up, she watched as Marionette unhurriedly pushed out the cylinder of her gun and began to load its slots with bullets of intimidating size. The assassin seemed to be admiring the gun's dimensions before inevitably aiming the barrel towards the rabbit. Bang! Lillian widened her eyes before transforming her head into water, avoiding a lethal shot through her skull as the bullet passed through where it was previously. She reformed it back into its previous state and watched as Marionette cocked back the hammer of the gun. She then heard her hum and mutter, "Not bad." Bang! At the sound of the gun firing, Lillian immediately transformed her upper body into water. Feeling something passing through her body, she quickly morphed her body back to its original state. With a downward slash with her sword, she launched herself past the trees behind her. Marionette, feeling the cylinders in her gun spin and rotate to the next chamber, watched as Lillian hid herself amongst the trees. She let out another hum, noticing slight glimpses of the girl. She then tilted her head, feeling something pass beside her face. Time slowed as she saw what went past. A blade of water, and more came, but from every other angle. Her face remained expressionless, but within her eyes, a dark reflection appeared in her eyes, a reflection filled with amusement. Her body twisted at unnatural angles, effortlessly dodging the deadly projectiles with nimble haste as they sliced through the air. She then leapt into the air, dodging a wider blade that aimed to bisect her in two. All the blades that had been avoided went off to cleave through the branches or bodies of trees behind her. As she spun around to prepare for her landing, she noticed something glint in the corner of her eyes. It was yet another blade of water. She twisted her body in the air, intending to dodge it casually again. However, unlike the projectiles before it, this one was much quicker and sharper, too, as it seemed to blur and stretch through the air. Marionette landed on the ground, having dodged it, but not completely. The assassin raised a hand to the side of her face. gently pressing her fingers to it before bringing it before her eyes. She stared at her fingers, finding them to be slightly dyed in red. Lillian had managed to injure her. This was progress. Marionette's cold face turned bright as a smile stretched across her face. And then, Chapter 251, Pain Inhibitor. Lillian, who was squinting her eyes at Marionette, managed to make out a thin and shallow red line on the woman's cheek. She pumped her fist into the air, proud of herself for being able to reach the woman and injure her finally. Maybe the secret to doing it was just to speed up her attacks. She then frowned. But that's quite difficult to do. She scratched the back of her head. The effort of manipulating an element ultimately comes down to both mana and mental capacity to calculate. Sure, I don't have to do anything as complicated as calculating math and physics in my head. Actually, scratch that. There might be some physics involved, but I do have to account for a lot of things. She needed to factor in the speed, direction, and movement of the objects she sent out. Those were some of the examples. If she ever wanted to make her attack reach a higher speed, her mind would need to be able to either react to it or think at the same speed as it. This was also the reason why someone such as Ref, ironically, wasn't able to send out attacks at the speed of light. Of course, in the future, he would be able to, but not now. She pulled her attention back towards Marionette, finding something odd happening to her. Coming from her body was a shadowy aura that encased her entire body. Following that, she seemed to grow shorter and shorter, as though she was sinking into the ground. And eventually, her entire figure disappeared. She had indeed sunk into the ground. Where did she go? Lillian muttered, startled. She then widened her eyes. Wait, is she using her element now? She squinted her eyes, trying to find traces of a particular black puddle. But there was nothing. Had Marionette already made her way into the forest? As she was thinking this, a dark, ethereal arm made its way around her neck, slowly transitioning to a lighter color. Lillian froze, feeling something up against her neck, and tightened on it. She tightly clutched the forearm out of instinct, trying to prevent being choked out by it. She then felt something press against the side of her head. Bang! Marionette, having just pressed her gun against Lillian's head and blown her brains out, watched as the edges of the girl's figure lit up with a blue particle. Before the girl could disappear and respawn, she lowered her gun and then wrapped her arms around the girl's body, hugging her tightly. While this was a bit strange for her to do, considering she was practically embracing Lillian's corpse, she did it because she had not been able to for the entire day. Due to Lillian's mother being around them at all times now, she hadn't managed to find a chance to embrace the girl like this until now. Although she could have done it much earlier, she'd rather look mature and well-mannered in front of the girl's mother just to continue being on her good side. Eventually, Lillian's body disappeared and respawned back in the center of where they were sparing previously. Lillian, having come back, stared at the sky with a deadpan expression. She then rubbed the side of her head, specifically the area where Marionette had blown her head open. She glanced up, noticing the assassin's intentional sounds of footsteps. Marionette crouched, craning her head as she looked down on Lillian. "Are you okay?" she asked plainly. Lillian nodded, still rubbing the side of her head with a confused expression. "Could I ask you something, Mari?" "Sure. Do filter it to where I can actually speak about it." Lillian silently stared at her before speaking with a firm expression. "What color are your panties?" "Black." Lillian narrowed her eyes, glancing down away from the assassin's face and trying to peek under the woman's skirt, only to fail as darkness prevented her from seeing. It was something that the assassin did unconsciously to prevent anyone from looking under her skirt. It's definitely effective, Lillian thought, squinting. "Can't even let me take a peek?" Marionette tilted her head. "You want to peek in my underwear?" Her hair fell to one side, causing the smile that had appeared on the woman's face to become more mischievous than it actually was. "Quite bold and perverse of you. Are you sure you want to do it here?" Marionette rested the side of her face into her palm, her smile growing. "If you want, I could change the scenery to a beach one. I'm sure that'll be fitting." Lillian's face twitched as a wry smile spread across her face. "You call me perverse when you're the one insinuating that I want to do it." She then paused before pointing at the black-haired woman. That beach idea sounds good. Pin that, honey. Marionette nodded, even chuckling a bit. She watched as Lillian lowered her hand to the side of her, still wondering about something. This piqued the assassin's curiosity. Is there something wrong, Lillian? Have you been doing anything to the pain inhibitor? Lillian wasn't sure why, but she felt as though the pain every time she died increased ever so slightly. She wasn't sure whether she was just feeling sensitive or just losing her mind. Fortunately for her sanity, she got her answer. Marionette nodded. MHM, I've been lowering the inhibitor ever so slightly, just so you could become more tolerant of pain in the future. Lillian narrowed her eyes on her. She then raised her hand to the air, summoning a system screen that was linked to the virtual reality, and looked through the pain scroller and checked its current percentage. What had used to be at 1/4 of 100 had now become 3/4. The woman really had been increasing the pain she was receiving. Here I thought I was going insane. For me? Marionette tilted her head, continuing to tease Lillian, who stared back with a deadpan expression, which she dropped almost instantly into a chuckle. Puffed. Yeah, always. Chapter 252. Sudden meeting? After leaving the virtual reality to take a break from training for the day, they happened to meet someone unexpected on the way. Lillian, glancing to the side, watched as someone moved into their path from a different road. Her eyes glanced between the blonde hair that stretched all the way down their back, blue eyes that seemed to radiate confidence and a sense of authority. And once this person turned towards her, Lillian's eyes landed on a vertical scar over their left eye. It was the student council president, Beatrice, and she seemed to be returning from a day in the library. Beatrice briefly widened her eyes, surprised about the fact she happened to meet them. Oh, Lillian. She gave a small wave and then smiled. Fancy meeting you here, you know? She muttered the last part of her sentence quietly. She placed her right hand on her right hip, watching as Lillian waved back, reciprocating her smile as well. Hello, Beat. She greeted the woman with a cheery tone. It is a bit random. How have you been since the last time I met you? Beatrice traced her fingers under her eyelids, grabbing Lillian's attention, who smiled wryly. A lot of work. Beatrice sighed, her smile stretching into a defeated one. It's inevitable, my dear Lily. I had to pull an all-nighter to authorize some of the merchants, who have by now set up their stands outside of the Colosseum. The only time for break is when I watch the matches. She shrugged before going silent. She walked over to Lillian and patted her shoulder with a proud grin. She then said, Good job on your match, by the way. It was very entertaining. A step closer to coming onto the council, you know? Lillian scratched the back of her head, chuckling shyly. I kind of botched it, though. I wanted to beat all 3 of them on my own. Lillian sighed, shrugging disappointedly. Can't always get what you want, though. Beatrice tilted her head, smirking at Lillian's disappointment. I think you could have done it. And if not, there is always room for improvement. After saying this, she raised her hand to the top of the girl's head, patting it with an encouraging expression. Lillian continued to chuckle shyly under her patting, something that a certain assassin disliked slightly. While Beatrice patted Lillian, she watched as, in the corners of her eyes, a black hand reached out and pinched the edge of her sleeve. She trailed her gaze up the hand, which led her gaze to Marionette, who had formed a thin layer of darkness around her hand, making it act as a sort of thin latex glove. Beatrice watched as the woman pulled her hand off the girl's head with a warning look that caused her to giggle slightly. Her giggle then intensified as she watched Marionette wrap her arms around Lillian from behind and pull her away from her. The council president couldn't help but be extremely amused by the assassin's obvious display of possession over the white-haired girl. Lillian couldn't help but chuckle nervously as Marionette shot Beatrice a threatening stare. Beatrice folded her arms, huffing in an amused manner. I see that you two are very much closer now. You know? She cooed. She then twirled her finger at them in a teasing manner. Together yet? Lillian nodded, her lips stretching into a grateful smile as she leaned back in the assassin's embrace. Uh-huh. We're finally dating now. And I kind of got you to thank you for that. She giggled. Beatrice waved her hand dismissively, chuckling slightly at what Lillian said. You guys just need a little push, you know? She then tilted her head. So, where you guys off to? Heading back to the dorm? Yep. Lillian raised her hand, shaping it into a fist before popping out her thumb and pointing it over her shoulder. We just finished training. Oh, right. Tomorrow's match is going to have the prince in it, right? Quite exciting, isn't it, you know? Lillian tilted her head. Have you already checked the teams that we put together? Beatrice nodded. I have. Quite an interesting selection, I must say, you know. I trust you guys have a good handle. She then added, anyway, why don't I walk with you too? I'm heading back to my room as well. That's, before Marionette could turn down her proposal, Lillian had already said yes. Sure, we'll be glad to have you around. Marionette stared down at the top of Lillian's head with a complicated expression. She didn't want to have another person around them during this time, especially someone she had recently got into conflict with. Beatrice scrutinized the assassin's face, reveling slightly in the disdain the woman had for her. It seemed that she had found a good way to entertain herself for today. Excellent. Well, we better get going, you know. As she said this, she moved to their side and began walking alongside them, something that Marionette disliked quite a bit but couldn't say much. Instead, she just clung around Lillian from behind even tighter. Occasionally, Lillian had to pat the assassin's forearm to tell her to soften her embrace unless she wanted to choke her out. Eventually, they reached the dormitory and took the same elevator. And also, stopped on the same floor? Lillian stared curiously at Beatrice as they walked through the corridor, wondering why she was on their floor. I don't think this is your floor, Beat. Because you're right, you know. She shrugged. I just wanted to make sure you two get back to your rooms safely. As she said this, Marionette's face twitched irritably. I don't believe that would be an issue, Miss Council President. Oh, look, we're already here. Beatrice gestured towards Lillian's door, but her interruption only led to Marionette raising an eyebrow at her. Beatrice knew which room Lillian was designated to. Was this just one of the perks of being part of the student council? Or had Lillian brought her over without knowing? Marionette, who was overthinking this, shook her head. It wasn't possible. She had always stuck by Lillian's side, so that wasn't... Chapter 253. Beatrice over? So that wasn't possible. The only case would be Lillian just told Beatrice, which, for any other person, she wouldn't completely care. But with the way Beatrice had been messing with her a couple of days ago, she wasn't completely sure if she could trust that Beatrice had any other ulterior motives with Lillian. Her hold on Lillian tightened subconsciously, unintentionally causing Lillian to be unable to reach the card scanner as she was pulled back. Lillian wore a wry smile on her face before having to pat Marionette's arm to gesture for her to decrease the pressure around her neck. Fortunately, Beatrice was there to get the door for them as she yanked it from the girl's hand and scanned the scanner for her. She pushed open the door and calmly gestured for them to enter. Ladies first, Marionette clicked her tongue, urging Lillian to move in quickly. Just before Beatrice could enter, Marionette quickly grabbed the door handle and pulled, intending to close the door before a voice resounded from behind her. Oh, you two are back. Veronica, stepping out from the kitchen in an apron and wiping her hands with a towel, walked up to them with a smile. How was your training? Was it fun? Lillian nodded. It went all right. She then raised her arms up in a joyful manner. I managed to cut Marionette. Oh. Veronica clapped her hands rapidly together in a proud manner. I'm so proud of you. Do come inside. I made all of us dinner. Lillian raised her hands hesitantly. Oh, you didn't have to. Too late. Veronica then walked over to the Marionette, glancing at the assassin's hand that was still on the door handle. No need to keep holding on the door, dear. Come in and help with setting up the table. Veronica told the assassin, who hesitantly let go of the handle once she moved her hand towards it. Veronica nodded at her, watching as she moved away from the door and towards Lillian. She then raised her gaze, glancing curiously through the gap in the door before freezing. What she saw was an extremely familiar face. It was Beatrice, albeit her face was much more mature and grown-up since the last time she saw her. But grown-up nonetheless. She immediately pushed open the door, holding her hands before her mouth and giving an extremely dramatic gasp at who it was. Oh my, is that you, Beatrice? How long has it been? Please come in. Beatrice gave a small chuckle at Veronica's energetic behavior and did as she said. She moved past the woman and answered her earlier question with a hint of nostalgia behind her voice. It has been a few years since we last met. How has Mr. Arias been? Has he been well? Veronica closed the door and sighed at the woman's question, remembering what had occurred with her husband. That man is at home, injured. Fortunately, he agreed to stay home because Lillian would get mad if her wounded father were moving around. But besides that, work and research has been well. Small progress, but progress nonetheless. She then tilted her head, looking towards Lillian, who was still standing in the corridor of the entrance. Veronica raised her fist threateningly at her. Go and set up the table, Lillian. Don't you see we have 2 guests here? Or do I have to make you do it? Vuvuka'a. Lillian, flustered by her mother's threat, grumbled as she hunched her back over slightly with her arms dangling. She turned towards the living room and walked while quietly muttering, This is my dorm room, though. WHYD, I gotta go set it up. Beatrice, watching as Lillian slowly left, smiled slightly. She looked towards Veronica and asked, Could I go help Lillian with setting up the table? Veronica nodded strongly, clapping her hands. Of course, just like old times. Please do that. Beatrice nodded to the mother's confirmation and walked past Marionette, shooting the assassin a playful and mischievous look, which seemed to tick the woman off. Before Marionette could move towards the living room, she felt Veronica clutch her shoulder, causing her to subconsciously stiffen before relaxing. Turning back, she found the mother smiling at her whilst gesturing towards the inside of the kitchen. Could you please help me with preparing the food? Marionette? A flash of hesitation crossed the inside of the eyes of the assassin. After a split second, the black-haired woman nodded to the mother's request. Of course. She answered promptly, albeit slightly reluctant, which she hid rather well. As the two were plating the food, Lillian and Beatrice were setting up the table, and they decided to have a rather interesting conversation. The start of it was, Did you guys do it yet, you know? Beatrice inquired, grabbing a tablecloth from one of the nearby cupboards. Lillian almost choked on her spit as she heard her question. Who suddenly begins a question like that? She watched as the woman held the tablecloth towards her. Lillian grabbed the cloth while simultaneously answering the blonde-haired woman's shocking question. Oh, of course not. We only just started dating. She spread it across the table before smoothing it out, pushing any air bubbles stuck underneath. Beatrice returned from the kitchen with plates and silverware, having just survived a barrage of glares from a certain assassin, who still showed hostility towards her. After placing the plates down, she responded, Sure, but your girlfriend seems like she wants it. Beatrice eyed Lillian's face, which quickly turned red. The white-haired girl hastily turned her face, embarrassed and shy at the same time. Beatrice grinned proudly at having accurately guessed. You might want to do something little to satisfy that woman, or else she might explode. What are you even on about, Dash? Lillian flusteredly backed away from the table, yelling with a shaky voice. Unfortunately, Lillian couldn't get an answer, for both her mother and Marionette had exited the kitchen with oven mittens around their hands and carrying a large tray of what she could only assume to be. Chapter 254. Trouble, Professor? Pasta. Long yellow noodles numbering several dozen, all coated and slathered in a delectable and scrumptious-looking red sauce on top of it, and occasionally stuck into her beef shaped into balls. As they placed it in the center of the table, Lillian couldn't pry her eyes away from it, and she knew the obvious reason why. She was hungry, and this was made apparent as a heavy growl echoed from her stomach, drawing the gazes of the 3 other women in the room, who stared at her with a warm gaze. Lillian laughed, embarrassed by her stomach, as she rubbed the back of her head before quietly muttering, Oops, hee, it smells good. Her mother blinked at her before gesturing toward her seat. Then, let's get you full. You must be hungry after your sparing lessons. And that was what she did. That was what they all did. They sat around the table and scooped the pasta onto their plates individually. This led to a rather warm atmosphere to come about as they delved into a variety of topics. Beatrice and Veronica were the most talkative, while Lillian was in the middle of being chatty and quiet. Occasionally, Marionette joined the conversation to input her details, but not much. Overall, the dinner was enjoyable. After an hour or two had passed, Beatrice had now decided to return to her room. Well then, thank you very much for having me over. But she pulled out her phone and checked the time. I believe I should be going now. Oh yes. Veronica clapped. Getting up, sorry for keeping you for so long, my dear Beatrice. I know you must be tired after your work here. Beatrice waved her off with a chuckle and smile. It's not an issue, Veronica. Really, I'm just happy to have met you again after so long. The two of them then moved towards the corridor of the exit. Lillian, glancing towards Marionette, said, I'm going to go see her off. You should go get ready for bed. Marionette nodded and watched as Lillian left to go see Beatrice off. Her eyes twitched at the women's voices at the exit. After hearing Beatrice's voice, she couldn't help but sigh while rubbing the gap between her brows. She shouldn't get so worked up about the student council. It wasn't like she was going after Lillian. It was most likely the woman was just trying to get a rise out of her like she did a couple of days ago. And she couldn't really see Lillian picking anyone else over her. Even if it was a bit narcissistic, she was sure she was the better choice out of everyone in this academy. Shaking her head, she got up and went to freshen up in the bathroom. She'll just diminish this thought after having some intimate moments with Lillian after she comes back. That always lessened her worries. Headmaster's office Mirage pressed the tips of his fingers against his forehead with a frustrated look in his eyes as he looked down at his desk. Papers. Stacks of them. And all of them regarding the security within the realm. It was becoming too much for the false headmaster of the academy. And despite this, he still continued to wear his usual cold smile, even though no one was there to see it. No one but a leaning picture frame of a woman, which he turned away from him, preventing the person in the frame from seeing what he was doing. He returned his attention back to the reports he was given from the observance department of the academy. There had been an increase in thugs inside the academy, something he had thought wouldn't ever happen since the control and regulation of the rings to get into the realm were strict enough to prevent such people from getting in. Had his staff been getting slack in their duties? At least the engaging department and those on the student council aren't getting lazy. The engaging department was a sector in the academy's organization that would go on to meet the troubles within the realm head-on. An example of people in this department would be the guards wandering the streets. He then raised a separate report and scrutinized it. What he was looking at was something having to do with the garbage disposal's gradual increase in liquid, specifically water. He had already known who the culprit was. Lillian Ker, the entrance exam topper, a student who had managed to achieve the second tier, the one who killed a C-rank monster in the Forest of Disruption on her own, and lastly, the Lady of Rose's lover. As he continued reading through the report, something caught his eye. Those who worked in the department that worked on sorting through the trash had found a rather concerning device or item that had been dreadfully soaked and short-circuited. Mirage stared at the colored image of what he could only assume to be the picture of the device, which hadn't been wiped down or dried. It was a dense black box the size of an average-sized person's hand with tiny microscopic holes in it, and along its polished surface were runic inscriptions etched all over it. Mirage's eyes then traveled down the report, reading line by line. While the device was currently undergoing research by the research department, the department that dealt with the disposal of garbage had discovered more and more of these mysterious cubes. And what they discovered was that the appearances of the cubes had only appeared in one of the bins inside the realm. He then pulled up another report, this one being a very familiar culprit, and one he had just gone over just seconds ago. It was Lillian pouring an unreasonable amount of water into a particular bin. Mirage sighed, putting down the report and leaning back in his chair. He briefly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before staring up at the ceiling. He then thought about his meeting with the king a day ago, while Lillian was still competing in her match. Chapter 255. Mirage is tired? Mirage, having knelt down in front of the king, waited as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, patting him. Leonardo stared down at the supposed elder. His gaze filled with a complex emotion as he stared at the face of the man he knew wasn't truly here. He then glanced at the walls of the room, finding them to be enveloped and coated in a sort of bubbly and ethereal substance that had no defined shape or mass. He then turned his attention back to Mirage, finding him to have transformed back to the form of a man in his early 20s with long black hair tied in a ponytail with a violet butterfly accessory tied in it. Leonardo opened his mouth. "It's good to see you again, Mirage. You may get up now." Mirage gave a subtle nod, slowly rising to his feet as he straightened out his black robe. He raised his eyes towards the king, then towards the queen, who was looking at him with a smile, and said, "It's also a pleasure to meet you again as well, Your Majesty. And it's a pleasure to meet you too, madam. Are you both enjoying the tournament so far?" The king let out a small chuckle, and so did his wife, who nodded as well. She was then distracted as her daughter suddenly pointed towards the screen. And what it displayed was Lillian putting Lincoln into a chokehold before finishing him off. The king, having just glanced back and watched this, smiled before moving his attention back to Mirage and saying, "The tournament had just begun. But yes, I'm enjoying the show so far." He then turned his body around, moving and grabbing the backrest of the chair he had been sitting on previously and turning it around. After slowly lowering himself on the seat, he rested his chin in his hand. "How's being the headmaster?" "Stressful, I must say, with all the paperwork you have to deal with." Lewis always ranted about those whenever we met up. Mirage sighed, tiredness clear in his breath. "It isn't an exaggeration in the slightest." He then raised his hand, flicking his wrist, causing a piece of paper to appear in between his fingers as though he had magically hidden it inside his sleeve. Leonardo stared curiously as the paper was passed to him. He grabbed it out of the man's hand and scanned through it. His eyes narrowed occasionally on certain information. "What a worrying report you had given me." He flipped the report around, trying to find more on the topic before raising his gaze towards the ponytailed man and asking, "How many of these cubes have you found? And when had they begun appearing?" "You hadn't given these key information in the report, Mirage. Are you sure?" Leonardo raised an eyebrow. Then, a small smile stretched across his lips as he lowered his gaze down to his hands, finding a separate piece of paper in his grasp. "Should you be messing around, Mirage?" The king scanned through the new report while Mirage, in response to the royal man's words, shrugged nonchalantly. "Why not? Not like ITL'll change much if I play a few tricks here and there, people. Articles show it could release someone's stress by doing this. It's quite the craze. I don't believe it is a craze, as you say it, but very well. You do you." As he scanned through the report, he felt someone lean over his shoulder. Glancing to the side, he found his daughter staring at the report with naive curiosity. He smiled, rubbing the top of her head before focusing his attention back on the report. "So every month, you would find at least 5 inside the exact same bin? And this bin happened to always be filled with water? Do you know the reason for this?" Mirage tilted his head with a puzzled expression. "The cube or the water?" "The water. But if you do have information on the cube, then I would be happy to listen." Mirage nodded and promptly answered. "The water was caused by a student named Lillian Ker. Leonardo widened his eyes, subconsciously glancing back at the screen before returning back to Mirage's figure. "The one currently competing?" "Yes, Your Highness," he stated and then repeated, "The one that's currently competing." The king stroked his chin as he scrutinized the report. It was suspicious. For what reason should she be doing this, do you know? Is this some kind of event your academy is holding in secret? It is not. We currently do not know and have yet to confront her about it. And why haven't you? Mirage shrugged casually. The student council has it say. Mirage suddenly gasped, jolting awake before looking around frantically. "I can still accidentally fall asleep?" Mirage muttered, scratching the side of his head with a look of disbelief. Soon enough, he leaned back in his chair before sighing. "Why does it have to be my students that are causing trouble?" He rubbed the side of his head with tired irritation written across his face before spinning his chair around. Once spun, he stared at the wall behind him that had an enormous hung picture of the actual headmaster. He stared and scrutinized the picture. An old man with a black pointed hat like that of a wizard, a grayish beard of a ridiculous length, and a silly expression that matched his robe that had various paint splashes all over it. He gazed at the hung picture with a tired expression as he remembered where the old man actually was. He gave yet another sigh and muttered, "Having fun in there, Professor? Leaving your student here all alone to deal with your damn work." After muttering that, he turned back around, returning to his work. He still had more to look through, and he was sure he could continue working. The night was still young, after all. 3 days until the invasion, chapter 256. Morning moment. Next morning, all right, Mari. Lillian muttered, "I'm going to need you to move your hands so I can get up." "Why?" "Just stay here with me." Marionette instantly responded. Lillian's face twitched. She stared down at her white shirt, noticing the assassin's hands pressed against her from underneath the fabric. The assassin was being bold again, and pushier than usual at this time of day. "Do you really need to grope me for that?" Lillian hissed with a tired expression as she tried to pry the woman's hands off of her breasts. She had just woken up and was instantly greeted with the sensation of something wrapping itself around her chest. Albeit the sensation was pleasurable, it wasn't something she had expected to wake up to. She sighed, giving up her attempts to free her breasts from the assassin's clutches, which seemed to have developed a strong and rather stubborn hold on them. "I don't think she's going to let go anytime soon." Lillian rubbed the gap between her brows at this. Her mind wandered back to last night at how, as soon as her mother left the living room, she was immediately pushed down on the couch to be subjected to intimate activities, which she wasn't going to flash back to. Was Marionette that impatient? Lillian wondered, caressing her lips as she still remembered the subtle taste of a certain assassin's lips. She then shook her head, ridding herself of the embarrassing feeling she was feeling before suddenly stiffening. Marionette slowly scooted closer towards Lillian's, intentionally pressing her large chest up against the girl's back as though she was trying to seduce her. Then she leaned into the girl's ear and whispered, "I love you, Lillian." Lillian blushed, pouting at the woman's romantic words that left her slightly bewildered due to the suddenness. "Why so suddenly dash? Say it back." "Eh?" Lillian froze, feeling the assassin's hands leave her chest and instead wrap her entire arms around them. Confused by this sudden shift, she then realized the reason as she felt the woman's arms tighten. Lillian smiled lazily, rolling her eyes as she muttered, "I love you too. Dear, now can you let go? I need to go make breakfast." Marionette's arms softened her hold, a soft smile spreading across her face as Lillian's confession rang out inside her ears, giving her a warm feeling. She snuggled her face into the back of Lillian's hair, rubbing her face into it. She then responded to Lillian's statement. "You can do that later. Aren't you hungry? Surely you want something to eat, right?" Marionette froze, moving her face back from the girl's head and unwrapping her arms from the rabbit's chest, bringing it back to her sides. Lillian, feeling the woman's arms slither away from her, raised an eyebrow. She turned herself around, making it so she was facing the assassin. Upon doing that, the woman's hand snaked up to her cheek, clutching it tightly before bringing her in. And soon enough, before she could even react, she had already been brought into a kiss. The assassin's lips moved against hers, gentle but hungry at the same time, almost as though she was intending to devour her whole. Lillian widened her eyes, staring into the assassin's eyes, which slowly closed. Seeing this, Lillian did so as well. "Meh, might as well enjoy it," she muttered inside her mind, indulging in the taste of the assassin's lips, which tasted like an extremely sweet peach and delicious strawberry. It was addicting, and she was sure that the woman thought the same too about her own, even if it might be considered slightly narcissistic. But she would be right, though. Marionette found the girl's lips extremely addicting to taste, even making it her mission to at least try them once every day, to Lillian's horror. And speaking of Lillian, who had been moving her lips against the assassin in a loving pace and manner, felt something prod at it. This raised a question inside her mind. That didn't feel like her lips. And then, it slipped through her lips and entered into her mouth. It was the assassin's tongue. Lillian felt the woman's hands clutch the sides of her face even tighter, even bringing her in closer. She moaned slightly as she felt the assassin's tongue play around and caressed the wet surface of hers. It was an extremely pleasurable experience, which lasted for a few moments before the assassin pulled back. Lillian watched shakily as a bridge of saliva stretched from her mouth and the assassin's, connecting them before eventually snapping. Marionette, licking her lips and savoring the residue taste of Lillian on them, opened her mouth and said, "I am hungry, and it is extremely convenient that you are here." "And why is that?" Lillian asked naively. The woman smiled teasingly. "Because you're my meal." She leaned in, intending to get closer. She had also moved her left hand down to rest gently on the girl's arm. She gave a small, reassuring squeeze, drawing a soft and quiet sigh from the girl's lips. "Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? You mean the whole world to me, Lillian?" She added in a sultry tone that made Lillian shiver nervously. Lillian's lips became shaky as she watched the woman's approaching face. She then whispered loudly, "Didn't you ever feel embarrassed by saying these lines?" Marionette quickly responded, "Something like embarrassment doesn't exist when it comes to you, Lillian. I'm sure you know that by now." And right before their lips made contact, someone slowly walked into the living room with a tired expression. "Good morning, you two." Veronica yawned, walking into the room with her nightgown whilst also rubbing her eye and yawning. She turned her gaze towards the couch, looking towards the two ladies who had already separated themselves and were now seated up straight on the couch. The two looked prim and proper, as though they hadn't engaged in a hot and spicy moment unless you were to ignore their slightly reddish face. And this was something Veronica did not ignore. "Oh, did I interrupt something?" Chapter 257, Lillian sudden meeting with the bonus. It was now the afternoon, soon to be the start of the next competition. And currently, "Oh, you must let me know, Lillian. Are you absolutely sure I hadn't disturbed both of you?" Currently, she was being interrogated by her own mother on what had happened this morning, which she wasn't going to talk about for her own embarrassment. She took a sneaky glance to the side, staring at the assassin's face, which was expressionless beyond compare. However, deep down, she knew for a fact that the woman was, without a doubt, blushing inside. It was either that or Marionette was extremely frustrated at being interrupted by her intimate and romantic moment with her. Lillian blushed something in her mother's eyes and made her speak up again. But as she was open her mouth, they happened to meet someone of importance along the way. It was Ref and his family. Lillian stared at Ref's face, which was extremely tired compared to the last time she saw him, and she probably knew the reason why. She slowly drew her gaze down to his side, finding a petite girl clutching his hand tightly and tugging at it repeatedly, causing his body to be pulled to one side constantly. Lillian instantly recognized the petite girl to be Ref's younger sister of about 5 to 6 years, Celestine. And it was at this recollection from her memory that she couldn't help but have her face unconsciously twitch. She remembered that the girl was extremely attached to her older brothers for some odd reason. The game never delved much into it, so it must just be for normal reasons. She then drew her gaze towards the queen, who stood next to her husband, the king, with a casual and motherly expression. Her name was Amanda von Lionbright. She can't remember what her maiden name before marriage was, but that didn't matter currently, for it didn't do much for the story. And even if she remembered, it wouldn't help in the slightest. All she remembered was that she was a fair but quiet woman who gave all the needed communication for her husband to talk in her stead. But that didn't necessarily mean she wouldn't take on the burden for her husband whenever it was needed. It was really more of a preference. Or a flaw. Now that she thought about it, she remembered somewhere in Ref's dialogue that his sister, too, was an enhanced human, so that might be the cause for her almost childlike behavior. She then slowly turned her gaze towards the king, but was immediately met with a suffocating amount of pressure from the man, which seemed to affect the area around them only. Lillian gulped, staring into the man's eyes that seemed to warrant something. She took a glance towards the side, finding Marionette already bowing. She then took a glance to her other side, finding her mother bowing as well. That was when she figured out what she was missing. Lillian bent over, falling into a 90-degree bow before stating, I greet the king and his family. I hope this day finds you and your family well." She spoke with a nervous and robotic tone that caused Ref, who was watching this, to facepalm over how embarrassing the situation was. Fortunately, his view wasn't shared with his father, for he laughed, finding Lillian's reaction understandable and even hilarious in some form, albeit not being able to see her face. "Yes, yes. It very much is, I believe. You three are welcome to raise your heads now." Lillian, Marionette, and Veronica lifted their heads simultaneously. Lillian stared at the man's eyes with a look of admiration and even excitement. If she could see her face now, she was sure she could see stars forming inside her eyes. She was actually meeting a real-life king. Sure, some may want to meet a dashing prince, but Ref had already shattered that image inside her mind. Well, it was not like she had much of an image of him, since she had been going after a certain assassin since the beginning. "Are you three currently on your way to watch the next competition?" Lillian, breaking out of her daze, nodded. Just as she was about to answer, her mother beat her to it. "We are. I feel that this year's Crystal Defense will likely be very interesting." The king nodded firmly with a smile. "I feel that too. How's research been, Veronica? I see that your husband isn't here as well." Lillian watched as her mother began to engage in a conversation with the royal family. However, in the corner of her eyes, she watched as Ref sneakily walked up to them from the side, with his sister still attached to him like a koala. He raised his hand lazily. "Joe." Lillian waved her hand back at him. "Yo, to you too, Ref." "Hey." Lillian turned her gaze down to the petite lady wrapped around Ref's side and tilted her head as the girl called out to her. Lillian glanced around, then returned her attention back down to the girl before pointing at herself. Was this girl calling out for her? The Princess, Celestine, nodded with clear annoyance. "Don't so casually greet my brother. Do it properly, Dash." "Ow, ow." Ref pinched his little sister's cheek, pulling it. He stared down at her tiredly and sighed, "Please, don't antagonize someone that can beat you several times in a moment." "Oh, okay. Can you please let go, bro?" Lillian smiled wryly at this scene. She couldn't help but get nostalgic about when she was still living with her brother, who would usually act like this. As she was living through her memories, she couldn't help but unconsciously eavesdrop on her mother's conversation with the king. And the particular topic they were on left her a bit speechless. "You have a formidable daughter, Veronica. Have you ever thought about getting her to know my son a little better?" And this was something that Ref had been able to hear as well. He immediately twisted his head back with wide eyes and sweating bullets. "What are you talking about, father?" Leonardo shrugged nonchalantly. "You're a good-looking young man who is still single, boy. I'm just a father trying to assist you. I don't need assistance in this regard." Chapter 258. Milkshake? Bonus Leonardo turned his attention away from his son and towards Veronica, who was holding her chin with a pondering expression before sighing. "Oh, dear. It's much too late for that, Your Majesty." She gave a half-turn back and gestured towards Marionette, who had her arms folded and her face firm and cold, something that the king recognized to be a key trait in every Roselle member. The king tilted his head slightly as he stroked his chin in a curious manner. He eventually deciphered what Veronica was implying and laughed loudly. "I see. Very well, then. I apologize for what I said. I do hope you could forgive me, Merrick's daughter." Marionette nodded and responded without a hint of being bothered by what he had said earlier. "It is not an issue, Your Majesty. My Lillian is an excellent partner to have, considering her strength and talent." "I understand." Lillian stared at the assassin's face as she said this, and felt embarrassed by the compliments. She then stiffened and jumped at a certain voice behind her. "Shit, bro. That glazing is unreal." Lillian quickly twisted her head around, finding Millis to be behind her, casually drinking a milkshake through a straw. And looking through the plastic cup, she found that the milkshake to be orange. "What milkshake is that?" Lillian asked, suspicious. Millis tore her lips away from the straw and gave the milkshake a look as well, scrutinizing it before responding. "Orange?" she muttered with an uncertain look before nodding confidently. "Yeah, orange. I got this from that cafe we always go to." She raised her eyes back towards Lillian's. finding the girl to be staring at her weirdly. That sounds like a horrible combination. Millis pouted, giving her a deadpan stare. She then waved around the milkshake, as though she was role-playing to be an offended drunkard. Look, brah, don't judge Emma Ashtast. And I'll have you know, she then raised it over her head as though it was a heavenly artifact. This sure is banging. Here, have a try. Millis passed over the drink, letting Lillian have a try. After doing so, it was when the heroine noticed that the king was there as well. She smiled, bowing slightly and waving. I greet your majesty. How's your day going thus far? It is going splendid, girl. Are you perhaps off to the Colosseum as well? Javit, gotta get one of them seats before all of them are snatched up. She then turned her attention to Ref, who was covering his face out of embarrassment of his father. Of course, since Millis wasn't here to see what had happened earlier, she asked about it. She went over to him and slapped his back repeatedly. What's up, chum? What got you so down? Hey, stop hitting my broth, ow. Before the girl, clinging to Ref's side, could finish her sentence, the prince had already begun pinching and pulling her cheek. The little sister squealed before eventually surrendering. Oh, okay, he'll stop. Ref eventually pulled his hand. He also eventually lifted his face out of his palm, allowing Millis to see his face. Millis, staring at his mouth, made an O shape with her mouth before nodding in an understanding manner. She slowly patted his back reassuringly before speaking in a gentle voice. Girl problems? I get you, bro. I, too, get them on a daily basis. What? Ref lowered his hands from his face completely, staring at Millis' face with a stupefied expression. What was this woman on about? And how is she somewhat correct? Millis ignored the look Ref was giving her and turned her gaze towards Lillian, who under intense scrutiny from a certain assassin sipped the drink. She then moved her lips away from it and stared at the drink weirdly. I don't like it. For real? Millis moved forward and grabbed the drink out of Lillian's hand before drinking it as well, causing Marionette's face to twitch as she slowly moved toward the white-haired girl from behind. Meh, might be an acquired taste, I guess. Millis lifted her gaze to Lillian, finding her distracted by Marionette, who was staring at her suspiciously. She raised an eyebrow before pausing and raising her drink towards the woman with a smirk. Don't get jealous, girl. I ain't going after you, girl. Red eyes. Marionette softened her stare. She then clicked her tongue, pulling Lillian along while glancing between Millis and Ref, who immediately avoided his gaze. He was already in the danger zone, and now he was at the edge of it due to his father. Marionette and Lillian moved past the royal family, but only after bidding them a respectful goodbye. Veronica, seeing that her daughter and girlfriend were leaving, bid the king and his family farewell as well. Ref sighed in relief at seeing the assassin leave. He can't just help but hope the day the woman won't become overly jealous over the littlest of matters about Lillian. As he thought this, the future where Marionette was even more possessive appeared in his mind. He shivered and internally prayed to the vermilion bird that his future self wasn't still on the woman's hit list. While Ref was praying, Millis couldn't give much of a damn about the look Marionette was giving her. She knew, for a fact, she was better off than Ref in terms of a friendly relationship with the assassin. She was, after all, the assassin's dating coach. How could she die when her skills were constantly needed? She grinned widely, drifting her gaze towards the prince. Mun, Duda, I feel hella bad for you. Has anyone called you annoying? Millis immediately answered in a proud voice. Plenty of times. Welcome back, everyone. Another day and another competition to go through. The announcer yelled, spreading his arms out flamboyantly as he greeted the crowd. He then raised his hand, causing a screen to appear and roll out like a digital scroll. Lillian, having got seated, looked towards the participants in today's battle. Chapter 259, Assassin's Turn? Crystal Defense, the part in the competition where strategy was a key feature needed to reign in victory. Or brute force. Anything works as long as you win, after all. As the name obviously states, this competition was all about protecting your team's crystal from being destroyed by the enemy. Lillian couldn't help but fidget a little as she pushed her hand in her blazer pocket, pulling something out as she stared at the screen for team listing. Marionette Von Roselle, Christopher Jackson, Zach Scott Jericho Von Blade, Hubert Yogurt, Rex Crimson My Girl is finally up there. When she was first setting up the teams, she had first thought about using the other group to get a feel of what the enemy team was doing. But she really wanted to see Marionette in action. Lillian hastily pulled out a small flag from her pocket, waving it like a devoted fan. The flag wasn't complex in the slightest. Instead, it was just a black fabric with an illustration of a rose and the assassin's name underneath. She got it made from a stand outside the Colosseum. However, she got a strange look from a certain someone. Jassim. Lillian stiffened, turning slightly to the side as she saw Millis give her an overly teasing look as she scrutinized the flag in her hand. She then laughed, causing Lillian to pout slightly. You judge in? Can't a person lovingly support their girlfriend from the sideline? It was at her words that Millis instantly stopped. But after a second of pause, she laughed again, this time even louder. Bahaha, you both even have the same reason. Millis leaned back in her chair, stomping the ground. This led to Lillian's face twitching out of irritation. It wasn't that funny, was it? She was just waving a flag. But that was when she realized something odd about what the heroine said. What did she mean by same reason? Was there something she was missing? After Millis' laughter had finally died down, Lillian asked with subtle curiosity, Could I ask what you meant by that? Wait, hold on. I need a breath a little first. Lillian, looking at the woman, couldn't help but have her right bottom eyelid twitch unconsciously at the woman's dramatic behavior. She truly was more worthy of her theatrical system than herself. You done? Lillian asked, having waited a little bit. Millis nodded, giving out a sigh of relief before answering. Didn't you know your girlfriend was waving a flag as well for you? Lillian froze, her hand tightening around the narrow pole of her flag as she listened to what Millis had told her. Marionette had what? A flag? Of her. As since when? Millis, having heard this, gave her a deadpan look. I believe you can figure that out yourself. Not that hat anyway, bro. She then watched as Lillian covered her face. Why wouldn't she? She had just discovered that the woman she loved had just been waving a flag for her like a child at a fair. She was, of course, extremely flattered by the woman's actions. But that still didn't decrease the overwhelming sense of embarrassment inside her chest. She then raised her face at a thought popping inside her mind. An image that turned vivid. What was Marionette like in her childhood? And how adorable did she look? Lillian rubbed her chin, probably a hard life. But she must have been extremely cute. She smiled widely, shaking her head. That's a given, though. Consider my Marionette is always cute. As she was in her internal monologue, she didn't realize she was mumbling a bit, something that Millis picked up and slowly turned away from with a wry smile. This couple is way too much for me. Freaky the both of them. Marionette POV Marionette looked around. The competition's current location was designated in a small city with a barrier around a certain radius to keep them from straying too far away. Her eyes traced over the tall modern buildings before looking behind her, finding her teammates preparing for the battle up ahead. Christopher Jackson was a tall, blonde male who had been invited from the lower-ranked classes in the year to participate in the tournament. Coming from the same class was his colleague, Zach Scott, who was average in height and had short brunette hair. She narrowed her eyes on them. Due to her relationship with Lillian, she had been able to get a look at the teams and members inside it. Because of this, she was able to achieve detailed research on the men's backgrounds. With her research, she came to a summarized conclusion. They weren't up to her standard in terms of strength, their skills were lacking, they were subpar in character, and lastly, they weren't Lillian. Why hadn't Lillian put herself with her? It didn't make any sense why she didn't do it. The same person can be used twice. And if she recalled correctly, Lillian had only participated in one. She sighed, remembering her conversation with Lillian a couple of days before. You don't really need me in this one, right? Lillian tilted her head, staring down at the assassin's face, whose head was lying on top of her lap. She ran her fingers through the woman's hair before adding, I'm sure you can take them on easily by yourself. Marionette pouted, turning her body and face to where it was facing Lillian's stomach. Then, she pushed her face into her in an annoyed manner. She then said in a muffled voice, "I want to do it with you, though." Lillian raised her hand to her mouth, giggling into the side of it. "You really are too adorable, Mari. So cute that I'm even forgetting that you are a stone-cold assassin." Marionette pouted before feeling something wet land on her cheek. She turned slightly, looking up at Lillian's face, who smiled at her. She then heard her say, "Maybe we can fight alongside each other in one of the coming days. When are you going to kiss me? Jay, just wait for me, all right?" Marionette broke herself out of the pleasurable prison she put herself in, feeling herself become warm inside as she remembered how Lillian was so hesitant about giving her a kiss. Unlike now, where she would always give her one after just a slight and lazy request from her. She turned her attention past her teammates and looked towards the crystal, which was behind them. Nestled in a metal cradle was a magnificent blue gem of considerable size, which radiated a mysterious energy to the atmosphere. It was this energy that she felt much more enhanced compared to normal. It was the buff zone she would receive when in range of the crystal. However, she wasn't planning to make use of this increase in strength, for she had something else in mind. Chapter 260. Marionette's Rude? She was going to do what Lillian could not. She was going to take on the entire enemy team herself. Marionette pulled out a handgun, looking over its metallic barrel and cylinders already loaded with ammunition. She was going to do all of it with the handgun and her abilities. Nothing else. She thought back to her spar with Lillian, where she had used the weapon, having previously analyzed its description with the help of the gesture system. She now knew some details about the restrictions. She was unable to use any other items to help her in defeating her enemy. She was also unable to physically harm the target. Fortunately, grappling doesn't fall under harm for the handgun. It also had a powerful recoil in exchange for even more firepower. Luckily, with her strength, she was able to nullify this recoil, being able to keep it steady. However, I'm still unable to decipher what is needed to awaken its potential. Lillian was also tight-fisted on the information for it. She looked over the gun's dimensions and wondered, thinking along the lines of, where did Lillian buy this handgun? And why was it so mysterious? She hadn't ever heard of a weapon of the regular category. Were they some sort of ancient arsenal in Hearth, the Trial Realm? Or could it have been made by an unknown blacksmith in their world? It could go either way, considering that their world had only got what they currently had due to the Otherworld's nation, Cogna, extensive blueprints. After recalling what she currently knew about the handgun, she looked up towards the sky, staring at the timer that slowly ticked down at a nerve-wracking rate. I must begin giving out orders. But for that to happen, she must analyze their current situation. Currently, their academy was up by 2 points in the entire tournament, 6 points being the maximum, while the opposing academy still had none. At this point in time, they must have switched out some of their members. If what she believed to be correct was that the other team must be formidable, this was most likely what Lillian had thought as well. Surely, that was the reason why she put her on this team. Her mind tightened around the gritty handle of the gun. My Lillian, capable as always. She glanced back towards her team members, finding that they had already prepared for the battle ahead. Perhaps she could use them as a way to gauge the enemy's strength. Or she could go and destroy it as soon as the match begins. She immediately shook her head. Make it interesting. Let's make it interesting for Lillian. She shouldn't immediately go after the goal. It wouldn't do good as entertainment for a girlfriend. Marionette twisted her entire body towards her teammates and began to take slow steps in their direction. The two saw her approach and immediately bowed before greeting her. The blond man, Christopher, spoke up first. And nice to meet you, Roselle Mamdash. The one with brunette hair, Zach, elbowed his friend's side. He then hissed at him. Don't say, Mom, dude. Women hate it because it makes them sound old. Oh, crap, seriously. As they were talking with one another, Marionette had already gone around them casually. Once reaching the crystal, she sat down and leaned her back against its metal cradle. Her lax behavior caused the two men to lower their guard slightly, finding that she wasn't upset by how they referred to her. They glanced at one another with a confused look in their eyes before slowly moving closer to her. They were then stopped once, reaching a few meters away from her. They stared at her open palm that was raised towards them and stared at it curiously. Marionette, having raised her hand, said, "Don't approach me. Your smell is putrid." Her rude tone left the two men stunned, baffled by what she had just said. Weren't they on the same side? Why had she suddenly turned against them for no reason? "What the hell are you on about?" Jack angrily yelled, whilst his friend Christopher sniffed himself to check if he really did smell at all. Marionette kept quiet, keeping her hand outstretched before speaking again. "Here's the plan. Go out and engage with the enemy. Upon dying, you will return seconds later. After that, forward everything you know to me. Once that happens, we win." She then blinked at them. "Got all that? Good." Marionette then wore a pair of headphones before folding her arms. The two men watched as the woman listened to the music played through the headphones with her eyes closed. They couldn't help but feel even more humiliated. Just because you're from a high noble family and part of a higher rank class doesn't mean you get to boss around with our lives like the Dash. Right as he was about to finish his complaint, Marionette popped her hand out from her chest and made a shooing gesture. I believe the timer had now counted down to 0. "Off you go. You can't possibly plan to surrender this game, do you?" Millis watched as the two men grumbled before leaving the assassin alone at the crystal. Her lips left the straw and made an O shape. She couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, Red Eyes sure is commanding with other people." She smirked and turned to Lillian. "I'm starting to believe ya is a masochist for being with someone so dominant." Her smirk then froze before turning wry. Lillian had one side of her face leaning in her palm with a massive grin that could only be described as silly. She then watched as the girl's lips moved. She focused and heard, "My Mari is only nice to me." Hee. Lillian let out a silly giggle, unable to get out the thought of Marionette only ever being nice to her, which in itself was a bad thing. But the thought of it was extremely romantic to her. And as her mind continued to wander, Millis, who was watching her, couldn't help but turn away as her face contorted. Sheesh, this girl is getting more and more crazy each day. No wonder Red Eyes fits well with her. They're both crazy. Chapter 261. Swords? Bonus. Lillian continued to watch, absent-mindedly waving his small flag under her mother's and Millis' glances, which she completely ignored. They shouldn't really be judging her. After all, she was just doing something normal. I think they could also be using this as a way to tease. Shaking her head, she turned her attention back to the match. She couldn't help but sigh as she watched Marionette's teammates get ambushed and taken out. Of course, not without going out without a fight, which she completely forgot in the span of a few seconds. But that didn't matter, for the main event was about to come up. She fidgeted in her seat, becoming increasingly more excited as she watched the two men feed the assassin information about the enemy. Was Marionette really going to eliminate the entire team by herself? With just a handgun, no less? The handgun isn't weak by any means, but its restrictions are quite limiting, considering it has only a number of bullets before running out. After that, you'll be left nothing to fight with. Even the elements and abilities of the user were restricted to just support. Any form of breach of this rule would unleash a powerful force on the shooter's body, depending on what body part they were attacking. Lillian paused her flag waving and held her chin with a thoughtful expression. Does Marionette know about this? Puffed. She hadn't really told her much about the handgun. She was sure the assassin could figure out the rest while playing around during the event. She then paused again, this time her expression morphing into one of confusion. Why hadn't Marionette gone and destroyed their crystal already? If she remembered correctly, it should be like a constant reminder inside the participant's mind to tell them where it was in the city. She couldn't possibly somehow get lost, right? It's like a mental tracker. Nobody can get lost with a tracker now, right? She shook her head, eliminating the possibility. Marionette isn't that daft and incapable of directions, is she? She's an assassin. For God's sake. She immediately broke out of her thoughts as she saw Marionette push herself up from the ground. Finally, it's been like 30 minutes. Lillian leaned forward, resumed her waving, and pushed all her attention towards the black-haired woman on the screen. Marionette was finally making her move. Marionettes P.O.V. Jericho von Blade, Hubert Yogurt, Rex Crimson. Marionette silently repeated in her mind with an interested expression. From what information she could get from her teammates, they were formidable. Their details explained that a man with long black hair, ocean blue eyes, and dressed in a robe that made him appear as a Taoist was the strongest out of the three. They had said that his ability revolved around blades and sharp steel swords, even going on to say that they appear out of thin air and move like a hasty, sentient bullet. They even went on to say that the man could possibly be in the second tier and that he had another ability besides summoning swords. Marionette gave a low and interested hum as she walked on the road that split into three separate ones, forming a cross. She glanced towards the side, finding the sign of the road that spelled out Devi Roads. She paid the sign no further attention and returned back to her thoughts. She had already made a considerable distance between her and her crystal, roughly a mile away. She had left behind her teammates, keeping them as defenders if the enemy were to somehow escape her. As she walked, she continued glancing around, keeping her guard up. She then, after a few minutes of walking, she stopped dead in her tracks. She felt something was off. Looking around, she couldn't help but discover her current location was an alleyway, smooth brick walls on either side of her, and trash bins strewn across the floor. It was also dark, unlike that, which was much of an issue for someone like her. But that begged the question, how did she somehow stumble into here? She was sure she was following the tracker. She then pulled her attention back to the tracker, now finding that the direction of the crystal was towards the left. Figuring that out, she turned towards the wall on her left. Her eyes traced over its surface before raising, calculating the height and narrowing on the edge of the roof, which was about 10 meters off the ground. Turning her eyes back down, she pulled back on the hammer of the gun and aimed at the wall, firing. Click! Bang! Marionette shot one out of her 5 rounds into the wall, watching as it pierced through without any issue and even leaving behind a hole big enough to fit a basketball through. As she was about to morph her body into darkness and slip through the hole and into the building, SWIP, something shot through the hole she had created, almost as though it was instantaneously triggered by her vandalization. She quickly tilted her head to the side, narrowly dodging the object, which she could only call a slim sword with no handguard. She heard it pierce into the wall behind her, embedding herself in it with an intimidating chill. Any second later, she would have lost her life. Marionette raised her hand to her cheek, feeling something warm drip down it. Pulling her fingers to where her eyes could see, she was able to make out a red dye on it. She blinked at her fingers and sighed. She was getting too rusty in her skills. To think she would get injured back-to-back in the span of 2 days. It was pathetic. Perhaps I need to fight someone other than my Lillian for a while. She raised her attention back towards the hole, finding a figure beyond it, who had an entire arsenal of blades levitating behind his back. Marionette quickly shot her hand towards the sword behind her, grabbing onto its handle before pulling herself up and leveraging herself on top of it. As she was doing this, the barrage of swords that was behind the man had already made themselves towards her, shattering through the wall that stood between them. Chapter 262. Marionette's trait? Once pulling herself up and feeling the handle of the sword beneath her shoes, the scene of a scattered barrage of blades shattering through the wall reflected in her eyes. Right before she was about to be skewered, she leapt upwards, enhancing her jump with mana, and flew towards the edge of the rooftop. She swung her hand and clutched the edge, dangling on the side of the wall, while checking out the destroyed wall beneath her, which was shrouded in a cloud of dust. She gave a low hum before wafting away the dust that had managed to reach her. Once the dust had settled, she looked down below and scrutinized the widened hole in the destroyed wall. She then glanced to the wall parallel to it, finding it also destroyed due to the sudden volley of pointy blades. She remembered the face of the one that caused this destruction. It was a man with above-average looks, dark blue robes with white outlines, black hair and blue eyes. If she were to tie in the fact that she had suddenly been attacked with flying swords, This perfectly aligns with the description of the Tier 2 mage on the enemy team. Encountered an enemy in a random location. How fortunate. Marionette then turned her body into a fluid darkness, melding in with the surrounding darkness as she slithered down. As she was doing this, the enemy marched through the exit he had created and looked around with a noble and carefree attitude. His robe flowed behind him like a fabric trail before finally settling down and letting its edges meet the ground. The sword mage looked around, holding his chin as she surveyed his surroundings, trying to find the person who had attacked him through the wall. He raised his arm, glancing at the hole that was made through the sleeve of his robe. He was but minding his business as he lazily sat inside the room of the building before being rudely interrupted by a sudden bullet. As he looked around, he couldn't help but wonder where the attacker had suddenly run off to. Had they already escaped? Bang! The young man flicked his hand, causing the handle of a sword to manifest in his hand. He raised it towards the sound of a bullet firing and swung the flat side of his sword towards it. Shatter! The piercing bullet shattered through his blade, but was instantly met with a thin and translucent green wall that appeared in its way. The sword mage, having his hand stretched out towards the bullet, watched as the fired ammunition fell and clattered to the ground. He then quickly lowered his hand and formed another storm of blades towards the direction of the shooter. Marionette, having watched her attempts at blowing a hole through the man's skull fail, slipped deeper into the alleyway, still hidden in its darkness. She glanced back, finding the man following after her. Or it was more accurate to say he was traveling down the alleyway in hopes of finding her. As the two were moving through the alleyway, with speedy haste, Marionette couldn't help but have the scene of the barrier stuck inside her mind. The power to summon and manipulate swords. The power to summon a barrier with a raise of your hand. Which one of these abilities was the element and a trait? Or could it be that both of these were elements? Was he like Lillian, who was lucky enough to acquire two elements? No matter. She leapt out of her darkness and shot another bullet towards the young man. She watched as her bullet whistled through the air, only for it to meet the flat side of a blade, shattering it before stopping at the barrier. She shot another, bringing her down to her last bullet. And once again, the same thing occurred. The sword mage summoned another blade and let it be destroyed before eventually allowing his barrier to appear and stopping it. Marionette gave a low and curious hum at this, as she fell back into the dark puddle beneath her. What could be the reason for his so carelessly sacrificing swords like that? Surely, that was a waste of his mana, correct? As she continued to travel through the puddle of darkness, like a salmon flowing through a stream of water in the night, she took an impulsive look at her system panel. Name: Marionette Vaughn Roselle Elements. Darkness Traits. Darkness Empowerment, Darkness Empowerment. The longer you spend in the darkness, the more strength and force behind your next attack. Marionette took a sharp left turn, traveling down another alleyway before taking another turn again, going around in circles. This wasn't because she wasn't able to navigate through the dirty alleyway, but Marionette raised her head slightly out, glancing back and finding that the young man was still following after her with constant vigor behind his steps. If their current circumstances weren't inside the tournament, one might think that the young man was trying to pursue her for other reasons, which she felt disgusted by extremely quickly. After going around in circles and stalling a bit of time, she leapt out of her puddle and cocked the hammer of her gun before firing. That was when, bang, her eyes briefly widened from the increase in recoil. The bullet blasted out from its chamber, shooting through the barrel of the handgun and darted towards the young man with a speed much higher than before. A speed in which the young man wasn't able to react fast enough to summon a sword. Instead, he hurriedly raised his hand to summon his translucent barrier. Unlike the last time, in which the bullet was blocked without doing any damage to his barrier, this time, crack. This time, it created a crack in its surface. Marionette fell back into her darkness and took another turn, leading her outside of the claustrophobic alleyway and into the outside. The dark puddle slowly stretched and rose, forming a featureless humanoid figure before becoming more detailed and colored. The assassin stopped in the middle of the road before turning around, watching as the young man slowly stepped into the sun with an impressed look in his eyes. She then heard him speak for the first time. Chapter 263. Subtle Vibration. The young man raised his hands. He shaped his right hand into a fist before slowly pressing his knuckles against the center palm of his left hand. He then bowed respectfully before speaking in the same manner. I am Jericho von Blade, the next heir to the noble family of bladesmiths in the eastern region Bang. Jericho swiftly drew a sword with noteworthy sharpness and length out of thin air and slashed towards the bullet, cleaving the flying bit of metal into two. He then raised his hand, manifesting his barrier again and stopping the halved bullet from making contact with his body. Marionette tilted her head at this while still having her gun raised at him. She found his act of slicing her bullet in two was severely unneeded. Did he do that to make himself look imposing? Jericho stuck the tip of his sword into the ground, straightening his back and looking towards the black-haired woman with a slight frown, which soon curled up into a slight smile. "Not want to wait, are you, miss?" He watched as Marionette pushed out the cylinders of her handgun and tilted the barrel into the air. Cling, cling, cling. 5 individual gold-colored cartridges fell out of each chamber of the cylinders, clattering against the ground. She then began to slowly reload it by retrieving the ammo from her spatial storage. All this under the eyes of Jericho, her enemy. She then answered his earlier question. "Why wait when I could have put a hole through your skull?" She flicked her wrist, causing the cylinders to click back into the revolver, which gleamed menacingly bright under the sun's rays. Jericho hummed, understanding where she was coming from. I suppose not everyone would like to engage in a leisure conversation. Pulling out the sword from the ground, he immediately dashed towards the woman, raising it over his head. He swung it down before being met with a solid wall of darkness. He instantly changed stance midair, blocking a swift strike from a dark tentacle that stretched out from the wall of darkness. Marionette, having just prevented an attack from Jericho, felt her arms shake as something traveled through them. A look of confusion flashed through her eyes. She narrowed her gaze, gripping the handle of her gun. Perhaps there was something else in the restriction she needed to know. Jericho, skidding back, straightened his robe before dashing back in again. He leapt into the air again, moving towards the dark wall. Upon reaching the gap meter, he summoned a sword underneath his feet, stepping on its flat side and making another leap, this time crossing over the top of the wall. Marionette, looking up, flicked her wrist, controlling the part of the darkness that was nearest to the man. She stretched the darkness into a strike pike and sent it towards a man. However, before it could even reach his side, which was already protected, Marionette felt something. A bruising feeling on the side of her ribcage. She unconsciously held a hand over her side, feeling a tender, fresh pain throb in her side as though she had just endured a sudden blow. Jericho, seeing that the pike had stopped in its tracks, dived down towards the black-haired woman with the tip of his sword stretched out in front of him, aiming to skewer the woman. Marionette, recovering from the pain, cartwheeled back. Philp, bump CRRK. Jericho landed on the ground with a crouch. His sword stabbed into the ground. He eventually pulled himself back up to his feet before looking onward towards Marionette. The ability to control darkness, even in daylight? What a spectacular ability. He moved into a poised stance with his sword raised horizontally instead of above his head. Marionette, moving her body into a stance, raised the barrel of her gun at him. She then muttered before firing, "I appreciate the compliment." Bang! Her rang out like a lightning strike. A lightning strike struck twice as she quickly cocked the hammer and shot another in rapid succession. Jericho, watching as the bullet shot towards him, raised his sword for a split second before lowering it. He tilted his body to the side, deciding to dodge instead of blocking. And he succeeded. That firearm of yours is impressive. May I know how you acquired such an item? Marionette raised an eyebrow. As she was about to answer, she immediately leaned far back, dodging as a broad blade passed over her, slicing through where her chest was originally. She straightened herself, and upon returning back to a normal standing position, she found that Jericho had already made his way over to her. Jericho firmly gripped the handle of his blade, the size of a long sword, and swung it with skilled elegance behind his swing. His magical polished blade passed through Marionette's waist and exited the other side. But there was something off. He didn't draw blood. He widened his eyes. Had this woman before her already reached the third tier with her affinity? Marionette quickly flashed out the barrel of her gun and fired while muttering, "I got this as a gift. That's all you need to know." Bang! Jericho quickly raised his hand, forming his green, translucent barrier. However, at this distance, he was too slow. Marionette watched as her bullet created a hole through his skull with an indifferent look. She continued to watch as his body fell back, falling to the ground with a wet thud. She gave a low hum. I expected more. Feeling that the man died too easily, she raised her gun and began shooting at his corpse. Bang! 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 After unloading her entire ammunition, she poured out the bullet cartridges into the ground while staring at the man's desecrated body, which had already disappeared. Perhaps he had underestimated me and didn't go all out. How foolish. She raised the revolver to her eyes, feeling something off about it. She sensed vibrations coming from it upon killing Jericho. Did this mean something? Chapter 264. Lillian's Analysis? Bonus back to Lillian. Lillian watched as Marionette took out Jericho and couldn't help but recall certain key information. Wasn't the enemy just filled with buffers for Jericho? She scratched the side of her head. Why was he usually alone again? She squinted her eyes before eventually remembering. He had gone out for the same reason as Marionette. He wanted to have a crack at doing a 3v1. But unlike Marionette, he had tested the strength of her team with himself and his teammates. Upon defeating Christopher and Zach, he must concluded her team was far weaker than him alone. I still don't get why either of them don't go to each other's crystal directly instead of dawdling around. Lillian rubbed her chin. She turned towards Millis, finding her swirling her straw inside her plastic cup, trying to scoop up any kind of whipped cream she could find before pulling out the straw and placing its bottom in her mouth. Millis eventually noticed her stare and winked at her playfully. Once putting her straw back in her cup, she said with a mischievous grin, "What? Just a girl licking some cream. Nothing weird about that, right? I guess. In this context, it's quite normal." Lillian scratched her cheek with her index finger, quickly figuring that the woman was trying to make this into a dirty joke. "Anyway, what's up? Huh? Oh, right. Why do you think Marionette isn't going after the enemy team's crystal right away?" Millis gave her an odd look as if to say, "Are you serious right now?" Lillian tilted her head cutely, not understanding the reason for the look. However, not even a second later, she face-bombed out of realization. It was most likely because of Marionette's poor sense of direction. Honestly, it was a miracle she had somehow found the enemy. I also have another idea why. Lillian, breaking out of her thoughts, looked towards the heroine with a raised eyebrow and asked, "Can I hear what it is?" "Yeah, totally." The edges of the woman's lips then curled even higher up her face, almost like a gremlin that was about to mess with a child. She raised her finger and poked Lillian's shoulder repeatedly. "I think your girlfriend is stalling so that you could enjoy the show better. Wouldn't that make sense? Why else would she be using a gun?" Lillian hummed a little at her reasoning, finding that it made sense. Acknowledging the woman's logic, she leaned back into her seat and paid attention to the screen. She couldn't see any other reason why Marionette could be using a weapon that slowed her down. If she had given access to other forms of attacks, the woman would have beaten the sword mage with a lot less effort. Thinking about sword mage, would I win if I were to be pit up against Jericho? They were both in the second tier. However, if she remembered correctly, he was enhanced to a small degree, enough to where he would be stronger than the average tier 2 in strength, but not enough to where he could get a flaw that was infuriating in someone's life. Although her body was highly capable, even being able to scale up a mountain 300 or so meters in the air with only some issues, she wasn't that strong. His element is also rather strong. The element of blades was an unorthodox element where the user was granted the ability to form blades out of solid matter with little amount of mana. Not only that, but they would be able to bring forth blades of their choices into reality, but at the cost of more mana. Well, that was what she remembered. But to be honest, she believed that the current user of this element was underutilizing it very much. You have the ability to make anything a blade and manipulate it. Just making swords is so boring. Lillian leaned the side of her face into her fist, disappointed in the way Jericho was using his ability. Sure, he may not have plenty to work with, but that could be resolved with the help of items. I could probably use it better than him. Lillian continued to stare at the screen, watching as Marionette hastily moved through the street and zigzagged through every corner she could move through. Her eyes focused on the gun in the woman's hand. She smiled a bit, remembering what was needed to awaken it. 5 kills, all one shot. You already have 2 done, Mari. Just a little more. Circling above a humongous crystal nestled in a metal cradle was an individual encased in white armor from head to toe, with angelic wings stretching out from their back. They wielded a long, narrow spear that seemed to radiate a white and warm glow. And down below, standing in front of the crystal, was a tall, muscular and dark-skinned man, around 6 feet 4, with neatly trimmed red hair, which was slicked back with gel. He wielded an obscenely large shield that seemed to impose an impenetrable impression. Both of their attention was then drawn to a light blue glow from the crystal, which seemed to shine on a particular part in front of it. It would then begin to reconstruct a humanoid body as though it was a 3D printer. And eventually, it finished with the creation of Jericho's restoration back from being killed. And he seemed to have quite a bothered expression. He held his chin and thought deeply about his defeat. Had his theory about the other team being weaker than his was wrong? The woman who had killed him had definitely proven so. He died? He raised his gaze, discovering a red-haired man looking towards him with a look of surprise. Jericho shrugged, stepping towards him. I unfortunately did, Rex. Can't say that I didn't let my ignorance get the best of me. Should have been more careful. He shook his head, disappointed, before patting the taller man's shoulder. He then glanced to his side, finding a winged armored man beside him. He nodded with a smile. He'll be staying here. A person on the enemy team might be a bit of trouble. Chapter 265. Falling down? After a few minutes of running around, Marionette had finally reached her objective. Hidden behind the wall of a skyscraper, she leaned to the side, looking around the corner and at a large crystal in the center of an open area. And around it was the enemy team, which seemed to be high on their guard. Her eyes darted between a shield-wielding man, Jericho, and an armored winged individual in the sky. She leaned away from the corner and rested her back up against the wall of the tall building. She then thought about how to go about achieving her mission. She gripped the handle of her revolver, raising it to her eyes before subconsciously pushing out its cylinders and gazing at the bullets within it. 5. Click. She flicked her wrist, causing the cylinders to click back into their place. She then raised her eyes towards the sky, gazing at the clouds that glided slowly through the artificial world. Her gaze slowly shifted towards the wall behind her. Turning herself around, she stared at the smooth brick wall before moving her eyes up, squinting at the edge of the rooftop in the far distance above. An interesting idea brewed inside her mind, and it was something that would undoubtedly bring some form of entertainment and excitement toward the certain someone back in the Colosseum. She pressed her hand against the bricked wall, sinking into the darkness that she had coated it. Once her figure had completely entered the dark puddle, she immediately swam up. The darkness traveled up the vertical surface with incredible speed, moving over the shiny glass panes with smoothness as the sunlight reflected off of them. Soon enough, after a dozen or so minutes, she was able to reach the top of the 100-meter-tall skyscraper. She pushed herself out of the dark puddle and glanced around her surroundings. Windy, she quietly muttered inside her mind as she pushed her hair back behind her ears, which stubbornly went against her due to the wind. She sighed, ignoring it, and allowed it to flutter along with the wind. She then began moving to the other edge of the rooftop, as though she was on a casual stroll. Upon reaching the other side, she gazed down, looking towards the crystal and measuring the distance between the skyscraper and the crystal. 200 metros. give or take. The assassin stared at the winged individual as they made laps around the crystal from above. She followed them with her eyes before turning around and making her way back to the other side of the rooftop. Upon reaching the other end, she turned back around. Enhancing her body with mana, she lowered her body a bit before making a mad dash. She sped across the rooftop, quickly reaching the other side. She stepped off the edge, and right as she was about to fall, a dark platform shot out from underneath her, sticking to the edge of the roof. Once reaching a speed and distance she was comfortable with, she leapt towards a crystal. Or, that was what some may think. Hubert, the winged man in armor, who had just made another lap around the crystal, noticed a shadow looming over him that quickly grew in size. Looking up, he noticed a falling dot in the sky. After squinting and narrowing his gaze, he noticed that it was a person. He raised his hand, pointing towards the falling person before yelling alarmingly. Enemy! Jericho and the shield-wielding man, Rex, looked up towards Hubert before moving their gaze towards where he was pointing in the sky. Their expressions turned into one of shock and surprise. Rex, being unable to comprehend the way that the attacker was approaching them, and Jericho, becoming enveloped in a sense of ecstasy. He opened his mouth and muttered in disbelief. Such a bold move. This woman is an exciting one for sure. Buff me now. Rex slammed his shield into the ground whilst nodding to Jericho's command. After breaking apart the concrete beneath him and sticking his item into the ground, he raised his hands towards the sword mage. Jericho, feeling something about him changed, hopped in the spot, feeling his movement quickening and the rate at which he fell hasten. This was the element of speed, another element that fell under the unorthodox category. He then flashed his arms out to the sides, summoning an array of swords of varying lengths and sizes. Once the number of blades reached a couple of dozen, he fired them like missiles. They traveled around Hubert and aimed directly at the black-haired woman, who stared at the incoming blades with cold indifference behind her eyes. She twisted her body around in the air, preparing herself. She caused the outline of her body to radiate a dark gaseous substance as her body began to turn a darker kind of shade. The first sword that reached her pierced through her abdomen, passing through without a drop of blood and causing a gaseous hole to open up around her gut. Then more of this treatment followed. Thwip, swoosh, thwip. The sword sliced through the air at a rapid rate, not even allowing them to regroup. This could be said for Marionette as well, as her body was torn apart. The stream of swords sliced through her body without an ounce of mercy, and as soon as she came out of it, she didn't look well. Her entire torso was riddled with holes, hollow slits, and lethal cuts. Her arms were barely hanging on by a thread, and the entire right of her face was missing. Her body leaked a dark gaseous substance that, in mere moments, had regenerated her missing limbs and injured body. Hubert, who was still hovering in the air, brandished his spear and shot towards the woman. He reasoned that Marionette was definitely out of mana by now. She had just survived a stream of swords. After all, that should have depleted her mana down to nothing. Unfortunately for him, that was false. Their bodies slammed into each other, his spear piercing through her stomach. His eyes glinted as he saw something leak out from the area he had stabbed through. But it wasn't what he had expected to see. It wasn't blood, but just darkness. He raised then his head, intending to get a good look at the attacker's face, when suddenly, ugh, something snaked towards his neck that was hidden behind a curtain of chainmail. He felt it wrap around his neck with a vice-like grip, suffocating him. Chapter 266. Reach the crystal? Marionette, having coated her hand in a thin layer of darkness, grappled at the man's throat with a stoic look. She then raised the barrel of her gun and stuck it into the gap in his helmet, pointing it directly at his face before muttering, "You're a fool for coming close." Hubert, panicking, tried to pry his spear out from the woman's stomach. However, he was unable to, for even the woman's body had a tight hold on his spear. He twisted his head around, trying to knock away the barrel of the gun out of his helmet. Un fortunen bang! He had been unsuccessful in this attempt. Having been previously enveloped by darkness, Marionette's attack on his head was amplified, causing the back of his helmet to burst out. She felt the gun vibrate in her hand, as though hinting at its close approach to being awakened. However, she was too busy frowning at a particular drop of blood that had made its way to the side of her face. She sighed, returning her attention back to her current situation. She was spinning. Due to the boosted recoil of her gun and without stable footing to negate the push, she found herself spinning in the air along with the man's body, which had begun to dematerialize, albeit slowly. But by the time it finished, they would have already reached the ground. This was something Marionette had quickly calculated. She kept a hold on the man's throat, flipping them around and making it so his back was directed towards the ground. She then circulated her mana through her body, causing her to turn a darker shade and radiate a shadowy aura. Jericho and Rex, who had watched as their teammate was killed too easily, moved out of the way as both Marionette and the corpse crashed into the ground. Foom! Hubert's corpse turned into a splatter, splashing crimson paint across Jericho and Rex, who had moved farther away from the splash zone. They then noticed that Marionette was nowhere to be seen. Well, that was until dark tentacles slowly rose from where Hubert had crashed into. They then twisted around and merged to form the figure of a beautiful woman with a cold exterior. With her back facing them, she craned her head back, staring at them with a condescending look. She turned her body around, facing them before raising her gun towards their crystal as though she was taking a hostage. She raised her eyebrow at them tauntingly. Rex, offended by her look, lifted his shield from the ground, prepared for whatever attack the woman had head-on, whilst also still splitting his attention to supporting Jericho, who smiled. Well, isn't this a bit of a situation? You sure did come here with quite the style. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a jeweled necklace into his hand, which he slowly wrapped around his neck. He also summoned a rather antique-looking sword into his hand. It looked like a katana. Jericho then asked, I assume your name, Miss, is Marionette von Roselle. Am I correct? Marionette blinked at him before nodding silently. She then said, Good job. You figure out my name. What now? Before the young man could even respond to that, Marionette had already fired a bullet towards him. Bang, bang, ding, crack. Jericho stared at his barrier, finding a crack spreading across his translucent green wall, originating from the bullet he had just blocked. He sighed. Not very patient, are you? Not like I have to be. Marionette pushed out the cylinders of her revolver, tilting the barrel towards the sky and letting 2 bullet cartridges spill out from their chambers. Jericho watched this before glancing to the side, finding his partner hidden behind his shield. He then glanced down, finding a bullet in front of the man's feet. He turned back towards the woman and found that she had already begun making her way towards them. Jericho dashed forward as well, intending to meet her halfway. He raised his katana over his head with clear intentions to slice her in half. Marionette flashed her gun forward, pointing towards the center of his forehead. This caused the young man to change his stance. Bang! Jericho used the flat side of his katana to block the bullet, fortunately being able to resist the force behind the projectile. He forced his katana against it and flicked it back. Marionette tilted her body to the side, dodging it with ease before sinking into the ground. She sped towards Jericho, who raised the tip of his katana towards the dark puddle, moving towards him. He then watched as Marionette's dark figure leapt out towards him, raising her gun that had become unusually dark. He raised his katana, coating it in mana before stabbing towards the center of her chest and piercing through her heart. SHK. Jericho watched as his katana sunk into the woman's dark chest and noticed her limbs falling to her sides, becoming limp. He gave a low hum. I guess I was just quicker. He raised his eyes towards the woman's face, finding something off about it. It was featureless. No eyes, no nose. But that weirdness wasn't where it ended, for her face had begun to melt like ice being exposed to heat. Her body even began breaking apart. That was when he widened his eyes. His mind raced, and eventually he realized what had happened. The woman he had stabbed was actually, this is a clone. He then twisted his head back, looking towards Rex. His eyes then looked towards the ground in front of the man, finding a dark puddle speeding towards him. It was the actual marionette. The assassin leapt out from the dark puddle she was in and raised her hand towards Rex, who had raised a shield in response. The man withdrew the speed he gave to Jericho and added it onto himself. Raising his shield, he dashed towards the black-haired woman, intending to bash her away. However, he was then stopped. It was as if he had encountered wall in front of him. Chapter 267. Crackle Wand? Bonus Rex continued to push forward, finding himself unable to. He had even raised his shield a little to try and get over any kind of bumps he was possibly stuck on. And yet, he was still unable to move. He leaned his head over the edges of his shield before flinching as a hand suddenly appeared. It was a slender hand whose fingers fell on his shield and began pulling on it. Marionette, who was standing in front of the man, had her left palm on the metal shield's surface, holding him. Due to her body being enhanced with mana, there was a now definite chance she wouldn't be overpowered. Her right hand, which was gripping the edges of REX's shield, began to pull his shield to the side, eventually ripping it out of his hands and tossing it aside. Rex, having been disarmed, became flustered. However, still under the effects of his element, he flashed his fist forward, throwing a punch that Marionette dodged with no issue. Marionette, leaning to the side, swerved and moved forward. She flashed her revolver towards a man's head, pressing her barrel against the bottom of REX's chin. She cocked back the hammer and bang, eliminated him. REX's entire head exploded. From above, it would look as though a blooming red rose had replaced where his head was. Marionette kicked his body back, causing him to fall with a thud. Once placing her foot back down, she twisted her body around, raising her forearm. Jericho, speeding forward with his katana raised and several swords floating behind him, slashed down. Cuck-thunk! The edges of his blade slammed down on the smooth and polished surface of solid darkness. Right before he had swung his sword, Marionette had preemptively prepared the creation of a shield forged from her darkness. Jericho narrowed his eyes and sent mana into his katana, which slowly lit out with a fiery glow before slowly crackling. Marionette, hearing this slow crackle, felt something bad was going to happen. She quickly stepped back and moved her gaze over her shield, feeling as though time had slowed for a moment. Jericho's katana, upon hitting the ground, began to react vigorously, crackling. A split second later, a chain of explosions erupted, boom, boom, snaking towards her. Marionette narrowed her eyes at the wave of explosion rapidly approaching her. Could she dodge it? It'll still be in reach of the blast radius. Marionette, skidding back, planted her feet into the ground. The shield that she had attached to her forearm stretched and enveloped her entire body into a dome. Lillian stared at the screen, recounting all she knew about the weapon Jericho had in his hand. Crackle Wand, a precious sword crafted and gifted to him by his father. A low-rank 4 item, around C grade, with the ability to release a small chain of explosions after every hit once activated. Lillian stroked her chin, recalling her time facing Jericho, who was mini-boss level at this time in the game. With his ability to summon a durable shield, attack afar using a stream of swords, and fight with a katana that can explode you into pieces, there was no doubt he was a strong opponent. Lillian would no doubt believe that she would lose most of the time against the man. Well, unless she had a suitable source of vitality and mana. She stared at the screen, which displayed a sea of dust and flames. She gripped the armchair of her seat out of unconscious anxiety for her girlfriend. Are you going to keep using that gun? She watched as, deep inside the cloud of dust, the black dome that Marionette had hidden herself inside suddenly bloomed like a flower. Or are you going to get more serious? The dome's black petals pushed aside the dust like fans, allowing the screen to display Marionette's entire glory as she was perfectly fine. And, with her revolver in hand, Lillian grinned widely before muttering out loud, 4 out of the 5 are done, just one more. Once exiting her protective sphere, Marionette locked onto Jericho's figure, who had already begun making his way towards her with swift steps. The assassin quickly raised the barrel of the revolver towards the man, shooting her last bullet before having to reload. Bang! Jericho, running with his body fully bent low, raised his crackling katana and swung down, elegantly slicing through the bullet down the middle. And because of this, his sword shot out another chain of explosions towards the black-haired woman through the air. Marionette, dashing to the side whilst forming a dark wall behind her. The blast was blocked by the wall and gave her enough time to reload. She pushed out the cylinders, emptying out the cartridges before slotting in new ones. She was fortunate that Lillian had given her so many to spare willy-nilly. She looked towards the wall of darkness she had formed, finding it to have been bursted and torn through. And following, there were flying blades that shot towards her. Dark intent flashed through her eyes as she raised her revolver, clang, using it to block one of the swords. After making sure that her gun was fine, she reached out towards the handle of the sword she had parried. Upon grabbing it, she felt a sort of discomfort spread across her body. This feeling originated from the gun she had clutched in her hand. She clicked her tongue and dashed to the side, dodging the flying swords and occasionally turning her body into an ethereal darkness to avoid damage. Soon enough, Jericho bursted out from the dust and made his way towards her. They then engaged in a back-and-forth clash and dodging. This lasted for a few minutes. Bang! Clang! Marionette fired a bullet before having to use her revolver to deflect another blade. Jericho raised his barrier. Dunk! He clicked his tongue, finding the cracks in his barrier growing. Unless he gave a long period in between use, his shield would still carry over the damage from the last time it was used. Jericho, in the corner of his eyes, looked to the side, finding Hubert charging towards them through the air. The man's wings fluttered as his armor clattered together during flight. However, in the other corner of his eyes, he noticed Marionette raised her arm, the one that was holding her gun, and then, bang! Chapter 268. Stirring awake? Bang! The bullet blasted out of its chamber with a ferocious roar, traveling down the barrel of her revolver with bloodthirsty speed. Upon exiting, it shot towards the winged man and pierced through the gap in his helmet with extreme precision. Jericho, watching his teammate fall out of the air like a bird with clipped wings, turned his attention back towards the black-haired woman. Who was the cause of this? He then widened his eyes. The gun that was held tightly in the woman's hand had begun to glow an ethereally bright light that seemed to encompass the world. Marionette, for the first time since the start of this match, had expressed a look of shock and surprise as she felt the gun in her hand vibrate at a concerning rate, as though it was a twitching organism. She then felt it shift and change shape. And then she heard a robotic voice whisper inside her mind. An item is undergoing change. The item regular handgun is stirring awake. Back at the Coliseum, the announcer, standing on his pillar, looked towards the screen with a look of shock before bringing the microphone near his mouth. It seems the contestant, Marionette von Roselle, the heir of a very prestigious noble family, had somehow caused her revolver to explode into a shining light. Lillian, who was seated in his seat, tightened her right hand into a fist as she quickly sat up. Her legs bumped up and down without rhythm. She then breathed under her breath, opening her blue eyes that seemed to have stars shining inside her very pupils. Finally, let me see its glory in action. Jericho, holding his arms over his eyes to shield them from the blinding light, eventually lowered them. Once the light died down, he was immediately met with a loud bang. The sound ruptured the surroundings as though it came from a military tank firing its bombshell. Jericho hastily raised his hand, summoning his cracked barrier that had yet to fully repair itself from its earlier damages. And unfortunately for it, it would be unable to for a while. Shatter. Tom seemed to slow down. The pupils in his eyes trembled as he saw what was rapidly approaching him amidst the shattered shards of his once steadfast barrier. A thick magnum bullet with gold veins stretching across its surface with a burning glint shining on its metal body. He quickly tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging the bullet as it left a cut and singe on his cheek, which he reflectively placed a hand over. What on earth? He moved his attention away from his cheek and towards the woman in front of him, who now held an entirely new weapon inside her right hand. The weapon she held in her hand still had the form of a lengthy revolver. However, instead of metallic frame, it now had a darker and shard-like body like it was forged from pure obsidian. However, traces of blackened metal could still be found exposed at the barrel, which had become unusually thick and sharp. The cylinders were made of a much thicker and heavier material, a variant of the same darkened metal around the barrel. It glowed faintly as the engraved runes on its surface seemed to pulsate as though on beat with the assassin. And unlike before, where it had 5 chambers for each bullet, it now had 6. Wrapped around the grip of the revolver was a worn and dark leather that seemed more like hardened, cracked stone. Marionette's finger pressed gently on the rough trigger of the revolver as she stared at the weapon with a dark glint in her eyes. She stared at the system panel that detailed its stats and hastily scanned through it. Item name, regular's last word, item type, weapon item grade, for item rank, for item description. A talented craftsman from an ancient nation of innovation crafted this specific weapon with the partial corpse of regular, a fearsome great gore whose body was fractured into countless parts. This would later form the regular series of weapons, this handgun being one of them, to represent the cries of the monster's last moments. Enchantments, bullet conversion, willful ammunition, curse resistance, target ricochet, bullet conversion. Convert bullets inside the chambers of the handgun into burning explosive shells that explode into piercing, flaming shards. Willful ammunition. Using either stamina or mana, you are able to create ammunition inside the chambers directly. You are unable to form more bullets until you have used up all your current bullets. Curse resistance. You are resistant to any form of direct misfortune placed upon you that takes the form of a curse. Target ricochet. Your bullets will try to find their way to their targets after a maximum of 5 bounces. Each bounce will increase its speed by a certain percentage. That gun, what is that? Jericho yelled with an incredulous expression. But he was left unanswered, for Marionette was focusing on something darting towards him from behind. Jericho's ears twitched at the sound of a sharp whistling. He twisted his head back subconsciously before feeling something piercing through his left shoulder and, taking off his entire arm, his eyes drifted towards the cause for this, feeling the world go slow once more. And what he found shocked him. It was the bullet that Marionette had shot earlier. It had somehow returned back, and with even more speed compared to before. Fortunately for him, he still had his dominant arm that wielded his katana. He sent his mana into his sword and made it crackle vigorously before swinging down towards the ground, intending to send another wave of explosion towards the woman. However, right as he was about to strike the ground, the bullet that had torn off his arm had begun to glow an eerie light before, boom, releasing a scorching wave of fire and fragmented metal shards of the bullet. A cloud of dust erupted from his position, surrounding his entire area and blinding those outside from seeing what had happened. Chapter 269. End of the match? Once the cloud of dust had fallen and parted, what it revealed was a wall of swords that had acted as a makeshift wall against the explosion. However, due to the time it took for them to appear, they weren't durable in the slightest. Several blades that made up the wall were cracked in cracks, burn marks, and even holes. Holes that the burning shards had pierced through. Jericho breathed heavily as the lower half of his body was littered with scorched holes. He could still feel the shards within his body, moving around and scratching at his internal organs. He diminished his focus on the blade wall and allowed it to fall and clatter against the ground. He then looked towards the woman, finding that she had disappeared. He clutched his lower abdomen. His body wasn't fit to fight, and he just needed a little bit more time for his teammates to respawn again. However, as he was thinking this, someone slowly rose up from behind him, rising from the ground and out of a dark, oozing puddle that stretched around the soles of his shoes. Jericho flinched, feeling something wrap around his legs and trap them. It was as if he had stepped into a deep puddle of sticky tar. He then felt something press against the side of his head, and bang! In the split second that Marionette had blown his brains out, she turned her gaze towards the crystal, shooting another bullet and causing it to explode upon impact with it, ultimately causing it to crack and making it spill out a bright blue light before exploding and encasing the entire world with its brilliance. Marionette lowered her gun to her side, letting the light wash over her as she said in her head, "I hope this was enough to satisfy her. It took too long." Back at the Coliseum, Lillian, watching as the screen turned off after displaying game over, immediately stood up and began clapping proudly. This caused a few glances to make their way over to her figure. But this caused the people and the entire Coliseum to erupt into claps and cheers for the excellent performance. Millis, who was clapping her hands, turned towards Lillian and said, "That gun sure was." However, she quickly realized that the girl wasn't actually beside her. She rapidly twisted her head around, trying to find the girl before giving an exasperated sigh. How the hell did she disappear so quickly? Lillian skipped along the streets, ignoring the guards who gave her curious glances before returning to their own work. The white-haired girl was in an extremely good mood, and there were a multitude of reasons why. First was her girlfriend winning her match and being able to do it by herself. Second was that she was able to see her favorite weapon in action and even got to see it awaken. There was a reason why she liked it. And the reason was that it was basically a powerful grenade launcher that shot blistering hot homing grenades. Everyone loved explosions, especially ones that come from weapons. This is making me sound like a terrorist now. Lillian held a finger to her chin, pondering with a thoughtful expression before eventually shaking her head and pushing the thought outside her mind. She continued on to the technological building and soon enough reached it with energetic steps after a few minutes of walking. And squinting her eyes, she was able to make out a black-haired woman leaving the building with two men behind her. It was Marionette and her teammates, if they can even be called that, considering they were only used as bait to gauge the enemy team's strength. Marionette, seeing Lillian rapidly approaching her, glanced back at the two men behind her and narrowed her gaze on them, almost threateningly, signaling them to leave. Lillian raised an eyebrow at the two men, quickly leaving while throwing her subtle glances. She gave them a smile and a wave before reaching the woman's side. She widened her arms and wrapped them around the woman's torso, bringing her into a tight hug as she pressed her face into the assassin's chest. Marionette, having finished glaring at the men, turned her attention back down to Lillian. She was a bit surprised by what the girl did, but smiled warmly nonetheless. She raised a hand to the back of the girl's head, stroking the back of her scalp before whispering, "I missed you too. Did you enjoy the show?" Lillian, tilting her head up, rested the bottom of her chin on the woman's chest, and smiled widely. "I did, but I feel like you could have won that a lot faster. You were right at their crystal, after all." Marionette, stroking the girl's hair, nodded softly. "I could have, but I wanted to prolong the inevitable for your enjoyment. That isn't an issue, right?" Lillian stared into the woman's eyes, finding it to be staring back with concern. The girl tilted her head at this before chuckling and tightening her hold around the woman. Her hand went up and down, patting and rubbing the assassin's back. No, it wasn't. You sure do like looking towards me for confirmation." "Huh? Would you rather I didn't?" Marionette stared down at her curiously, but was also interested in what the girl had to say. However, before that, she added, "I remember that you were one to care a lot about consent. Could it be you sometimes want me to force myself on you?" What?" Lillian shouted in disbelief. "Where the hell did you get that idea about me?" Marionette shrugged playfully, continuing to pat the girl. "Just speculating. Do tell me whenever you feel like that, though. You'll be sure to live out your fantasies, you know?" Definitely not." After giving a sigh, she looked back up at her, smiling softly before answering the assassin's other question. "We've only been apart for maybe an hour? I don't think that's long enough for someone to miss another." Marionette silently blinked at the girl before stating, "That statement is extremely false, Lillian." Marionette then tilted her head, blinking at the girl, her smile curling up teasingly. "You also make it sound like you didn't miss my presence. I'm awfully hurt." Lillian's face twitched. You know for a fact that wasn't what I meant. Marionette quickly retorted. You made it sound like you did. Perhaps I need to tutor you on that as well. Lillian watched the woman straighten her neck before leaning her forehead down and pressing it against her. The girl sighed, having heard what the woman stated. Yeah, tutor. I feel like that's an excuse for more time with me, because it is. Marionette chimed. Lillian's lips stretched into a shaky, thin line as she stared into the woman's eyes, finding it filled with a dark hunger for her. Before anything more could happen, Lillian pulled away, preemptively avoiding anything that she wouldn't want anyone to see happen out of embarrassment. Marionette frowned at her, pulling away before having her smile return back to her lips as she realized what the girl was trying to do. She let out a rare chuckle and muttered, Adorable. You're always so adorable, Lillian. Lillian folded her arms and huffed, whilst turning her face slightly to the side. She then said stutteringly, I am not adorable. Imhut. Clear difference. After hearing Marionette chuckle again, she huffed before asking, So, how's that gun I gave you? Have fun? Chapter 270. Take it back. Marionette folded her arms, staring at her for a brief moment before unfolding them. She raised her hand and summoned the dark and jagged obsidian revolver. She inspected its dimensions, scrutinizing it and taking in every detail it had to offer. She then remembered back to its description, tier, and rank, while also its enchantments. She couldn't help but feel that the mystery behind the weapon's origin was too much. She turned back to Lillian, staring at her silently, and absorbing the sight of the beautiful girl and keeping the mental image of her stored inside her head before answering. It's a good weapon. She then paused before adding, slowly closing her eyes. However, it isn't the greatest choice of weapon for me. It's too loud, too destructive. Lillian's expression turned crooked as the corner of her lips twitched a bit. Not a big fan of explosions, huh? I wouldn't say I'm a big fan. Marionette raised her free hand to her left ear, caressing it before muttering. They are quite noisy and loud. Not something I quite like to hear constantly when engaging in an activity that needs your constant attention. Lillian's crooked expression frowned, saddening a bit at the fact that the woman before her didn't find her gift fit for her. She sighed and muttered, I see. I guess I'll take it back, then. The white-haired reached out towards the revolver, intending to retrieve it back to her possession, while she may feign sadness. She was a tad bit excited at the thought of having her favorite weapon in her hands. But, as she was about to reach the handgun, she watched as the assassin's hand, which was tightly clutched around the dark leather grip, slowly pulled it away from her with a confused expression. What are you doing? Huh? Lillian raised an eyebrow at her, equally as confused. Didn't this woman just say that this weapon wasn't fit for her? Why should she use something that would be detrimental to her performance? I thought you didn't like it. Says who? What? You, of course. I didn't say that. Lillian was dumbfounded as she watched the assassin pull away, hiding the revolver away from her, as though she was stealing her child. Her face twitched as she slowly lowered her hand. Was this woman gaslighting her now? Didn't you say it's not the greatest choice of weapon for you? I did, but that doesn't immediately tie into me disliking it. The assassin wrapped the gun in her arms, pressing it against her chest, as she kept it away from Lillian from stealing it away from her. This caused the girl to smile wryly at this. She eventually sighed. So I guess you do like it. Marionette tilted her head at what she heard. Her face warped into an adorably confused expression as she thought about how to respond to the girl. Of course, it's from you. That immediately makes it a prized possession. She then smiled mischievously. Exactly like how you are my prized possession as well. My adorable rabbit. Lillian blushed slightly, huffing at her words before approaching the woman. Marionette stared curiously at the girl walking towards her before widening her eyes at what she did next. Lillian shot her hand towards the woman's tie, grabbing it before pulling her in. Marionette allowed Lillian to pull her down by the neck, causing her body to be bent down and her face hovering just above the girl, who grinned at her. Possession. Huh? Did you also forget that you belong to me as well? She raised the back of her finger and brushed it against the bottom of the woman's chin before scratching it as though she was a cat. Marionette, watching as she did this, unconsciously tilted her head slightly up, allowing Lillian's fingers more freedom, which brought a teasing light to the girl's eyes. See, you act more like the pet here, you know? How about I solidify this with a collar? As soon as she said this, the hand she had under the woman's chin was suddenly grabbed before being tangled by her fingers. Glancing at her hand, she looked towards the assassin's face, finding her staring down at her. She then quietly muttered, "A collar?" Marionette unhurriedly stored her gun away and raised the back of her hand to the side of Lillian's neck, brushing against it gently in a tender manner as though she were handling a fragile object. She stared at the girl's neck, feeling a slight shiver being sent across her body as she made soft contact with her skin. "I feel as though it would fit better on you." The assassin pulled back her hand to her own chin, stroking it with a thoughtful expression as she pondered more about the thought of a collar. "Perhaps. I might need to get one for you to see. I'm sure that'll be interesting." Lillian let out a cold chuckle. "I guess. But by then, I would have already had one around your neck with a leash to keep you from getting lost." Lillian raised her hand, grabbing the air as though she was holding an imaginary leash. This caused Marionette's eyes to widen slightly before, puffed. Giggling a bit, Marionette held a hand over her mouth, letting out a small laugh at Lillian's bold statement. After a few seconds, she eventually calmed down. Lillian watched as the woman raised a hand to the top of her head, brushing her hair. She then heard her say, "You truly are wondrous to be around, Lillian. You really are unique." "Huh, you bet your ass I am." Lillian tucked her hands into the pockets of her blazer before puffing out her chest in pride. "I'm the most unique and luckiest person you would ever meet. You can count on that." Marionette's gaze softened. "And I'm extremely lucky to have met you." Lillian stiffened. She stared at the assassin's face that stared back with an honest and loving look in her eyes, something that caused the girl to blush shyly before turning her face to the side. Lillian scratched the back of her head awkwardly before quietly muttering, "Dash. Me too." As she muttered this, she turned her head back around. She stared up at Marionette's, intending to say something else, but then noticed something odd about her expression. Marionette's eyes were trembling as she looked off to the side. Chapter 271, Marionette is shaken? Lillian raised an eyebrow at this. Why was the woman's eyes shaking? Were she looking for her eyes to be like that? And why did it seem like she was scared? Lillian turned her eyes to the side, looking far off to the distance and down a stone path. Her eyes narrowed on a tall figure cloaked in a dark hood with ragged edges. "Who is that?" Lillian thought, wondering who this suspicious individual was. Could it be some traveler from outside the Academy realm? And why is it that she had never met this person before? Lillian stiffened. She had never met this person before. This added an entirely new layer of danger and mystery to the person, who suddenly took a step forward in an almost robotic manner as their stiff body moved forward. As they slowly made their way over to them, Lillian couldn't help but glance back toward her girlfriend, finding her frozen in place and even shivering slightly. This was a first. She then suddenly felt the woman pull herself away from her before quickly bowing down to a 90-degree angle, showing complete respect to the individual far away from them. Well, who should have been far away from them? Lillian turned her eyes back to the figure in the far distance, only to find them right before the two. Lillian flinched, immediately stumbling back at the sudden appearance of the person before staring towards Marionette, who had become completely submissive. She then watched as the individual pulled their arm from under their cloak. This caused Lillian to reveal a look of shock on her face. The arm of the individual was not human. It was fully made of metal and moved by cogs inside it, as though it was a prosthetic with an intentional steampunk aesthetic. And inside the hand of the machine arm was a small black orb, which they dropped to the ground, letting it shatter and swoosh, envelop all three of them within a dome. Lillian's eyes trembled as she became flustered. Her eyes darted around her surroundings, finding herself to be in a world of featureless darkness that was filled with definite silence. Lillian knew where she was. She quietly murmured, "The orb of silence?" It was an item that trapped someone within a fragile world that appeared as a black dome on the outside. It would basically negate all kinds of noise from escaping out. It was simply just a soundproofed meeting room. But why? Why are we in here? Lillian turned towards Marionette, finding her still bent over 90 degrees with a shivering body as the person looked down at her, their face hidden under their hood. Lillian's mind couldn't help but race as she tried to come up with any sort of ideas about the person. Who were they? And why did they cause Marionette to act like a frightened cat? A high-ranking official? Someone she knows? A family member? She listed the possible vague identity of the person in hopes of possibly being able to piece it together. However, she would have to put that on hold, for the person's voice rang out, and it was awfully robotic and scratchy, like it came out of a poorly designed and damaged speaker. Stat dash, us report. It was a man's voice, and one that held not even a sliver of warmth. Something that was very similar to how Marionette had sounded at the start of the year. Status report? Lillian muttered inside her mind. She was even more curious and interested in the man's identity. She looked towards Marionette, finding her opening her mouth and answering in a firm but slightly shaky voice. Lewis Man Academy has been going well. Good responses from professors. Assignments turned in on time. Made a friend and acquaintance. The man pushed out both his arms from under his cloak, revealing them to also be mechanical. They then raised them to the edges of their hood, pulling it down to also reveal a mechanical head. This person was completely robotic. A robot? Lillian screamed inside her mind, finding the identity of the man even more shocking and mysterious. And what was even more confusing and mysterious about the man, robot, was that they seemed to be running entirely on cogs and ancient technology belonging to a steampunk genre. She then watched as the robot pushed out its hand towards Marionette and asked in a glitched voice, "Redash, port card." It curled its fingers repeatedly, gesturing for her to hand it over. Marionette's expression twisted at his request for her report card, which hadn't arrived yet and were said to be coming after their exams. It hasn't been put together yet. Lord Roselle, Lillian, who was standing off to the side, widened her eyes. Her gaze flickered between the robot and her girlfriend. Her eyes then landed back on the robot with a frightened and strangely excited look in her eyes. This was the Roselle family's head, Merrick. The robot slowly lowered his hand back under his cloak. Although his face was still, due to it being mechanical and unexpressive, Lillian knew he was slightly irritated. And this was confirmed as she heard him click his tongue. TH dash. They're slow. When are Y dash? You getting it. After finishing the exams that are coming in a few days, sir. I see. Now answer this next K dash question. Marionette rose her head, staring at the robot's face as it slowly turned towards Lillian, who took an unconscious step back. The robot's eyes twirled and twisted as they stared at her with interest and also curiosity. He then muttered with a cold and calculating voice as he scrutinized her from head to toe, WH dash. What relationship do you have with this dash woman? Marionette stiffened, glancing towards Lillian, who had also stared back at her. Her lips stretched into a thin and shaky line as she wondered and thought about how to respond to her father. That was until Chapter 272, Marek von Roselle. Bonus, nice to meet you, Mr. Roselle. I'm your daughter's girlfriend. Lillian stepped to Marionette's side before holding a hand out to the robot. She had a firm and confident expression, but inside, she was panicking. She was meeting Marionette's father. Wasn't this a tad bit too soon? In the game, there weren't many chances you could meet the man, Mayor von Roselle, due to him always being on missions. And if you were to meet him while he was on a mission, it was most likely he would silence you. But Lillian awkwardly gulped. The robot wouldn't do that here, right? Right in front of his daughter, right? Marionette, watching as Lillian reached her hand out towards her father for a handshake, shook slightly, her eyes trembling at her actions. She felt glad that Lillian decided to introduce their relationship to one another. But a part of her was also scared of what her father might say to that. She glanced towards the face of her father, finding him turning his head down in a creaking manner as the mechanical parts in his neck creaked and squealed. Merrick, the family head of the Rosells, stared silently at the hand stretched out to him. After a moment of staring, he raised his head back up, looking into Lillian's eyes, and, under their bewildered gazes, he stretched out his hand and met Lillian's, slowly and gently shaking it up and down in a gentlemanlike manner. His voice, once cold, had now become warmer and more punctual. It's a pleasure to meet the lover of my daughter. I wasn't aware, She was into woman. Ush. How has she been treating you? Extremely well, and I love her dearly for that. Lillian let out a small chuckle, nudging Marionette's side with her elbow. The woman was still bent over in a bow, still slightly afraid. The robot nodded slowly, satisfied with her response. He then turned to Marionette and muttered, "Why dash? You didn't mention anything about a lover in your letters." This caused the woman to stiffen, her face sweating subtly from his words. As she was about to promptly respond, the robot drew his gaze away from the woman, letting her sigh in small relief. Merrick turned his gaze to Lillian, disengaging from their handshake, and asked, How long have you known my daughter?" "Since the start of this year, sir." Is that so?" His voice then slowly became quieter, as though his consciousness had suddenly left the mechanical body. This caused a rather awkward and tense silence to form around the three. Lillian, raising an eyebrow briefly at this, turned her attention back to her girlfriend before nudging the side of the woman's arm with her elbow. "Sue, are you going to straighten your back? It'll become sore soon, Mari." Marionette kept quiet. Lillian tilted her head at this, but then smiled as she felt the woman's hand snaked into her own, wrapping her fingers around it. Marionette kept a tight grip on Lillian's hand, still afraid of her father's presence. This left the girl to softly squeeze the woman's hand in an attempt to comfort her. Just as she was about to say something, Merrick's voice appeared once again, still glitchy. "Why dash? Your performance in the tournament was impressive, Miss Arias." Lillian smiled bashfully, rubbing the back of her head at the robot's compliment. It was nothing. A bit disappointing that I died, though. But oh well." She chuckled with clear disappointment. She didn't want to beat all three of them at the same time, after all. Merrick nodded slowly at her words, becoming awfully silent once more. Lillian then watched as the robot's hand slowly rose from underneath his cloak. A second later, she heard his voice, which, while still robotic and clunky, had suddenly changed tones. May I ask if you are planning on marrying my daughter in the future?" Excuse me." Lillian widened her eyes, stuttering a bit at the robot's sudden question. What was with people asking her about marriage lately? She took a swift glance at Marionette, finding her to have stopped shaking and even began looking towards her with keen focus. Lillian's lips stretched into a wry smile. She sighed, rubbing the back of her head. "I would like to. He gave a low hum before adding with a low and disappointed tone, Your defeat in your match truly was disappointing." He moved his hand, and before she even knew it, Merrick had shot his hand towards her throat, grabbing it in a tight clutch and holding her up in the air in a chokehold. This left both Lillian and Marionette shocked. Why had the Rosell family's head suddenly attacked her? Hadn't it been going well? What was the reason for this? Marionette instantly straightened herself before muttering in a flabbergasted and emotional voice, Father, what's the meaning of," but was then immediately interrupted. "It's Lord Rosell to you, my daughter." Merrick slowly tightened his hold around the girl's throat as though warning her not to get close. Once seeing that Marionette had taken a step back, he turned his gaze back towards Lillian, still gripping her neck, and muttered in a glitched voice, "Why dash? You're still weak. Unfit for my daughter's hand." Lillian, who was gripping the arm, circulated her mana into hers, intending to try and snap it apart. However, she was still too weak, like he said. She can't hope to completely bend metal yet. Seeing this, he snorted pathetic. He tossed her aside in a rough manner, causing the side of her body to crash into the ground. Lillian let out a pained moan before raising her head towards the robot, finding him to be approaching Marionette. Marionette slowly backed away and narrowed her eyes before raising her arms, intending to defend herself. Merrick, seeing this, raised his arms as well. The two then moved into a stance similar to each other. After a moment of staring into each other's eyes, Marionette made the first move. Chapter 273. Memory Wipe? Bonus Marionette was hesitant to engage in a battle with her father. He was, after all, much more skilled than her. However, she doesn't doubt that with her current strength, she would be able to easily tear apart his robot body. But that would be only if she would be able to harm him at all in this engagement. Marionette drew her right foot forward before bending forward and dashing towards him with extreme speed as she enhanced her body with mana. Merrick, watching as his daughter sprinted towards him, noticed the traces of mana that had been activated in the air. He remembered that Marionette had achieved the second tier. Let's see if you've been getting rusty. No abilities allowed. He moved towards her as well, swiftly dodging a rapid jab towards the center of his face. And before Marionette could follow up her attack, her father had shot a jab of his own, quickly counterattacking. Marionette tilted her head, keeping her feet steady as she stepped back, dodging a sudden stomp by her father. The two then went on to engage in an activity of what could only be described as close-quarters combat, with one side being quicker than the other. This side was Marionette's. However, although her speed triumphed over Merrick's mechanical body, he was still faster in the sense of being able to predict her movements seconds before they could even happen. Bam! Leading him to get a hit on the side of Marionette's face, the knuckles of his metal fist smashing against the cheek and briefly throwing her off rhythm. But only for a split second. She hurriedly got back in rhythm and was even able to take off a piece of her father's face, but she was quickly met, with a punch to the bottom of her chin. She gritted through it, enduring the bruising pain, and wrapped her fingers around the robot's arm. Enhancing her hands with mana, she twisted and tore off his arm. Merrick, watching this with a calm gaze in his robotic eyes, drew back his remaining fist and bashed it into Marionette's solar plexus, causing a paralyzing feeling to course through her body. Despite her father's limited strength in his mechanical body, it was still able to deliver a strong blow that even caused Marionette to double over it. However, that was only for a moment. As she was about to rise and continue, she felt her father pushed against her body, causing her to stumble back. After regaining her balance, she watched as he bent over and retrieved his arm from the ground before slowly holding it out to her stump, which now had loose cogs and gears dangling. He pressed it against his stump and held it there for a few moments before releasing his hand. The arm was now back in place. He rolled his shoulders, moving his arm and checking if it was back in place properly and functional. He then turned back towards his daughter and said with clear disappointment in his voice, "Why dash? You had allowed yourself to get hit multiple times by me. You failed." Marionette widened her eyes before stuttering. I am able to continue." She was then interrupted again. "Oh. Once you are permitted by the Academy, you are to our dash. Return home and sharpen your skills." "Is that under dash stood?" Eva, es or no." Marionette's lips turned shaky. She then nodded with a shameful expression, causing her father to nod in satisfaction. She then watched as her father turned towards Lillian, who had already got up and was watching them with wariness, especially towards her father. Marionette then watched as her father began taking steps towards Lillian. She immediately took a step forward, intending to move in between them before realizing what he was about to do. Merrick moved his hand under his cloak and behind his waist, pulling out a narrow and long device. Lillian, staring at the device, quickly recognized what it was. "This guy is about to erase my memories." Before Lillian could even say anything or do anything, the device had already been brought before her eyes, flashing into them with a bright light. Once the device was pulled away from Lillian's face, whose expression had become blank, the girl suddenly fell back with her eyes closed. Right as she was about to hit the ground, Marionette caught her before kneeling and laying her on the ground. She watched as the girl's nose twitched and her lips curled into a smile. She shuffled around and moved her face into Marionette's stomach. Madik, watching this, put away the device before muttering, Half an hour. Shall wake up. He then turned around to leave. But as he was about to leave, he turned his head back and said, Your performance in your match was entertaining. I sup dash. Pose you did it for your girlfriend, correct? Yes, Lord Roselle. And thank you for the compliment. Merrick nodded and turned his head back. Just as he was about to lower the black dome, Marionette called out to him. May I please ask you something, Lord Roselle? He turned back around and stared at her silently. His gaze lingered on the girl for an absurdly awkward time before eventually answering. Very well. Speak. Why have you come here as a machine instead of in person? Merrick folded his arms, his voice moving away from coldness at her question as though he had been waiting for her to ask the entire time. Because it is cool, daughter. Marionette gave a deadpan expression at her father using the word cool and sighed. She then asked, Is that your only reason? It is isn't. Since I'm on a mission, I wasn't able to come here in person. So, I had someone create this machine to allow me to do it. After saying that, he lowered the dome from the orb of silence. However, as soon as the dome was lowered, a crowd of guards on the outside were currently surrounding them. Chapter 274. Poking? Unauthorized use of magic isn't permitted on these grounds. Merrick looked towards the crowd of guards, whose spears were aimed towards him in a warning manner. He gave a soft sigh, feeling how troublesome the situation may get. He glanced back, intending to look towards his daughter for assistance, only to find her and her girlfriend gone, and in their place was a black, oozing puddle of darkness that soon slipped away. He then gave another exasperated sigh before muttering in a glitched and robotic voice, I suppose that's fair. He rummaged through the pockets on the back of his hips, holding out a badge with a rose illustration. If possible, he would rather try to do things as legal and less troublesome as he possibly could. Marionette slipped through the streets, eventually making it back to the dormitory. Under the startled gaze of the people passing by, she rose out from the black puddle. In her arms, she carried Lillian like she was a sleeping princess, which wasn't entirely untrue due to the fact she was indeed sleeping. Marionette stared down at Lillian's face with a slight frown at what had happened before glancing at her phone, which had the tracking app open. Although she now knew roughly where the direction of the dormitory was and what direction to take to get to it, she rather liked using her tracker, which she sneakily placed inside Lillian's room. It wasn't necessary in the slightest, but she felt like doing it. After walking inside and getting into an elevator, she made her way down to Lillian's room. Well, the entrance to it before having to rummage through the girl's pockets. Creating a dark arm underneath the girl, she held her up and used her now free hand to move into every pocket she could find on the rabbit's person. And it wasn't exactly easy, considering that the girl kept on moving and shifting around, especially towards her chest, which she wasn't entirely against. As she was rummaging through the inside of her pockets, the back of her fingers accidentally nudged the side of Lillian's chest, causing her to tense up slightly and pull back. Marionette became still as she heard that before bringing back her hand, staring at it before pausing once again as she thought about what she had just heard. She then wrapped her fingers into a fist before popping her index finger out and aiming it towards Lillian's chest. And slowly but surely, she gave the side of Lillian's right breast a poke out of curiosity as a subtle light of excitement flashed through her red eyes. MMHM. Marionette widened her eyes before poking the girl's chest again, eliciting another soft moan from the rabbit, which she couldn't help but be attracted by. She did it again and again, slowly forgetting what she should have been doing originally and getting lost in teasing and playing around with the girl. It was a rather fun process, which she soon stopped as she remembered her task. She should first get Lillian inside to lay her down. Only then could she continue. After thinking something along the lines of that, she moved her hand back into her pockets. She soon fished out Lillian's student ID, and as she was about to scan it, she heard the girl groan slightly, shifting a bit as though she was stirring awake. Lillian, turning her face away from Marionette's chest. Faced upwards and slowly opened her eyes with a groggy and irritated expression. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, she found a red-eyed woman staring down at her, and she seemed to have a strange look on her face. "You're awake?" she quietly asked, surprised, considering there was still time until half an hour, which was the estimated time for Lillian to wake up. But instead, it seemed the girl had woken up in at least half of that time. Lillian raised an eyebrow at her. "Huh? Awake?" She then glanced around, finding her in a new but familiar location. She also discovered that she was in the arms of the assassin for some reason. "Why are we back in the dorms?" Marionette stared down at her silently before quickly thinking of an excuse. "You suddenly fell asleep in the Colosseum during my match. Luckily, Velen and your mother didn't let anything happen to you before I got there." Lillian watched as the assassin gave her back her ID card before moving to clutch the handle of the door. The white-haired girl gave the woman an odd look before saying, "What are you on about?" She then said something that shocked the assassin. "Weren't we with your father?" Marionette froze, stopping herself from opening the doors completely before turning her widened eyes down to the girl in her arms. "Excusez-moi?" She slowly pulled back the door and closed it. Click. Lillian, watching this, couldn't help but wonder why her girlfriend was giving her such an odd look. She shifted around a bit and asked, "Could you let me down first?" "No, I like you in my arms. Now repeat what you said to me." Lillian's face twitched at what she said. She sighed and leaned the side of her face into the woman's chest before muttering, "I'm just asking whether or not we were just with your father. Or is it that I'm already going crazy?" Marionette went silent again. She then turned her attention back to the door and gripped the handle, pushing the door open. Was what she had intended to do before noticing that the door was now locked again. She gave the door a deadpan expression before watching as the edges of a particular girl's ID appeared at the bottom of her vision. "Here you go. Thank you." Taking it out of the girl's hand, she scanned the door and pushed it open, only to find that Veronica was standing behind it, waiting for them. It seemed that she had heard her first opening the door. Chapter 275. Does she have enhancements? "You two are finally back." Veronica smiled with folded arms, staring at the both of them, and found that Lillian was giving her a strange and surprised look. The girl glanced towards her student ID that was still found in Marionette's hand, and then towards her mother. How did she get in here without the card? She then thought back to the Colosseum, remembering how she left her own mother behind with Millis. Had the heroine somehow assisted her mother in entering the dorm room? "How did you get in here, Mom?" Veronica blinked at her daughter before raising her finger with a cunning light in her eyes. "Just a little turning on the door, and I got let in. But I won't go into much detail, since I had almost set off an alarm getting in here." The bottom of Lillian's right eye twitched at her mother's way of entering her dorm room. "So, you broke in here? You can consider a break-in, but I'm allowed. And it wasn't completely my fault that I had to resort to that." Her mother then folded her arms, staring at Lillian scoldingly. "You're the one that left me behind to be with your girlfriend. Honestly, you really are love-struck, aren't you?" The woman raised her hands to her face, acting sad as she wiped away the imaginary tears that crawled down her face. Lillian gave her a deadpan expression before sighing, finding that what she said was correct. She did leave to go meet up with Marionette. She then heard her mother say something else. "Do you enjoy being in your girlfriend's arms?" Lillian found her mother staring at her, particularly at the arms wrapped underneath her body that held her up. She was still in the princess carry. It wasn't my idea. I woke up like this." "So, you got your girlfriend to carry you all the way here after she had just got done with her match? Honestly, Lillian, you're so high maintenance." A look of shock shot across her face, as though she had been electrified by her own mother's words. High maintenance? Her? She was far from being high maintenance. In fact, the woman carrying her was far more high maintenance than she could ever be. Lillian quickly flashed her attention back to the assassin carrying her, finding the woman smiling down on her as she was being wronged. "Yes, Lillian, why are you so high maintenance? It truly is tiring taking care of you," Marionette stated, clearly playing around with Lillian, who stared at her with a pout. Not you too. After enjoying an evening of dinner, all three had taken their place on the couch, watching as the TV displayed an edited replay of Marionette's match that showcased her best moments. It was all of her moments outside of searching for the way towards the crystal. In one of the clips, Lillian quite liked the way Marionette leapt off of the building. She found it cool, especially the way she passed through a storm of swords before eliminating the winged man, who had pierced through her stomach. After watching for a bit more, Lillian got up to go to the restroom. It was also at this moment that Marionette had decided to ask something of the woman beside her. "Miss Veronica, could I ask you something about your daughter?" Veronica, who was fully engaged in watching the display on the TV, turned towards the black-haired woman beside her. She nodded and asked her to speak. Marionette, seeing that she was allowed, asked in a calm but curious voice, "During her infant or toddler years, have you and your husband ever done any surgeries of enhancement on her body?" Veronica, at her question, slowly widened her eyes at the question. She then slowly narrowed them, finding it to be a rather suspicious question. But she soon put that suspicion in the back of her mind. Her daughter's girlfriend was trustworthy from what she saw. However, she had to ask, "Could I ask why before answering?" Marionette stared at her silently, briefly closing her eyes as she thought about how to respond to the mother's question. How could she word it so that it didn't feel like she was prying too much into the family's private affairs? I have found that Lillian is oddly capable of dealing with new kinds of stimulants well and having a very strong mind about things. I just speculated she had some sort of enhancement on her brain, but was unaware about such change. Marionette also remembered what Lillian had said to her earlier. How had she somehow remembered what had happened, even though the memory-wiping device cleared it from her mind? Some kind of protection from an item? Or was it an enhancement like she's theorizing? And what kind of flaw would you think that my daughter would have then? Veronica smirked before adding, "If you think my daughter really does have any sort of enhancements, what do you think her flaw is then?" Marionette raised a hand to her own chin, stroking it in thought as she wondered something along the lines of, what could be her girlfriend's flaw? For what she saw, she acted like a normal person by her standards. Or could it be something visual like hers? Or could it be her inconsistent personality around lots of people? Veronica, finding the woman in deep thought, leaned back on the couch and cleared things up. Me and my husband hadn't given her any kind of surgeries regarding enhancements. Don't worry, she giggled, causing the assassin's face to relax. I see. Well, I hope that wasn't a problem to answer. I just wish to know more about your daughter, even her inner workings. Anything that makes her Lillian. That's all. Veronica widened her eyes at the woman's confession, finding it to be extremely heartwarming. Holding her right hand over her chest and leaning the side of her face in her raised left palm, she stated with an incredulous expression, "Oh my, even I may begin falling for you. Lillian sure has got lucky to meet someone like you to take care of her." The corners of Marionette's lips curled up at her words. "I'm taken, but thank you for the compliment." She then went silent before adding an extremely warm smile. "And Lillian is the luckiest and most unique person I've ever met thus far." Chapter 276. Little fun? Once Lillian had returned back to the living room, she had found that her mother had already disappeared. Asking Marionette about it, she discovered that it was because she had decided to rest for the day. "Oh, is that so? Kind of want to talk with her a little more. But that's all right." She fell back onto the couch, leaning her shoulder against the assassin while sighing. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, but soon opened them once she felt movement over her legs. Assuming that the assassin was back to caressing her legs, she opened her eyes to see. In the end, she was wrong. Marionette, gripping the edge of a thin blanket, placed it over the white-haired girl's lap, keeping them warm. She then moved back, adjusting her posture before leaning against Lillian as well. The TV inside the living room was off, and so was the lights, except for a corner lamp, which caused their surroundings to be dimly lit. This made for a rather romantic mood and calming atmosphere. "How did you find this part of the tournament?" Lillian asked suddenly. She raised her gaze towards the assassin's face, finding them staring down at her with a raised brow. I believe you already asked me. Lillian tilted her head, thinking for a moment as she tried to recall. But I want to hear you say it again. Lillian then smirked before adding flirtatiously, because I really like hearing your voice. Marionette stared down at Lillian's face, thinking up an answer to respond to the girl's words. She closed her eyes for a split second before eventually answering. Would you also like to be kissed? I shall. Lillian felt something slip onto her leg under the blanket. Stiffening, she pinched and lifted the blanket, finding the woman's slender fingers dancing on the skin of her bare legs. She was wearing shorts. Lillian's face twitched. Do you just try to find any sort of way to kiss me? Why do you ask? Do you perhaps dislike my touch and attention? Lillian felt the woman shift closer to her, leaning her body weight more against her body. She then felt the assassin's mouth hovering over the side of her ear, breathing hot air into it. Lillian, turning her face to the woman, asked with a wry smile, Are you trying to seduce me right now? Was it that obvious? Lillian gave a crooked smile at that, her brow twitching at the woman's blatant display of affection towards her, which she wasn't against but found rather difficult to respond to at the current moment. Could you at least answer the question before doing something perverted? Marionette pulled her hand away from the girl's thigh, folding her arms as she huffed at what the rabbit had said. She then said, I'm in no way perverted, Lillian. As she said this, she gained an odd look from Lillian, who didn't believe her for even a sliver. Considering that the woman had just been caressing her leg just a second ago was enough to prove something. Yes, you are. You might even be as perverted as Millie. I'd argue that is an insult, Lillian. Marionette narrowed her eyes on the girl's face, snorting with an offended expression. Being compared to Millis in the matter of pervertedness was extremely offensive to the assassin, especially since the heroine talks about groping women occasionally and catcalling them. Lillian sighed as she stared at her girlfriend's face, finding her gaze burrowing into the center of her forehead like lasers. In an attempt to calm her down, she raised her arm and wrapped it around the assassin's neck. She then gave her a playful wink, adopting a more sultry voice, before saying, Don't get worked up, babe. Like I said before, I like it when women are bold. Raising her other hand, she stretched out her index finger and moved it towards the woman's nose, tapping it gently. Especially you, Mari. Marionette, staring as the finger left the tip of her nose, gave one last huff as her expression relaxed. She then decided to answer Lillian's earlier question. The match was fine, slightly difficult due to the revolver, but fine nonetheless. Looking towards Lillian, she blinked before adding, Would have been better with you there. Lillian thought about it before smirking with an arrogant expression. That would be a bit overkill. Marionette smiled at Lillian's confidence. Her smile then turned into a frown as another topic popped into her mind specifically. The memory what her father had done to her girlfriend. Lillian, may I ask, what did you remember from our encounter with my father? Lillian raised an eyebrow confused by the assassin's question. We shook hands, talked about you, and that's about it. She then grinned as she pointed her finger at the assassin mischievously. I also remember you looking very scared. Marionette slowly watched as Lillian pulled away and widened her arms before coming back in for a hug that she could only describe as a teasing one. Lillian patted the assassin, quietly muttering into the woman's ear, Don't worry. I'm here now. No need to be afraid. Marionette's face twitched, feeling annoyed by Lillian's mocking words before sighing. As much as she wanted to retort and explain the reason why Lillian should be afraid as well, she ultimately didn't. Instead, she decided to lean into the girl's touch, enjoying the moment. There wasn't a need to ruin it, after all. However, that didn't mean she didn't think more about what Lillian had said. Specifically, the part where she described what she remembered. Could it be she was resistant to these types of things? Immune? Even? No. Due to the girl's lack of fear, she didn't seem to remember the part where she was strangled. So, it was either a major resistance to memory erasure or that the item had somehow become faulty. As she was thinking this, she hadn't realized that she was now lying on her back. It was only as soon as she felt something make contact with her lips that she broke out of her thoughts. Lillian lifted her face and hovered on the assassin's eyes that stared at her in surprise. Lillian smiled softly and said, "Now that the questions are out of the way, we can have a little fun before bed." Chapter 277. Skipping? Fun, Marionette muttered, watching as Lillian sat up, resting her rear on her hips. Then, she felt the girl's hands move under the black shirt, pressing her fingers around the sides of her waist. Marionette shivered a bit at her touch before slowly raising her hands to the sides of the girl's face, clutching it gently and pulling. Lillian allowed the woman to pull her face down. As their lips met again, her hands continued to move up along the woman's side, causing the hem of the assassin's shirt to move up, revealing more and more of her smooth skin. Jewel, Jewel, Jewel. With their eyes closed, they moved their lips against each other, slow and sensual, as they took their time enjoying each other's tastes. Once Marionette's shirt was high enough to where her black bras were showing, Lillian moved her right hand away from the woman's side and placed it over the assassin's right breast. Jewel. Lillian pulled away from the woman's lips, slowly opening her eyes and staring into the assassin's eyes, which had a subtle glint of excitement that grew by the second. Lillian winked at her, smiling, before licking her own lips and leaning into the side of the woman's ear. She then whispered in a seductive tone, sweet and savory, delicious as always. Lillian listened keenly, hearing the assassin give out a sharp breath and gasp at her words. She then felt something pull against the front of her shirt. Looking down, she found Marionette's hand pinching and pulling it. Looking back up, she looked into the woman's eyes, who stared at her in an almost needy way. She then heard her whisper, C-. Continue. Lillian, hearing this, giggled, cupping the side of the assassin's face. She whispered back while patting it, "Don't worry, my adorable little kitten. He'll be sure to continue." As she said this, Lillian couldn't help but blush furiously inside as she yelled internally, "Pet play, seriously?" Lillian leaned in, planting a kiss on the assassin's forehead before trailing down the side of her face, pressing a firmer kiss on her cheek, and eventually reaching her jaw and neck. Marionette tilted her head, giving Lillian more room to play with her neck as her mouth spilt out small moans, which excited the girl. Lillian, moving her hand over the woman's chest, caressed them, causing the sensitive woman to release a soft, pleased sigh. They went on to do this for a couple of minutes until having to hide under the covers, for Veronica had suddenly entered the room, looking for a drink. She stared curiously towards the couch before wandering off into the kitchen. While this was happening, under the covers, Marionette had her hand clasped around her mouth. She stared into Lillian's eyes, who stared back wryly with a crooked smile. The girl pinched the hem of the woman's shorts and pulled it down, hiding their chest. "Let's continue this tomorrow, I suppose. That would be the right call. 2 days until the invasion tomorrow's afternoon. Are you sure you wish to skip today's match?" Marionette asked, sitting on a simulated boulder as she watched Lillian take on a horde of oversized rodents around 5 inside a cave lit up with torches hanging on the side. Each rodent was around 1 meter tall and 1 meter wide. They had gray hair which was abnormally spiky and stiff, and had hands that were similar to that of humans, except being more muscular, rough, and slightly pinkish. They also had eyes that seemed to flicker between red and black constantly, giving them a rather intimidating appearance. Lillian, glancing around her, watched as the rodents chattered their quarter of meter-long teeth against the ground as though taunting her to make the first move. Lillian waved her free hand dismissively at her girlfriend and yelled back, Yeah, not much of a reason for me to go. And I doubt you'd want to, considering you don't really know anyone on our side's team." Using the hand she was waving with, she switched it to its liquid form before shaping it into a blade that grew considerably in length before curving back. With a spin swoosh, she slashed through the eyes of the rodents, with only a few of them being able to use their teeth to block her slash. The 2 rodents, who had been victim of their attack, reeled back as they squealed and rubbed their eyes with their hands, eliciting another pain-filled sound to escape their mouth. Marionette gave a low hum as she watched Lillian fight and took all of them down with minimal trouble. I suppose. So, I believe you wish to just spar today? Behind you, by the way. Lillian, pulling her attention towards the assassin, raised an eyebrow. She twisted her head back, finding a rodent that had closed its mouth down on her arm, which she raised as defense unconsciously. Crunch! Lillian winced, her eyes momentarily trembling as she felt her arm become mashed and torn apart inside the rodent's mouth, which seemed to be enhanced with mana. Placing her free hand on the rodent's snout and pushing against it, she turned her head back toward the assassin and spoke in a trembling but casual tone. We could go on a date later after this if you like. Marionette immediately perked up at the sound of a date. A date? She muttered under her breath as she got off of the stone she was sitting on before walking over to Lillian, who had finally finished off the last one with a liquid drill to the eye. Lillian, pulling and ripping her arm out of its mouth and losing it, had now a severed stump. She frowned before sighing, forming a liquid arm in its place. Marionette, who was watching this, raised an eyebrow. Have you tried to regenerate your arm? Lillian thought about her girlfriend's question, glancing at her stump now and then before answering. I haven't. But with the amount of vitality, I need to restore an entire limb. I don't think these 5 would be enough. Just try it. Lillian gave Marionette a deadpan expression. Chapter 278. Animals similar to each other? Bonus. Lillian stared at Marionette's face, who continued to stare at her expectantly. Then, she watched as the assassin gestured towards the corpse around them, urging her to try what she had just suggested. They're fresh, Lillian. Though not alive, I'm still sure they can yield some result to this experiment. Yeah, all right. Maybe it might work. Lillian raised her liquid arm, causing it to separate into countless translucent and flexible strings of water that wiggled like tentacles. Then, they darted towards each individual corpse and began drawing residue vitality from them. Lillian, who wasn't very hopeful, asked the woman something off-topic. Hey, did you change the pain settings again? I feel like this is definitely more than 75. Marionette, staring at her, shrugged with an innocent look on her face, causing the white-haired girl to give her a suspicious look. She eventually sighed, knowing that the woman most likely tinkered with it. Feeling lazy to stand, she crouched and settled herself onto the blood-soaked ground, which caused Marionette's face to twitch. It's dirty, Lillian. Lillian shrugged nonchalantly at her words, finding it to be unneeded. Does it matter? It's not like ITLL carry over to the real world. Just as Lillian was about to finish her sentence, she felt a slight tingle in her stump. It was both itchy and strange. She recognized the itchiness from her past history of regeneration. Glancing down at her arm, she found that within her stump, a white and hard material began to grow at a casual rate, followed by muscles. It wasn't fast in the slightest. Soon enough, she ran out of vitality to parasitus off of, leading her to have half of her arm with no skin, but muscle and bones. Fortunately, her lingering healing had decided to cover her wound with skin, preventing her from bleeding out. Lillian gave a small hum at this sight, somewhat satisfied with the result. Perhaps she should listen to Marionette's suggestions more often. Thinking something along the lines of this, she paused before thinking. I always do, don't I? Shaking her head, she pushed herself back to her feet. She then pointed forward before looking back towards her girlfriend and asking, Let's keep on moving. After clearing this place, could you help me with training my reaction speed? Marionette tilted her head. Your reaction speed? Sure. I see no issues with that. Bang! Lillian immediately ducked at the loud sound of a gun firing, widening her eyes at what Marionette had chosen as her choice of teaching. Standing far away from her, Marionette stood with the black revolver aimed at her with a nonchalant light as she kept a steady hold on the grip and a finger on the trigger. You're using that to help me dash. You should focus behind you. Lillian immediately twisted her body to the side, trying to dodge the bullet that had ricocheted back to destroy her. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to dodge it completely, for it tore through her right shoulder. Lillian winced at the sharp pain and the burning pain that followed. She circulated her mana and transformed her entire shoulder down to her arm into water. Marionette, watching as she did this, tilted her head with a calm expression, dodging the bullet that shot by her face and hit the pure white wall behind her. The bullet then rebounded off of the wall, darting towards Lillian's figure with an even higher speed compared to before. Lillian leaned her body to the side, swoop, narrowly avoiding the deadly bullet as it passed by her cheek, cutting and scalding. They carried on this training for an hour or so. In this period, Lillian had died countless times, but of course, always came back. However, the thing was, can we have a break in between? Lillian yelled, widening her eyes as she was targeted by more than one bullet. Marionette, dodging her own bullets as well, shook her head and stated, "No, don't let up. Keep up your guard. Push yourself more, Lillian. But this is a bit too much." After Lillian's intense training to better her reaction speed, the two left the simulation and took a wander through the realm hand in hand. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. Lillian had a crooked smile as she held her phone to her ear, listening as the words of a certain heroine bursted into her ear. Apparently, Millis had been saving a seat for her, Marionette, and Veronica. And since they didn't come, she garnered a lot of judging stares. Not only that, but she was also ignored, for Lillian had her phone on silent the entire time. Lillian sighed, continuing to tell Millis what was going on, and even teased about the date she was on with Marionette. After they finished their call, both she and the black-haired woman stopped at a dessert store and bought a pair of ice cream, vanilla, and chocolate. Lillian held her waffle cone, staring at her vanilla ice cream with glittery eyes as she licked it. Holding one side of her face, she gave a satisfied moan. "Mun, it's been so long since I had something sweet." Marionette, who was walking beside her, raised an eyebrow at the girl before smiling teasingly. "A long time? Was I perhaps not sweet enough yesterday?" Lillian stiffened, immediately turning her face towards the assassin beside her, who continued to stare at her playfully before tasting her chocolate ice cream. Lillian rolled her eyes. "Not what I meant." Turning away, she rubbed the gap between her brows. She then grinned broadly. Turning her face back to the woman, she said, "And if you need to know, you were extremely sweet." Marionette glanced at the girl before pulling her attention back to her ice cream, although her expression was stoic and indifferent. That couldn't be said for the grip she had on the girl's hand, which became tighter. As they continued to wander around the realm, they eventually came upon a park with swings. Lillian, swinging on one, asked the assassin beside her with a curious expression, "A cat or dog? Which one do you like more?" Marionette held the chains of the swing as she watched Lillian swing up and down. She held a finger to her chin, thinking deeply about the girl's question. "What breed?" Just in general." "Just in general?" She raised her eyes towards the sky, which had turned an orange tint. "I suppose cats in a casual sense, and dogs in more active places." As she said this, a slow thought popped inside her mind. Looking towards Lillian, she said, "However, nowadays, I've come to find another species of animal more appealing." "Could I tell you?" Lillian slowed down, using the back of her shoes as brakes as she came to a stop. She stared at her girlfriend with a raised eyebrow before nodding slowly. "Sure." Marionette raised her hand and gestured for the girl to lean in. Lillian, shifting a bit on the swing, leaned the side of her ear towards the woman before feeling the assassin's hand grip the other side of her face and turning it. Then, she felt a familiar sensation meet her lips, followed by a familiar scent and taste. And, also, the familiar sight of Marionette's attractive eyes looking into hers. She watched as the woman pulled back and whispered, "I've come to like rabbits, and especially the one right next to me." Lillian blushed, flustered. She brushed the woman's hand off of her face before scooching away from the woman. She took a few shy glances at the woman with puckered lips and eventually murmured, "S-dash. Smooth as always. Are you still reading that dang seduction book?" Marionette tilted her head. "Of course. Rereading, more specifically." "I see. So, what do you like more, cats or dogs?" Marionette asked, causing Lillian to snap out of her blush. Lillian thought deeply before answering. Cats. Yeah, definitely cats. Oh, any particular reason? Seeing that the assassin was curious, Lillian saw a way to get back at her. She wasn't going to always be on the receiving end, after all. She gestured for the woman to lean in, causing the assassin to blink at her with a teasing smile. Of course, she leaned in regardless, curious to see what Lillian was going to do. But what she expected didn't happen. Marionette drifted her eyes up, staring at the wrist of the hand on her head, which was gently patting and stroking the top of her scalp. She then turned her eyes back to Lillian, watching as she opened her mouth, because they remind me a lot of you. And I really like you. So, by that logic, that means I like cats more than dogs, right? Marionette widened her eyes, staring at Lillian's radiant smile that seemed to always light up her day. She then turned her face slightly down as a warm expression crossed across her face. I see. I guess we both like animals similar to each other. Huh. Seems like it. Hee. One day until the invasion, chapter 279. Video call? Knock. 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 Lillian knocked 3 times on the door to her room, which was now her mother's room for her stay here. After waiting for a moment, her mother answered the door. Watching as she opened it, she found that the woman was on a video call with someone extremely familiar. Is that you, Lillian? You look so much more mature. It was her father, Lillian Ker, the current head of her family, and also the head researcher and owner of a research company. He had short white hair, blue eyes similar to hers, wrinkles that told of his age reaching the middle of his life, and a body that was wrapped in bandages as though he was a mummy. She gave a small wave, smiling wryly, while also with a look of concern for her father's current situation. Hey, Dad. How's it holding up in there? Are you getting any better? Well, I am somewhat getting better, but I certainly don't feel like I am. He let out a chuckle before adding, Congratulations on winning your match in the first round, by the way. I had tried to call a couple days ago, but it seems a certain mother of yours didn't pick up. Veronica giggled slightly at her husband's frustrated and irritated words due to her forgetfulness to answer. As Lillian continued to stare at the screen, she found that her father wasn't using his hands to hold the device used in the video call. So, who else could possibly be in the room? Or was it that someone had the device leaned up against something before leaving him in private? Fortunately, she came to know extremely quickly and found that it was her first guess. My dear sister. The camera turned around to reveal a handsome young man with platinum blonde hair and yellow eyes, with features closer to Veronica. This was her biological older brother, Victor. How have you been? Have you been eating well? What's it like at the academy? Have you made friends? Are any of the people there giving you trouble? I heard you managed to pass the entrance exam and managed to become an actual student there. Lillian raised her hands, gesturing him to slow down with a tired expression as she tried to process his rapid-fire questions that made it seem like it was a pop quiz. It seemed that everyone in her family was extremely protective of her, especially her mother and older brother, due to the first thing they did when they saw her was asking her a multitude of questions. See, chill out, big brother. I'm fine, and I've been eating well. I've also made some friends and even gotten myself a girlfriend. Lillian raised an eyebrow, finding her brother giving her an odd look. Did she say something that caused him to look at her that way? Did I say something wrong? Were you about to say girlfriend? Like, in a lover kind of way? Lillian widened her eyes as she listened to his question. Was her brother against the concept of same-sex relationships? As she thought about this, she couldn't help but find that her brother was the first person to have this opinion. Everyone she had met so far was fine with it or secretly hid it very well. In a way, it was almost refreshing. Maybe it didn't help that her brother was against a relationship, though. Yeah. Is that a problem? Huh? Lillian flinched at his sudden yell. She then watched as her brother pressed his entire face against the screen of his device, causing only his bright yellow eyes that had widened to be the sole focus on the screen. His eyes were filled with obvious shock at her words. He was in disbelief. Lillian sighed, waiting for the negative comments that were going to flood out of the phone before stiffening at what she heard next. What about the promise you made when you were little? You know, the one where we'll get married in the future. Lillian's face immediately twitched rapidly as she watched her brother pull his face away from the screen before using the back of his forearm to wipe away the tears that had suddenly come out. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her brother. Was her brother upset about some promise she made as a child when she didn't know any better? Her brother wasn't against the thought of same-gender relationship, but something as childish as that. Lillian slapped her face-palming at her brother, who continued to throw a tantrum like a child, while her father scolded him to calm down. She rubbed the gap in between her brows. Why? Why is it that everyone I meet is extremely weird in some way? She then pulled her face from her hand, thinking for a moment before realizing, hold on. Why is everyone in this game weird? Why did the developer make them like that? Can I meet someone as simple and normal? Her marionette was no different. She was weird. Millis was absolutely weird. Ref. Well, he was weird in some parts of the game when it came to shows and their scenes. She remembered in one part of the game where Ref wouldn't stop talking about a scene inside a show and would rant about it like a devoted follower, which wasn't uncommon, but still weird a bit. After waiting for her brother to calm down, she heard him ask while sniffling, "WL, can I meet her to see if she is good for you first?" That was when Veronica pulled the screen away from Lillian and began to talk with stars shining inside her eyes. "Oh my Victor, you have no idea how good she is to Lillian. She's an absolute catch, I tell you." Lillian watched as her mother began to rant off her girlfriend to her brother, even hearing something about how well the black-haired woman could cook. It was at this that Lillian couldn't help but wonder, deep dash, do I just have weird taste buds or something? Chapter 280. Recalling what's to come? After finally getting her room to herself, Lillian sat at her desk with an intense focused look on her face. Looking down at a particular notebook with a pen in hand, she began jotting down the events that would happen. First, she had to remember about a certain bin she had been pouring water inside the entire time. Once every month leading up to this point, on a random day, a mysterious individual would drop in a cardboard box. Lillian knew that the individual was a student here at the academy. Well, she says student, but she wasn't sure about that. In the game, the student was a living puppet that was being mind-controlled. The person who mind-controlled them was none other than the leading attacker in the invasion to come, one of the 5 priests of the cult of jesters. He was the weakest, but the most impulsive and willing to not follow the orders of his superiors, which were other priests who were much stronger than him. If Lillian recalled correctly, the cult of jesters were still in its infancy. Well, in terms of members. They were still heavily armed, though. They appeared several years ago. At first, they were subtle in their movements, but slowly, their actions became more extreme as they raided countless military bases for their equipment. They had also invaded countless small villagers on the outskirts of every kingdom, leaving ruined buildings without a single corpse left behind. As she thought about this, she remembered that this was Millis' backstory. A small country girl in the outskirts taught by a traveling instructor from a prestigious academy. After going on errand, she found that her entire village had been destroyed. She was then later found alone in the center of her village by the people of Lewis Manna Academy, who had discovered one of their members through unknown means had perished. Later on, they brought her to the South Region's kingdom, Restera. This was where they discovered her talents for the art of magic and later retrieved letters of recommendation from her instructor. Lillian scratched the side of her head, sighing. A traumatic backstory for a girl that doesn't even look like she's scarred one bit. Turning her head back down to her notebook, she continued to scribble more. The leading attacker was the puppeteer due to his ability to use strings to control both living people and corpses. In this case, it would be living people. Lillian returned her mind back to the bin and the object inside the cardboard box. At this point, the Academy should know about her actions and have even discovered the black cubes. These cubes were secretly explosives that would undoubtedly create a large explosion of damage if gone off, at least packing in the force of several dozens of dynamites in one. And with how many there were, it really would cause a catastrophe, considering that the garbage dump was secured and circulated under the entire realm. Fortunately, she had managed to get rid of them, with water that she had imbued with the element of being parasitic. Just normal water wouldn't be able to serve as a good diffuser, especially with its design. That's why, by partially imbuing her water with parasitism, she had managed to make it leach off of the power supply inside. Luckily, this didn't cause any trouble outside of what she wanted, for she had discovered that over time, her parasitic element would lose effectiveness if not constantly fed mana, which was common sense in this world, although it served as good practice and endurance. Lillian leaned back in her seat and stared up at the ceiling. It does use up a lot of her mana. As she continued to think more on this, she couldn't help but wonder when the academy, more specifically, the acting headmaster, was going to confront her about this. On the topic of headmaster, I believe Luton's academy headmaster is what you so deep in thought about. Lillian flinched, shooting herself up into a straightened posture as she twisted her chair around, finding Marionette behind her. The assassin was casually lying on her stomach on top of the rabbit's bed, staring at her with a curious but stoic look on her face. The corner of Lillian's lips twitched as she quietly asked, H-. How have you been there for? Does that matter? Are you finished with your work? Well, not really, and Lillian turned her chair around, flipping the notebook shut before placing it back in one of the desk's drawers along with its pen. Twisting herself back, she flinched again as the assassin's face was right against hers. Leaning back in her seat, she watched as the woman slowly climbed onto her lap before wrapping her arms around her neck and cuddling up to her. She felt the woman's face move into the crevice of her neck, tickling the side of it with the tip of her nose before breathing her in. Lillian shivered a bit, unprepared for the sudden intimacy. So, good morning to you too, honey. Marionette, having closed her eyes and begun enjoying Lillian's presence, gave a low hum of acknowledgement. Good morning to you too, Lillian. Lillian shuffled a bit, feeling the woman's arms move down from her neck to around her chest and under her armpits. She gulped and asked, Have you been awake long? Before she had entered her room, she had left Marionette alone on the couch to sleep a little bit more, albeit was slightly difficult to remove herself from the woman's tight embrace. Lillian felt a bit awkward as the assassin was silent to her question. However, that awkwardness soon disappeared, followed by a subtle sense of panic as she felt the woman tighten her hold around her chest. Marie, it's a bit tight now. Too bad. Don't leave my embrace without asking. Next time. Marionette muttered almost warningly. Lillian stuttered, trying to come up with a retort before sighing. She then muttered in a defeated tone, Sorry, ma'am. Good girl. Chapter 281. Sword Genius? After the two of them bonded a little before the afternoon, Lillian had sent out an email towards Mirage, telling him that today might be the day that the cult of jesters may attack. She didn't really care if she got interrogated afterwards, as long as a large majority of people survived after the event. It would stain her morals and pride if she couldn't use her knowledge to her advantage. Not only that, but it would also increase her chances of surviving too. She had also told him to keep an eye on Luton's headmaster, which sounds extremely suspicious if said without any context. So, she added a little. Not a lot, but enough to where it would seem more like a theory rather than a prediction. She gave a sigh, glancing towards her mother, who was happily walking beside her while still talking on the phone with her father. She then glanced towards her girlfriend, who tightly clutched her hand to not get lost in the busy crowd around them. Lillian couldn't help but smile softly at the two, hoping that the invasion wouldn't be any different from the game and would go as planned. She then thought back to another email she had received. It was for the competition, the 1 versus 1. It was to either choose between battling it out in the Colosseum with only an unenchanted steel weapon of your choosing or fighting inside the simulation. As logical as it may sound to fight inside the simulation, Lillian got somewhat tired of that, so she chose to fight in the Colosseum. She wanted to see how well her swordsmanship would fare against another trained student. This one, she feels, will be a bit too skilled for her. As Lillian was thinking this, she couldn't help but steadily slow down her steps as she looked in front of her eyes narrowing. In front of her was a man with short black hair and black eyes. Features that would be extremely basic if it weren't for the young man's handsome face. He was 6 foot tall and proudly wore a white blazer with a Luton School emblem on it. And around the side of his waist was a beautiful sheath to his sword. The man stared down at her, recognizing her to be familiar. And Lillian stared at him the same way, finding her also familiar. The white-haired girl smiled, pushing out her right hand towards the young man and saying, "I'm Lillian. I assume that you are come from Luton School, right?" The young man nodded coldly, stretching out his hand to meet hers in a respectful and reserved manner. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm cool Vincent." Lillian nodded, staring at his face as she recalled all that she knew about him. And the one thing that stood out was he had an unparalleled talent with the sword. She watched as he pulled back his hand before glancing back. Behind him were two figures that pushed through the crowd, making their way towards them whilst also bringing a feeling of familiarity with them. One strolled to his side energetically. Their black ponytail bounced behind them as their robe fluttered. They then froze at the sight of Marionette, who blinked at them. "Oh, you are the woman who defeated my team by yourself." It was Jericho. Marionette continued to stare at them before shrugging nonchalantly. Wasn't that difficult? Coming behind Kira's other side was a particularly surprising face for some. It was Sicilian. The white-haired man gave Lillian a look before clicking his tongue and looking away with his hands in his pockets. Lillian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this before smiling at his much calmer energy. She took a glance towards Kuro before going back towards the more tamed youth. Lillian knew the reason why he was much more calmer. It was because Kuro would knock sense into him physically. And considering he had already lost a bit of face during the competition, she knew the Blood Mage wasn't willing to do anything foolish. I'm sure you both are already acquainted with these two separately, and I hope you aren't offended in any way by their actions thus far. As he said that last part, he took a subtle glance towards Sicilian, who had managed to catch it. He clicked his tongue again, turning his face to the side like a pouting child with his arms folded. Kuro, turning back to face Lillian, said, "Your academy has done a splendid job against ours so far, and it has been a rather humiliating experience for us," he said in a stoic tone. Lillian stared at him silently, watching as he gave a dramatic pause before saying, "But it has been an enlightening one. We are proud to have worthy adversaries, and for that, I'm afraid to say that for the next 2 matches to come, you won't be winning anymore." Lillian watched as he turned back around, having finished what he had to say before walking away like an edgy young adult followed by his 2 lackeys. Lillian gave his back a knowing look, thinking thoughtfully about what he said. Yes, it will definitely be a difficult match to win. Welcome back, everyone, to the second to last competition of this year's annual competition. The announcer yelled before adopting a sad tone. It's almost saddening to know that this brilliant tournament is nearing its end. His eyes glazed across the entire audience, taking in their faces, who were even more excited for today's competition. He then whipped his arm to the side, gesturing towards a large translucent hologram that displayed the total points towards each side thus far. Luton School of Prestigious Magic. 1 Lewis Mana Academy. 3 yesterday, Lewis had received its first loss so far, making it so that if Luton School of Prestigious Magic were to win the next 2 rounds, then it would bring this entire tournament to a draw. After reading out a few more sentences for formalities, he then declared the beginning of the 1 versus 1. The first was who was going to be facing off in this match. Spreading his arms wide out, the announcer then gestured toward a holographic scroll that rolled out and displayed the names. Chapter 282. Entering the Colosseum, Kuro Vincent Lillian Ker Arius Kuro Vincent Ref von Limebright Lillian, who was currently preparing herself in the challenger's room, stared at the mounted TV as the participants were announced. And of course, she was going to start off this competition. Lillian stripped herself down, becoming naked as she put on a white shirt before wearing a leather tunic over it. Along with that was leather pants. She then took a look through the assortment of steel weapons she could use. Moving over towards the eastern section, looking towards the collection of long blades that dwarfed her in height. It was then her eyes landed on a long steel odachi that seemed to gleam at her attention. She gave a low hum and raised her hand, hovering over its hilt. However, a look of uncertainty crossed her mind. Shaking her head, she moved away from the eastern and long-bladed section. She was going to go up against a sword genius. While his title didn't speak as deeply his achievements do, it was said that at the age of 5, Kuro had managed to brandish a heavy metal sword and eventually learn his family's techniques. He then went on to master it to a large degree to where he could go toe-to-toe with skilled knights. At the age of 7, he single-handedly killed a D-rank monster with a sword, something past Lillian couldn't even do, even when she was a couple of years older than him and had magical powers. At the age of 10, he fell into a gate alone. Although the gate was of a low rank, he had been able to successfully escape with nothing but a few items. However, due to that event, he was somewhat afraid to go into another one, thus putting off moving up the path of ascension. But that still didn't remove the fact that the young man was more of a main character in Lillian's eyes, even more so than Millis, who was bestowed with a heaven-defying system. And it was only a year ago that he mustered up the courage to take on another trial. But this time, with someone else. This someone was a close ally and a certain sword mage. Lillian breathed a shaky sigh, feeling the tension. She was about to face off against a skilled swordsman with almost a year of experience in the second tier. It was probably at this point that his mana control was most likely far ahead of her with his talents. Logically, it would be best to put someone like Ref or Marionette against someone like him. After all, she was by far not a skilled swordswoman. She was, yes, decent when it comes to combat, but definitely not good enough to beat someone like him. Could I, though? Lillian paused in the middle of the room before glazing over the selection of weapons on the walls. Her eyes landed on the Gen-A weapon recommended to her by Corin, an instructor. She then drew her gaze towards another weapon with an extremely thin blade with an elegant handguard that curved over the hilt of it. The rapier. She remembered her time with the rapier, specifically when she still had the Sonata of Revenge. She hadn't ever used the Jin before, so she wasn't sure if the instructor's suggestion would do her so well currently. Well, it's not going to matter anyway. She moved her hand towards the Jin, grabbing its hilt and holding it in her hands. She measured its weight before unsheathing its blade and swinging it around. Once getting herself comfortable, she nodded in a satisfied mood. Actual combat and pain are excellent teachers. Il used this opportunity to learn how to use the Jin. After sheathing it and wearing a belt to attach the sword onto the side of her hips, she began moving towards the exit. Once exiting the room and traveling down the hallway, she soon stopped before a black fence gate that slowly rose from the ground, causing dust to slowly fall from its spiked ends. She took a curious glance down to the holes on the ground where the spikes would be placed before taking a step forward. She unconsciously rested her hand on the side of her Jin sheath, gripping it tensely as she moved into the Colosseum. She was then immediately blinded by the sun's light, followed by a wave of heat. It was like a spotlight welcoming her onto a desert stage. Holding a hand over her eyes, she shielded them from the sun's blinding rays. Her eyes darted around, glancing at the announcer in the sky, who was standing on a floating platform, before looking towards the crowd. She scanned the audience, looking for a familiar face, and unconsciously looking to find either her mother or a certain black-haired woman's face. Once unsuccessful, she sighed before looking down and straight ahead. Opposite to her side, another black fenced gate stood before slowly opening, and stepping out of it was the person she was tense about fighting. A tall man with neatly kept black hair and black eyes seemed to stare forward with purpose crossed with confident strides into the Colosseum. And just like Lillian, he also kept a hand on the side of his sword, which was sheathed and attached to the side of his hip. However, unlike her, his hold on his sword was filled with confidence and indifference against nervousness. He glanced around the Colosseum before making eye contact with her. Lillian watched as he nodded and took a bow before unsheathing his sword. Lillian slowly nodded as well and slowly lowered the hand above her eyes to her side now, adjusted to the sun's light. After giving one last sigh, she loosened her tight grip on her Jian. She felt much calmer now and more confident as she stood inside the Colosseum under the audience's piercing gaze. This was Lady Fate's necklace's doing, and she felt that it was going to play a much more pivotal role than just making her feel confident. Once the announcer called out the start of the match, the two contestants began making their way over to each other. Chapter 283, Lillian versus Kuro. Holographic screens floated in the sky, zoomed in on the two fighters below, whose steps began to grow rapidly faster and the distance between the two dramatically nearer. Step, step, step. The goal was simple: to knock the challenger's sword out of their hand or make them fall unconscious. It was either that or getting them to admit defeat. Lillian continued to move forward, pushing through the air filled with thick tension between her and the young man, who did the same with ease. Her nose twitched at the smell of dust and sand, which led to a suffocating feeling inside her chest, which she came to know very well. Her heart was beating rapidly, and with so many people watching, there was no wonder why. However, she knew that she would stay calm, that she would stay confident in her abilities. She had Lady Luck's necklace, after all. As she moved forward, she gripped the sheath of her Jian and slowly drew its polished blade. Its clean metallic surface shone as the sun's light made contact with it. She looked ahead, watching as Kuro, who already had his sword drawn, moved into a stance while still making steady steps towards her. She grimaced. Perhaps she should have invested some time in his sword techniques instead of completely leaning towards the mage build. Perhaps she should have begged Marionette to teach her some techniques her family may had. Wait, would she even do that? She shook her head, finding that it was not a good time for her mind to linger over such trivial matters that wouldn't assist her in the sword match ahead. It didn't matter if she didn't have any impressive techniques with the sword that would leave a person to gape at her skills. She had her instincts, and that had worked out well thus far. This match would also prove to be a valuable learning experience. After a deep breath, she stabilized her breathing, her heart rate, and finally crossed the gap between them. The genius swordsman dashed towards her like lightning with an overhead swing that slammed against the side of her Jian like a sledgehammer. Clang! Lillian groaned under the force of the blow, feeling her arms shaking. The sword genius had started off with a mana-enhanced blow. Her mind raced, quickly recalling the young man's family techniques. Kira's family of sword techniques involved heavy strikes and quick retreat with the following actions. Something she was shown immediately as she felt the man's blade slowly levitate off of hers, removing the weight it had been pressuring. Lillian, noticing this, immediately brought her blade to the side, circulating her arms with mana before clang, blocking a swift horizontal strike that left her skidding a bit to the side. Her face contorted, and although the tremble in her arms had reduced, she could still feel how heavy Kira's strikes were. They continued to stay on the defensive, finding herself locked in a seemingly never-ending stream of slashes that continued to push her down. Every time she tried to counterattack, the young swordsman would always back away, as though predicting her very movements in a split second. The feeling of being the victim of his flowing attacks made her unconsciously imagine herself sitting under a cold waterfall with falling rocks mixed into it. His heavy slashes were the rocks, and her arms were her shoulders in this scenario in which the stones would slam against in their descent. Clang, clang, clang. As time went on, Lillian couldn't help but find Kira's movements slowing down. Could it be he was tired? There was no way. That couldn't be the reason for his attack speed lowering. So, what could it be? Lillian slowly lowered her guard, looking past her arms and past her blade. Only time finds swish. Kira's blade stabbing towards her with ferocious intent. Lillian quickly leaned her body to the side, raising the flat side of her blade to the sharp edge of Kira's sword. SKRR. His blade skidded along the flat, polished side of her blade. He then twisted his wrist around, maneuvering and adjusting his steps. He pushed against Lillian's sword and narrow handguard, essentially locking them together into a clash. Lillian gritted her teeth as she felt his sword push against her. She resisted, circulating even more mana into her muscles. As she was doing this, she took a glance towards his face, only to find a look of disappointment. She then heard him mutter, "I watched your first match and found your skills lacking." To think, it was lacking by this much. Kira's body charged with mana, enhancing his strength even further to the point where he won over their clash, sending Lillian back. Yikes! Lillian is getting destroyed out there, Millis muttered, sitting at the edge of her seat as she shoveled popcorn into her mouth. Veronica, who was sitting beside her, couldn't help but nod worriedly. Lillian did so well in her first match that I didn't think there would be a need to worry. What do you think, Marionette? Veronica glanced to her side, finding the black-haired woman, who had her arms crossed, and her gaze completely focused on the match. Although she may look calm on the outside, Veronica stared at the assassin's finger, which repeatedly tapped at the side of its arm in an anxious manner. Eventually, Marionette tore her eyes from the match and towards the woman beside her. She opened her mouth. But then immediately closed it. What should she say to reassure the mother of her lover that her daughter would be okay in the end? All this time, she had been training Lillian's physical abilities and mainly the girl's mastery of her abilities, with the countless times they used weapons. Maybe she should have taught her something actually useful, even if it may be against her family's rules. Her body then shivered at the thought of the consequences that may bring. She slowly turned away from the mother beside her and back to the match, unable to answer the woman's question. She couldn't see a way that Lillian could win. More specifically, she couldn't see a way for Lillian to win easily, even with her talents. Currently, the girl was completely defensive and was constantly backed into a corner. Each time the white-haired girl had to dodge, it was also by an inch of a hair. She slowly raised a hand to the lower half of her mouth, thinking of the possible ways of Lillian possibly getting an edge in the fight. That was when it hit her. What if? Chapter 2, 84-84. Pushing back? Bonus what if Lillian were to somehow learn her techniques midway through the match? That way, she would have a much higher chance of beating the enemy swordsman. As she was thinking this, she sighed, deflating slowly as she leaned back into her seat. No matter how many times she may call Lillian talented, there is absolutely no way she would remember how she moved and attacked, especially in her current situation. She then remembered something she was told in the past. It was that Lillian was the luckiest person she would ever meet. But could that be proven true here? Marionette gave a small smile, finding hope in Lillian's luck in beating this battle. It was, after all, like she said before, one of the many factors that play in the outcome of a battle. She then muttered under her breath, and if she loses, it doesn't really matter. Something as trivial as this competition isn't that important apart from receiving a little bit of fame. As she was saying this, she couldn't help but think back to the various spars they had in the past. Her mind was calculating, recalling, and processing each memorized movement Lillian had made against her. She rested her elbows on her thighs and bent over, leaning the bottom of her chin on the back of her interlocked fingers. Her eyes shone with dark calculations as she looked over Lillian's moves, even overlapping the same attacks she made with one another. After a moment of heavy processing, she came to a surprising realization that caused her eyes to widen. This surprise left the edges of her lips to curl up with joy. In the past, she had thought that Lillian's progress was little, far little than she expected. But she was wrong. Lillian had indeed been making progress. A lot of progress, in fact. And this battle she was having, which was devoid of the use of magic, was only furthering her abilities. At this point in time, Lillian's talent was becoming active. The talent the assassin knew the rabbit had inside her all along. I'm never wrong. Lillian continued to defend against every single strike that Kuro had to offer. She raised her jian, gripping the handle tightly before slashing diagonally upwards to the right clang, parrying one of Kira's attacks, albeit with extreme difficulty. The sword genius, who had been seeing Lillian as someone inexperienced with the blade, was surprised, even startled, by her parry. It impressed him, and as they continued to spar, He couldn't help but unconsciously increase the weight behind his strikes as he watched Lillian grow to adapt to his technique. Although the girl's adaptation to his attacks was slow at the beginning, it seemed to have laid a steady foundation to allow counterattacks to slip in between his strikes. Clang! However, for now, he was focused on the way the girl's eyes shone with a burning light that seemed to scream survival, as though she had endured countless battles and died countless times. And he wouldn't be wrong to think so. Lillian's body, which was intertwined with mana and the energetic hormone of adrenaline, was now unconsciously stringing together movements to save herself from harm. Her body was developing a form of fighting inside her very soul. She, who had constantly been under intense battle against a certain assassin and died multiple times against them, was beginning to show the fruits of her labor. She, who used to swing her sword recklessly with no sense of direction, now moved with purpose and grace as though she had a mental guide. And what that guide was, it was her instinctual need to win. Her body and mind in this life had yet to experience true loss. Her spars against Marionette, they never counted. That was for training purposes. But in this match, where it was all purely about skill and endurance. Although deep down, she knew she may lose this battle, she could at least console herself that she didn't go all out, that she didn't truly showcase her skills. That was enough of an excuse for disappointing a certain someone, right? Would they even be disappointed in her for losing against someone like the young man before her? Clang. No, of course they wouldn't. They have down-to-earth expectations of her. Expectations she had reached and even exceeded in the time the person had known her. Lillian gripped the hilt of her jian even tighter, breathing in the air that had become even thinner and thrumming with energy. As the air circulated inside her chest, her mana rushed to her individual body parts. Even if the woman's expectations of her had already been reached and exceeded, she wanted to exceed it even more. She wanted to see the look of joy on their face as they see her win. Something like that, a thought like that, a scene like that, couldn't help but put a large grin on her face as her eyes burned with the need to overcome the man before her. She didn't care if his talents with the sword dwarfed hers completely. She had something he didn't, and that was luck. Luck bestowed upon the very lady herself. Clang! Their blades clashed again, locking together as they pushed forth, trying to get over each other in strength, in which Lillian was losing. However, that didn't stop her from getting a genuine look of fascination from the young man, whose hair ruffled from the amount of mana ferociously spilling out of their bodies. Perhaps I was wrong about you, Miss Lillian. Winning over the clash, he knocked her back with a swing of his sword. After creating a gap between them that spanned several meters, he looked down at the edge of his blade, noticing several chips in it. He glanced towards Lillian, watching as she moved back into her stance like a doll whose only motive was to continue fighting. He couldn't help but think of her earlier form and stances, finding them to be beautifully unrefined in his opinion, but beautiful nonetheless. While you are inexperienced, possibly only being a few months old swordswoman, you are in fact. Chapter 285. Something wrong? You are in fact someone with extreme potential in the future. Quickly saying this, he rushed back in, allowing not even a split second for Lillian to process what he said. Clang, clang, clang. As they fought, Lillian was growing more and more competent. The reason why? It was because she had now figured out his target in this entire match. It was her sword, not in the sense of parrying or keeping a wary eye on its position, but more so the fact he was trying to knock out of her hands. And by knowing this, she was able to gauge that the young man was holding back from injuring her. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't aware of her luck in play. Or, that was what she hoped to think. Something is wrong. Terribly wrong. Lillian stumbled back while simultaneously parrying curious, insistent strikes that were still full of vigor. Was he trying to tire her out? Had he devised this was going to be a battle of endurance? Lillian suddenly felt as though the man's movements were much slower and even clearer to read. That was when she realized after hearing the man's next words, "Prevent your arms from being in a stiff location." Clang! The enemy was teaching her. Lillian raised her jin horizontally, blocking the overhead strike with the flat side of her blade and shivering from the blow. She placed her free hand against the back of her blade, pushing back. Kuro, watching as she did this, glanced at her sword arm before muttering, "Bend your elbows slightly. It absorbs more of the impact." Clang! Lifting his blade, he raised it over his head before delivering another shattering strike on her blade. However, this time, she listened to his advice. Clang! Not bad. They continued on their spar, but it was a lot different compared to the beginning of the match, and it was obvious even to the audience. The sword genius movements had become a lot less forceful in trying to make her surrender. Instead, he seemed to be fully inclined to teach her the way of the sword. But for what? Clang! Was he impressed by her potential? Clang! Was he curious to see how she would do in taking in his advice? Was he secretly gauging her talents? As Lillian fended off and learnt from his occasional advice, she couldn't help but realize something. Those who are strong and talented in this world tend to like giving out advice to make others around them even stronger. Lillian's wry smile turned to one of gratitude. She couldn't help but be baffled by the amount of people that were kind in this world, even if it was filled with dangers. I guess that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the game. The characters aren't always rude without a reason. It's so, clang, believable. Lillian was knocked back again. This time, her back was truly pressed up against the wall. Literally. And seeing this, Kuro didn't go in to deliver a hailstorm of slashes. Instead, he backed away, moving towards the center before turning around and waiting for her like a gentleman. He's even given me time for a breather. Lillian breathed deeply before gulping. She fixed her posture and pushed herself off the wall before slowly striding towards Kuro. Her face was now dripping with sweat, her breathing ragged, although she still had stamina. Her heart was racing. If she had to be serious, she had only gone on this long due to the fact she had known Kura's attack patterns since the very beginning, on top of her sudden progress in her battle art. The thought of cheating had passed through her mind, especially using her parasitic element to somehow eat away at the man's monstrous stamina or his sword's durability. But that thought had completely left her mind long ago. She stopped in place and brushed aside the fringe that hovered over her face. Once doing that, she got back in her stance. Kuro, seeing that Lillian had gotten back into position, slowly closed his eyes, nodding before opening them and moving into attack. Clang! Lillian didn't know how long their battle lasted. 10 minutes? 11? 12? 20? Maybe even a couple dozen? She internally knew that it couldn't have lasted that long. Well, not for the fact that she was being taught midway through the match. While some may feel humiliated or even feel that Kuro was looking down on them, Lillian didn't care about such feelings. Her pride? It didn't matter as long as she grew stronger. She wanted to grow stronger, especially today. She wanted to know everything she could from a person with the highest affinity with the sword. Even more than either Marionette or Ref, which was surprising. Mind your step. Ah, thanks. Lillian raised her sword, slashing to the side, parrying another one of his attacks before stabbing forward. Kuro quickly drew back his sword, gently tapping Lillian's blade away with the flat side of his sword before counterattacking. Lillian leaned far back with the agility of a dancer before moving onto a roll. Once getting back up, she blocked a swift stab from Kuro, who had followed up on his earlier attack. This lasted for a while, until suddenly, she felt something was slightly off. Upon blocking another one of Kira's slashes, she suddenly stumbled back as though she had tripped over something. She quickly regained her balance and glanced down, noticing there was nothing on the ground that could have been the cause. Kuro noticed her stumble and chose to ignore it, knowing that Lillian knew it was a blunder from her end. But, after a few more mistakes of the same kind, he couldn't help but speak up. "You must watch your step. You'll lose even faster if you keep this up," he said with a voice filled with confusion. Lillian chose to remain silent to his words. She was confused as well. Why was she tripping all of a sudden? Kuro, seeing her trip once again, breathed a sigh. This match has gone on long enough. Apologies, but my academy might be getting a bit impatient now." Raising his sword over his head and imbuing it with a tremendous amount of mana, Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes. This attack was going to decide the outcome of this match. But this much mana, is he thinking of cutting through my sword? Lillian had to match his mana output. It would protect her sword, but she wasn't sure how her arm would feel afterwards. "I just gotta block it. It'll be fine." Imbuing her Jin with mana, enhancing its durability and sharpness, she raised it over her head whilst also taking a step back. The world seemed to slow down as Kuro swung his blade down with immense strength and precision behind his swing. Lillian's breathing slowed down, feeling the air around her, once warm from the sun's rays, become chilling as it breathed down the back of her neck. The feeling was familiar, a feeling she experienced several times. Was she about to die? Even with the necklace's enchantment to help balance out her emotions, she couldn't help but feel this way. And she knew why. Right as Kira's blade was about to make contact with hers, she suddenly stumbled backwards, tripping. Shock and disbelief flashed across her face. It was so unexpected that it caused her focus on her mana to falter, leading her sword to be without protection. And once her Jin was split into two, an instant, sharp, and diagonal pain crossed over her chest, followed by a warm and leaking feeling. Chapter 286, 286. Kira's POV? Kira's POV swish. Kira's eyes immediately shot awake as he watched his blade sink through Lillian's leather armor, followed by a streak of blood. He slowly watched as Lillian's rear thud landed on the ground. He then watched as a pained expression spread across her face as she held a hand over her wound. His eyes slowly drifted down to the tip of his blade, finding it to be dripping in her blood. Something like this shouldn't have happened, especially with how good his handling was with the sword. How did he somehow let this happen? Why did his sword keep on moving after it had already succeeded in its goal? His ears twitched as he heard the sound of the announcer calling out for the medics. And as soon as those words left his mouth, the appearance of a medical team appeared, most likely through teleportation, and they came with a white stretcher. After being pulled onto the stretcher, Lillian gave Kuro a thumbs up before opening her mouth and saying with pained hisses in between, "That was a great match. Thank you for the feedbacks, by the way, dude." Kuro slowly raised his left hand in the direction of Lillian, letting it stay in the air for a moment before dropping it to his side. "Not an issue. Oppo dash. Sorry about this," he said in a guilt-filled tone as he watched Lillian disappear along with the medical team through teleportation. He then stood alone in the Colosseum, staring down at his blade before swiping it to the side and cleaning the blood off his sword. Once done, he sheathed it and turned around, walking back to where he exited from as he listened to the announcer declare the winner. As Kuro walked through the still-raised black fenced gate, he was instantly met with Jericho leaning against the side of the wall, as well as Sicilian, who approached him with joy. "Excellent work, my friend. I knew you could put that woman down without even a speck of sweat on you." The blood mage moved to his side, placing a hand on the sword genius' shoulder before muttering in a criticizing soft tone. "Although you could have done it faster." He waved his other hand, rolling his wrist with a look of boredom. "If you hadn't wasted time making senseless chatter, you could have finished her off as, however." Right as he was about to finish, Kuro shrugged off his hand. "That's enough, Sicilian, and tone down your mockery. It's unbecoming and dishonorable, especially to someone who wasn't as lazy and disrespectful as you." Kuro, eyeing Sicilian with a disgusted look, clicked his tongue and moved past him, leaving the white-haired man speechless. Seeing that he was getting farther away, he followed after him. Jericho, watching as Kuro walked past him as well, followed and walked beside the young man. The long-haired man, wrapping his arms behind his own back, then asked with a calm voice as his blue eyes flashed and blinked with curiosity, "What happened, Kuro? For as long as I knew you, such an accident had never occurred, even when your opponents slipped or tripped over themselves." Seeing that his friend was silent to his question, he couldn't help but mutter, "Are you sick?" If you are ill, we can have someone substitute you in the next ma. Kuro stopped, leaving Jericho stunned as he watched his friend unsheath his blade randomly in the middle of the hallway. Sicilian, who was behind them, even began to back away in fear that his dear friend would do something insane. Fortunately, that wasn't going to happen. I'm not ill. Kuro spoke with confidence. He stared into his reflection through the flat side of his blade. He looked into his reflection, finding a handsome man with a serious face and furrowed brows. He couldn't help but mutter in a quiet voice, "Is what I believe." He quickly sheathed his blade and walked forward. He knew something must control him. Something of magical origins. He was that confident in his skills. Whatever happened shouldn't have happened under normal means. He then slowly narrowed his eyes, remembering right before Lillian disappeared. Something entered her shadow like a slime made out of pure shadow or darkness. And he couldn't help but feel as though it was staring at him with non-existent eyes that were filled with subtle bloodlust. His eyes narrowed deeper. Was it my imagination? He raised his left hand to the left side of his face, clutching it. Perhaps. I truly am ill. Could be something I ate here, something I drank, the air or environment. After giving one last sigh, he turned back to his friends behind him and demanded, "Help me find someone who works here. I wish to meet with the lady I fought today." Who? Sicilians gaped at what Kuro said, shocked at what he had just heard. Jericho, while surprised, didn't get affected as greatly as the blood mage did. He then asked, "Sure. Do you perhaps want to go meet that woman?" Kuro gave a small nod. I wish to speak out my apology more properly and sincerely than I did back in the battle arena." Back at the Colosseum, Millis slowly reached her hand into the popcorn bucket she had brought with her and immediately noticed it was all gone. She sighed and tossed it aside, littering as she worried for her best friend. Well, shit. Didn't think that would happen. She turned to Veronica, finding her extremely worried as her hand was raised to cover her trembling lips. My daughter will be all right. Right, Millis, dear? I've heard your academy has an excellent medical team. Millis, at her question, slowly thought back to the number of times she was put into the medical room, mainly due to her past scuffle with a certain assassin. It's pretty good. Very clean. And extremely white, I tell ya. Trust me, Lillian will be A-OK. Seeing that the mother beside her had calmed down, Millis looked past her, looking towards the empty seat that used to belong to a certain black-haired woman, who didn't look too particularly happy with what happened. Millis turned to face the front, sighing as she waited for when she was allowed to leave. She wanted to see how Lillian was holding up. Chapter 287, 287. Apple slices? 30 minutes later, Lillian's eyes twitched under her eyelids, her body feeling hot. Eventually, she opened her eyes, albeit slowly, as she adjusted to the brightness of a unfamiliar room. She glanced down, finding herself lying on a clean hospital bed. She raised her gaze, looking towards the side and at the light blue curtains surrounding her. Her eyes then fell to a bedside table with a bowl of apples and a small plate beside it, and next to it was a small wooden stool. Moving her gaze away from the wooden furniture, she looked up at the pure white ceiling, which was awfully polished to a degree to where she saw a glimpse of her reflection. Could it be she was in a hospital? The Academy's medical ward, to be exact? Was the cut that bad? Tilting her head, she gazed down at her body, finding that the outfit she had worn in the match had been stripped off her body, replaced with a light blue, thin fabric, long-sleeved shirt and pants. Lillian tilted her head at this, expecting to find herself wearing a hospital gown, but it seemed that the Academy chose to make her wear this instead. She then pinched the hem of the shirt and slowly raised it, high enough to where she would be able to see her bare chest, which was wrapped in a tight layer of white bandages. She widened her eyes and repeated her earlier thought out loud. Was it actually that bad? She whispered in disbelief. Sure, she did feel the sword genius blade sink into her skin and muscle, ultimately drawing blood, but surely it didn't go that deep, right? She muttered under her breath in thought as she continued to gaze down at her chest. However, That was until she heard a soft voice make itself known beside her. It was rather deep. Lillian flinched, quickly sitting up as she looked to her right, finding a familiar black-haired woman sitting on the once-empty wooden stool with her legs crossed. The woman's red eyes stared into her blue eyes before slowly moving towards the apples inside the bowl that rested on top of the bedside table. Grabbing one, the assassin held it in her hands before creating a sharp knife made of pure darkness, but only after placing the small plate on her lap, which was now flat. Lillian, who was still staring at the woman with shock, then asked, why are you here? How the doctor said you CNO, and I frankly don't care. The assassin muttered, pressing the edge of her knife against the red skin of the apple before gently pushing against it. I've already sanitized myself, so you don't need to worry about infections. Saying this, the woman took a subtle glance towards Lillian's chest before adding, not like it would have been a concern since they had already disinfected and healed your injury. Lillian slowly looked down and raised her hand to her chest, gently stroking the bandage. So, they disinfected it? That's nice. Wait, was I put under anesthetics? You were. Lillian silently stared at the woman beside her, who had already sliced the apple, even going as far as cutting the skin a bit more to make the slices resemble rabbits. Watching as the assassin did this with precision, she asked as the woman moved on to her next apple, were you here the entire time when they were operating on me? The woman paused mid-slice before turning towards the girl and raising an eyebrow. Is that a rhetorical question? The look she gave Lillian made it seem it should have been obvious, and it was this look that caused the girl to put on a wry smile. I see. So, are you all right now? Does it still hurt? Putting the plate of apple slices back on the table, she asked Lillian with a subtle look of concern in her eyes, which would have been hard to notice due to how expressionless her face was. Lillian watched as the woman's right hand slowly moved towards hers and interlocked fingers with hers. It brought a rather warm feeling inside her chest. She gave a soft nod before opening her mouth and saying, are you disappointed that I lost? Marionette's eyes slightly widened at the girl's question. Were you worrying I would be? Lillian's smile turned crooked as she chuckled nervously while scratching the side of her cheek with her index finger. Hee, maybe. Hearing this, Marionette sighed, slowly leaning back away from Lillian and resting her rear on the wooden stool again. She then crossed her legs and folded her arms. Did you feel like you lost? Huh. Lillian raised an eyebrow, finding the question odd before realizing that Marionette was going to give out her wise words again. Lillian smiled softly, deciding to go along with it. Well, didn't I? I got absolutely destroyed, schooled, and even injured because I tripped. She moved her fingers to an apple slice, admiring the look of it before popping it into her mouth. She then turned her attention back to the assassin, who was stroking her chin in thought of Lillian's words. I suppose that's true. However, Marionette gave a dramatic pause before adding, although you did lose to an extremely talented and skilled swordsman in a way many people would define as losing, you also didn't lose in terms of growth, Lillian. A proud smile stretched across her lips as her gaze softened on the girl, who continued to listen keenly to her words. You are growing stronger, Lillian, bit by bit, step by step, every day. And I am glad to be able to witness the growth of a talented person such as yourself, who began as an utter weakling. As her words left her mouth, she found that Lillian's eyes became a tad bit more reflective, her eyes glimmering even more brightly from the lights. Although the last part of Marionette's words was extremely harsh and brutally honest, Lillian couldn't help but feel accomplished and even proud of her current growth. Marionette watched as Lillian's face was tilted towards the floor and her arms slowly raised. It was almost as though she was asking for a Mari. I want a hug. Marionette, her ears twitching at this, closed her eyes as she drew in a sharp breath. Lillian was currently too adorable for her. The assassin immediately stood up and wrapped her arms behind the girl's head, whilst also letting the white-haired girl wrap her arms around her waist. She slowly patted and stroked the back of Lillian's head. She then quietly muttered in an encouraging manner, "You're doing great, Lillian. Just keep on moving. Keep on working hard. And sure enough, you'll get to the point where you want to be." Chapter 288. The Doctor? Marionette watched as Lillian grabbed one apple slice after another before shoveling them into her mouth. The girl's cheeks were puffed out like a chipmunk's. As Lillian chewed, she felt Marionette pinch her left cheek, shaking it. She squealed slightly before moving her attention to the woman beside her, finding her smiling at her. "No need to rush. I can always make more." Lillian gulped down the slices in her mouth before responding with crossed arms and a huff. "I am just hungry. That's all." She then moved her hand to another slice, pinching it in between her index and thumb before raising it before the assassin's face, who stared at her with a look of confusion. "Say, finding the girl staring back with a playful and stubborn look in her eyes, she sighed and opened her mouth. However, Lillian didn't go through with placing it in her mouth. She raised an eyebrow, watching as Lillian tilted her head, smirking. "I said, say, kitten." Marionette was immediately startled by what she said. Her fingers fidgeted, and eventually she gave in. There's a good girl." Feeling the apple slice was now in her mouth, she immediately closed her mouth on it before leaning back, feeling slightly embarrassed, which Lillian instantly noticed. Lillian planted her hand on top of the woman's head, passionately stroking it with fervor. Embarrassed? I thought you didn't feel embarrassed around me. What got you to change, HM? I am not, and I never am, Lillian." Lillian giggled loudly at the woman's response, causing her to turn away from the girl, refusing to make eye contact as she chewed before gulping. She then stiffened, her ears twitching at an approaching sound. Lillian, who was still stroking the top of the woman's head, found that her hand had fallen through, passing through her head that now had a shadowy aura radiating off of it. Lillian raised an eyebrow, finding Marionette had now sunk into the ground and disappeared. What are you doing?" No answer came from the woman. However, in the next moment, she didn't need to hear it. The curtain to the right side of her bed was pulled aside, revealing a tall old man with thick lensed glasses. He wore a white lab coat that fell down to just behind his knees, a dark green wool sweater, white sanitized gloves, and a mask. Lillian recognized him as Dr. Medicine, or that's what he would like to be called, and he was the head of the medical department in the academy. In reality, his name was Newton, which would he'd been really funny if he was a physics professor instead. Blinking back into reality and away from her thoughts, she watched as the doctor scribbled on a wooden clipboard. "How are you feeling, Miss Arias? Hot, tired, even cold?" I feel good. Nothing bad yet." "HM, are you sure? Not even slightly tired?" Lillian rubbed the back of her head, rethinking her answer. "Oh, I guess I'm a bit. But only a bit, really." Medicine nodded slowly, jotting and scribbling down more before hanging the clipboard on a separate hanger. He then moved around and pulled the light blue curtains around Lillian's bed to the side, allowing her to have a clear and bright view of the room she was in. Hospital beds like hers lined orderly to the side, a water cooler in the corner, and air conditioners. There were even storage cabinets with either medical equipment or entertainment material. As she was looking around, she noticed that she was the only one inside the room. Not a busy day. Medicine, who was checking Lillian's area, looking for anything that could be out of place, nodded to Lillian's words. "You the first patient we had since the tournament, and your wound was quite a nasty one. I must say, though, I am quite the fan of your current performance so far." Moving over to the wooden stool, he sat down and continued, intending to engage in small chatter. "I saw that the second prince will be up next. How do you think that will go? And Don, worry. This is a safe space." He gave a small chuckle at the end. Lillian smiled at his friendliness, finding it nostalgic as she looked back on her memories from the time when the world was just a game. "The guy who beat me was extremely skilled with the sword. I believe Ref ISN going to be able to win." And this was a fact, for if Lillian recalled correctly, Ref wasn't able to win one match against Kuro in the game when it came to swordsmanship, albeit it was different when it came down to abilities. Is that so? Speaking of that guy, you actually have a visitor. Lillian raised an eyebrow. Is he here? Why? Medicine smiled behind his mask. Ella let him give a reason why instead of spoiling it. So, will you allow him to visit you? Lillian gave a slow nod, causing the doctor to nod and slowly push himself back up to his feet. He then took a swift glance at the empty bowl and plate. He raised an eyebrow before sighing. You could tell your friend that they can come out now. Lillian stiffened, and so did Marionette, who was hidden under the girl's bed. Medicine, seeing her frozen expression, clutched the lapels of his coat and stated, I've been working here for 32 years. It's quite expected of me to assume you had a friend with you, instead of you having an apple, bowl, and plate inside that storage ring of yours. After saying that, he left to go bring in Lillian's guest. Marionette slipped from under Lillian's bed and appeared from the black puddle. Both she and Lillian gave wry looks at one another at being caught. Lillian shrugged with a carefree expression. At least he didn't. T-Catch is doing something inappropriate at least. Marionette blinked at the girl. We could do something like that after you get better. The corner of Lillian's mouth twitched. I am pretty much better. Anyway, you want to do it out in the open? Marionette folded her arms, eyeing Lillian, who stiffened. Smirking, she added, That's bold, Lillian. That's not what I meant. Chapter 289. Actuale palegi? As they were talking, the doctor soon arrived back into the room, with two male individuals, both with black hair. After leading them inside, he left. Lillian stared as Kuro and Jericho approached her bed with a confused look in her eyes. Had she done anything for these two to want to meet her? Sitting up on her bed and leaning her back against the bedrest, she asked, Hello? How may I help you? Jericho waved his hand with a friendly look on his face. Dawn, worry about me. I am just here because of my friend here. He looked towards his friend, finding him staring toward a black-haired woman seated on a wooden stool, who was throwing him warning glares that caught his attention. Lillian also noticed that the two entered into a staring competition. She then watched as Marionette slowly lifted herself on her feet, walking over to Kuro. She then stood before the man, a meter apart, their eyes locking onto each other, which seemed to cause the air to tremble with the tension and intensity. Kuro Vincent, the son of a nobleman who is a highly skilled master in your family's battle art, called the heavy retreating stream. You were called a prodigy and a talent, and yet you can even control your blade from making such a mistake that could cost my Lillian's life? Kuro continued to silently stare at her, his face unmoving as he responded, You done your research, it seems. Nodding in an impressed manner, he added, And so did I. You, Marionette von Rosella, the daughter of a highly established assassin's family, who has a tight stranglehold when it comes to anything that is related to the underworld. Your match with my friend, Jericho, had left me rather impressed. I was even rather disappointed we won. TB having a match. Who said anything about not having a match? Is it a threat? Kuro asked in a low tone as the outline of his body slowly began to radiate a low temperature as a thin layer of ice began to form. Marionette's body had also begun to emit a dark and gaseous aura, responding to his cautious state with her. Depend what you would like to do next. You, being unreasonable. Marionette's stoic face darkened as her eyes narrowed even more as a glint flashed through her eyes. And your inability to prevent yourself from harming Lillian is even more unreasonable. Could it be that you had intended to nearly kill her in that swift motion of yours? That wasn't my intention. My body kept moving on its own. That's a poor excuse. The lighting in the room dimmed, becoming swallowed by a subtle darkness that stretched out from a certain assassin like tentacles. While this was happening, the temperature inside the room dropped by dozens of degrees as a thin layer of ice had now formed on the ground. Before the situation could grow any more dire, the two were pulled away from each other. Lillian, coming up from behind the assassin, wrapped her arms around her waist, pulling her back with a scolding look on her face. "All right, that's enough, Mari." Kuro, feeling something land on both his shoulders from behind, found that they were hands that belonged to Jericho, who pulled him back as well. That's enough. My beloved friend, no need to cause more trouble than we already have." Both Marionette and Kuro, seeing that they were being torn away from a fight that almost would happen, sighed. The lights regained their power, and the temperature inside the room slowly began to return to the usual room temperature. Marionette went back to her wooden stool, and Lillian went back to sitting on her bed. She glared scoldingly at the assassin, who only clicked her tongue before turning her face away out of frustration. Sighing, Lillian looked towards Kuro, who was staring back at her. She tilted her head, waiting for him to tell her why he was here, before widening her eyes at what she saw next. Kuro bent his body to exactly 90 degrees, holding it in place before opening his mouth and speaking in a respectful tone. "Please forgive my actions today, Miss Arias. I meant no harm in what I was trying to accomplish. I beg for your forgiveness and your understanding." Jericho, widening his eyes at what his friend was doing, looked around frantically before bowing as well. He then said in an awkward but equally respectful tone, "Please forgive him. He truly means it." Marionette, who still had her face turned away, slowly looked towards them, her eyes softening as she felt their words were honest and their actions genuine. Glancing towards Lillian, she nodded, giving her the signal that they were speaking the truth. However, it wasn't needed. Although appreciated, Lillian had known that their actions were genuine. It was just in Kuro's character to do something like this. He was a noble swordsman who would fight for justice in the future. Lillian smiled warmly, feeling that she was truly playing a big part in the world. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I've been hit with worse. Don't worry." She then began to rant off about how she fought a beetle that almost crushed all her bones. She had even revealed how she lost her arm in a fight with a rank C monster and came out on top. Kuro and Jericho, who already had their backs straightened, listened keenly to her achievements and even revealed some of their exploits as well. Marionette rarely joined in on the conversation, only ever speaking up whenever Lillian asked. However, she was much less aggressive towards Kuro now. And soon enough, the two men left, but only after leaving behind a bouquet of flowers, praying for her health in the future. Lillian, watching as the two left, looked at the flower in her hands with interest. They really didn't have to buy me these. Can't say I mind, though. First ever time I was given one." "That's your first time?" Marionette stared at her with her arms crossed, her face twitching slightly at what she heard. Lillian nodded, unaware of what the woman was feeling about her words. "Uh-huh. Why?" She raised an eyebrow. "Judging me?" Marionette slowly shook her head before letting out an exasperated sigh. "Your first should be gone to me. You being dirty, Mari." Chapter 290. You leave, I stay? Bonus: after checking up on me one last time, Medicine decided that Lillian was able to leave whenever. Leaning back in her bed, the girl recalled. "He also said that I could stay the night just to make sure, which is pretty nice of him." She then felt something press against the side of her cheek gently, tapping at it. It felt slightly wet. Drifting her eyes to the side, she found it was another apple slice pinched between the fingers that belonged to a certain assassin. Lillian moved her gaze up, staring at the woman, who stared back with an expressionless face as she tried to urge the girl's mouth to open. "Say ah." Lillian continued to stare at the woman without blinking, watching as she kept on pushing the apple slice into her cheek. Eventually, she opened her mouth. Marionette, watching as the apple slice went into Lillian's mouth, nodded in satisfaction. However, as she was about to pull away and grab another, she felt something wrap around her finger. Glancing down, she found Lillian holding her finger close. She froze, feeling something soft prod gently from inside the girl's mouth. Lillian, blinking at the woman playfully, grabbed hold of the assassin's wrist, keeping her hand in place as she nibbled lightly on the finger inside her mouth. Soon enough, she moved her mouth away from the woman's finger, dragging a string of saliva that broke once long enough. She leaned back in her bed with a sigh, wrapping her arms behind her head as she ignored the assassin's current fluttering emotions as they stared at their finger. Marionette shakily stared down at her finger, which was dripping with Lillian's saliva. She gave a heavy gulp. She was somewhat familiar with the feeling of the liquid on her finger due to obvious reasons, but she wasn't sure what to do with her finger now. It was then a thought passed through her mind, a curious and exciting one. Marionette slowly raised her finger towards her face, hovering it right before her mouth. And as she was about to go through with whatever degenerate idea she had lingering inside her head. "Are you serious?" Lillian, who was right in front of the woman, stared at her with an awkward expression, baffled at the bold assassin who was about to do what she thought was going to do. Marionette instantly froze before coughing into her fist. She then muttered with a slight stutter, "Oh, of course not. That would be extremely inappropriate, Lillian." She summoned a black handkerchief with rose patterns and wrapped it around her finger, wiping it. Lillian watched as the woman did this, unable to get rid of the thought that maybe Marionette seemed upset that she had to wipe her saliva away. Her mind shot back to the time when Millis referred to Marionette as a freak, and she couldn't help but think that the woman was way more perverted than she thought. Well, at least she ain't doing something as weird as sniffing my clothes. That would be a whole different level. After a bit of waiting, she stretched her back, letting out a soft moan. She then turned toward the assassin and said, "All right, time to go." Marionette, who was about to begin slicing another apple apart, paused before looking towards the girl. After a second, she nodded, dissipating the dark knife she had and placing down the apple. Once she got up and adjusted her blazer and tie, she stretched her hand out to Lillian. "Are you sure? We can stay here for a bit longer to make sure you absolutely fine." Lillian, staring at the hand, glanced up at the woman's face, smirking. Me fine. But I think you misunderstood me, Mari." The woman tilted her head, confused about what she could gotten lost about such a simple statement. She knew she was awful with directions, but what do you mean? Do you perhaps want to stay here for a while longer? Lillian shook her head before pointing at the woman. "Nope. I wanted to go home to my mom I'll be staying here for the night." And that's what she told me. Marionette sighed, sitting beside Veronica, who listened keenly to what the black-haired woman was saying. She had found Marionette coming home alone with her daughter. At first, she was worried, but that feeling was put to rest once she was reassured that Lillian was fine. However, she couldn't help but bring back her worry once she saw that Marionette returned with a dejected expression on her face. That was when the two decided to hold a conversation on the couch. Don, worry, hun. I am sure my daughter didn't mean anything by it." Seeing that Marionette was still slightly upset, she got up and stated, "Look, how about I make us some dinner? Do go freshen up while I get everything prepared." Marionette, watching as the mother got up, nodded gratefully. "Thank you very much." As she watched Veronica move into the kitchen, she immediately fell on her side, pushing herself into the couch as she let out another sigh. Pulling out her phone, she looked at the time and then looked into her messaging app, trying to see if Lillian had sent her a text at all. And she hadn't. She let out another exasperated sigh before turning around, making it so that her back was now pressed against the cushions of the couch. She stared up at the ceiling, feeling boredom absorbing her body. She then replayed what Lillian had told her before she left, regrettably. "Today, the academy will be invaded at 19:00. As she whispered this, her gaze sharpened as she slowly sat up and got to her feet, steadily making her way to the bathroom. She still had some time to prepare, although she didn't know how Lillian had come to know such concerning knowledge. She ultimately believed that Lillian would tell her in due time. Current time, 1531, Chapter 291. Invasion? Current time, 1831. Lillian stared at the time on her phone, breathing a sigh before resting it on her chest. There was still time. but so little time as well. Looking around the room, she stared at the camera in every single one of the corners. She gave a low hum at that. An hour ago, she was just visited by one of the teachers in the academy. Someone sent by Mirage to check up on how I was doing. They had also wanted to talk about the email I had sent to him. Of course, Lillian just played it off as a strong hunch, which caused the teacher to frown. They then went on to say that her actions could lead to a hefty punishment for causing panic. She sighed, remembering this, and leaned back in her bed again. Welp, at least Mirage is taking my words seriously. Thinking this, she stood up and wandered over to the window, looking through and finding a multitude of guards wandering outside, this time in full metal armor and lethal weapons. They seemed to have stepped up their game finally. Leaning against the windowsill with the bottom of her chin resting in the palm of her hand, she smiled slightly, admiring the sky that had seemingly darkened. But not for regular and usual reasons. Lillian looked at her phone again. Time has passed so fast. Resting her shoulder against the window, a look of indifference spread across her face. She continued to stare at the screen of her phone. Emotions spread through her body. She was nervous, anxious, and even afraid. This event in the story might be what finally puts her to rest. Well, that's what past me would think. The look of indifference that was once on her face was replaced with a large but shaky grin filled with excitement. Once the time had finally ticked to the next hour, the world seemingly shuddered as though an earthquake had suddenly appeared in the academy realm. Putting away her phone, she turned towards the sky, looking through the window and finding a large violet rift in the sky. If Lillian squinted her eyes a bit more, she would find a small dot falling out of the terrifying rift that looked more like an eye with a swirling black pupil. Her eyes followed the mysterious object that fell out of the rift, watching as it fell behind a few buildings she couldn't look over. And then, a deafening sound occurred. Boom! Mirage, who had been meditating inside his office regulating his mana circulation and taking a dive into his mana realm, twitched as the sound of a gigantic explosion shot into his ears. Immediately opening his eyes, he looked to the side, staring through the large windows in his office. And what he found was a massive purple translucent wall speeding towards him, passing over the street and buildings under it. An EMP wave. He instinctively muttered under his breath as he watched the wave pass through his wall. It then went on to swallow the entire building he was in. However, right before that could happen, he slammed his fist on a precarious-looking button on the side of his desk. Looking down at the button and seeing that it had been activated before being rendered useless, he gave his usual cold smile as he walked up to his window with his arms folded behind his back, staring into the sky that had suddenly switched and moved towards the time of golden hour. He couldn't help but bitterly mutter as he shifted his attention to the large rift in the sky that began to multiply at an alarming rate. She was right. There really was an attack today. He paused before breathing a deep sigh. Why can't our academy be free from invasions? Once he said that, he took several nonchalant steps back, avoiding shatter, the glass shard from his now broken window, flooding into his office. A group of dark individuals in black cloaks with cultish masks appeared with deadly weapons in their hands. Mirage smiled bitterly, seeing that he was the first to engage with the enemy. How troublesome. I won't be entertaining you for long. I have guests and students to save and staff to support. Without any other delay, he swiped his hand through the air, sending a distorted wave of magic. Oh, Marionette, how you finished freshening you. Veronica, who was in the middle of cooking dinner, found the black-haired woman enter the kitchen with a strange and almost serious attire. Fully dressed in a black tactical outfit and a pitch-black trench coat on top, Marionette stared down at the mother with black latex gloves covering her hands. Seeing that the mother was looking at her strangely, Marionette smiled softly before muttering, I wanted to have a change in pace. Oh, I see. Right as Veronica was about to turn back to cooking, Marionette spoke up. Could you do me a favor, Miss Veronica? HM? Sure. What is it, dear? The mother tilted her head, watching as the black-haired woman raised a white cloth to her face. Please take in a deep whiff of this." The mother, thinking nothing of this, leaned in, taking in a deep whiff before leaning away. She stared at the assassin with a playful look. "Darling, I am aware this is anesthetics. I am quite resistant to it, you know." Marionette blinked at her before nodding. "I am aware. That's why I used the more potent kind." Before Veronica could finish, her mind suddenly turned off. She let out a few giggles before feeling the world blur and suddenly darken as her eyes closed. Marionette quickly moved and caught her, slowly placing her back on the ground as she summoned an oxygen tank and mask from her spatial storage. Once she secured the oxygen mask on the mother's face, she slowly stretched her darkness underneath the woman and the oxygen tank. After the two targets were absorbed and trapped inside the world of darkness, she stood up and went into the living room. Opening the curtains, she looked towards the sky, her face darkening slightly as she muttered, "Lillian." Her expression became tense. She turned around, intending to leave the dormitory. However, right as she was about to shatter, the sound of glass shattering appeared. The long-awaited invasion had begun. Chapter 292. Encounter with the Cultists? Lillian watched as the bone-chilling rifts expelled countless streams of cultist members. Although Lillian couldn't see what happened upon them, making it to the ground, she knew the outcome. The cultists would fall, crashing into the ground and simultaneously shattering their bones. However, under mystical means, their body would be repaired. As she was thinking this, she quickly stepped back, noticing a black blur of more than one shooting towards the window she was standing at. Shatter. Watching as the glass shattered, she immediately put up her guard and quickly summoned her black Odachi, the black maw, into her hand. The invaders, who had cannonballed into her medical ward, slowly crawled back onto their feet as their injuries recovered at a frightening rate from their fall. They wore pure black clothing and a cloak that was all stained red by their blood. They wore a black cultist mask with sharp antlers. It was completely intact from their fall. Lillian glanced down at the weapons they had with them, grimacing. One wielded a sharp saber, and the other wielded a heavy mace. Upon getting back up to their feet, albeit shakily, they leapt at her with extreme speed, without a moment of delay, to scan their surroundings. The one with the saber charged at her directly, while the one with the mace came down from above. The sword cultist swung his weapon, intending to slice her neck in two, whilst the mace cultist intended to crush her head into a pulp. Lillian, enhancing her body, used the flat side of her black Odachi to knock the incoming saber away. Angling her Odachi, she raised it and cleaved through the metal handle of the mace. Once parrying and defending, she summoned a droplet of water right before their forehead, before sharpening and shooting it through their skulls. The one wielding the saber immediately went limp, falling. The one in the air was pushed away by Lillian, preventing him from falling on her. Thud! Thud! Lillian gave a sharp breath as she quickly stepped back. She then muttered, "T2 close." Improving my reaction time really did help. If it wasn't, T for her training with Marionette, S bullet hell. One of the cultists? Attacks might? V landed on her. However, she was also fortunate that she had managed to kill them before they regained their full strength after their fall, which had left them slightly vulnerable. Before she could flash back to her training for a brief moment, she watched as one of the cultists' bodies twitched. The hole in the back of their head began to slowly regenerate and was pulled together by thin red wires. The other began to show the same symptoms. They were coming back to life. They got back onto their knees, almost onto their feet. However, right as before, that could happen. Nope. Thud, thud. Lillian kicked them in the center of their chests, putting them back down onto their backs before severing the connection with their heads to their necks. Lifting her blade and allowing the blood to drip off of it, she scrutinized their body, waiting for any kind of reaction. Walking around them and seeing nothing supernatural, she sighed in relief. I gotta leave. I gotta reach my objective. Turning to leave, she accidentally kicked the side of one of their heads, knocking their masks off. Lillian, giving a curious glance down, cringed and grimaced as she stared at the face of a deceased man, their dead eyes staring back at her. "Oh, please don't stare me like that. It's super disturbing." Crouching down, she slowly placed the mask back onto their face, hiding the look she was being given before quickly leaving the room. Although she was repulsed by what she saw, she wasn't too disturbed. After all, the invasion was being attacked by what she could only describe as zombies. Only by severing the head's connection to the body could they put them to rest. Swapping out her black Odachi for her lantern, the depressing warmth, she made her way out of the medical ward, venturing into the dark hallways of the hospital. She wasn't as strong enough to wield that black Odachi in one arm, for it still remained the same weight even after her mana enhanced her body. She sighed, glancing at the lights on the ceiling that refused to work. If only she had someone who could see in the dark with her. Unfortunately, she didn't, because she sent them off to make sure her mother was okay. The hospital was still clean of blood, so far. In the story, the headmaster had a button inside his office that would activate a teleportation device that would send all living organisms inside an underground shelter. The teleportation device was set up inside the guest building, where those who came to watch the tournament were staying. The dormitories, and finally, the hospital. It was a flawless plan if it was. For the fact that it had a timer for activation after the button had been pressed. Something that wouldn't be the case if an EMP had gone off. Fortunately, that was the only flaw, for the invaders didn't count as living organisms, because they're already dead. As she whispered this, a shriek resounded down the corridor. "Help! Someone!" A massive shiver shot up Lillian's spine. Following this was a familiar ding of her system, a noise she hadn't heard in a long time. New quest. Be a hero or disappointment description. An infamous cult named the Cult of Jesters has begun its attack on Lewis Man Academy. Survive while saving as many people as you can. The more people you save, the more chances you have of succeeding in your mission. Fate blesses its heroes. Will you be able to receive it? Number of people saved, 0. Number of people not saved, 0. Succession rate increase, 10. A mission. Why a time like this? Lillian quickly dashed forward, reading the quest while simultaneously moving through the corridor that was clumsily disorganized and messy as stretchers and stand were strewn everywhere. Come on, why are these everywhere? As she continued to push her way past them, even almost tripping, she managed to make it through. For some reason, she felt as though they really were placed there intentionally. Step, step, step. She quickened her pace as the sounds of groaning echoed into her ears, and eventually, she was able to make it to them. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it on time. Huddled around a man who wore a lab coat now stained red were bloodthirsty cultists, around 3 in total, and they had delivered the last blow to his stomach, pinning him to the wall with their sword. The man let out one last cry for help before gurgling and going limp. Lillian, who had only arrived when the man fell limp, froze, her face darkening as reality and expectations washed over her like chilling water. I fail. Ding! The translucent screen of her system flashed before her eyes, displaying the quest and number of people saved, 0. Number of people not saved, 0 to 1 showed how she failed to save a person in need. Lillian's eyes trembled, the fear of failing grasping her heart tightly. She gritted her teeth and clenched her jaw as her eyes flashed with a certain light. She knew the reason why she tripped back at the Coliseum and ended up in the Academy's hospital. She now knew the reason why the quest to save people had suddenly appeared. It was all because the Lady of Fate is a sadist bitch. Chapter 293. Saving people? The lady, who wielded her fate, was now trying to make rifts in her mental state. That's why she brought her here. Lillian's eyes flared with anger as she lashed her hand out, sending a wave of liquid blades that wore through the cultists' heads before moving in and severing their heads from their bodies with a liquid sword. Blood splattered onto her clothes and the side of her face. However, she didn't mind it. She had been through more than had left her more disturbed. Currently, she was disturbed, even disgusted, by how much the goddess of fate wished to play with her life like an avatar in a horror game, and to think we're on good terms. Getting rid of the sword of water, she looked towards the man, her face darkening as her eyes trembled at how injured and bloodied he was. This affected her more than killing. She slowly pulled the sword out of his stomach, storing it inside her spatial storage before quickly catching him and setting him aside on the ground. She then hovered her hand over his face before attempting to close his eyelids, failing a couple of times before getting it right. But it was mainly because of how shaky her hand was. After doing that and giving another deep thought, she found that the wall the man was pinned to was actually a door. Widening her eyes, she quickly wiped the blood staining the glass and looked through. It was another medical ward, and it was empty. She sighed, finding no one else in there. As she was about to turn away to leave, she heard the soft and quiet sounds of sniffling. Looking behind the door, she saw a woman huddled with her back against it. She gasped and immediately knocked on the glass, trying to get her attention. Luckily, she was able to after the woman flinched and looked up towards the window of the door, finding Lillian's friendly face with a couple of splashes of blood on it. However, ignoring the blood, the woman immediately stood up and opened the door. Where are the intruders? And where is Terry? The woman cried as she clutched Lillian's shoulder, her voice shaking as she tried to avoid the blood that had already begun to coat the bottom of her shoes. Lillian's eyes shone with a depressed light as she listened to the woman's cries. Terry? The man, with the white lab coat. Lillian muttered slowly. The woman nodded frantically, yes. Yes. Just before those intruders could kill me, he pushed me into the room. Her words slowed, and her voice quieted as she looked to the side, finding her colleague on the floor without light in his eyes. She clasped her hands around her mouth, gasping sharply and fearfully as tears flowed down her face. Before her legs gave out, Lillian caught her, pulling her into a comforting hug as she whispered, "It's going to be okay now. You'll be glad that you're safe." And as she said this, ding, number of people saved. 1, number of people not saved. 1 succession rate. 11. Lillian narrowed her eyes on the system, internally cursing the creator behind the quest, and she continued to comfort the woman. After a bit, they continued moving through the corridor. Lillian glanced back, seeing the woman able to follow her, albeit extremely frightened. Lillian could see that she was a student here instead of a staff member, and, through assumption, she reckoned that Terry was the woman's lover. But she wasn't gonna ask due to how inappropriate it would be in the situation. However, as she thought this, she couldn't help but think about her own lover. "Please keep yourself and my mother safe, Marionette." As Lillian wandered through the corridor, she was able to save a few more people, bringing the total number of people she saved to 5. But there were also some cases where she couldn't save them due to them already perishing long before she arrived, causing her count of those she couldn't save to reach 6. She also realized that with each person she saved, it added 1 to her success rate. To think she only had 10 of succeeding in her objective. Originally, although her mood had decreased drastically with the number of people she couldn't save, that couldn't be said for the people following behind her, who were grateful for her support. Especially the woman Lillian saved at the beginning, admiring the white-haired girl's strength as she continued to save more people after her. As they continued to move, Lillian stumbled on another crowd of cultists, except they were already on the ground and no longer moving. She hadn't killed these ones yet, and this was evident with how they died. One had a concrete spike through the heart, and another seemed to have been devoured by some sort of creature before being regurgitated. These are just some of them, and the only thing that was similar about them was the fact that all of them were without heads. Whoever did this knew their weakness. Lillian continued to move forward, checking every room she could find. Soon enough, She had managed to save over 10 people. Why does this place have to be so huge? As she was muttering this inside her head, she noticed a light coming in the direction they were walking. That was when she realized she had met another group like hers. Urging her group to move quicker, she found that the group in the distance belonged to Dr. Medicine, who had amassed a group like hers as well. Except his one was much larger, and around them were monsters of varying sizes. Medicine, noticing Lillian off in the distance, smiled behind his mask that he continued to wear. "Miss Lillian, glad to see that my medication and treatment worked splendidly for you. I see that you have saved some on your own." Her group quickly merged into Dr. Medicine S. Lillian nodded to the doctor's question, and as she was about to answer, ding! Chapter 294, Dr. Medicine in Action. Marionette S. POV. Marionette S. ears twitched to the sounds of glass shattering behind her. In her peripheral vision, she noticed 3 individual shadows loom over her from above. The cultists, who had fallen through the windows like cannonballs, wielding weapons, were immediately skewered by a thick spike of darkness that shot out from Marionette's shadow. Marionette turned around, dark coldness flashing through her eyes as she watched the cultists swing their arms and weapons at her without any thought behind them. She blinked at them, staring at their bodies that seemed to be even more rotten than any living person she had ever met. "They truly are dead." The assassin glanced around the room before enveloping the cultists in darkness. The black sphere that had enveloped them then began to shrink, compressing and crushing the cultists inside until their bodies turned into pulp. Marionette listened keenly, listening to the sounds of crunches and squelches, her face still and unmoving at her ways of eliminating the threat. She had been given clear instructions on how to deal with the invaders by Lillian. Although she was still unaware of how the girl knew such crucial information, she didn't take care at that very moment. How was Lillian? Was she also under attack? Had she eliminated the threat as quickly as she did? Her thoughts caused the crushing shrinkage of the sphere to hasten its process, eventually reducing the enemies within into nothing but meaty pulp. She then tossed out the sphere through the window, as though she were throwing out the trash. Seeing that no blood or biological matter had spilled onto Lillian's floor or walls, she nodded in satisfaction. Rather not dirty Lillian's room as much as possible. With this thought in mind, using her darkness, she threw out the glass shards scattered on the ground. Seeing that Lillian's room was now clean to a degree, she moved towards the exit. As soon as she made it to the front door, it was suddenly torn down and invaded by a cultist. However, before they could completely enter the room, Marionette's fist whipped from her side, shooting towards the center of their mask and delivering a lethal blow that tore their entire head off. Before the cultist could fall to the ground, Marionette had kicked them out of the doorway whilst cleaning her hands with a handkerchief with a repulsed look on her face. "Filthy," she muttered as she sanitized her knuckles. Upon entering the corridor, she was immediately met with the corridor's windows shattering, revealing a wave of invaders approaching her rapidly. The world seemed to slow as this happened, and the only thought that passed through her mind as this happened was vexing. Lillian's POV. Lillian merged into the Doctor's group, watching as he summoned a handful of shards that morphed into monsters of varying kind and shape. The only similarity was that they were all able to fit inside the hallways. Knowing that she would be fine, she pulled up her quest panel. A couple of minutes ago, after joining Dr. Medicine's group, she had heard a soft ding sound go off in her ears, and upon finding out the reason, she discovered that the number of people she had saved had increased. Number of people saved, 23. Number of people not saved, 6. Succession rate increase, 33. She was confused at this before realizing once she had counted up the total people in the group. If she excluded herself, there were 23 people in total. Could it be her joining Medicine's group counted as her saving them? Her theory was confirmed later on as she watched the doctor heal and save people along the way. This brought her current success rate increase to 40. She grumbled gratefully inside her mind. Being charitable now, Lady Luck? Lillian then paused, seeing the entire group freeze as well when noticing Medicine raising a hand to gesture to them to stop. Lillian tilted her head, trying to get a good view down the hallways, and found a single cultist standing in the way with its arms raised and its palms directed at them. This one was different. Both she and Medicine knew it, and it was confirmed not even a second later. From within the center of the cultist's palms, fire erupted, spewing out flames like a dragon that rolled towards them with immense heat that would scorch them alive. Lillian widened her eyes, feeling the world go slow. This cultist must be one of the deceased teachers from the academy in the western region. Medicine flashed his hand out, summoning a humanoid stone knight that carried a large shield large enough for everyone to hide behind. The stone's surface of a knight began to slow, a soft orange, slowly growing deeper in vibrancy and intensity. Was it melting? Medicine flashed out another shard, this one reflecting the image of an emerald python with shimmering scales. Upon retrieving and transforming the knight back into its shard, Medicine tossed out the python shard forward, causing it to shatter and form into a massive serpent whose width was the same as the corridor. The serpent rushed down the corridor, enduring the blistering wave of flames and opening its jaws before snapping down on the cultist. Its mouth, which was filled with a toxic chemical, melted down the enemy's body. After a while, Medicine turned the python back into its shard before returning it to his mana realm for it to rest. Lillian stared at his back, admiration flashing through her eyes as she recalled his history. Before becoming the head doctor in the academy, Dr. Medicine was previously a military medic out on the front lines, constantly engaging with the enemy while also healing his allies. As the sparkles in her eyes shone, they soon disappeared as she watched the doctor smack the back of his spine repeatedly, trying to fix the cramp that he had just received. Lillian sighed. That's not his prime, though. I am glad he has a lot of monster shards to make up for it, though. As they continued to wander about, the building they were standing inside suddenly became lit up with an ethereal light. Medicine, who quickly noticed this, turned back around. Everyone, prepare for teleportation. We will be transported to a more safer area. An underground shelter, if you will. As the monsters around them guarded their every angle, he counted the current people here. However, after counting up to 40, he felt as though something was wrong. He counted again, looking at each individual's face until realizing, has anyone seen an average-sized lady with white hair and blue eyes? Chapter 295, Escaping the Hospital? Everyone in the group twisted their head around, especially the people that Lillian had saved. Where had the girl disappeared to? They didn't have much time to linger before being transported. And Medicine knew this with wide eyes, seeing that no one knew Lillian's whereabouts. He yelled in a desperate and worried voice, "We must find her, and quick." He had already lost several medical students and staff today. He'd rather not have another death on his hands, especially someone like Lillian. Gotta be quick. Lillian, who had slipped away from the group, ran to find a window that she could access and wouldn't have any issues jumping out of. The solution of finding the entrance into the hospital was also on the table. However, Lillian didn't doubt it was most likely packed with cultists, even ones that could still use their abilities. Lillian glanced around her surroundings, finding the ethereal glow growing more vibrant and intense. She really didn't have much time. Perhaps just a few more minutes? She'd rather not get caught up in the teleportation that was about to happen. She needed to save more people and accomplish her mission. Her mission, she was going to take down the head of the invasion. Insane, wasn't it? She, who was scared and weak before, was going to take on a major boss? Lillian continued to run down the halls, down the stairs, and took down the lingering cultists in her way. It was at this point that she had donned her carapace chest plate and fluttering prowl, her black cloak. Encountering another cultist, she twisted her body around, raising her black cloak and clang, using it as a substitute shield against a blade that was swung down on her. By injecting her mana into the cloak, she caused spikes to be raised, pointing to the attacker, who was later pierced by them as Lillian rammed into their body. Flexing her arm out to the side, shaping it into a liquid blade, she used it to slice off the head. Tossing the headless body to the side, she kicked the head towards an incoming cultist, causing them to become briefly staggered. Lillian dashed forward, using her blade arm to stab through their mask and skull, slicing down the middle of their face. The white-haired girl twisted her wrist, tearing through half of their neck. She quickly picked up the siding of red wires appearing and stretching to mend and sew the wound together. Without delay, Lillian spun, raising her arm and slicing through their neck completely, beheading them and putting them to true rest. Lillian breathed harshly, rubbing the blood off her face as she glanced down at her cloak, which had been stained red by blood. She continued moving forward, noticing how the glow around the building intensified. Upon reaching a crossway, she suddenly felt alarms ring inside her mind. Snapping her head to her left, she watched as a pillar of stone shot towards her. She widened her eyes and raised her arms. Thump! The pillar slammed into her with immense force, sending her flying in the opposite hallway, eventually causing her to crash through the window and escape. However, right before this could happen, Lillian noticed in the corners of her eyes that a group of people were running down the hallway in her direction. It was Dr. Medicine, and it seemed that he had already realized that she had escaped. Miss Arias, she smirked, bracing for the window and shatter, being sent through it. And in the split moment that happened, everyone inside, besides the cultists, was sent to the underground shelter, away from the chaos ensuing. Lillian crashed and rolled on the cobblestone ground before swiftly getting up. Looking around, she discovered herself inside a war between the invaders and the Academy's soldiers. Soldiers who were equipped with thick armor and sharp weapons. They were all Tier 1 mages, but with extremely low affinity in mana, which limited them to what they could do magically. However, even without magic and supernatural abilities, they were able to fight back against the constantly regenerating horde of enemies. Those who had noticed her flying out of the hospital and landing in the midst of their war yelled, "Civilian! There's a civilian here." This drew the gazes of other soldiers, causing them to shift their position to surround her, protecting her on all sides as they continued to fend off against the enemy. Lillian smiled wryly at this, grateful for their protection. However, she felt like she was getting in their way. "No need to protect me," she yelled before looking towards the window she just flew out of, finding a humanoid figure wearing a segmented armor of stone. She then watched as they cast a volley of stones upon them. Lillian grimaced, watching as some of the soldiers raised their arms to try and shoot them out of the sky, which led them to attack. Before sighing, Lillian shot her arms out, summoning narrow spears that killed the incoming attackers. She then raised her arm, shooting down the falling rocks with extreme precision. Upon doing that, she quickly lowered her arm to her side, summoning a glass shard that seemed to have belonged to a mirror. And reflecting on it was, "The beetle. Move out of the way," Lillian ordered, chucking the shard into the sky before slipping past the encirclement of the soldiers around her, who were startled by her demand. They then noticed a massive shadow looming over them, belonging to a massive object in the sky, which plummeted towards them with frightening speed and weight. After pushing past the cultists and getting out of the way, the soldiers were met with a frightening anthropod of considerable size that had a nightmarish human-like face with no lips to hide its disturbing teeth. It had a segmented body and a black exoskeleton that showed with an impenetrable glint. It had 3 legs on either side of its body, extremely similar to spiders. Upon its crashing to the ground and stabbing its legs into the cobblestone ground, it looked and surveyed its surroundings, noticing that it was surrounded. It scanned the humanoids in full metal armor and the ones that were covered in pitch black. The edges of its mouth curled up even more, creating a frightening image as saliva dripped through the gaps between its teeth, making contact on the ground and sizzling. It then let out a roar that could only be called a cacophony of distorted voices merged into one. It was a roar for its entrance. It was a roar of nostalgia for how similar the situation was to when it hunted down its prey. It was a roar to signify it was going to begin its hunt. Chapter 296, Crushed Stone. As Lillian engaged with the stone cultist, the beetle raged behind her, tearing through its encirclement and going after anything virtually alive. It opened its jaws, snapping down on the upper bodies of multiple cultists. The sharp ends of its spider-like legs stabbed into their bodies like toothpicks before dropping them into its mouth. It had even begun chasing after the Academy's soldiers, mistaking them for the enemy as well. Lillian saw this and immediately scolded. "Not them, you damn beetle. The ones in black. The black guys," she yelled before, having slipped through a storm of pebbles, launched her way. The beetle gave her a lazy look before sassily rolling its eyes and changing targets. Lillian ducked under a right hook and instinctively shot her fist out in retaliation, gut-punching them. Thud! The hole seemingly froze for a second as Lillian's face twitched from the pain of her knuckles smashing into solid stone. Why did she do that? Before she could reflect any further, she had to dodge back, dodging an earth spike that shot out from the ground at an angle. Moving to the side, Lillian whipped her arm out while dramatically stating, "Water blade," shooting out from the side of her arm, a curved, thin blade of water ejected, speeding towards the stone cultist and leaving a deep etch into their armor. Lillian clicked her tongue, watching as they charged at her like a bull with speed that didn't make sense for such a bulky body. Lillian flashed her arm out to the side, summoning the black maw into her hand before dashing back in. Gripping the hilt of the black odachi, she swung it with both hands, slicing through a stone spike that had shot towards her from the ground. The stone cultist backed away from her slash, narrowly avoiding being sliced in half. They then raised their hand, transforming the earth spike into a long halberd. It was also when Lillian heard them speak. Please. Help. I am just a student." It was a man's voice. Lillian shivered, feeling uncomfortable at their scratchy voice before having to defend against a strike from above. Clang! Her arm shook as she blocked with the side of her odachi. She then muttered with pain behind her voice, "I can put you to rest. Will that suffice?" The man's body seemed to shiver at them, and they seemed to have fallen quiet. Lillian gave a regretful sigh. Unless she defeated and cut off the connection the invaders had with the mastermind behind the attack, they would keep on going. And those who had managed to achieve Tier 2 and above would still retain a semblance of their consciousness. This was because it was needed to keep their abilities tied to their existence. With a burst of strength, Lillian shoved them back before initiating a wide swing and cleaving through the side of their waist, slicing them in half. As she was about to follow up on her attack, Lillian immediately backed away, for the beetle had suddenly appeared beside them. The oversized insect widened its crushing jaws and bit down on the stone cultist, swallowing them and lathering them in its acidic saliva. "You have slain a disciple gnarl." Human Lillian watched this happen, her eyes flashing with sadness at the fact that she couldn't save them the way they wanted to be saved. Putting them to rest is the best way for now. Thinking this, she gave an exasperated sigh before masking her current expression. Feigning anger, she yelled at the oversized beetle whilst pointing at it. "Oi, that was my kill, you damn beetle." Lillian gnashed her teeth at the insect, who smirked smugly at her, while simultaneously using its legs as toothpicks to pick off the flesh stuck in its teeth. Flesh that hadn't been broken down by its acidic spit. Lillian watched this and sighed. "You can eat rocks since when?" As she said this, she realized halfway through that the beetle's saliva most likely helped in that regard. Most likely an evolutionary thing to help with digesting the carapace residents. Hard exoskeleton. Once nodding at how logical her reasoning was, she glanced around the surroundings, finding the area now clean of the cultists. The beetle had truly done an excellent job. Lillian gave a low hum of satisfaction, scanning the faces of the soldiers, who checked if the enemy was truly down or not. Seeing that they were, She looked towards her with a grateful look before moving. They had found that Lillian could defend herself and decided to go in search of other areas that would be in need of their services. And because of this, a soft ding made itself apparent. Number of people saved, 50. Number of people not saved, 6. Lillian smiled broadly, staring and calculating the ratio. Although most of it was fake, she couldn't help but feel proud about it. Her once sour and negative mood had now shot back to a more positive one. And it was thanks to the beetle beside her. Maybe I should be kinder to a dash? Before Lillian could even finish her thought, she watched as the beetle spat something at the ground beside her. Slowly turning her eyes down, she found it was the dissolving remains of what it had just eaten. Her face twitched irritably as she raised her gaze, staring at the beetle, who let out a mocking, distorted cackle. This ticked her off greatly. She quickly climbed onto its back, ignoring its grunts at her intentions of using it as a mount before commanding it to move forward. The beetle, unable to disobey, strode on forward, occasionally picking up corpses along the way as a meal. Lillian, of course, ignored this. Instead, she looked up towards the dreadful sky, watching as the rifts continued to shoot out streams of cultists with seemingly no end. I hope everyone is okay. Marionette POV, tell me again why you all are following me? Marionette turned her eyes back, finding a crowd of women huddling behind her as they kept a keen lookout in all directions. These were the people the assassin had saved along the way, and they had numbered at least several dozen. Currently, they were all in one of the floor's lounge areas, a place Lillian and her never bothered going to because there wasn't much reason to. Well, you, really strong. You would protect us, right? Yeah, what she said. Strong people have the right to do that. Marionette listened to their calls, requests, and statements about her protection, and at their words, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes and give them a stern and cold look. She groaned internally as she closed her eyes and folded her arms. Brilliant. I now have dead weights on my shoulders? She just wanted to leave the dorm to find Lillian. Was that too much to ask? Why must fate throw something as unreasonable as a protection mission upon her? Even if her background was that of an assassin, she was unreasonable and cold-hearted enough to abandon her fellow students, which was most likely something her girlfriend wouldn't like either. She let out a sigh, watching as someone came from the crowd and moved in her direction. Long, dark blue hair and eyes with a studious look. They also wore glasses and had a clean look to them. It was Testri. She took a noble bow before the assassin before stating in a respectful tone, I will support you to the best of my abilities in exchange for your protection. Marionette stared down at her coldly, her gaze eventually softening slightly, but still holding firmness. Testri GLA, Tyria, remind me, you were one of the 2 people to vote for my admission to become part of the student body, correct? Testri nodded strongly. I find that your intelligence and miscellaneous abilities were exceptional for the role. I wasn't even sure how I had been voted higher than you. Marionette gave a low hum as she watched more and more people step up towards her, offering the same thing that Testri did, those being mainly from her class. She now felt more obligated to protect them now. She gave an inaudible sigh as she rubbed the gap between her brows. Lillian, just wait for a bit longer. Pulling out her phone, she looked into her tracker app, finding Lillian especially far from her. However, it seems that she was no longer in the hospital. Had something happened? Immediately putting away her phone and the thought that something awful had happened, she scanned the room, looking to the sides. Her eyes looked over the bodies of the cultists strewn across the floor, without heads, before looking over the group of women before her, noticing how some were uncomfortable with the death lingering in the air. She sighed before noticing something odd. During a situation like this, she would have most likely been met with a certain purple-haired woman, especially when she was on their floor. Where was Millis? Chapter 297. Ref and Millis? Situation? Bonus Ref? SPOV, are you all fine thus far? Ref asked, looking behind him to find a crowd of men roaring at him with vigor, unbothered by the fact that they were all covered in blood. He then glanced down, looking below the wooden chair he was sitting on, and found Xander carrying him with ease. Ref was currently wearing his crown and expensive rings on each finger, each item individually boosting his abilities by a degree. He wasn't going to underestimate the enemy, even if they had been moving smoothly so far. And currently, he was acting as some sort of tank, as his mode of transport was on top of the chair that was being carried by the red-haired fiery man. At first, he had rejected this arrangement, but after being insisted on by everyone, he decided to take it, seeing no further reason to deny a chance to not have to expend any more energy. Looking down at Xander, he asked, "Are you actually fine with this? Is this not in the least bit humiliating?" "Huh?" Xander raised his eyes, grinning, not under the angering effects of his earrings. "Of course not, sir. In fact, it's an honor to your steed into battle. That S." Ref wasn't exactly sure how to answer what he just heard. He was somewhat weirded out by the man's statement. Nonetheless, he coughed into the side of his fist before muttering, "I see. Well, carry on then. We still have many floors to." Before he could finish, the shattered windows along the walls were once again breached as another wave of cultists entered the hallway they were in. As everyone was about to face the enemy with vigor and excitement, Ref lazily raised his hand before pointing it at the enemy. Perching the side of his face on his other hand, knuckles, he muttered quietly as a bright light radiated around the center of his palm. Piercing ray. Everyone covered their eyes as a beam of light filled the entire hallway, cleaning and piercing through the cultists with searing brutality. Once the light had dissipated, all that was left were ashes and sharp metal that shone with a red-hot glow. Crossing his legs and leaning back in his seat, Ref commanded, "Keep moving forward. We still have many floors to go down. Those that are in need of saving are waiting for us." The people behind him gave a roar at his command before advancing. Ref, who was being carried, looked out the window with worried boredom in his eyes. He stared at the eldritch rifts in the sky and the night sky that made it seem that the rifts were just purple swirls on a black canvas. "Father, mother, sister, everyone, are you well?" Millis POV, PUH. What a time to be alive. Millis moaned with a satisfied expression on her face as her legs dangled over the edge of a rooftop. She chugged an orange soda and licked her lips afterwards before scrutinizing the label and calorie contents, completely ignoring what was going on around her. "Mun, very heavy. Meh, I worked out a lot, so it doesn't really matter." With an unbothered look, she chucked the can to the ground before grabbing another beside her. She had managed to snag quite a few after she discovered one of the nearby vending machines had been destroyed. She chugged the can while looking at the sky, completely unfazed by the dangers the entire realm was going through. Once emptying the can she was drinking from, she chucked it over the roof, targeting something below, which she had been using to dump her empty cans. Staring down below, she scrutinized the corpse of a cultist whose head was crushed under a stone boulder, the lower half of his body being partially covered in a blanket of soda cans. After giving one last look, her face contorted to one of sadness and disgust. The cult of jesters. What a miserable existence and concept. Standing up, she waved her arms about, and then began to shout and yell in a dramatic manner. Such a corrupt and impure existence had fallen and violated this place. It must be cleansed. Once finished twirling around, she snapped her fingers before turning back and grinning. "Don't you agree, boys?" Rising up from the ground behind her, knights made of the same material as the roof they were standing on formed in rows. Her eyes then twitched as the sound of whistling fell through the air, followed by a loud crunch and splatter that repeated several times. Looking down, Millis found another wave of cultists had arrived at her area. Snapping her fingers, she ordered the knights behind her to leap off the roof. She watched with a smile as her stone entourage engaged with the group before feeling something amiss. Like something was gazing upon her figure and location. Glancing towards the sky, she narrowed her eyes until it eventually went away. "Avow, man." Lillian hid under her beetle as another wave of cultists fell on its back. She grumbled, holding her knees to her chest as she waited for the rain to stop. She watched as bodies fell off the beetle's back, who couldn't help but let out a grumble of its own, albeit distorted. Lillian pulled up her current quest progress. Number of people saved, 60. Number of people not saved, 10. She felt proud of being able to save 10 more people, but her mood was brought down by the fact that she couldn't save 4. Although with her abilities, she was able to both heal and dish out damage. She had even used her ability to heal some of the soldiers along the way. However, that still wasn't enough. There was some she couldn't get in time. She was too slow. The feeling that someone would have when they woke up late for school or stuck in traffic for a meeting that could dictate someone's entire life. The feeling that everyone had at least felt once in their life. She was experiencing this on several folds. After clearing out the cultists that had just fallen, she climbed back on the beetle, commanding it to move even faster. She hated the feeling of being late. She hated the feeling of failure. She hated the feeling of disappointing others. Chapter 298, Teleporting Confusion. As Lillian continued to ride on forward, she was suddenly stopped as another wave fell from the sky, crashing brutally into the ground right in front of her beetle. She urged the beetle to continue on and get them out of the way. However, right as the beetle was about to take a step forward in the enemy's direction, she saw something flash in the corner of her eyes. Twisting her body around, she raised her arm, blocking a horizontal kick that knocked her off the beetle. Thud! Falling to the ground, she quickly got back up and summoned her Black Odachi. What was that? Glancing around, she heard a loud and familiar roar coming from her beetle. Looking towards them, she found them being swarmed by cultists from every side. She took a step forward, intending to assist her monster with clearing out the enemy, before watching as something flashed in the corner of her eyes again. Swish! She quickly swung her blade to the side, cutting through nothing but air. Confusion flashed across her face. What was going on? Who was attacking her? Were they invisible, or were they really fast? Lillian, holding her position, flinched as the face of a cultist mask appeared in front of her. Her eyes then quickly glanced at the fist that was quickly shot at her. Lillian circulated her mana, morphing her head into water and intending to pass right through it. However, what happened next caused her eyes to widen. She watched as the fist that was rapidly approaching her was encased in a layer of mana, which upon contact with the side of her face, disrupted her circulation of mana, making it so her head was able to morph into water. Lillian was sent back, the back of her shoes skidding on the cobblestone ground as she rubbed the side of her face with the back of her hand. She then spat at the ground, her saliva mixed with blood caused by the blow. After steadying her balance, she looked towards the enemy, finding a man in all black holding a martial arts stance. They didn't seem to be wielding any weapons, and around their hands that were tightly clutched into fists was a layer of dense mana. Lillian grimaced, another tier 2 or above. Discovering this, a question popped into her mind. Was this a student or a teacher? Lillian watched as the enemy's body faded out of existence. She quickly twisted her head around, scanning her area for the enemy. She shot a curious glance at her beetle, finding it to be rampaging through the cultists, its body now slathered in blood. It seemed to be doing well for now, but she wasn't sure if it would be able to keep it up for long. It didn't have unlimited stamina, after all. Lillian quickly dodged to the side, discovering another cultist had begun attacking her. Her eyes followed the tip of its blade, then the face of their mask. Was this the same one she was just fighting earlier? As she was thinking this, the entire front part of her body was dyed with blood as the cultist in front of her became a mush of flesh as another cultist fell from the sky. And that was when she recognized that this was the one she was fighting earlier. She stared at their blood-coated fist that was still wrapped in mana. Had this one tried to sneak attack her from above? As she was theorizing, she heard a pained voice echo from behind the cultist's mask. It was filled with grief and guilt. No. Lillian watched as their bodies shook, their face still turned down and facing the destroyed corpse of the cultist below them. Lillian, seeing that the enemy's body was frozen with grief, chose that it was the best moment to attack. Swinging her blade at them, who remained still, she immediately stepped to the side as a battle axe was swung at her from above. Swish! The heavy edge of the axe sank and cut into the ground. Lillian clicked her tongue, having just missed her chance to finish off the more dangerous variable. Then, coming from all sides, she was overrun. She dodged left to right, trying to dodge the flurry of weapons that came at her, even receiving cuts in the process due to not being fast enough to avoid them. Once seeing an opening to attack, she swung the black maw, cleaving through the waists of countless cultists and splashing blood onto her body. Right as she was about to destroy their heads to prevent them from healing, Lillian felt something strike against the side of her head, causing her brain to rattle, and a part of her skull caved in from the blow. Her eyes drifted to the side, finding the cultist, who was previously paralyzed with grief, now back in action. In the split moment that Lillian caught sight of him, her mind raced with possibilities of his abilities. And that was when it hit her. They were teleporting. She gritted her teeth. Right before the injury on the side of her head could worsen any further, she summoned her parasitic lines and attached them to the surrounding cultists, as well as the teleporting one. Quickly healing, she steadied her balance. She put away her black odachi, finding it to be weighing her down. She then summoned a blade of water and held it in her hands. Swinging the liquid blade that was weightless in her hands, she sliced through the necks of the cultists around her before trying to figure out where the teleporting one had disappeared off to. While she was doing this, she had removed the excess parasitic lines, only allowing the one she had stuck onto the teleporting cultist to remain. And this helped her a great deal. Ducking, Lillian avoided a clean strike from the cultist that appeared before her. While crouching, she leapt up, stabbing her blade of water into the center of their chest before rapidly flooding the insides of their body with water. Chapter 299. 3 Blondies? On the other side of the realm, a tall woman with blonde hair and purple eyes whipped her wrist toward the horde of cultists, summoning a wave of electricity that washed over them and scorched their bodies. She was the sorceress, Lillian's magic theory professor. She glanced behind her, finding another blonde-haired woman with electricity as her ability. The only difference was that they had blue eyes and a scar on one of them. She was Beatrice, the student council president. Beatrice pumped her arms, summoning a clawed gauntlet that buzzed with lethality. She tore through her portion of the crowd with ferocity, but also finesse and elegance befitting someone of her position. "How are you doing, my dear disciple?" the sorceress asked, summoning a lightning strike from the sky on a designated area. "I am perfectly fine, Miss Danielle," Beatrice responded, blitzing through the crowd and dyeing herself in blood. After a few moments of this, they looked towards the side, finding a large steel spike shooting from the ground, even tearing through some of the buildings. Sorceress smiled slightly, protecting herself with a barrier of electricity as the shadows of the spike's tip loomed over her and Beatrice. "Looks like Corin is facing some issues to pull off such a large-scale attack." She then looked back at Beatrice and asked, "How about your council members? How are they?" Beatrice, looking back at her, used an emerald pendant around her neck, an item, to survey a specific spot in the realm. Looking into the emerald gem, she was able to glimpse her council members still engaged in battle. Although they seemed fatigued due to the large number of enemies, they seemed to be doing rather well alongside the teachers who were fighting beside them. "They still doing well, and so are the professors, Miss Danielle, you know?" The sorceress nodded, satisfied and relieved. She then looked behind her, looking at the gargantuan, wide building that was the technological building. Currently, there was no one in there besides a few. The head of research, their assistant, and another. At this point in time, they were tasked with getting back the device that controlled the movements of portals leading in and out of the realm. Without it, the portal bracelets that everyone had on would lead them to a random part of the southern region. Now that she thought about it, how did the invaders get inside the realm without authorization? The bracelets were enchanted to be bonded with their owner. Could it be that the authorization department has been getting sloppy? Miss Danielle, please do not fall into your daydreaming. We still have work to do. You know, the sorceress broke out of her daze and immediately whipped her hand out, summoning electricity clones of herself that took on various colors and wielded weapons. Beatrice, watching her teacher come back from her daze, looked in front of her, finding more cultists falling out of the sky. Although the cultists who didn't have any abilities were much less tiring to take care of, even with their regeneration factor, the ones that did have abilities were far more troublesome. Beatrice to the side, dodging a wave of what she could only assume to be boiling mist that shot past her. From what she gathered, the ones who were capable of magic still retained some of their consciousness and mind, which, of course, was needed to access their abilities. However, this seemed to only apply to Tier 2 or higher. This was something she was able to get out of one of them after pinning them down and interrogating them. Unfortunately, that was short-lived, for any words that left their mouth seemed to decay their consciousness even further to the point they would become like the rest, unable to use mana. However, she was able to get two crucial information out of them before it happened. They only had access to one of their abilities, and they were all massively weakened. As Beatrice was about to rush towards the cultist, who still retained their ability, she quickly backed off as a beam of plasma shot in the cultist's direction. Once the beam had dissipated, the invaders that were lingering in their direction had been completely vaporized. Beatrice looked towards the one in charge of this, widening her eyes as she recognized the person. Danielle, the sorceress, looked in the direction of the newcomer, widening her eyes as well with excitement at who it was. Another blondie in our midst. The newcomer had blonde hair that was styled in a bob cut, a black suit and pants with sunglasses. This was Mirage, assistant Vicky. The assistant turned to the side, finding the sorceress rapidly approaching and hugging her side. She scowled and pried the woman off of her. "Get off me," she muttered in a monotonous voice. However, her words were ignored by the sorceress. Danielle then asked, You finally returned from your business trip. Say, did you miss the academy?" Vicky clicked her tongue. "No. Too much work. And I am only back because Mirage had said the likelihood that an invasion would happen today." Looking up in the sky, the assistant sighed, and it seemed he was right. He had also sent me here to strengthen the defenses of the technological building. Once she said that, wings sprouted from her back wings that closely showed resemblance to the insect, dragonflies. Flying into the air, she began to rain a volley of plasma beams on the enemies below, while also shooting the falling cultists out of the sky. The three continued to fight for a while, their progress and efforts making a large difference as the number of cultists decreased around them rapidly. Vicky, who was still soaring through the sky, froze as she noticed something out of the ordinary leaving one of the rifts. It didn't look like another cultist. It didn't even look humanoid at all. Its body was fully metallic, sleek, smooth, and sharp. It shot out of the rift like lightning, with flames trailing its descent as it crashed into a nearby building and, boom, causing a massive explosion to erupt from its moment of contact. Chapter 300, Explosive Loss. Back to Lillian. Lillian began to flood the cultist's body with water, but was immediately knocked back as a fist made contact with the side of her face. Bam! Lillian stumbled back once again, hissing from the blow. The teleporting cultist stumbled back as well, his body leaking with blood and excess water before having the wound heal at an abnormal rate. However, because of this, his body was still rather bloated and puffed, unable to expel the excess water still within his body. Lillian regained her balance and supplied her parasitic line with mana, allowing her to leech off the teleporting cultist's vitality. The side of her head that was once bloodied has now regenerated back to how it was before. Lillian watched as the cultist disappeared once again, but she continued to track its movements with her parasitic line. When she was still regenerating, she noticed something. These guys have almost limitless healing. If I keep healing off of these guys, aren't I virtually immortal? It should, wouldn't it? However, such a theory was something she was willing to test currently, especially when, Vuvoff, she was still surrounded. Lillian groaned, dodging another attack before countering back. She dodged another by transforming her body into water and slipping through their attacks. The beetle also continued to break through the enemy encirclement, even causing collateral damage that made Lillian stiffen. She sighed, hoping that no one would be around to see and blame her. Well, not like they could with the situation still going on. Wait, why am I even thinking about losing money? Using her cloak to block an attack, she charged in and turned her hand into a liquid blade, piercing through their chest before using their body as a shield to block another attack swish, which was fortunate to take off their head as well. She carried on decreasing the number of enemies around her until the teleporting cultist finally came back. But it was at this point that Lillian had nearly used up all her stamina. But she wasn't out of options, though. Using her connection with the teleporting cultist, she began stealing their stamina. She still had enough mana to spare for this. Rejuvenated, she tilted her head to the side, dodging its blow before throwing one of her own to the center of his chest. Bam! Her mana-covered fist made contact, causing them to briefly bend over. She could even feel his ribcage moving inwards from her blow. She widened her eyes for a split second, wondering if her personal strength had increased. They just weakened. Lillian remembered that the enemy's body was just weakened, especially their bones. Lillian continued her brawl with the cultist, throwing punches after punches and even swinging a blade made of water. As Lillian continued, she couldn't help but feel the enemy she was fighting wasn't truly Tier 2. Tier 3, maybe? As Lillian was thinking this, she dodged another strike from the cultist before lopping off their arm. Right as she was about to move in and attack their neck, a shadow quickly loomed over them. Looking to the side, Lillian found it belonged to the beetle, and its face was very much bloodied, and for some reason, it seemed like it was charging right at her. Thump! Ack! Lillian let out a large groan as the beetle charged in her body, slamming and knocking her through the window of a building. Lillian's body rolled over a table, smashing through porcelain cups and causing them to fall and shatter. She seemed to have landed in a cafe of sorts. Lillian groaned once more, breathing harshly as she felt her shoulder pop out. This pain couldn't help but cause her to relive the memory of when she was facing the beetle back in her trial. What was that for? Lillian hissed, irritated by her monster's attack on her. Right as she was about to take a step forward to exit the building, a bright light erupted outside. Lillian widened her eyes as the world became slow. A wave of heat washed over her as the light broke through the entrance of the building. Is this an explodash? Boom! Lillian flew back, her back slamming into a wall, which was also torn down by the explosion. Her skin became scorched, and her entire back became bruised as she continued to crash through the walls of several buildings. Fortunately, she still had her carapace chest plate to take most of the damage, but she still felt the air being thrusted out of her each time her body slammed into a wall. Eventually, she came to a final stop. Puak. Lillian's back slammed into a wall, cratering it slightly before sliding down it. Phew! She breathed deeply, her lungs feeling like they were both crushed and on fire at the same time. Phew! Her eyes felt tired as she tried to endure the searing pain of a near point-blank explosion. She did the best she could to lessen the damage of the explosion by coating herself in mana, but it seems it wasn't enough. Lillian slowly raised her eyes, taking a look at her surroundings. Almost all the buildings around her had been destroyed and turned to rubble, the lucky ones only being set on fire. Did some kind of machine explode? She looked towards the sky, finding sleek missiles falling from the sky. She widened her eyes. Had her beetle pushed her out of the way because it noticed a missile was flying at them? It didn't attack her for no reason then. She breathed shakily. It had already been 30 minutes. She muttered quietly. She only had a little bit of time until she needed to reach a designated area. She slowly turned her eyes down to take a look at the damage caused to her body. The carapace chest plate was cracked, deformed, and even fractured. With a hiss, Lillian tried to get back up, but as she did that, she fell back down. And that was all that was needed for something a part of her to break and shatter. A recognized shard has been shattered. She stiffened, anxiety washing over her. She slowly looked down, finding her chest plate, once tightly wrapped around her chest, cracking before shattering into glittering dust. Her eyes shook, fear gripping her heart as she watched the dust fly away. The scene of when she lost the sonata of revenge flashed through her eyes. A pained look reflected deep inside the pupils of her eyes as she grudgingly muttered, "You did great. Goodbye, my beloved friend." Chapter 301. One thing after another. Lillian continued to rest her back against the ruined wall behind her, silently listening to the sounds of the crackling fires and chain explosions in the distance. Her face shifted countless times as she tried to get over the loss of her chest plate. She didn't take loss very well, even for material things. And the fact that most of her body was burned and bruised really badly wasn't exactly helping her get through it. She let out a shaky and pained sigh, wincing a little before muttering quietly, This sucks so bad." She then raised her arm, albeit with some difficulty, and pushed her hand towards the air, summoning a familiar system panel she hadn't seen in a while. Name: Lillian Ker. Aureus elements. Water, parasitic traits. N. A shards. Black Maw, Lady Fate. S. Lucky necklace of entertainment. Depressing warmth. Carapace hunter. Fluttering prowl quest theatrical points. 29,265 system shop, huh? So many points. Lillian summoned a health potion into her hand at the cost of 10 points, followed by a mana potion for 15. In the time that she had been here, she had discovered she could only buy 15 of either potion each day. This meant that if she were to buy 7 health potions, she would only be eligible to buy 8 mana potions. She had previously bought and stored them inside her ring, but found they quickly lost their effectiveness after a day had passed. Something she was sure a certain Lady Luck had made as a way she would have endless potions at hand any time. After chugging the glass bottles and tossing them aside, she took a look at her body. Recovered half my mana, but she found that her body was still damaged. Of course, not as much as before. The potions she had been buying were similar to those of low-quality potions, except hers were far more effective, but not enough to be compared to a loving assassin's stash of potions. As Lillian was thinking something along the lines of this, she couldn't help but get a glimpse at a certain translucent line of mana she had created. It was her parasitic line. Did the teleporter die? She looked towards the rubble that used to belong to buildings, albeit hard to make out due to the large amount of dust in the air. Lillian supplied her parasitic line with mana, causing it to glow a faint scarlet red as it stole vitality and supplied it to her body. Soon enough, she was back to full health. However, due to her actions, she seemed to have caught their attention, for her parasitic line seemed to twitch and move in her direction. It then faded out of existence before reappearing again, this time towards her left. Swoosh! Lillian leaned far back, dodging a narrow strike. Her eyes flashed towards the cultist, whose mask had been destroyed, now revealing a face that expressed guilt and sadness. The scare of the white part of their eyes was pitch dark. It was inhuman. Their hand then shot towards her neck, slamming her into the wall and even sending her through it. While in the air, Lillian coughed after being choked before flipping and landing on her feet. She then stepped to the side, dodging a hasty swipe from the cultist. She continued dodging, finding hesitation to attack due to the man's dreadful facial expression. Eventually, steeling herself, she twisted her body around, dodging another narrow blow and transformed the tip of her entire arm into a sharp liquid blade. Piercing through their chest with a blade coated in her parasitic element, she drew mana out from their body. She needed to prevent them from escaping again. However, She knew this wasn't enough. Before they could fade out of existence again and reappear somewhere else, she flooded their body with water, but this time having it carry traces of parasitism. Once negating their ability to escape, Lillian raised her other arm, shaping it into another blade with a curved edge before swinging it. She swung her arm at the side of his neck, sinking deep into it, but unable to completely take it off due to them pushing it back with their mana. She stared into their eyes that seemed to tremble, and seeing this, she muttered in a quiet but soft voice, "That's fine now. Take a rest." She comforted. The cultist's eyes trembled, their lips shaking as they muttered with a desperate voice, I am Hendrik, of the noble Swift F family, and a proud P professor of T. His words then slowed down as his eyes glazed over, as though he forgot. Fortunately, his memory returned as the girl before him ended it for him. "You are a proud professor of the indomitable Shield Academy of the West region." Her eyes softened on the man's face, which seemed to relax. She then felt the resistance against her blade disappear, letting her blade glide through his neck smoothly. However, before he would lose consciousness, she heard Lillian mutter, I'll bear your body myself when I get the chance. So, just leave this world and rest." Thud! His head fell to the ground. Thud! And so did his body soon after. Although the fall was heavy, Lillian was sure the man's shoulders weren't anymore. "You have slain a champion, Ma. Human, you have received a sharding." Lillian breathed a lonesome sigh as she looked up towards the sky again. Transforming her arms back to their original form, she opened her system again. She looked at her shards, finding another addition to them. Shards, Black Maw, Lady Fate's lucky necklace of entertainment, depressing warmth, Carapace Hunter, fluttering prowl, swift steps. She sighed. Her eyes lingered over the name of her beetle, smiling slightly. It was gone, unlike her carapace chestplate. "Good. He is still alive. Glad?" She murmured slowly under her breath before moving her attention to the quest section on her system. Number of people saved, 60. Number of people not saved, 11. So it is people that I couldn't save directly. And to think. Lillian glanced down, looking at the man's corpse. To think he counted. Lillian gave another exasperated sigh as she stared at the number of people she couldn't save directly. She then raised the side of her hand to her eyes, rubbing them. "Mon, it's just one thing after another with you," she muttered shakily. Chapter 302. Second phase of the invasion. A few minutes before the missile's marionette. SPOV, I believe we have gathered everyone that is still alive. Miss Roselle. Testry called out, watching as Marionette severed the neck of a cultist before swiftly moving onto the next like a malicious shadow. Once elegantly wiping herself off blood that may have stained her figure, the assassin turned back, looking towards the dark blue-haired girl. She narrowed her eyes before nodding. They were all mainly second years, correct? What? That's the current ratio between us and them. Yes. To answer that question, they're more second years. Testry's face darkened as she frowned slightly, then first years. Marionette sighed, turning around and gazing at the group behind her that were made up of 3 other women besides herself. She looked towards a blonde girl with pigtails, who stiffened at her gaze and immediately turned their face away from hers. This was Charlotte Dornez, a sound mage that Lillian had fought alongside in the monster hunting competition. Her job in the group was to provide the location of moving entities in the building, search and sense other students, and lastly send and receive messages. The last part was important for the next person in her group, who was Testry. She was able to provide critical thinking and intellectual help for Marionette, who sometimes wouldn't be bothered to help. Next was a woman with long fiery hair. It was Lula Magna, a mage who handled the element of magma and was a key player in Millis' match. Marionette was rather intrigued with the woman's firepower, intending on having her fight alongside her. However, she was rather annoyed by how many times the woman almost caused her clothes to light on fire. Turning around and facing Testry, she asked in a stern voice, "What is the total people in this building, then, Miss Tyria?" Testry stared back before looking toward Charlotte, who seemed rather flustered by the combined attention from the two. Even more so from Marionette, whose gaze seemed to always scream danger regardless of her intentions. "I believe it is around 600 roughly, Miss Arrozel." Marionette, hearing this, folded her arms before huffing. "We lost quite a lot of students then." She closed her eyes and began thinking deeply. Her thoughts couldn't help but linger toward her father. Was he still here in the realm, or had he left with the authorities? She then began thinking about the headmaster and the king. Were they in all of this? And where was her Lillian? Her arms tightened around her chest as her facial expression became tense, causing the women around her to stiffen fearfully. "Are you all right, Madame Roselle?" Lula asked, instinctively standing in front of Testry and Charlotte as they gazed at the assassin, who had a rather frustrated expression on their cold face. Marionette ignored them. She clenched her jaws. "Lillian? Lillian?" She then opened her eyes and pulled out her phone, taking a look inside her tracker app. She was fortunate that her phone was created to be resistant to attacks similar to EMPs, albeit it was rather expensive. But she couldn't say the same for her tracker, for it would randomly lose connection to her phone repeatedly. "Lillian, Lily, just survive for a few minutes longer. Once I am completed with ensuring these nobles safety, I'll return back to Yodash." "What is that?" Marionette, snapping out of her daze, stared at Lula's finger that was pointing outside. Raising an eyebrow, she looked outside. The woman's finger was aimed towards the sky, more specifically the rifts. She narrowed her eyes, squinting as sleek objects fell out of the sky. She watched as one of them shot to the ground, creating an explosion that caused a massive dust cloud to rise. She widened her eyes. The cult of jesters had begun to use explosives to further destroy the Academy realm, as more and more missiles fell out of the sky that resembled metal spears. She found a small dot in the sky shooting towards them with extreme speed. It was a missile. Lula grabbed Testry and Charlotte by the waist, turning around to run away. "Miss Roselle, run away." The world seemed to slow down, and before the missile made contact with the female dormitory, Marionette couldn't help but have the image of Lillian's face flash through her mind, smiling at her with a radiant look. Her fingers twitched. "Lil Boom. Wow, you look like shit, dude." Lillian walked towards her beetle, finding its body even more blackened and charred from the explosion. It was even missing its horn. Fortunately, it seemed that its protective shell had managed to keep it alive at the cost of losing it, though. Lillian listened to its distorted moan of pain that escaped from its mouth. She didn't dare look at him in the eyes, for almost half of his face had been burned off. She sighed, walking up to the beetle, who was lying on his side, and placed her hand on its underside. Patting him, she flexed her fingers, turning him back into a glass shard and returning him to her mana realm for him to recover. "Get some rest, pal. Thank you for saving me." After doing that, she shuddered as she heard the sound of another explosion in the distance. She sighed, rubbing the back of her neck as she looked up at the sky. She watched the rain of explosives that fell from the sky like thunder. She was currently in the second phase of the invasion. There was another wave of enemies after this, which would be the last one. I should get going. Lillian turned around before equipping her new shard, which took on the form of lightweight boots stitched together with silver threads that glowed slightly with each step she made. Item name: Swift Step. Item type: Armor. Item grade: C. Item rank: 3. Item description: Boots that embodied the swiftness of a man whose puppeteered life was put to an end by a lucky rabbit. Enchantments: Short teleportation, swift running, air step. Short teleportation. Upon activation, teleport up to a distance between 5 and 10 meters. The spot you appear must be in your line of sight. Swift running: You run 30 faster than usual air step. Upon activation, you're able to form platforms made of air under yourself. Chapter 303: Ruined Buildings. Lillian continued to run past and over the ruined terrain. Her eyes scanned her surroundings, eventually landing on a destroyed metal swing inside a park. She slowed down for a brief moment before continuing. She shooed. T let something like that slow her down. She then ran past a certain cafe that she, Millis, and Marionette had gone to at the start of the academy. Its brick walls were destroyed, and its sign was in shambles. Her eyes flashed with melancholy, but she couldn't. T let it slow her down. She continued to pass by familiar buildings, and kept on running towards the dorm. She needed to see how everyone was doing before reaching her objective. And on the way, she was met with a stone knight marching and patrolling the area. She stopped dead in her tracks, hiding behind a broken wall. She peeked out and wondered, who does that belong to? This construct must either be a monster shard or an elemental construct. If she recalled correctly, the cultists aren't able to use their shards anymore, so it must be the latter option. She sighed, deciding to test out her new boots teleporting enchantment to get around it. It would serve as a good way to get a feel for the ability. Peeking around the corner, she squinted her eyes, looking towards an empty spot. She then began to slowly circulate her mana from her core towards her legs, all the way down to her boots. As she was about to send the energy into the footwear, boom! She shuddered at the sounds of explosions in the distance. And because of this, she accidentally activated her boots, causing her to appear right beside the stone knight, who stared down at her silently. Lillian widened her eyes and swiped her arm at it, tearing it apart with a blade of water. She then breathed deeply, huffing as she watched the stone remains of the stone knight clatter and crumble against the ground. What the hell? Mun? Lillian stiffened as she heard a familiar voice behind her. Looking back, she found a purple-haired heroine staring at her with a mix of disbelief and frustration. It was Millis. The heroine stomped towards her before pointing at the remains of the stone knight with an annoyed look. That was Meg I. Lil, what the hell? Lillian held up her hands in a surrendering manner before muttering, I am just on edge with the whole invasion. All right? Sorry about your construct. Millis. Millis? S. irritated gaze then softened as she scratched the back of her neck. She placed her left hand on her hip and stated, Yeah, I guess it's understandable to be on edge. Death and all that, why no? The heroine said casually, taking a look around their surroundings. And destruction too. She then snapped her fingers, repairing the once crumbled knight back into its pristine state before making it go wander away. Lillian watched this before returning her attention to the heroine's face, slightly unnerved. She was a bit uncomfortable about how the woman was handling the situation casually. You really are handling this well, huh? Have you not come across any bodies yet? Which side? Ours? Millis tilted her head before placing her index finger on her chin. A couple, mainly due to the whole boom. The two ladies stiffened at the sound of another explosion. Millis smiled wryly and muttered, due to the whole shower of missiles. How? About you then, Lil? Lillian shifted a little, her eyes glazing over as she recalled the limp bodies of those she passed by and those she hadn't been able to save, even when she was right in front of them. She chuckled, putting on a brave face as she said, Well, it's definitely something new. I think I am handling it all right. So far. Millis grinned, patting the white-haired girl's back with a look of encouragement. Dawn? Worry, chum. I'll get through this without losing an arm or a leg. Okay? Lillian nodded slowly before widening her eyes. She stared down at the heroine's face with a look of confusion. Why are you out here? Anyway, aren't you meant to be back in the dorms? Millis shrugged. I went out for a stroll, and then boom. Big-ass portals open out and started chucking dudes at me. Which, to be fair, is quite the dream for some. Is it yours? Lillian tilted her head. Millis gave her a silent look before firmly shaking her head. Hell nah, especially when they come at me looking like that. She pointed her hand to the side, revealing a swarm of cultists making their way over to them. Ashit, Lillian hissed, stepping back. However, she stood her ground once seeing that Millis didn't have any intentions of escaping. She then watched as the woman pulled out a sword, which immediately caught her attention. The sword had a black blade with silver edges. Along the flat sides of the blade were pulsating runes that glowed a subtle, iridescent glow. Ashul, did you awaken it already? Lillian asked with clear surprise. Millis, giving her an odd look, realized what the girl was referring to. She laughed, gripping the leather hilt of the sword. Hell yeah, this sure took me a bit to figure out. Kind of missing its little bouncy and pushing effect, though. As the swarm of cultists was about to reach them, Millis raised her sword, intending to reveal the power behind it. That was until, swoosh, a wall of ice shot up from the ground, separating Lillian and Millis, who were pulled back by the white-haired girl and the army of cultists. Lillian stared at the clear, frosty wall of ice before looking up, staring at the cultists, who were skewered on top of the wall by the spikes on it. Yikes! I almost turned into an ice cube, Millis shouted, staring at the freezing wall with a shiver as she stepped away from it, feeling goosebumps rise on her arms. Lillian didn't feel bothered by the cold. Instead, she just wondered who it belonged to. That was until the cause for it revealed themselves from an alleyway to the side. I see you're still alive, Miss Lillian. Chapter 304, Chopped Dinosaur. Stepping out from the alleyway was a tall young man with black hair and black eyes, with a handsome face. His attire was that of a white academic uniform that was slightly stained at the hem. Stained with blood, to be specific. He clutched a scabbard of a sword that was attached around the side of his hip as he was followed by another man with black hair tied in a ponytail. Lillian recognized these two to be Kuro and Jericho, a surprising duo considering where they currently were. As Kuro walked past the ice wall, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Lillian then saw a silver blur as he flashed his blade out, severing through the frosty wall and causing it to shatter. Lillian gawked as she saw the frozen and shattered remains of the cultists. As she was about to speak out and greet them, Millis beat her to it. Millis raised her fist annoyingly at them before yelling, Oi, you messed up my cool moment. The two men stopped before the two ladies. They threw Millis a silent glance. Kuro then responded with a slight bow. Apologies, I thought you two would be in need of assistance with the amount of enemies there. Straightening his back, he stared at the purple-haired woman's sword, noticing the pressure radiating off of its design. Curiosity flashed through his eyes, but he decided to ignore it. However, his friend, Jericho, didn't as he approached Millis to speak about it. Kuro looked towards Lillian and asked, Are you feeling any better? Lillian smirked before or after this invasion. Kuro smiled slightly at the girl. Casual mood, I suppose in general. Yeah, it's fine now. Lillian nodded before glancing between him and Jericho, who had become rather fond of Millis' way of talking. Aren't you guys meant to be inside the underground shelter? Kuro gave a low hum before turning around. Let's move while we speak. After saying that, he dashed forward, fortunately, in the direction of the dorms. Millis, who was still talking to Jericho, Yeah, so basically I killed this one dude and before feeling something grab the back of her collar. Glancing back, she suddenly felt herself being dragged away by Lillian. Jericho, watching as Lillian and Millis got farther away from him, found that his friend had also left. He gasped before running after them. Kuro, who was running ahead, thought about slowing down to Lillian's speed. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find himself overtaken. This was all thanks to Lillian's boots. Millis, who was being dragged along, folded her arms as the back of her shoe skidded along the ground. Man, Lil, you sure are quick even while dragging? Meh, looks like your endurance training with red ice is paying off. Lillian's ears twitched at this. Her face immediately flushed at the words endurance and at Millis' reference to a certain assassin. She became unreasonably bashful and unintentionally slowed down enough that she was now at the same speed as Kuro and Jericho. She glanced to the side, finding Kuro staring at her with an impressed look. You re quite swift, Miss Lillian. You may even be faster than me if this was a race. Lillian rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Just some training, and the help of items. She added secretly in her mind. So, could you tell me why you two are in the underground shelter? I am sure that you guys must. He teleported there suddenly, right? Kuro tilted his head. You are aware about the teleportation? Lillian nodded. The hospital and everyone inside teleported without me. She then paused before adding, to get teleported as well. Jericho moved in between them with a raised eyebrow. Did your academy tell you beforehand which building will have the teleport, miss? Lillian shook her head, glancing over the burning rooftops of the building and seeing the tall building that was the female dormitory, which was still perfectly intact. Nah, I just figured out on my own. Teleport the places that have the highest concentration of people, Jericho nodded and fell back, letting Kuro, who was in deep thought, answer Lillian's earlier question. To answer your question, we asked to fight against the invaders. Since we were forbidden from using the bracelet your academy gave to us, we found it better to do something rather than standing idle. As he was saying this, a cultist quickly dashed out from a random alleyway, morphing into a gigantic monster that resembled Tyrannosaurus Rex with silver scales. Millis, quickly catching sight of it, flicked her wrist, causing a humongous spike to shoot up from underneath it, piercing through its underside. Lillian tossed Millis into the air, chucking her above the dinosaur. Kuro pulled out his sword and slashed upwards, sending a flying slash of mana that carried traces of frost. It cleaved through the side of the Rex, taking off its left leg. Its wound froze over and slowed down its regeneration. The dinosaur let out a roar as it leaned to one side. Snapping off the spike it was stuck on and collapsing to the ground. Boom! Causing a cloud of dust to rise, it was suddenly shredded and cut apart by it. It was as though the very dust particles themselves were razor-sharp blades. Jericho, who had made the dust cloud razor-sharp, summoned a massive spear several meters long before sending it down and pinning the dinosaur to the ground. Thud! Millis fell from the sky, summoning her sword that radiated an iridescent glow. Gripping it with both hands, she raised it over her head before slashing down, cleaving through the dinosaur's neck. She was later caught by Lillian, who had situated herself underneath the heroine. Lillian, who had just watched the three effortlessly take care of it, couldn't help but shoot a sad look towards the dinosaur that had slowly transformed back into its human form. She sighed, "Not much I can do. I can just use this time to save my mana for the bigger fight." Looking down, she found Millis acting bashful as they cupped both sides of their face and fidgeted a little. "Oh, my hero!" Millis cooed with a fake blush on her face before feeling herself drop and land harshly on the stone ground. Thud! Ow! Mun! I was just playing around. Millis rolled on the ground as she clutched her rear with both hands, squealing dramatically as Lillian rolled her eyes at her. Lillian was now unconsciously taking in a certain assassin's habit of dropping people once catching them. Chapter 305. Making it to the dorm? Bonus after a little bit of running, climbing over the terrain, and fighting off more cultists along the way, they soon made it to the dormitory. Kuro glanced between the two tall buildings. Which one of these is the female one? Or are both of these for the female students to live in? Lillian smiled wryly, understanding Kuro's naivety as he was, a student at their academy. She gestured towards the left building. That's the female, and the one on the right is the male dormitory. Kuro nodded slowly, glancing at both of them. I see. May I and Jericho take on the male dorm and leave the female one to you two? Lillian smiled. I was planning on that, actually. Let's do that. The two of them nodded at one another before dragging their respective companion towards their respective dorm. Millis groaned at Lillian dragging her by the back of her collar. She then asked, "Why you gotta be so rough with me? Yine, this rough when it comes to red ice." She pouted, folding her arms as she looked to the side. Lillian smiled wryly, because she clings to me like a koala. I can't necessarily drag someone if they already attached to me. Lillian then pulled the heroine back on her feet before walking through the glass frame of the automated sliding doors. Millis walked up to it, scrutinizing the door before prying it open with her hands. Scope. The door slid open, allowing Millis full entry under Lillian's deadpan supervision. She gave a defeated sigh before chuckling a bit. She turned around, intending to move towards the stairs before face-planting into something soft. Feeling her face pressed up against something, she sighed before tilting her face up. Hiya, babe. She stared into the red eyes of a certain assassin, who stared down at her expressionlessly. However, deep in the woman's eyes was clear concern. Marionette slowly reached for the sides of the girl's face, cupping her cheeks. After massaging and playing with them, she muttered in a soft voice, Are you fine? Are you hurt anywhere, Lillian? She then gently tilted the girl's head to the side, checking for any wounds on the girl's neck and face. Lillian shivered a bit from the woman's touch, feeling her cheeks already starting to heat up. She then responded to the woman's words in a vulnerable tone. I am fine. Tired, but fine. Looking into the woman's eyes, she asked, Where is my mother? Marionette, who was still checking Lillian's body for injuries, responded instantly. VE placed her somewhere safe. Don't worry. Lillian raised an eyebrow, wondering what the assassin could possibly mean before nodding. She wasn't going to ask. She knew the woman would keep someone as important as her mother safe. Her eyes then moved to the sides, staring at the bloodstains on the ground and severed limbs. Her eyes glazed over a bit as she looked behind the assassin, finding bodies strewn on the floor behind her. Marionette, finding that she was losing Lillian's focus, turned the girl's face back towards hers before muttering, How? Your mental state, then? Are you fine in that department? Lillian stared at her silently before forming a fist with her right hand and coughing into it. It's fine. Don't worry. Lillian stiffened, flinching as she felt Marionette's hands fall from her face and down to the sides of her waist before grabbing her. She then felt the woman's arms possessively wrap around her waist, which led to her blush worsening. Raising her eyes to the assassin's face, she couldn't help but shiver at the loving look in the woman's red eyes. She then heard the assassin say, I am glad you safe. I missed you. Lillian unconsciously let out a small and high-pitched sound before responding. Thanks. Me too. She turned her face away, shyly. In an attempt to steer this conversation towards something that wouldn't lead to anything overly intimate, she commented on the woman's current attire. So, what? With the outfit. Marionette, glancing down at her clothes, responded, before being interrupted by a certain heroine off to the side. Millis, who had been watching them all this time, stuck her face in between the two ladies' faces before saying, I know you two want to get on right now, but to do it in a place like this is yuck. Lillian immediately pulled away before pointing at Millis scoldingly and stuttering. IIWE wearin'? Going to do no such thing. She looked towards Marionette. ISN, that right. The assassin looked towards the rabbit, whose face was completely red from embarrassment at Millis' words and also from their short, intimate contact. She thought for a moment before folding her arms. She turned her face towards the purple-haired woman and said, We wearin'. I can promise you that. Lillian sighed off to the side, hearing that Marionette wasn't planning on doing anything when holding her. Albeit, she was slightly disappointed. However, she then perked up and stiffened at what she said next. Marionette, staring down at Millis' face, who was giving her a suspicious look, said, However, if this were a much cleaner environment, then yes. We would have. And Marie. Lillian yelled in disbelief as she felt her cheeks grow even warmer than before. Marionette shrugged, while Millis just laughed at the two. After a bit of this, Marionette brought them up a few floors, leading them to a lounge where there was a crowd of people. She then went on to lead them to higher floors, showing them the people who were saved. Eventually, they came to a stop on one floor to rest. Lillian watched as Millis went on to hold a conversation with a separate group, leaving Marionette and her alone on a somewhat destroyed couch. "Wow, you did a good job," Lillian muttered, looking towards her girlfriend with a broad smile. She was also looking towards the side as a soft ding noise rang inside her mind. Number of people saved, 711. Number of people not saved, 11. Success rate increase, 200. Maxed. Her face then fell as she saw the maxed part right beside her increase in success rate. She cursed Lady Luck inside her mind. Teasish, stingy ass. Although she was kind of cheating in this way, she still should have been allowed to get the 700 increase. She growled before sighing. Well, I guess my chances are doubled. That essay bonus. Maybe the reward might be something good. She was monologuing. She didn't. T noticed that a certain black-haired assassin had laid the side of their head on her lap. It was only after she finished that she realized. Looking down, she gave Marionette an odd look, which got her response. "Pat me. I need compensation for my work." The corners of Lillian's lips twitched before eventually curling up into a large, teasing grin. "Oh, I suppose you should get one. But aren't you in the least bit embarrassed about others watching?" Marionette's face twitched irritably at the sound of others. "Why does that matter? Stop caring about the others and just focus on me." She frowned. Lillian chuckled before eventually soothing the woman's annoyance by slowly stroking the side and top of their head. She smiled softly. "All right, my lady, I'll do what you want." As she patted and stroked through the woman's hair, she heard a loud, high-pitched scream from one of the ladies in the lounge. Looking up, she found that there was a missile shooting straight towards them. And there was more than one. She stiffened and unconsciously tensed her body, instinctively wanting to run away. She still remembered the damage she had suffered from surviving one. Wait, try to shoot it down? She pushed down this thought. The explosion would still reach us. As her worries grew, it was soothed by the woman in her lap. It's not going to reach us. Stay seated and continue, Lillian. Marionette stated confidently before turning towards Lillian's stomach and snuggling up to her, despite how dirty the rabbit was. Lillian, seeing how calm she was, relaxed as she recalled what happened in the story. The reason why the dormitory had been reduced to rubble despite the missile shower. So Mirage is finally out of his office? Lillian muttered quietly as she looked out of the window. Outside the window, on their floor, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the sky, hovering with the help of wings that stretched out from their back. The wings took on the form of purple butterfly wings that left trails of glitter as they flapped. They had long black hair tied in a ponytail and wore a robe that had a depressing amount of black on it. It was Mirage, floating in the air with his usual cold smile. He raised his hand and summoned a large metal wall out of thin air, which, while blurry and wobbly at first, solidified. Boom! 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 The muffled sounds of the explosion rang out harshly as the missiles crashed into the metal wall, unable to leave a dent in its surface. After the threat had disappeared, Mirage dispelled the metal wall before blurring and disappearing from existence, not even muttering a single word. Chapter 306. Suspicion? Kaya. Lillian screamed dramatically as she ran into her living room. She looked towards her shattered window with a look of despair. My window. Marionette, who was slowly following behind, looked towards the window before looking down at the carpet that was partially stained with blood. You more worried about the window than blood? Huh? Lillian looked down, finding that there was indeed blood staining her floors. She waved her hand dismissively. Blood is not an issue for me. But my window. She continued to stare at her window, tearfully. Marionette sighed, watching as Lillian dragged her finger over what remained stuck to the window frame. She moved closely behind the girl and moved her arms under her armpits and around their chest. She pressed her face to the back of the girl's head, taking in her scent, which now had a strong hint of iron, before muttering, "I'm sorry about what happened to your window. I at least cleaned the glass shards for you." Though Lillian, hearing this, pouted as she realized there truly was any broken glass on her floor. Thanks, she responded quietly, getting a small nod from the assassin. Marionette then asked, I feel as though you were more worried about your window than the thought of what would have happened to me. Lillian felt the woman's fingers push against the bottom of her chin, causing her face to tilt upwards. It was then that she stared into the woman's stoic eyes. However, if Lillian focused a little more on the woman's face, she would find that their cheeks were puffed out a bit. Were they pouting? Lillian smiled wryly at what she said. She sighed and twisted around, bringing her arms around the woman and hugging her as well. She then stated confidently, That's because I know you. I'll be fine. You, re-strong, after all. It's still hurtful that you didn't think about me. Marionette frowned, huffing as she tightened her arms around the woman, bringing her body closer to hers. Lillian, hearing the woman's response, chuckled. Says who? I thought about you a lot. She raised her right hand to the side of the woman's head, caressing the assassin's cheek before playing with her ear. Marionette immediately stiffened at the touch on her ear and flinched. Lillian raised an eyebrow at this. She squinted her eyes on her girlfriend's face, finding it slightly reddish around her cheeks. She widened her eyes. She moved her hand closer to the woman's right ear, softly pinching and rubbing the edge of it. This led to the Marionette's face to redden and her lips to go shaky. Seeing this, Lillian asked with a shocked look on her face, Are your ears sensitive? Marionette, hearing this, immediately pulled Lillian's hand away from her ear by the wrist before nonchalantly stating, No. Her blush on her face was completely gone. Lillian blinked at her skeptically. Squinting, she raised her other hand to the woman's other ear and began playing with it as well. The same result appeared again. Marionette's face reddened slightly, and her red eyes displayed an unwilling pleasure. Lillian watched as the woman clutched the wrist of her other hand before pulling it away from her ear. The two then looked into each other, his eyes, silence moving in between them until it was broken by Lillian's snicker. You are sensitive. I am not. You so are. Stop lie. I am not lying. But I am not sensitive there. Lillian's smile couldn't help but broaden into a smug grin as she watched the assassin shut down her accusations. She pressed her body up against the woman and increased her height. She moved her lips right beside the assassin's left ear and muttered, Stop lying, dear. I know you want me to touch you here. Lillian leaned in and left a small peck on the woman's earlobe before gently nibbling on it. This caused a small yet inaudible moan to escape the assassin's lips. Before Lillian could push on anymore, she suddenly felt her body flip. Bringing herself back to her usual height, she suddenly found herself hanging over the assassin's shoulder. What are you doing? Bedroom. Huh. Lillian wriggled as she felt and watched Marionette turn towards the direction of her bedroom. Hold on. We can be doing something like this in such a dangerous situation. You, the one that started it. Now, be the one to finish it. As Lillian and Marionette were doing whatever they were doing, somewhere underground, there was an interrogation room. The walls were made with solid, smooth metal and were without any windows. All there was a metal table, a mounted TV, and chairs for the interrogator and the suspect to sit in. Mirage, who was taking on the form of the elderly man Headmaster Lewis, looked across the table from him, staring at a devilishly handsome man with long black hair and eyes. It was the headmaster of the Luton Academy, Donatello. The man stared at Mirage, resting his right elbow on the table and propping his chin up with his hand. May I ask why my students, teachers, and other guests were suddenly teleported to this underground shelter for? And why I'm specifically in this interrogation room? The building that held all the guests and individuals from Luton's Academy was able to be teleported first before the rest. Lewis stroked his awfully long white beard in a casual and carefree manner. Ho ho ho. To answer your first question, there seems to be an invasion going on above. The usual Lewis Academy experience, if you must know. Donatello nodded slowly. Yes, I am aware of your past attacks, he said with a sigh. And it's rather concerning that you are here instead of being up there. Ho ho ho. Well, yes, but I trust my staff and students to keep things under control while I keep things controlled here. After saying that, he pulled out a remote from who knows where and switched the TV on, showcasing various footage around the realm. Donatello, watching the TV come on, widened his eyes. I see that your technology had finally come on after that EMP strike. After hearing what Donatello had just said, Lewis narrowed his eyes before asking in a low voice, "How do you know it was an EMP strike?" Chapter 307. What happened to the dorm? How do you know it was an EMP strike? Lewis asked, narrowing his eyes even more as suspicion arose deep inside his brown pupils. If you were to recall correctly, Donatello should have been teleported way before the EMP reached him. Could it be that he assumed that it was due to most of the electronics in the realm being shut down by it? Donatello didn't answer. Instead, he continued to watch one of the footage that showed a speeding missile coming straight towards it, only to be saved by an individual with a black ponytail. That's Mirage. I assume your disciple, correct? Lewis nodded, still holding suspicions about the rival academy's headmaster to his chest. Yes, he is a splendid student of mine, and one that has been with me for years. I am sure you already know this. Donatello slowly nodded, of course. How long has it been? We've been companions for as long as I can remember. The man then smiled crookedly as he added, It's just a shame that knock. Donatello paused and looked towards the door behind Lewis, who also looked back. The two raised an eyebrow at one another. Lewis then yelled at the door, "Come in." The door was pushed from the outside, revealing an academy soldier. Come bearing news of an influx of people arrived through teleportation. Lewis widened his eyes. The last spot that needed to be evacuated is the student's dormitory. Has it finally happened? His eyes then blanked out for a moment. Mirage, who was acting as Lewis, looked through one of his illusions, finding that there indeed weren't any students still inside the dorms. However, to get a look for himself, he switched the TV to view the insides of the area where everyone was being kept. The underground shelter was made up of several hallways, leading to rooms that were mainly locked to you unless given access. However, the holding area was like a huge canteen that stretched far. Mirage wandered around in his original appearance, greeting the people that saw him walk past before finally making his way to the new arrival. And the first person he came upon happened to be the second prince, who seemed to be bandaging up a male student's arm. Once allowing him to finish, Mirage approached him with a greeting. "I greet the second prince. I hope the invasion hasn't affected you too badly," Mirage stated with a small smile. Ref, turning his head around and staring Mirage in the eyes, nodded respectfully, "Yes. It didn't affect me too much." His eyes then scanned around, looking towards each individual student in his vicinity who had a crestfallen expression, most likely from having watched a few of their friends perish. Although the male side didn't suffer as much loss, he couldn't say the same for the female side, who seemed a lot more affected, judging by their expressions. "I believe the academy covers therapy sessions, correct?" Mirage, stunned at what he heard, broke out of his momentary stupor and nodded. "Of course. We are an academy that helps students grow towards a certain direction, even at the cost of loss." "Could you explain that last part?" Ref narrowed his eyes, finding Mirage's words rather sinister. "I will not. Could I ask if you have seen Lillian?" "I haven't. Is that so? Then, have you seen Miss Roselle?" Ref went silent before slowly drifting his eyes towards the side, glancing in a direction until his eyes landed on the back of a certain assassin. Marionette was sitting at an empty table alone on one of the metal stools attached to it. Mirage gave a low hum. "Any reason why she is alone?" Ref shook his head, glancing in another direction to find Millis playfully goofing off and cheering up the female students, who looked extremely depressed. "I am not sure why either. And she doesn't seem to be willing to share." Mirage nodded and bid the prince farewell before taking a step in Marionette's direction. Upon reaching the woman and coming around the side of the table, he found that the assassin's face looked rather intense. Marionette's hands were tightly clutched together, her nails even drawing blood from the back of her hands. Before the teleportation, honestly, you gotta control yourself sometimes, Lillian muttered, adjusting her new set of clothes as she walked in front of the assassin. They were on the ground floor. She was now wearing a black hoodie and pants, something that was bought for her by the assassin on their first date. Since she was going to be spilling a lot of blood, she thought wearing a darker color would help. Marionette watched as Lillian tied her hair into a ponytail, something the girl couldn't do before, but could now because it had grown to their shoulders. Marionette paid attention to this, but ultimately dropped her gaze down to the back of the girl's neck. She sped up and walked beside Lillian, scrutinizing the side of her neck and the red mark that she had just made. Lillian, looking to the side, found the assassin staring at the hickey that they had made. Her face twitched, then it twitched even more as she saw the woman smirk at her. She then heard her say, "You read just too delicious to be left alone, Lillian. It's not entirely my fault." Lillian's mouth gaped, gawking and widening his eyes as she watched the assassin lick her lips seductively at her. Was she hinting that she wanted to go another round? Lillian crossed her arms in an X. "Nope, we are not going again. We already lost enough time by making out." As Lillian said this, she watched as her girlfriend's lips slowly curled down into a frown before stopping in the middle of the corridor. Lillian, raising an eyebrow, suddenly found her back, up against the wall again. Lillian instantly gulped, memories of similar scenes flashing in her mind. And the result of each one? Something intimate always happened. She glanced at the woman's hand placed on the wall behind her. She then slowly brought her gaze up towards the assassin's face, who was frowning at her. Marionette raised her other hand and clutched the girl's chin, tilting it up in an almost dominant manner. "Time? We have plenty of time, Lillian, especially with Mirage outside, protecting the dormitory from attacks." Marionette, using her thumb, caressed the girl's bottom lip. She eyed it hungrily, enjoying as the girl shivered from her touch. Lillian, hearing the woman's response to her earlier words, gulped again before responding. "But still, this really isn't the time to be doing something so inappropriate. You should know this better than anyone her MMHPH." Right as Lillian was about to finish her sentence, Marionette silenced her with a rather fiery kiss that lasted for a few seconds. Chapter 308. A little make-out session before leaving? Lillian widened her eyes as Marionette captured her lips. She let out a small moan between their kiss, trying to pry herself away from the assassin before ultimately failing as the woman followed and chased her without fail. She felt the woman's body press up against hers even more, pushing her up against the wall. She then felt the woman's legs slide in between hers, rising and pressing their knee against her body. Lillian stiffened, feeling Marionette's knee rub her sensitive area. She let out another moan, placing her hands against the assassin's shoulder. As their lips continued to move against each other, Lillian felt something prod at the entrance of her lips, almost as though it was telling her to open her mouth. With a lapse in her judgment, she allowed Marionette closer. Feeling the warmth of the moment, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as her focus stayed locked with the assassin's. The closeness of Marionette, the woman's leg gently pressing against her, the softness of the woman's lips kept drawing her in. It was as if she were addicted to the strawberry taste of the assassin's lips. Eventually, it got to the point where Lillian had to push the woman away, the point being when the assassin was about to place their hand on her chest. Marionette, feeling the girl push against her shoulders, slowly opened her eyes, a look of surprise and disappointment flashing through her pupils. Their lips, once pressed intimately close, were now separated, only connected by a string of saliva stretched from their tongues. Lillian immediately closed her mouth, snapping off the bridge of saliva as she muttered with a shaky voice, "JG's." Calm down, will you? Are you? Lillian gulped, are you this needy for a kiss now that we are dating? Marionette, watching as the girl before her breathed harshly, gulped as well as her eyes looked over the girl's reddened face. She slowly moved both of her hands to the girl's cheeks, cupping them firmly. She stared into Lillian's sparkly blue eyes that would always place her in a trance at how beautiful they were. I'm sorry, but I am an avid lover for adorable things. Lillian stiffened, blushing at what Marionette had said. Her lips became shaky, especially when she saw that the assassin was about to lean in again. As she thought about scolding the woman and pulling away again, she caught a glimpse of the outside. Ruined buildings, occasional corpses, bloodstains. Does she really want to go out there again? Or should she stay here and fall into depravity in Marionette's arms, who seemed to have lost all of her strictness? Marionette, finding that Lillian had switched her focus to somewhere else but hers, was about to turn the girl's face back in her direction. However, she noticed something odd with the surroundings. It was beginning to glow faintly. Just as she was about to pull away from Lillian to investigate, she found the girl had clutched the collar of her clothes before yanking her back in. In the next moment, she found Lillian's lips pressed against hers before. Jewel! Leaving soon after, she then heard her mutter, "There's nothing wrong. A teleportation spell is just about to go off." Marionette, finding that Lillian was expressing any form of panic at the strange phenomenon that was the glowing dormitory, nodded. She had found that trusting Lillian at this point had gone rather well, thus far in her academy life. She didn't see any reason to stop now. She then watched as Lillian grabbed her hand and pulled her in the direction of the exit. Tilting her head, she asked, "Are we going to leave? Where does the teleportation go to?" She continued to take a look around, finding the glow increasing intensely. Right as Lillian was about to step out of the door, she turned back with a soft smile before asking, "How much do you trust me?" Marionette tilted her head, confusion appearing inside her eyes as her stoic face twitched. She was puzzled by the question, but answered nonetheless. "Greatly." Lillian giggled before asking, "And how much do you like me?" Marionette raised an eyebrow before responding, "I don't like you." Lillian froze, speechless at what she heard. She froze even more at what she heard next. "I love you. Not just like. I love you a lot." Marionette cleared up with a shake of her head, causing Lillian's face to relax, but also twitch at how she was tricked. "All right," Lillian muttered, blushing from the woman's satisfying confession. Lillian, staring into the woman's eyes, raised her right hand and played with the assassin's ear, who flinched at her touch. Lillian couldn't help but grin as she found the woman feeling sensitive to her touch. She felt even better as she watched as a blush appeared on the assassin's face. Marionette, who was about to hide the lower half of her face behind her hand, stopped as she heard, I'll kiss you if you don't. Hide yourself." Marionette immediately lowered her hand and stared at the girl intently, waiting expectantly for her promised kiss, which left Lillian baffled. The rabbit let out a sigh before leaning in slowly. Marionette, watching this, leaned in as well, her face still blushing from Lillian's fingers playing with her ear. Each stroke from the woman's finger would send a pleasurable shock through her body that would tingle her brain. Marionette slowly closed her eyes as their lips were about to meet. However, the kiss never came. Instead, she felt a strong push back. She immediately widened her eyes and stumbled back. Step, step, step. Looking forward, she found Lillian outside, facing her with a smile. She then watched as the girl waved at her innocently. Lillian then said, "Love you, babe. But I'm gonna need you to go." Chapter 309, Starbringer? And that's how it all went down. Millis stated, her hands placed on her hips as she faced Mirage, who stroked his chin with interest. Mirage, having decided that it was best not to engage with the assassin, in case their relationship were to worsen somehow, has chosen to turn to Millis to find out what happened. So, for the past few minutes, Mirage had been listening keenly to Millis' story about what had caused Marionette to be oddly upset. And once finishing, The two threw a glance towards the unsuspecting assassin, who was none the wiser about what was going on. Currently, she was still sitting at the metal table with a gloomy expression. However, she wasn't alone, unlike when Mirage had gone to check on her. This time, she was surrounded by some of the people she saved, who were trying to cheer her up, albeit failing miserably due to the assassin ignoring them. Turning back to each other, Mirage then asked in a curious tone, "Is that really what happened? Or are you making this up?" Millis stared at her homeroom professor for a moment before smirking. She giggled and responded with how those two act with one another probably wouldn't be far-fetched to say that is what really happened. Mirage blinked at her, which caused the heroine to feel offended. "Look, I am extremely good at reading people. What? That's that look for teach." Mirage sighed at the fact that Millis had been telling him an entire fabricated, degenerate story the entire time. "Then, how did you know what Lillian was wearing? And did you need to go in depth about them making out?" "Oh, I saw her walk by when I was in one of those lounges. And the description of them kissing is incredibly important to the plot." Mirage sighed again. Finding that there wasn't any reason to continue with the detective work, he bid his student farewell before leaving. As he was walking away, he glanced to the side, finding a ruckus being caused as a civilian screamed frustratedly about being kept inside the underground shelter against their will. He sighed, watching as the guards took him away to calm him down. He was hoping the people in charge of repairing the device in charge of the portals would hurry and send over their news. He then found Ref walking over to him. "Oh, Second Prince, what can I do for you?" Ref, having made his way over to his professor, asked, "Have you seen my father around?" Mirage silently stared at the young man before shaking his head. "He is currently doing something important, so I can tell you where he is. However," he raised his hand and pointed toward the hallway. "If you go in that direction, in the second room to the left, you'll find the queen and the princess." Ref nodded gratefully and immediately towards that direction. Mirage, seeing that there wasn't any more to do with the shelter, sent his consciousness back to his original body, which was still in the form of Lewis. Opening his eyes, he found Donatello watching the TV and the camera feed it was currently displaying, which was showing what was going on the surface. Donatello, finding that Lewis had finally awoken from his sudden slumber, turned his attention back to him. "You old fart, you must take care of yourself better. You should suddenly fall asleep when talking to someone. Or had you recently developed a case of narcolepsy?" Lewis blinked at Luton's headmaster before sighing. Ignoring the man's question, he asked, "What were you going to say, Bifo? Did you know the missile shower had finally ended?" Donatello, who was resting the bottom of his chin under his interlaced fingers, gestured towards the screen, causing Lewis to look at it as well. And he was right. The missile shower had indeed ended. But Lewis had already known this through the countless illusions of himself he had spread over the realm. Yes, it finally ended, it seems. Thank gods. Donatello slowly nodded before standing up from his seat. This alarmed Lewis, who immediately got out of his seat as well. He stared warily at the rivaling academy's headmaster. They were, after all, a Tier 5 mage just like Lewis. On the same level, Mirage wasn't sure, for he hadn't seen either of them battle each other before. Donatello raised his hands before his face, staring at his wrists that were connected by a metal cuff. He then sharply pulled his hand apart, ripping the links of the metal cuffs before moving his hands to the back of his head and fixing his long hair. Donatello then opened his mouth and spoke. Right before we were interrupted, I was about to say something. Unfortunately, it seems I had run out of time for leisure chatter. Lewis narrowed his eyes, feeling a dark premonition brewing inside his heart as Donatello's movements began to grow rather sinister as his fingers twitched erratically. Raising his eyes from the man's fingers, he looked into his eyes, finding staring at him creepily with an almost dead look. He then heard the man mutter in a hoarse voice as a glint of melancholy flashed through his eyes. "It's such a shame that this is what my body will be used for." The once powerful Starbringer, Donatello rapidly shot his hand towards the ceiling of the room before adding, I hope you can protect your academy, Louis, or should I call you Mirage? Louis widened his eyes, shocked at the man's ability to see through the illusion covering his body. How could he figure out his identity? He was sure his disguise was seamless. Questions. Countless questions. Every single kind of question flashed through his mind. But the only one that lingered and made itself distracting was headmaster of the Luton Academy, the mastermind behind this entire attack, the whole time. Breaking himself out of his stupor, he moved his attention towards the man's hand, which radiated with a light so hot that it began to melt the inside of the room despite it being made of metal. Time seemed to slow down as he watched Donatello bring down his hand in the shape of a blade, intending to slice through the table. However, right as he was about to do it, the wall to their right suddenly broke apart into countless cubes. Following, that was a golden-yellow blur. Starbringer. Chapter 310. A meeting with someone? Father? Lillian wiped her forehead, breathing a sigh as she leaned her back against the crumbled wall. Mun, maybe I should. Have ran away without saying anything. Right after Marionette took her inside her bedroom, Lillian managed to break free and make a dash outside. Under any normal circumstances, she may have allowed the woman to have what she wanted, but this was one of those scenarios, especially when she was able to notice a subtle glow in the corner of her room. She couldn't allow herself to be teleported, thus leading to her escape, which she almost didn't succeed if it was for the fact that Marionette had been taking it seriously in their chase. She scratched the back of her head. Should I have said that the glow was a teleportation spell? If she recalled correctly, the split second after the teleportation spell had gone off, the woman had a rather intense look on her face as she was swept away by the teleportation without Lillian. She looked hella pissed. She pushed herself off the wall and wandered in a direction. She didn't know why, but she felt almost sad as she remembered the look in the woman's eyes. She sighed and shrugged. Probably abandonment issues. She rubbed her chin as she peeked out from a corner. Did the game say something about her past? She can really remember these days. As Lillian was thinking this, her ears twitched at the sounds of a distant whistle in the sky. Curious about the sound, she tilted her head up before squinting. What she found was a speeding missile darting towards her. She widened her eyes. Not again. She quickly summoned her newly acquired leather boots, swift steps, to run and teleport out of the way. Fortunately, unlike last time, she was able to avoid taking serious damage. However, she was unable to dodge it completely and was swept along by the edges of the blast radius. Lillian flew forward before folding her body into a roll. SKRRR. Her body bounced a couple of times before slowly coming to an end, eventually rolling into something. Lillian slowly pushed herself up, groaning. I thought Mirage were dealing with the missiles. What happened? Whoever said I love explosions are so dead wrong. Getting into a crouch, she looked to the side before flinching and falling back on her rear. What she found was the pale face of a severed head. She slowly raised her gaze, finding both heads and bodies stacked on top of one another. And with all of them stacked on top of one another, made for a rather disturbing hill of corpses with streams of blood still leaking from every lethal wound inflicted on the deceased. Eventually, Lillian's gaze made its way to the top, finding a dark and tall, cloaked individual with a single-edged silver blade. Lillian froze as they turned around. However, she relaxed a bit after finding out who it was. Mr. Roselle, the robotic man, Merrick von Roselle, pulled down his hood and stared down at Lillian, tilting his head slightly at how casually he referred to him. However, if one were to be able to read the expression of a still mechanical face, they would find shock. You remember me? He muttered in a glitched and low voice. Lillian tilted her head, getting up from the bloodied ground and onto her feet. Yeah, I remember our talk about how you hoped Marionette has been treating me well. So? You remember that? Merrick leapt down from the hill of corpses, thud, and landed in front of Lillian before staring her down again. His robotic eyes swerved and spun, making strange mechanical noises as they moved, which slightly discomforted Lillian. He then leaned in and began scrutinizing Lillian's face. After a few seconds, he muttered, H dash. How? Lillian's face twitched. She slowly leaned away from the face of the mechanical man before asking in an uneasy voice, Could I ask what you were referring to? She didn't know why, but she could feel her body sweat the longer Merrick continued to stare down at her. It was almost like she was scared of the man. Although she knew the man was a seasoned assassin, capable of killing a large majority in the world. With the hill of corpses being evidence, she wasn't sure why she was suddenly trembling. Could it be her body knew something she didn't? Eventually, Merrick leaned away, ending his scrutiny of Lillian's face. Nothing. Ash, have you seen my daughter? Lillian gulped. I did, but she was teleported to the underground shelter. Is that so? As soon as Merrick's words left his mechanical voice box, a sudden rumble appeared on the ground, shaking the cobblestone. Crack, crack, crack. Lillian stumbled, watching as the ground cracked and tore apart. Was an earthquake? No. There isn't anything like that in the Academy realm. Lillian avoided the cracks in the ground, trying not to stumble and possibly trip over the appearing crevices. Merrick was doing the same, except with much greater elegance than Lillian. This continued on for a while. The buildings around them that hadn't yet been fully destroyed by the missile shower crumbled, breaking apart and crashing down. Merrick, who was meticulously watching what was going on, noticed something in between the cracks. He dashed towards Lillian, who had discovered a guard trapped under rubble. The white-haired girl grabbed onto the man's hand, pulling him out and wrapping his arm over her shoulder. Fortunately for her, the weight training she had been doing with Marionette had proven rather useful in carrying the unconscious man. Unfortunately, it proved rather difficult to carry the man to safety with her current predicament. Crap, where do I go? The terrain had become completely uneven, jagged, and looked more like an obstacle course rather than a street. She groaned internally, trying to find a path to safety before feeling the weight on her shoulder disappear. Stiffening and even fearing that she had somehow dropped the man, she looked back, finding a robotic man with the soldier she was just carrying. Merrick, upon reaching Lillian, picked her up like a sack of potatoes before swiftly leaping across the rocky and unstable terrain that continued to shift around. Once they reached flat and even ground, Merrick roughly dropped Lillian onto her stomach, causing her to groan and unconsciously recall how similar the treatment was with a certain someone else. As she was going to get back up to her feet, the ground shuddered once more, except this time, something else happened besides destructive cracks in the ground. Boom! Lillian widened her eyes as something bursted from the ground. Chapter 311. Eruption from the ground? In the underground shelter, SDERBRINGRRR. Mirage widened his eyes, watching as a golden blur broke through the wall to his right before blitzing towards the star mage, Donatello, before him. However, fortunately for Mirage's current tier in the path of ascension, he was able to make out the one behind the golden blur. It was Leonardo von Lionbright, otherwise known as the current king, who had reached the 4th tier. Bam! The king slammed his fist, which was wrapped in a golden knuckle duster, into the side of Donatello's face, causing him to stagger before following up his attack with an uppercut. An uppercut that, boom, sent the headmaster crashing through the metal ceiling. The hole created was at least 5 meters wide. Mirage, dropping his illusion, braced the harsh winds that circled around the room like a hurricane. It was all from the king's blow. Leonardo, steadying himself and fixing his crown, crouched before shooting upwards into the hole with a powerful jump. Mirage, watching this happen, quickly threw commands around to the surrounding staff members before summoning a pair of butterfly wings and flying into the wide hole as well. Leonardo traveled through the dark tunnel that he made, constantly leaping off the walls to continue his ascent upwards. Once he caught sight of Donatello, and reached his position, he released and shot out another bone-shattering blow that sent the Tier 5 mage further down into the ground. And with each blow he made, he sent a destructive shockwave through the ground that shook the realm. Not only that, but his continuous ascent upwards continued to increase in speed and power. Donatello, not seemingly fazed by the blows inflicted on his body, couldn't help but feel slightly agitated as he felt staggered by the king's destructive strikes. However, once his body had finally gotten over its stagger, he raised his right index finger and aimed it towards the king, who was rapidly approaching him. At the tip of his finger, a radiant energy appeared and condensed into a single point. The heat released from the energy caused the surrounding stone to begin to glow red. Once it became unbearably bright, the Star Mage muttered, "Cosmic Ray," and with that said, a beam with unimaginable light shot down towards King, its diameter reaching 5 meters, ultimately filling the entire hole that was once devoid of light. Leonardo widened his eyes, but remained steadfast. He raised his forearm and summoned a small, dark wooden shield with metal platings that expanded in size. Due to this, he was able to successfully cover all gaps where the beam of light could slip through. He then felt an overpowering weight push down on his shield, causing him to fall back. However, he then felt a solid platform beneath his feet. Mirage, who had managed to catch up, created a solid illusion underneath the king's feet, allowing the man to steady himself and enhance himself with mana. But not only that, he had enhanced himself with something else. And it was that something that allowed him to leap back up and push back against the constant force applied to his shield. Like an immovable force, he crushed through the light beam and rammed his shield into Donatello's body. And with his shield bash, he was able to smash them into the surface. Boom! Because of that, a tall pillar of dirt, rocks, and dust shot into the sky, following their ascent. Boom! Lillian's eyes shot wide open as a pillar of dust shot out from the ground. She narrowed and focused her gaze, watching as 3 individuals bursted out from the ground along with it. She was able to recognize them as the Luton Academy's headmaster, the king, and lastly Mirage. "Ashit, I am late," Lillian shouted, quickly getting up to her feet and running towards the direction of the academy building, while unintentionally ignoring Merrick, who watched her leave. The assassin dropped the man on his shoulder before looking up towards the sky, watching as an overwhelming battle took place that shook the entire realm. He sighed disappointment, leaking into his glitched and robotic voice. What a shame. I should. V pleaded to come here in person. Lillian ran and ran. With each event that went inside the realm, she was able to roughly determine how long the next one would take to happen. And she currently didn't have long left. Her destination was towards the bin where she always dumped water. That was because a certain individual would be opening a portal to get inside a secret realm where the true mastermind would be. The headmaster whom the king and Mirage were fighting was merely a copy, a fake of the real one. And because of that, it wasn't a true 5th tier mage. It wasn't in the 5th tier at all. If she were to remember, it should be around a 4th tier mage. Not only that, but it had the same weakness as the cultists who had abilities. The fake Donatello's body was far weaker compared to the real one. The only difference between him and the other cultists was that he was dead and had access to more than one ability. Am I ready for the fight? Am I ready for the boss fight? Lillian had managed to snag a few concerning potions while she was with a certain assassin, mainly lethal poisons, she had stored inside her spatial ring. Upon reaching her destination, she hid behind a corner before opening her system, checking out her current loadout. Shards, Black Maw, Lady Fate's lucky necklace of entertainment, Swift Step, Regular Sword, Carapace Hunter. Fluttering Prowl having your items as shards was helpful. Not only did that passively repair over time, but once they are summoned from your mana realm, they appear into your hands or on your body. She took a deep breath, staring into the sky that shuddered rhythmically. Raising her hand, she summoned a mask with jagged edges that seemed to have formed from molten metal. It also had small, jagged antlers that gave it an intimidating look. It was the mask of deceit. Lillian gulped, trembling from the chaotic feeling she was getting from a mask, before taking another breath and putting it on. Chapter 312. Whisper Shroud Plate. As she was about to put it on, the mask suddenly leapt out of her hand, latching onto her face. Hudash! Bam ow! 8. Lillian rubbed the back of her head, having accidentally slammed it against the wall behind her. She then slowly placed her hand over the jagged face of the mask. 3. Her eyes were wide with shock. 8. Was the mask alive? Was it even possible for it to be alive? She was sure there was an enchantment for that. Wait, now that she thought about it, why were there only 3? She looked at the enchantments again. Enchantments. Veil of Eternal Lies. Shroud of the Shadow Mind. Fractured resolve an item like the Mask of Deceit should have more enchantments than just 3. But why doesn't it? She then glanced down at her necklace, finding the same circumstances for it to be the same. The lucky necklace only had 3 enchantments, just like the mask, despite its obviously higher item rank. I guess. Material, then ISN? It? Lillian muttered, looking around the corner of the wall she was hiding behind. Seeing that no one had arrived yet, she turned back to sorting out her loadout before the fight. She looked down at her body before raising a hand to her chest. She needed a chest plate. She sighed, back to spending points, I guess. 2. Somewhere unknown, TCH. A fake is a fake. A scratchy voice echoed inside a dark hall. The voice belonged to a lonesome man who gave off a miserable impression. He was seated on a throne covered in dried blood. Their back were connected with wires that extended towards the ceiling, which was held up by stone pillars along the sides of the room. They had dark brown hair with random white patches, 3 eyes with the third in the center of his forehead being mechanical. A wrinkly and fatigued face that didn't match his energeticness as he rapidly stood up. He looked towards the screen, which displayed the fight between the fake Donatello, the king, and Mirage. He couldn't help but let out another irritated tongue click. TSK. Whisperfell couldn't have made a better copy. He adjusted his robe, pulling up his right sleeve and revealing a mechanical arm attached to a fleshy stump. He then began to change the scene, and as he did this, he continued to mutter, "No matter. Once I reduce this academy to the ground, just like I did with the Indomitable Shield Academy, the other 4 would surely take me more seriously." He said the last part with a hiss, and after saying that, he suddenly became extremely agitated as he roared into the air. "Those bastards, always thinking I am some weak chum just because I am a lower tier than them now. They know my true strength and still keep belittling me." He growled as he used his mechanical hand to scratch the side of his neck. SKR, SKR, SKR. His robotic fingers moved over his pale skin, scratching at it and causing the sound of metal grinding against a rock to resound. It was an unsettling sound that even annoyed the man. Arg. Bam. He slammed the side of his fist against the control panel of the screen. However, it wasn't with his mechanical arm, but with his real, fleshy one that looked extremely malnourished. With how skinny and bony it looked, no one would think a regular person could move as quickly and lively as he did. And that was the same for his scraggly legs. He was extremely unsightly. After he was done slamming his fist against the control panel like a maniac, he raised his hand, moving his fingers around with seemingly no reason. Suddenly, a figure lowered itself from the ceiling, which was too dark to be seen. The scrawny man then turned to the side and found a woman no older than 18. Her body was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages and had a thin layer around their mouth to keep them quiet. They had short brown hair and a rather appealing face. "You, wake up." The woman, who previously had their eyes shut, tightened their eyelids together, unwilling to open them. This aggravated the scrawny man, who then raised his mechanical hand towards the direction of the woman's chest. "Fine. If you won, open your eyes for this. Then I'll just do what I want." Whoosh. After saying that, The scrawny man bent his elbow before shooting his hand forward, piercing through the center of the woman's chest. The scrawny man then watched as the woman's eyes shot wide open the split second his hand pierced through her chest before slowly closing them again as the light faded from her eyes. The man then turned his eyes back down to his arm, finding it to be covered and smeared in the woman's blood. Yanking his arm out and cutting off the connection he had to the woman and letting his drop to the ground like a sack of potatoes, he stared at what was in his grasp. The dying heart of the woman that throbbed slowly before eventually stopping. The blood that was pumped out soon stopped and dripped down his forearm. A wide grin appeared on his face as he slowly lowered it into his open mouth. As he was doing this, the scene of a certain bin was now surrounded by two rather suspicious individuals. Sharts, Whisper Shroud Plate, Lady Fate's lucky necklace of entertainment, Swift Step, Regular Sword, Carapace Hunter. Fluttering Prowl. I think replacing my Blanc Maw would be a good idea. She looked down at her chest to find it wrapped in a dark, high-collared chest plate, which was covered in pulsating purple veins that spread from the center of the chest plate, which happened to have a glowing purple gem in the center. Lillian smiled. Finally get to use this thing. 2. Item name. Whisper Shroud Plate Item Type. Armor Item Grade. See Item Tier. 2. Item Description. Forged from the remains of a mind-controlling dire gnarl. It was used by a war captain against abominations that destroyed the minds of his squad members. Unfortunately, his mind wasn't as protected as he thought. Enchantments. Will Breaker Pulse. Echo Disruption Will Breaker Pulse. Once per day, release a 10-meter wide shockwave that weakens the enemies. Mental Fortitude. Echo Disruption. As soon as the wearer is hit with a mind-related attack, resist against it and reflect back a portion of what was inflicted. Chapter 313. Sucked inside the enemy's realm. Two mysterious individuals, coming from two directions, stood before a familiar bin that was left untouched and undamaged despite what had gone on around it. One of them had a white, featureless mask, black hair, a tall body, and was wearing a white Academy uniform, a uniform that belonged to Luton's School of Prestigious Magic, while the other individual was mysterious. The only key feature of their attire was the black blazer that belonged to Lewis Mana Academy, and a plain old hoodie that masked their face. The two then brought out a device from their pockets that resembled talismans with different runes on each one before slapping them together. However, right before the talisman collided with one another, a feminine voice resounded beside them, targeting the person in the white mask. "Joe, what's up? Ollie been? Or should I say puppet?" It was Lillian, and she was donning the mask of deceit, along with her chest plate and black cloak. She had her hands nonchalantly stuffed inside her pockets as she watched the two slowly turn their eyes in her direction before slowly pressing the slips of paper together. And upon contact with one another, the talisman shot out a burst of mana, whoosh, causing a small tornado to erupt outwards, trapping the three inside. Their hair tousled inside the miniature hurricane, their ears filled with the sounds of the winds blowing through their ears. It was almost like they were surrounded by a swarm of locusts. The two men fixed their gaze on Lillian's casual figure, who continued to stoically stare back at them without a care in the world about what was currently going on. Currently, Lillian felt extremely calm. She soon tore her gaze away from them, finding the wind around them to shift in color to a darker tint. For now, due to the effects of the wind, she wasn't able to move, and that applied to the two before her as well. Such was the reason why the three had begun to battle it out. This was because the tornado that they were stuck inside was a spatial tunnel to the place of destination. Lillian closed her eyes, breathing softly as she prepared herself to whoosh. A few minutes later, the winds of the tornado finally parted, revealing an entirely new scenery around them. It was like they were in a lab. The two men twisted their bodies around, raising their hands and shooting long, slender strings from the tips of their fingers that were sent in Lillian's direction. However, right before their sharp strings could reach her, they suddenly dropped to the ground. Their bodies shivered, shuddering even They didn't know what had happened, but their bodies had begun to lose control over themselves. Lillian, standing over them, had just used the third enchantment of her mask, the enchantment called Fractured Resolve, with what the description entailed. As long as she kept a steady focus and a constant stream of mana, she would be able to break the resolve of anyone she targeted. However, this effect would weaken when targeting an enemy with a strong mind and will. Lillian felt something rising up in her throat that carried the taste of iron. Her brain felt like it was beginning to tighten the longer she kept attacking the two men's resolve. She continued to stare down at the two, continuing to gulp down her blood that tried to escape through her mouth. She was now beginning to understand the effects. If her mind and will wearing is strong, or at least stronger than the victim's, she would experience backlash. The puppeteer has a strong mind. She deactivated her ability and walked over to the two men, who continued to kneel on the ground. Before Paul could get back to his feet, he felt a hand land on the top of his head, followed by the feeling of weakness and a draining of his mana. Before the other man could get back up to his feet, Lillian pulled down his hood and placed her hand on top of his head, sapping him of both stamina and mana. This, in turn, recovered what she had just lost thus far. After draining all that she could get, she watched as the two lay on the ground. Seeing that they were vulnerable, Lillian crouched down and raised her right hand, shaping it into a blade before slicing through their necks. After doing that, Lillian pressed her palms together in a prayer while muttering quietly, "Please forgive me." 10. She then got up and turned around, looking towards a dark hall that separated into several corridors. It was a maze. Lillian sighed and began her journey through the labyrinth. 2. She then muttered under her breath, Let's go all out this time. Look, Red Eyes. I am sure Lillian didn't mean anything to leave you behind." Millis rambled on as she sat beside a certain assassin, who still had a gloomy look on her face. However, that soon changed as she felt the entire underground shelter tremble. Millis looked around, scratching the top of her head. Whoa, are those guys using bigger bombs now? Super worrying. She then turned back to Marionette. Anyway, like I was saying, and then realized that the assassin had disappeared into thin air. The heroine looked around frantically, wondering where the woman had suddenly teleported to before groaning. Damn it, how is she so fast? POV. The man continued to stare at the screen while wiping his bloodied mouth with the sleeve of his robe before stiffening. He raised his skinny hand to the side of his neck before drawing a straight line with the tip of his finger. He had just felt something cold and chilling pass through it, and that something was the feeling of death. Not once, but twice. That's odd. Who killed my puppets? He looked through the last pieces of memories he had received from them and found something rather peculiar. They were killed inside his realm. They were killed by an unknown individual wearing a blurry and indiscernible mask. They were killed by an intruder in his realm. An intruder? His lips curled, revealing his teeth that were dyed red and were unnaturally sharp. He then switched the camera feed and eventually found the mysterious figure wandering inside his realm. He watched as she avoided the traps he had laid along the way and stumbled upon the group of cultists he had spread throughout his realm as guards. He narrowed his eyes as he watched them tear through his cultists, even using their bodies as shields against arrows. And not only that, once they had dispatched his cultists, they began dragging their corpse along with them. He stared at the tendrils that stretched out from their back, sticking to the corpses of the cultists and glowing a subtle blood-red hue. It was a chilling sight, but an exciting one for the scrawny man as he watched the intruder's body continuously be drenched in blood and gore. Interesting, I say. I must prepare. He cackled loudly as his fingers twitched, pulling strings around to prepare for the intruder's presence. Chapter 314. Doubtful Strings? Drip, drip, drip. Lillian slouched her body forward as her arms dragged two bodies behind her, causing her trail to be stained by a crimson streak of blood. Her body was completely coated with blood. Phew! Lillian breathed deeply. 2. Her armor was stained, her pants were stained. and her hands and arms were stained. This was the most amount of blood she had ever gotten on herself. Even the horde of controlled cultists back in the Academy realm hadn't. T caused her to be as dirty as she was now. Phew. 2. Unlike the ones that invaded the Academy realms, these ones weren't T dead but true devoted members of the Cult of Jesters. This meant she had no reason to hold back on dealing the most damage to their bodies. She could do whatever she wanted without the thought of guilt. It was fair game, Lillian muttered. She had also found that they were an effective way to decrease the increasing level of stress inside her body. The stress of the people she had failed to save. Thud, thud. She dropped the bodies she was dragging with her before looking over the edge of a pitfall trap, looking down at the bottom to find metal spikes. It was a deep pit, one she would find difficult to get out of without help. Bang! Lillian warped her body into water, avoiding a bullet that shot right through her chest. She then raised her gaze, looking over the pit and finding a group of 5 cultists on the other side, raising firearms towards her while yelling in unison. For the jester! Bang! 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 As bullets rained towards her location, they also fell through her liquid body. Due to her high affinity with her element, she had gained the ability to spread her element towards other objects, meaning her items would no longer be harmed by the attacks. This was something that the spider inside the Forest of Disruption had taken advantage of when she still used to have her carapace chestplate. Lillian continued to shift her body around the bullet's trajectory, dodging them seamlessly until they eventually had to reload their weapons. The cultists, who were handing each other ammunition, suddenly found an unfamiliar individual in the midst. It was as if they had teleported, and before they could react, spikes made of water shot out from the person's feet, skewering them through their stomachs. ARC, X5, yes. I know it hurts, Lillian muttered quietly, listening to their pained groans. 2. She then imbued the element of parasitism into her spikes, leeching off their vitality and mana. Once they had gone limp, Lillian tossed 3 out of the 5 into the spike pit before grabbing the collar of the remaining 2 and forcefully pulling them off the spike. The parasitic lines that were stretching from her back and floating in the air idly shot towards their new victims and began draining whatever they had left. Once Lillian's eyes finally adjusted back to the darkness, she continued moving. After moving a dozen or so meters, Lillian noticed an incoming arrow darting towards her from her right. However, in an unhurried fashion, she raised one of the bodies she was dragging and used it as a shield. Pushed. Lillian stared at the tip of the arrow that had managed to pierce through the corpse she was holding, but got stuck along the way. After a split second, another arrow punctured through the body. Lillian quickly got out of the trap's way and dropped the meat shield she was using before carrying on. She then quietly muttered, "I just have to keep moving forward. These cultists aren't worthy of my sympathy." 8. As she was muttering this, she didn't realize that the mask on her face was subtly leeching her of mana, activating another enchantment that had begun to influence Lillian's behavior. Lillian continued to move forward, turning every now and then to finally reach a large metal gate at least 20 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It was an imposing structure that would leave most nervous, but not Lillian. She wasn't focusing on the gate, but instead, she was focusing on the floating interface in front of her eyes. Quest: defeating the mastermind with style. Description: the Lady of Luck is excited about the battle to unfold. However, she worries it would be too easy for you if you were to use a certain Odachi. She now hereby restricts you from using the Black Maw in the battle and any other weapons besides the regular series. You must also defeat the one known as the Puppeteer in an unforeseen way. Rewards: 1 favor. Lillian stared at it silently. Dawn? T used the Black Maw? Wasn't T planning to? She told the floating screen before raising her eyes up at the gate, finding that it had already opened inwards. It was a large hall made of stone with torches hanging on the side of pillars and walls. It gave it a medieval look, a contrast to the metal surroundings outside the gate. She dropped the body she was dragging and moved inside, entering the hall where the battle was going to take place. As soon as she stepped inside, the stone gate behind her moved on its own, closing and locking her inside the dimly lit hall. Turning her gaze away from the gate, she looked forward, finding a man sitting on a throne at the front, which was turned around to face her. She narrowed her eyes on the tubes connected to his back that stretched towards the ceiling, which was too dark to see through if there was a ceiling to begin with. "You finally arrived, intruder." The scrawny man was resting the side of his face into his fist, looking towards Lillian's blood-stained body with keen interest. "How do you feel about murdering several dozen of my men? Did you also kill those on the outside as well? Did you know those were people I had stolen from the indomitable Shield Academy?" The puppeteer asked, trying to get under Lillian's skin as he sneakily raised his hand to the side, moving his bony fingers up and down. Lillian continued to remain still, silent to his words. That was until she felt something connect with her individual limbs. She moved her eyes around, watching as her arms were raised up and down by thin strings she was barely able to make out. The puppeteer grinned, seeing that he was able to control Lillian's movements. He then raised his hand, causing Lillian's body to rise into the air before throwing his hand down. Lillian, who was previously in the air, crashed into the ground. She let out a small groan before getting back up again, too, but was once again subjected to the same treatment. He swung her into one of the pillars, to another pillar, to the left wall of the hallway, to the right wall of the hallway, slamming her body into every surface possible besides the ceiling. The puppeteer cackled loudly, throwing Lillian's body around like a rag doll before eventually slamming her body into the ground. Thud! Listening to Lillian's groan, he laughed loudly before putting on a mocking grin and declaring proudly, "Looks like I didn't need to prepare after all. It seems that you are of a lower tier than me. To think that I got worried over a low-tier mag, too." Before he could finish speaking, Lillian's voice resounded. "Are you sure you are controlling me?" "HM." The puppeteer watched as Lillian got back up to her feet. The scrawny man gave her a strange look at what she had just said. What did she mean by that? Was she unconscious the entire time he was throwing her around? "Of course I am. Were you not aware of what just happened, Dash?" Right as the puppeteer was about to finish his sentence, Lillian interrupted him. "Are you sure? Are you sure those strings are working?" Lillian rolled her shoulder, feeling the bruises she had sustained heal. 3. The reason why she had been continuously stealing vitality from the cultists was to store it as excess vitality to be used later. Of course, this did leave her rather bloated and even slightly sick, but it was enough for her body to endure the harsh treatment. The puppeteer, watching as Lillian rolled her shoulders nonchalantly, raised his fingers, intending to prove her wrong by slamming her into another wall. However, he found that he couldn't. More specifically, it was more like his strings were refusing to do as he wanted. He swung his hand left and right, trying to control his strings, but failed every time. What was going on? Why did his strings suddenly become limp? As he was questioning what was going on, he heard the intruder's voice resound once again, their voice echoing across the entire hall and carrying traces of mana. "I am immune to your control. Enchantment. Veil of Eternal Lies enchantment. Description. When the wearer dons the mask of deceit, their words, actions, and presence are thus cloaked in an aura of deceit and deception, regardless of their ability to perceive the truth. Those around the wearer will find it harder to distinguish between the truth and falsehood. The longer the mask is worn, the more adept the wearer becomes at convincing others, as the aura strengthens over time. However, over time, the wearer would soon believe and become enveloped in their own lies. Chapter 3:15. Artificial Sun. Back on the surface, Donatello floated in the air, watching as the king summoned wings made out of metal feathers from his back. He then glanced towards the shorter man behind him, Mirage, finding him to have a pair of wings himself. He couldn't help but relish the intense look of betrayal he was getting from the two of them. He spread his arms far out to his side and asked, "What's with those faces? You could kill me with those kind of stares." "Why?" Leonardo growled, balling his shaky hands into fists. He then yelled, "Why are you doing this? What could you possibly gain by siding with these terrorists? Is your dignity not large enough to feel shame? Donatello listened to what he said, sighing. Before he could respond to the king's words, he watched as the man twisted in the air, kicking back and causing boom, a wind cone to erupt behind him. Donatello watched as Leonardo's figure blurred and sped towards him like a missile. He hurriedly raised his forearms to the side, blocking a devastating blow that left his arms shaking. He was knocked far back. Just as he was about to regain his balance in the air, "We trusted you." The king delivered another decisive blow to his chest, tearing through it. Leonardo narrowed his eyes as he felt a scorching feeling around his arm. He stared into Donatello's eyes, finding them smiling at him. Leonardo, feeling something was wrong, quickly pulled his arm out. Time then seemed to slow as he watched Donatello's body glow a radiant and burning light, followed by a massive explosion. Boom! Leonardo shot out of the smoke, slightly charred before flapping his wings and steadying himself. He twisted his head around, trying to find where the Star Mage had disappeared off to, before feeling the world suddenly become bright. He looked up towards the sky, finding the sun of the realm returning. He widened his eyes. Had the realm recovered from the powerful EMP attack? The thought immediately dashed away the second he heard a slow clap coming from the side. Turning his head, he found Donatello, the Star Mage, completely undamaged. He watched as the long black-haired man slowly clapped in his direction. He then heard him say, "Those blows sure do ache. I'm impressed with the power behind your fists, King of Strength." Leonardo clicked his tongue and rolled his shoulders as he watched Mirage appear beside him. The two looked at Donatello, who eventually finished clapping. The man then pointed towards the sky. "I apologize for the change in scenery. I just didn't like how dark and dreary the world looked." As he said this, the sun began to radiate a much brighter light. Donatello, who was standing right under it, felt his body recover and strengthen at an unprecedented rate. His muscles swelled and bulked, increasing slightly in mass. The Star Mage flexed his biceps, feeling the power inside them before looking towards the king. He leaned his body forward and shot towards the king like a shooting star, crashing into him and delivering a savage blow, BM, to the center of the rugged man's forehead. Leonardo's head shot back from the punch. He then, with an angered gleam in his eyes, swung himself back forward. Donatello speedily leaned back, dodging the king's powerful head, but before twisting his body to the side and delivering a punch into Leonardo's face. However, right as he was about to, he quickly had to dash back, his back parallel with the ground as a thin blade of a rapier passed by his face. Mirage, saving the king from the attack, summoned several real illusions of himself around the Star Mage, who charged at him simultaneously. Donatello nimbly dodged between the swift strikes of Mirage's clones, even dealing back counterattacks whenever he could and shattering the illusions. However, seeing that the illusions kept on multiplying, eventually turning into a sea of mirages, he stepped back and raised his hand to the air. The artificial sun in the sky grew brighter before eventually beaming down a barrage of precise beams that tore through Mirage's clones, taking them all out. But not only that, but it tore apart the world structure. The cobblestone roads, the remaining buildings, the Academy Hall, and the Academy building were caught in the scorching barrage of the sun's rays. Before he could relish in the sight of ridding Mirage of his clones, he was suddenly blown back as the king appeared from behind the sea of illusions. Bam! As the three continued to fight in the sky, on the ground where a massive hole resided, a dark puddle slipped out from it before reforming into a beautiful humanoid figure. She looked around with a stoic look, even taking a look towards the sky and watching the battle for a few moments. She widened her eyes. It wasn't every day you saw a fight of this caliber. She summoned her phone from her spatial earring and opened the tracking app. Just as the application was about to begin its process to connect with the tracker, she heard a firm robotic voice behind her. Daughter." She stiffened and slowly turned back around, finding her father's robotic figure standing right behind her. Family head. She immediately went onto a bow before being stopped by him as he placed a hand on her shoulder. "And no need. Why are you not in the shelter?" "I escaped to go find someone." She then paused and asked, "May I know how you are aware of the underground shelter, family head?" Your girlfriend just came by. Have you seen where she went?" Marionette asked, accidentally interrupting her father, who went silent at her actions. She immediately understood and apologized. "I'm Sully. I just wish to ask something of her. Do you know where she went, family head?" Merrick continued to stare at her silently before pointing in a random direction. Marionette, seeing where he was pointing, nodded firmly and bade the robot farewell before swiftly leaving with haste. Her father watched as she left. After a while, he then muttered, "S dash. She interrupted me. T dash. That's a first." He then looked up towards the sky, watching as the three fought above him. He wrapped his metal fingers around his chin. He looked towards the still intact buildings and made his way over to them. Chapter 316. Assassin's Rage? Marionette's POV. Marionette, who was dashing through the rubble, pulled out her phone again, looking at the app before slowing down. Eventually, her steps came to a halt as she stared at the screen of her phone, more specifically the arrow that pointed her in the direction of the tracker. It was spinning around in a circle like a broken compass before flashing. Tracker not found. The hand that was gripping her phone began to shake uncontrollably. Her eyes trembled at what the app had told her. The only reason why the tracker would display this error would be either that it was too far to reach, for example, in an entirely different world, or it had been completely destroyed. What happened? In any normal scenario, her tracker was powerful enough to connect with her device from across the world. So, she could rule out the first possibility. Could it be that Lillian had destroyed or accidentally destroyed the tracker after finding it? That couldn't be it either, especially with where she hid it. Her mind then raced. Earlier, she had just witnessed the Luton Academy's headmaster release a wide, scorching attack on the academy. Could it be she was caught in the attack? With her current knowledge, this was the only possible reason why her tracker wasn't working, and with what she had concluded, is Lillian dead? Marionette's eyes glowed a dark red light as she continued to stare at her phone screen, which continued to flash the error into her eyes. She gritted and gnashed her teeth, tightening her grip on it until it eventually cracked under the pressure of her grip. She couldn't believe it. I lost again. She then watched as something crawled out from the rubble around her. They wore black clothes, a cult mask, and held weapons that were now dulled slightly. At first, only a few crawled out from under the buildings. Then suddenly, more began to appear around her, and some even began to fall from the skies. That was when she found that the invasion was not yet over. She crushed her phone into dust and circuitry as a furious light flashed through her blood-red eyes. A dark aura radiated off the edges of her body, becoming sharp and jagged. Her body became completely encased in darkness, with only her eyes being uncovered by it. The enemies around her reached the number of 50, all surrounding her from either side. And when one leapt towards her, she shot her arm out, piercing through the center of their chest, painting her entire arm red. Marionette moved her other hand, shaping it into a blade and severing their neck before catching and crushing their skull into a pulp. After tossing the remains of the cultist to the ground like it was filth, she dashed towards the horde, creating a variety of weapons from her darkness. Tearing a cultist in half with her bare hands and crushing their skull, she summoned a javelin and spun around, hurling it with enough force to cause a cultist's head to explode upon contact with it. She then glanced back, noticing a cultist coming at her from behind before being skewered by a dark spear shooting from the ground. As the spear rose from the darkness that Marionette had begun to spread on the ground, a humanoid figure came along with it. It was a dark clone of herself, and this sight appeared one after another. Soon enough, it became a mosh pit of both blood and darkness. Lillian, ignorant of what was unfolding in the other world, continued to gaze at the puppeteer, who still had a confused glint in his eyes at what she said. A few seconds had passed, and eventually, the scrawny man responded, but not in a way any regular person would. Kaya-haha. He laughed manically, leaning back in his throne, facing upwards. His sharp teeth were fully revealed as he continued to laugh like a madman. He soon sighed in relief, letting the last bit of laughter drain out of him before grinning at Lillian. Interesting. Interesting, I must say, he yelled in a scratchy and hoarse voice. It seems that I didn't need to prepare after all, considering I can't in any way control you in this manner, he declared, completely believing in what Lillian had told him. Before we begin, let's exchange names. He smirked and proudly spread his arms out. I am Thalrek, or most infamously known as the Puppeteer. He then gave a dramatic pause before adding, and I hold one of the 5 higher-up seats of the Cult of Jesters. Lillian nodded, replaying the game cutscene where Thalrek gave out his name inside her head. She watched as the scrawny man looked towards her for a response. At that moment, she could give a name. However, I'll tell you before I send you off to another world, she said in a cold tone, which caused Thalrek to frown. Lillian didn't care if Thalrek was upset that she didn't give him her name or some sort of way for him to refer to her. She was here for one purpose in mind, and one purpose only. She was going to kill the Puppeteer. TCH. Very well. Thalrek muttered in hateful response to Lillian's words before grinning devilishly. Let's begin to play fair, all right? As he said these words, he raised and lowered his fingers rhythmically. Lillian knew what he was doing and tilted her gaze towards the dark ceiling, watching as cultists were lowered by thin strings. She began to count each one slowly inside her head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. As she continued to count, the number drastically increased. 23, 45, 50, 67. Eventually, it soon reached a minimum of 100 enemies surrounding her in a wide half-circle formation, a number that left her rather worried. And these weren't like the cultists that invaded the Academy realm. These were fully sane and intelligent. But not only that, but unlike the ones spread throughout the maze, these ones were capable of using mana, albeit through unorthodox ways. While they aren't capable of using any elements or abilities, they were able to manipulate mana the same way a Tier 2 could. This could only be the case if someone had undergone the Hearth process. It was a dangerous technique that the inhabitants of the trial world, Hearth, used to increase their tier and mana shells. The technique was about overloading a person's mana core with a large influx of energy to the point where the core wouldn't be able to store all of it, leading it to forcefully adapt to form another shell. Thalrek cackled psychotically as he watched his cultists stand before Lillian with weapons in their hands. Do you think I would play fairly? Kaya-ha-ha. Thalrek laughed wildly, spit flying out of his mouth as his legs bounced up and down like a child. She looked around in front of her with a wary look in her eyes, looking at the cultists staring at her unsettlingly with eyes that screamed murderous intent. Could she take on these many enemies? She took in a deep breath and opened her mouth. Chapter 317. Autonomous Parasites? No, I didn't expect you to play fair at all. After all, you're too much of a loser to play by the rules. Thalrek's right. I twitched at her words, slightly agitated. Just as he was about to respond to Lillian's blatant insult, he narrowed his eyes. Right beside Lillian, a puddle of water manifested, and as though it was a mirror into another world, a strange figure crawled out before assuming the shape of the human beside it. Short hair, a jagged and unstable mask, a cloak, and a chest plate. It was a carbon copy of Lillian, except in a liquid form. Thalrek huffed, slightly impressed. So your affinity is high enough to do that, huh? I doubt you have enough mana to sustain it or create more. He then grinned mockingly. Or even worse, I doubt you have enough mental capacity to even control it while you fight your own share. Lillian glanced to the side, eyeing her clone before internally nodding at the puppeteer's words. He was right. If your mind wasn't capable of achieving some form of parallel thinking, you would struggle, especially in a battle like this. As she was thinking this, the enemy began to move in towards her, rushing her from almost all sides. However, right as she was about to move, her clone dashed forward without her consent. The cultist it was targeting raised its sword, imbuing it with mana and splitting in half. The cultists around him moved and swarmed the clone with attacks, shattering its humanoid form, the most common way of defeating an elemental clone. Her clone splashed over the cultists, staining their clothes with water. This sight brought a mocking laughter to escape from Thalrek's throat as he uncontrollably slapped the armrest of his throne. That's it. What? First time controlling a separate body. Kaya ha ha ha. Thalrek was an expert when it came to controlling multiple vessels at once, his mind being strong enough to handle the strain. So when he saw Lillian's pitiful attempt at his craft, he couldn't help but feel even more superior. Lillian, listening to his cackling mockery, didn't pay much heed. Instead, she focused on the cultist her clones splashed onto. Those cultists, seeing that there wasn't anything wrong, turned back to Lillian, intending to go through with their attacks, until they were met with another approaching clone that charged towards them aimlessly. The enemies raised their weapons and destroyed the clones without any issues besides being stained in water, causing irritated groans to resound from their mouths. Thalrek, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh even more. Of course, that was until he heard Lillian's voice resound inside the hall. How knowledgeable are you on the topic of parasites? I can't get this thing down. Lillian groaned, standing inside a dark cave with torches hanging on the side. She raised her arm, willing the clone to do the same, but found it only raised it halfway before feeling an uncomfortable strained squeeze on her brain. She massaged the side of her skull, unable to comprehend controlling a clone. In theory, the art of controlling a clone should be that you send a bit of your consciousness into it and control it like that. However, that was far harder in practice, possibly because she was doing this for the first time. She looked back with a pleading look, finding Marionette quietly staring at her attempts. Do I have to share parts of my consciousness, or can I just move it normally? Marionette shook her head. Sharing parts of your consciousness would allow far more control and an increased range in your control. They're also meant to feel like a separate body from yourself. She then paused before adding, you can't make it feel like a separate body if you're just controlling it as a basic construct. How is creating an exact copy of myself a basic construct? Exact copy? Marionette moved over to the clone and scrutinized it. After walking around and checking out its features, she shook her head. The design isn't an exact copy of yourself, Lillian. Lillian, hearing what she said, sighed. I didn't mean it literally. Now, could you teach me how to do it? Aren't I teaching you now? Marionette raised an eyebrow as she cupped the clone's cheek, still scrutinizing its features. Well, yeah, I guess. Lillian muttered in a defeated tone. Marionette turned around and nodded before summoning a dark clone, but not of herself, but of Lillian. Truthfully, there isn't a better way to my knowledge on improving your control over your clones besides practice. After saying that, she made the dark Lillian do a twirl, followed by rapid and meticulous movements. A few moments after, Marionette made another clone of Lillian, then another, and then made them all fight each other. Currently, there are 4 dark Lillians fighting each other in the tunnel. Unfortunately, I am only able to control 4 at a time before I begin feeling something. She looked away from the fighting clones and back to Lillian, finding her gaping at her dark selves. She knew how hard it was to make a single one, and that one barely did what she wanted. So the fact that Marionette was able to quadruple what she did and more left her speechless. Doesn't that use up a lot of mana? It takes a percentage. Marionette nodded stoically before causing the clones to vanish from existence. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh. This is going to take a while, huh? Marionette stared at the white-haired girl with her arms folded. She then said, that's only if you don't make use of what you have. Lillian, tilting her head at the question, repeated, make use of what I have. What did she have? She didn't have any items on her that could prove rather helpful in this endeavor. As she was thinking about it, it finally hit her. Are you referring to my parasitic element? This confused the girl. How could this element help her? Sure, it may be able to sustain the clone for longer, but other than that, it shouldn't be able to help. Marionette nodded and said, in our classes about magic with the sorceress, the first lesson, she spoke about the forms we shape our element to be. She then eyed Lillian. The form you gave your element completely leaned into the fact that parasites leech things from others. But besides that, you didn't do much. Lillian raised an eyebrow before slowly widening her eyes as Marionette went on. The assassin was right. She hadn't truly done much outside of draining her opponent's mana, stamina, or vitality. Of course, there was one time where she made use of a monster's body warmth as time bombs, but the conditions for that were that the monster needed to emit and create enough heat for that to happen. She definitely couldn't do it for a regular person. As she was in deep thought, an oversized rodent slowly appeared in their tunnel and began making its way towards them. Marionette hummed at the sight of it before moving behind Lillian, patting the girl's shoulder on the way. Try your best. You have a good lab rat in front of you. Lillian watched as the assassin hid behind her. She gave a hesitant look before looking back towards the rodent. She raised her hand and concentrated, creating another clone made of water. She then thought carefully about the form that she wanted her parasitic element to be. Perhaps she should have some fun with it. It was her ability after all. After imbuing her clone with water, she watched it twitch after a moment of imbuing before rushing towards the large rodent fiercely. Splash! Its body crashed into the monster and exploded, splashing it. Despite the fact that her clone barely did any damage, Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes at the discovery of what her clone had just done. It moved on its own. Looking back, she faced the assassin, who smiled softly at her achievements. She then heard her say, "Congratulations. You made an autonomous attack clone. How about we delve more into this spell of yours?" She then paused and asked, "Have you thought about what we will be doing on our date? How knowledgeable are you on the topic of parasites?" Lillian's random question sliced through the air like butter, sinking into the enemy's mind as they froze. Her words even caused the scrawny man to stop laughing maniacally. He shifted his expression to one of confusion. Right as he was about to open his mouth and inquire about the strange question, his cultists below began to act strangely. Those who were splashed by the clones suddenly found themselves weakened. The water that had stained their clothes rose from it, shaping into a clone of Lillian. Every cultist that were in the splash radius had now contributed to the creation of Lillian's clones that slowly grew in numbers. Thaurek couldn't believe his eyes. He then thought back to Lillian's earlier question. Parasites. The same word rang inside his mind. And finally, that was until he finally grasped it. And his theory was later confirmed by Lillian's next words. Chapter 3:18. Parasitic lattice? Just like how parasites multiply and reproduce using a person's body. So, do my clones. Lillian began moving forward, her cloak fluttering as her steps increased in pace. That's why. It's futile to think that mere numbers would be able to overwhelm me. 8. She carefully watched as the cultists destroyed her clones with ease. However, she also saw how their bodies were used to create more clones to deal with. This would, in turn, cost them stamina, but also a sense of weakening as the clones continued to make contact with their body. Lillian, seeing that there was a weak spot in their formation, slowly opened her hands, summoning a pair of chainmail gauntlets. They were the regular gauntlets. To fully unseal them, she needed to land 20 blows without being interrupted or hit once. However, all close-quarter combats she would make would have 50 of their damage reduced. She slowly placed them on each arm, feeling it constrict around them. After doing that, she leaned forward and dashed into a rapid sprint, quickly making her way towards them. A lingering cultist that had just finished destroying 2 clones suddenly felt, bam, a strike land on the side of his skull. His already weakened body leaned and stumbled to the side, his mind spinning as he looked to what hit him, finding Lillian charging in to follow up on her attack. Right before he could brandish the metal mace in his hands, imbued with his mana, he suddenly felt something grab him from behind. Glancing back, he found one of Lillian's clones staring at him eerily with its arms around his waist. Right as he was about to elbow the clones away, he felt another blow land on the side of his head. Bam! Then another to the center of his chest. Bam! Lillian, who was landing blow after blow on him, was suddenly blocked to the side, away from the dazed cultist, who was freed from the clone grappling him from behind. Lillian stumbled far to the side before having to duck under a swift blade of a longsword. Following that, she then had to fall into a roll back to dodge another wave of weapons that landed in her area. Once leaping back up to her feet, she sent a curved blade of water towards the group of 3 that attacked her. The cultists, seeing her ranged attack, raised their mana-enhanced weapons and broke through it. However, that was until a group of clones leapt onto their back, pinning them to the ground. Lillian, intending to move and take them out, was immediately intercepted by another cultist wielding a long guandao. And this enemy was rather tall and muscular. For the jester, the cultist roared, clutching the shaft of his guandao and swinging it. Swish! Lillian ducked, swiftly dodging the horizontal swing. She hopped back, hastily avoiding a forward kick from the cultist. She continued her dodging until one of her clones had made its way to their back and began leeching off of them. Lillian leapt forward, brutally striking them on the nose. In all normal scenarios, her blows being reduced to 50 of their power wouldn't leave many phased at all. However, under the draining effects of her parasitic clones, BM, the cultist stumbled back, dazed as his mind felt foggy, before suddenly feeling a sharp blade slice through his neck. You have slain a disciple Gnarl. Human Lillian, having summoned a blade of water, ended his life before moving on to the next. She couldn't dawdle long. She needed to trim down the enemy's forces. She also couldn't depend on the fact that she could put someone in a beatdown before being noticed and interrupted. As she thought, attacks that fell on her left wounds, ranging from shallow to deep cuts. They were all healed as Lillian used her element. And soon enough, one by one, the enemy's forces continued to fall under her army of autonomous clones, which continued to sap the life out of them. You have slain a disciple Gnarl. Human, you have slain a disciple Gnarl. You have slain a... Eventually dropping the enemy's numbers down to 50, so what if they didn't have any visible way of killing someone? They were still deadly, nonetheless, in the long run. Lillian, who was on her 15th blow without being interrupted, noticed something in the corners of her eyes. Quickly ducking, the cultist who was standing over her had his entire upper body vaporized as a beam of intense heat shot through him. Lillian clicked her tongue, having lost her streak before slowly getting out from her crouch and looking up. 8. All the way up the hill of stairs, Thalrek stared down at her, aiming his mechanical arm that had now transformed into a ray gun. Lillian grimaced, even more so as she watched the corpses around her start to reattach themselves and stand back onto their feet. 8. While the face of her mask remained stoic and cold, her face underneath turned grim at the enemies coming at her. 8. The remaining 50 cultists that were still living held off her clones, while the undead ones only moved after her, still being able to use their mana. Lillian raised her hand and rained high-speed bullets onto them like a Gatling gun, puncturing an assortment of holes through their bodies. 3. She watched as their limbs were torn off by the storm of bullets, their blood continuing to leak out of their body like a broken faucet, and yet, they still kept on regenerating. They still kept on moving towards her, despite their entire head being destroyed, which wasn't being brought back through the puppeteer's strings. Soon enough, despite her resistance, she was overrun. Swish! Lillian backed away, dodging a quick and abnormal sword swing from an undead cultist. However, as she had her left arm spread out to summon a liquid sword, she suddenly felt something pass through it. She widened her eyes as she felt something was wrong with her left arm. Turning her head to the left, she found it was missing. She quickly spun around, delivering a crushing blow to the side of the undead assailant's head that sent them stumbling to the side. She then knelt down, storing her arm inside her spatial ring before backing away. Thalrek, watching from his throne, laughed in amusement as he watched Lillian clutching her bleeding stump and run. In his eyes, she looked like a helpless rodent. Run. Run all you want. Your fate was decided the very instant you stepped into this hall. He then paused before grinning broadly. In fact, your fate was decided the very moment you appeared in my realm. Kayahaha. He cackled mockingly with his scratchy voice. Lillian held the stump of her arm, hissing in pain while avoiding the enemy's swings. 2. She then sent mana into the mask of deceit and muttered, I can deal with the pain. This can't phase someone like me. I've faced far worse. 8. As she continued to mutter similar phrases, the feeling of the throbbing pain disappeared and was replaced with a sense of irritation from having lost her arm to those weaker than her. And with that thought in mind, she gnashed her teeth and created an arm made of water that was soon shaped into a pointy spike. 8. After finding a cultist enraged, she charged towards it, and with an agitated roar, she stabbed her arm through their chest, crushing their internal organs. 20. And upon doing that, parasitic lines shot out from the tip of her spike, numbering several dozen, before speeding towards nearby cultists and piercing through their bodies. The cultists that were pierced were left pinned to the ground, used as a source for the parasitic lines to branch off to other cultists in the area. Those who were pierced quickly lost their muscle mass, becoming a husk rapidly. The parasitic lines that were once a plain, boring color became a vibrant crimson color that flowed towards Lillian's wounded stump, which began to twitch rapidly. A couple of days ago, when a certain assassin had pointed out she could possibly regrow her limbs, she had fully leaned into the extent of her regeneration. And because of that, Lillian pulled her stump out of the cultist's chest, revealing a completely brand new arm, albeit slightly weak. She was able to regenerate even missing limbs if she stole enough vitality that was double what her body could store. I truly did underutilize this element. Lillian swung her arm around, getting used to the weakness behind it until it faded. She then summoned her severed arm back from the spatial ring, took off the chainmail gauntlet it was still wearing, and placed it over her new arm. Looking around, her eyes scanned over the husks that tried to pull themselves back to their feet. She gave a low hum of acknowledgement. 2. I think they'll call this spell Parasitic Lattice. Thalrek, who just watched Lillian regenerate her entire arm, widened his eyes, stopping his laughter to process what had just happened. He then thought about the kind of ability that Lillian may have. He knew it had something to do with being able to weaken his culets and drain them of mana. But with the possibilities being almost limitless, it would almost be impossible for him to figure it out. That was, if he didn't get a clue beforehand. Parasites. Parasites. He muttered under his breath as he tapped his bony fingers against his chin. That was when he realized. Chapter 319. Puppeteer's Weapon? Thalrek quickly flashed his head to the side, preemptively dodging a spinning water drill that had shot past his head and destroyed the screen of his control center. Shards of glass flew outwards, falling and clattering to the ground around the base of his throne. His face, once filled with amusement by the show below, was now replaced with a look of coldness and irritation as he looked back. The once pristine screen he used to gaze upon at the start of the invasion was now completely destroyed and shattered. He gazed inside the exposed circuitry before looking down, staring towards the cause, who looked back at him coldly. Lillian, seeing that she now had his full attention, stood at the center of a graveyard of corpses with her parasitic lines stretching out from her back. Not only that, but she had her clones stand idly by as she stared at the scrawny man. What you so deep in thought about? Are you not entertained enough to give me your full attention? After saying this, she transformed her right arm into a slender tentacle made of water and shot it toward the lone dagger on the ground. And once reaching it, she wrapped her arm around its handle and whipped it toward the puppeteer, sending it flying through the air. 10. Thalrek clicked his tongue, seeing his army decimated before raising his biological arm and fwish, catching it in between his fingers with unnatural speed, given how his body was. He then flipped the dagger in the air like a common metal coin before catching it by the handle. He then raised it to his open mouth, which revealed rows of sharp teeth like the inside of shark's maw. Upon the blade's entrance in his mouth, he shut his jaw shut, biting through the metal of the dagger and tearing it off before chewing it inside his mouth. The sound of metal screeching against each other as he crunched down on the blade was apparent, especially when he did it with his mouth open. This caused the sound to echo around the hall. Lillian watched this happen and couldn't help but think that it was somewhat intimidating to see your enemy be able to bite through solid steel without any visible issue. As she watched him chew on the metal, she raised her right hand and summoned a liquid javelin, which hovered above the center of her palm. Then, without a moment's delay, she shot it towards him, intending to get a cheap shot in. And not only that, but she let go of her control over her clones and allowed them to rush towards Thalrek. She watched as her clones fiercely climbed up the steps to his throne before shifting her attention back to her javelin, watching as it flew toward a now-standing Thalrek. The puppeteer, having stood up from his throne, spat out the distorted and chewed blade in his mouth to the ground beside him before raising his left arm, which was his biological one. Interesting. You truly can't leave everything up to some inferiors, after all. Once the liquid javelin reached a certain distance from him, his left arm blurred, striking the liquid javelin with the back of his hand with rapid speed. It left Lillian stunned as she watched her water javelin be destroyed in a split second. 2. She then watched as Thalrek's right mechanical arm was raised, its fingers twitching and moving rapidly before folding inwards. Soon enough, his arm transformed back into its railgun form. Once it had finished transforming, he aimed it down at Lillian's climbing clones that rushed towards him like monsters with malicious intentions. His arm then slowly glowed a blue and purple light that coalesced in the center of the barrel, and once charged, he fired it off with a blinding light, causing Lillian to look away and shield her eyes. 3. The sound that came from the railgun's beam was that of a cacophony of birds chirping all at the same time. After a moment, Lillian opened her eyes, turning back as the electrified chirping sound of the beam left her ears, but only to be replaced with a molten hiss. She widened her eyes, gazing at the stone staircase up to Thalrek's throne and where her clones were previously. 8. The keyword being were, for where they were climbing was now replaced with a molten staircase that glowed a burning orange. She could even feel the heat washing over her, and she was at least 15 meters away. She raised her eyes towards the throne and found that. Where did he go? Thalrek had disappeared. All that was left behind were the metal tubings attached to his back, dangling from the ceiling. And, as she was about to twist her head around to find him, she quickly raised her chainmail gauntlets to her right and clang, blocked a powerful horizontal swing of a heavy greatsword. She resisted for a split second before being launched back, crashing into the side of a stone pillar that shocked the air out of her lungs. Ho! Hugh! She took in deep breaths as she looked towards Thalrek, who was currently standing in her previous location with a 2-meter-long greatsword that was half a meter wide. It had a boring design, nothing noteworthy about its appearance at all besides its size. It had a thick metal blade, which was undoubtedly heavy, too heavy for any regular person. Even she believed she would have difficulty carrying it around. However, this thing truly is quite large and interesting. The puppeteer was carrying it as though it were weightless. Thalrek patted the flat side of its blade with his left hand, grinning as he looked towards Lillian, who was staring at it warily. For while it may seem plain and boring on the surface, it was actually part of the regular series, just like her chainmail gauntlets and short sword. Thalrek, noticing the look Lillian was giving it, couldn't help but give an even toothier grin. What? Haven't seen a greatsword before? Or are you perhaps interested in its history as I am? Waving it around as though it were a random wooden branch from a tree, he began to rant. It was said that in the world that the gods oversaw, there was a fearsome monster named the Regular. But in actuality, it was a fallen god. It was a fallen young god from the Chapter 320. Regular, the mundane god? It was a fallen young god from the Celestial War. Lillian, having regained her air, slowly stood up from the pillar, using it to balance herself as the spinning inside her mind slowed down to a stop. 2. She then moved the parasitic lines from her back to her arms, healing them of the damage they sustained from blocking the blow. It was fortunate that she was able to create several layers of mana around her arms to act as cushions. And this was something Thalrek knew as well. However, he wasn't going to comment about it. He didn't want Lillian, whom he saw as a rodent in his realm, to feel good from his high words. However, he wasn't going to ignore Lillian's knowledge about the regular series. That's correct. The god of the concept of regular was a mundane god, but an important one to keep things in order. Yet, in the Celestial War, this particular god was later killed by the goddess of order. He paused for a brief moment before adding, and after his death, the jester arrived and repurposed his body into a vessel for a powerful creation. He then raised his left hand, shooting out strings that began to wrap themselves around him, forming an almost full-body bandage. Albeit, the power of the god was long gone, and so was the strength of his body. However, it was said that the jester found great pleasure in putting together his body, even if it knew it would fail. His body shivered as he tilted his eyes towards the ceiling, piercing through the darkness as he let out a sensual moan. Truly benevolent. How benevolent of the jester to do such a kind thing despite knowing the inevitable, as Thalrek continued to feel pleasure about his faith in his belief. Lillian continued on with the history inside her head. The monster that was named after the god was then defeated during the 6th era, the era of fractured light by the Bologna Empire. Its corpse was then handed over to the Echidna Empire to be created into 14 different weapons, which was the creation of the regular series. She then shifted her attention back to Thalrek, seeing him still rambling on about his faith. In any normal situation, she would have sneak attacked him unhonorably. However, she knew the scrawny man would, without a doubt, block or dodge it. So, using the time she had, she was going to put together her thoughts. Currently, there have only been 7 of the 14 regular weapons to be found throughout their history, all of them being sold by an old man back in the Academy realm, a unique NPC merchant in the game who went under the name Gruff. However, in reality, it was just the scrawny man using the body of an old man as a puppet. This was all for the purpose of getting to know the potential behind the regular series. In the game, if you failed to awaken a selected weapon from his wares and went on to face him, you would ultimately find that he wouldn't bring the rest of the weapons with him. However, since a certain assassin managed to achieve this requirement for the puppeteer to bring along his weapons, she would now be able to take the weapons for free. As Lillian was putting together her thoughts, she noticed a dark shadow looming over her from above. Feeling the sense of danger hovering over her, she dashed to the side, avoiding a falling stab from above that. Crash! Tore through the stone ground. Lillian, having regained her balance, morphed her body into water, avoiding the stone shrapnels that shot through her. Her gaze pierced through the dust cloud that formed, watching as Thalrek pulled his great sword from the ground. Lillian then quickly leaned back as something sliced through the dust cloud, swinging over her. Fwish! It was the greatsword, and wrapped around its hilt were strings. Crash! Lillian watched as it slammed through the stone pillar to her right, shattering it, before swinging around and wrapping around another. However, right before it could make another spin around that pillar, Thalrek disconnected the string, causing the great sword to fly towards him, carried by its momentum. He twisted his body around, narrowly dodging the greatsword before grabbing it midair with his right hand and hurling it towards Lillian with ease. Lillian, raising her hand, summoned a wall of water that spun with extreme speed. 3. Splash! The greatsword crashed into the spinning wall, causing a spillage of water that fell to the ground, forming a puddle. Fortunately, the thrown weapon didn't go far and was instead lost in the protective rotation of the wall, as Lillian was about to move forward and retrieve the greatsword, intending to store it within her ring. However, with a curious glance at the puddle beneath her, she found a bandaged figure above her, falling. She quickly dashed back again, dodging a crushing blow as Thalrek slammed his mechanical arm into the ground, causing a small crater. Lillian, stumbling back, couldn't help but grimace and even sweat a bit from the strength of his blows. 3. She feared that even a single punch to the center of her body would definitely leave a bloody hole. You're truly a rodent, running every little chance you get without facing me head-on. Thalrek caught his greatsword, stopping it from spinning inside the wall before yanking it out. He then raised his blade and sliced down on the spinning construct, destroying it as his greatsword thrummed with mana. Placing the weapon on his shoulder, he added, "Could it be that my status has left you worried? Afraid? Scared? Shivering? Kaya-ha!" As he continued to cackle mockingly at Lillian, his voice causing her headaches, she couldn't help but feel extremely pissed. "Your voice is annoying. Do be quiet," she responded coldly, her eyes narrowing behind her mask as she watched the bandaged man quiet down. 2. Although she couldn't see it due to the strings wrapped around his face, she was sure that the man was giving her a vile grin. "Be quiet?" he slowly repeated, chuckling a bit at the end before responding in a sneering voice. "How about you make me, rodent?" Lillian, hearing this, nodded firmly before summoning a pair of swords from water and dashing in with a gleam in her sapphire blue eyes. Chapter 321. Hurrying Tasks. Bonus. Lillian bent over, kicking at the ground and dashing forward, charging toward the scrawny, bandaged man who prepared for her arrival. She crossed the 2 liquid blades over her chest, watching as Thalrek raised the great sword over his head. Once she reached his striking distance, he swung it down with immense force, capable of splitting her in 2. However, right he swung it completely down, Lillian lunged forward, crossing over the remaining gap between them. Upon doing that, she flashed her right sword upwards, stabbing it through his chest and drawing blood. An inaudible moan left the man's mouth as his body bent backwards. And just as Lillian was about to follow up with her stab, she stepped back, dodging a swift backhand from the man's left fist. She watched as the man crushed the liquid sword stuck through his chest before stitching his wounds together using the full body bandage wrapped around his body. His eyes narrowed at the pain that throbbed from Lillian's stab before moving to the side and towards the center of the room. Lillian narrowed her eyes as well and followed suit, summoning yet another sword. 2. The 2 then began to circle each other in the center of the room, their steps echoing and the air growing thin. "Lucky shot, rodent." Thalrek spat, agitated by the throbbing pain. "HM, is it now?" Lillian asked sarcastically, twirling the swords in her hands. 2. The 2 continued to stare at one another with dead intentions of turning the other into a corpse. Their circling soon came to an end after the gap between them narrowed. And with that, their staring contest of killing gazes was paused as they both twisted their body around and swung their weapons. With her light swords, Lillian made the first move, stabbing towards the puppeteer's head, who tilted his head to the side, dodging it seamlessly. The scrawny man then raised his weapon over his head before hurriedly swinging it down. However, due to his hastiness, he wasn't able to build up enough strength. This, in turn, allowed Lillian to block his overhead swing. Lillian, wrapping a solid layer of mana around her swords, blocked the attack, her arms nonetheless shaking from the force of the blow. Her knees shook along with her arms, resisting against the pressure being placed upon her. A split second later, she riskily bent her right elbow before twisting her body to the left. Crash! This caused the greatsword to slide off the edge of her blade and slam into the ground beside her foot. Thalrek, watching this happen, watched as Lillian spun to the side before whipping her left blade at him. He then raised his left hand and clamped down on it, catching it. As he was about to make a snarky remark, he watched as Lillian whipped her other sword towards him. And seeing this, he quickly shattered the liquid blade in his hand before moving forward. With his mechanical hand completely off of his greatsword, he shot his robotic fist towards the center of the woman's chest, blasting her back. Lillian, feeling the air knocked out of her lungs, quickly took in a deep breath before having her back crash into the ground. The back of her chest plate let out a screech as it skidded against the stone ground. However, that was only until Lillian got her bearings and folded backwards. Pushing off the ground, and flipping back to her feet. She breathed rapidly, unconsciously holding a hand over the center of her chest plate, and she checked the damage. Fortunately, there wasn't any. 3. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the quality of defense was as impressive as in the game. 8. After momentarily getting back her breath, she then had to quickly move out of the way as Thalrek lunged towards her like a savage animal. She hastily summoned back her swords and continued her violent duel with the man. And as this was happening, something else on the outside was happening. More specifically, the technological building in the Academy realm. A middle-aged man with a curly brown mustache and a top hat slammed his hands against the dashboard of the control room. He stared at the readings before quickly flicking several switches. He was the head of research, Fargo. This cursed EMP has caused us several hundred or even 1,000 lives. He hissed under his breath before sweeping his gaze to the side, looking towards a man with slick black hair and purple eyes. And there wasn't only one of these men, but several wandering around the room. They all looked like the same man. This was Nicholas, the man who belonged to the Roselle household and had handed over a letter to a certain assassin heiress regarding the royal family. Have you finished checking for possible malfunctions or possible areas of meltage? He asked in a tense voice. While they were researchers, they were also experienced engineers. Nicholas gave him a calm look as he watched his clones talk casually with one another. Don't worry, head researcher. It has all been foreseen by me and my clones. For someone of your title, you sure do worry a lot. Because that's what a researcher does. To be paranoid and question everything until perfection. He scratched the side of his head frantically as he did mental calculations in his head using the readings, even began playing with the edges of his top hat. His stress levels were reaching an all-time high, and it wasn't any better with Nicholas' clones constantly talking leisurely. As he was about to scold the man, he was calmed as a woman's voice appeared beside him. Looking to the side, he found his assistant, who was a woman with long black hair and black eyes, tightly clutching a clipboard to her chest with bloodstains at the edges of her lab coat. She was Barrett, his disciple. I've checked off the needed requirements. Have you? Have you properly checked the spatial redirector of the machine? Yes. Barrett nodded softly. I made sure there wasn't anything wrong with the etchings for the enchantment. She then asked back, have you finished calculating and okaying the readings yet, Mr. Fargo? Almost. Just a few more minutes, and we can evacuate all of our guests out of the realm. Try and get into contact with Mirage to transmit our progress. Barrett shook her head. Am unable to. It seems he and the king had encountered a powerful variable that had left them awfully busy. Fargo widened his eyes. Busy? For 2 mages of the 4th tier? What sort of support does the mastermind behind this invasion have? Scratching his head again, which was hidden under his whitening hair, he gave an exasperated sigh. He then muttered under his breath, I must hurry. Lillian ducked under a swing before counterattacking with her own. Thalrek, anticipating her swing, stepped back before giving another powerful swing with his greatsword, albeit with more effort compared to before. They had continued their duel for minutes now, and for some reason, Thalrek found himself slowing down. The puppeteer didn't know what was going on. Why were his swings much more taxing than before? Why had he gotten slower over time? Or was it something having to do with his? Chapter 322, Puppeteers Recoiling? Or was it something having to do with his greatsword? Getting slower now, are we? Lillian muttered, parrying another swing from the puppeteer, but with less difficulty compared to before. Thalrek strained his eyes and took a step back, creating distance between him and Lillian, accidentally stumbling in his retreat. Something was definitely wrong, and it must be from the greatsword in his hand. He looked down at the large weapon that seemed more like a sharpened, large slab of metal attached to a handle, which he was clutching with both his hands. What was going on? Why had he transitioned from wielding it carelessly in one hand to now having to steady himself with 2? Although he had noticed a subtle change in its weight earlier, he hadn't put much thought into it. However, that was only until it grew to a point where it became unbearable. Each time he was parried, the more the greatsword weighed in his hands. Could it be the restriction placed on it? That must be it. The weapon in his hands that was once at least 70 kilograms now felt like it weighed 100 kilograms, or possibly 120 kilograms. And one would think that swinging around something that constantly grew in weight would help them with overpowering their opponents, but it didn't seem like it for him. He clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath, "Wretched weapon. Why don't you tell me what is needed for you to awaken instead of growing heavier?" Seeing that there wasn't any point in using the greatsword if it was going to affect him this badly, he caused it to disappear and summoned another weapon. Lillian looked towards Thalrek and found him wielding a menacing but plain scythe in his hands. Its wooden shaft was approximately 2 meters long, and its curved blade was around 1.5 meters long. At the sight of the scythe, Lillian couldn't help but feel a burning greed swell inside her heart. This caused her to unconsciously mutter, "I want it." She then took a look down at her hands, finding them clutching only a single sword made of water. She was beginning to run out of mana. She glanced at the parasitic lines around her, reducing their numbers to save on mana before eventually getting rid of all of them. Currently, she was at a quarter of what she was originally, and she didn't feel that suddenly pulling out a mana potion would do her any good in this current moment in time. After all, she was certain that the puppeteer would immediately destroy it once it appeared. Watching as the puppeteer adjusted to the new weapon's weight and size, she immediately dashed in. She wasn't going to let him prepare himself, and now that she had gotten used to his style of fighting, she was even more prepared. Thalrek, watching as Lillian charged towards him with a dangerous gleam in her eyes, raised the scythe over his shoulder before swinging down. Lillian, having gotten used to his attack speed, swung her body to the side beforehand, allowing the curved blade swish to narrowly miss her. And right as she was about to counterattack, the puppeteer was suddenly thrown back by a sudden recoil that left him shocked. He fell back, crashing into the humongous stone gate behind him before sliding down it. Confusion spread across the scrawny man's mind as he looked towards his scythe. What had happened? No one knew, but Lillian did as she slowly approached him. The regular scythe's restriction was the same kind of recoil that her shortsword had, except instead of activating upon a slash, it activated whenever the user missed an attack. Thalrek, getting up to his feet, recovered from his confusion and approached Lillian. Such troublesome items. The two glared at one another before falling into a sprint, dashing and narrowing the gap between them. Lillian tightly gripped her sword, which had become two-handed, and moved into a stance. Thalrek did the same thing, clutching the shaft of his scythe with both hands as he raised it over his shoulder. And upon reaching striking distance with one another, the two swung their weapons. Lillian gave a rapid thrust with her sword, which was parried and knocked to the side by the shaft of Thalrek's scythe. The puppeteer, seeing a weakness in Lillian's defenses, shifted his stance and swung his scythe down, but once again was blasted back. This same scene occurred later on several instances, but that was until Thalrek drew blood. Lillian winced, staring at the curved blade as it pierced through the side of her thigh. The sight of her blood brought a sadistic gleam in his eyes as he yanked his scythe out of her leg and spun around. He then stretched out his arm and struck the center of Lillian's chest plate, causing her to fly back, skidding against the ground. Lillian gave a pained hiss as she unconsciously clutched the area where she was stabbed. She then took a look at the corpses around her. Should she sap the remaining vitality that they may have to heal her injury? As the thought flashed through her mind, she immediately shot it down a split second later. She couldn't afford to expend any more mana. Sure dash. Clang. Lillian, having raised her chainmail gauntlets into an X block, watched as her arms were pried away by a curved blade. She watched as the edges of Thalrek's scythe scraped against her gauntlets, causing her to shiver at the sound as her arms were pushed to either side of her body. Thalrek, with a dark gleam in his eyes, spun around, slamming the back of his scythe against her chest. Lillian let out a suffocating groan as she was carried by his spin. As she was being spun around, the sound of her cloak flapping caused a sense of danger to rise inside her. Eventually, Thalrek tossed her into the air, letting her fall before sending a powerful kick to the center of her armor, which sent her flying towards another direction. And with a grin, he twirled around and made a calculated swing in the air, causing a powerful force to occur, causing him to be shot back at rapid speed. Lillian, who was still trying to recover in the air, crashed into a stone pillar, mask first. This left her brain rattled and dazed. What's going on? She then felt something pierce through her back. Chapter 323. Weak for now. Bonus, a burning pain spread from her lower back and front, causing her mind to reel. The feeling of something sharp digging through her muscles and intestines was, while uncomfortable, a familiar feeling. Had she been stabbed? Looking down, she found a sharp blade with an etching on its blade, and it was currently keeping her pinned to the stone pillar. She winced, feeling it slide up her body, causing more of her blood to leak and spill out. She craned her head back creakily, staring into the dark eyes of the puppeteer, who stared into her intensely. What he had stabbed her with was not the scythe, but instead a blade that came out of his mechanical forearm. She grimaced, finding it to have completely pierced through the lower part of her chest plate. She knew what it was. It was one of the tools that Thalrek had in his arms, this one allowing him to bravado through almost every defense. Pulling her eyes away from the bloodied arm blade, she craned her head further back, looking over the scrawny man's shoulder and finding something akin to spider legs stretching out from his back. There were 6 of them, all stretching from his back and embedding themselves into the sides of the stone pillar, latching onto it. They were completely made out of a white fabric substance, more specifically, countless strings woven over each other. Finally got you, rodent. A split second after she heard him say that, she was thrown off the pillar and towards the ground. She flipped through the air, getting used to the burning and cramping pain in her lower abdomen as it quickly numbed from her adrenaline. She aimed her feet towards the ground, intending to land safely. However, bam! Lillian was knocked to the side by an airborne Thalrek, who used the scythe to propel himself through the air. It seems that the puppeteer had gotten a bearing on the weapon. Lillian rolled on the ground, slowly coming to an end. She gave a strained and parched cough that caused the taste of iron to rise up into her mouth again. She slowly positioned herself on all fours before slowly getting up from her crouch. She licked her parched lips and bit them as she looked into the dimly lit air above her. She watched as Thalrek swung the back and blunt end of his scythe in the air, making use of the recoiling restrictions. This was something both she and Millis had done with their items. However, his one was much more versatile when it came to this subject. And not only that, but by using the legs on his back, he was able to stabilize himself in the air while using them to latch onto hard surfaces. Lillian watched this very thing happen before her eyes, watching as the bandaged man dug the legs into the side of the pillar before leaping at her. Lillian, flustered, raised her right hand, intending to summon a hail of bullets on the man. However, some things just don't come when people want them to. Swish! Lillian's eyes trembled, widening in subtle fear as she watched a dark crimson liquid splash over her line of sight. She then felt a sense of disconnection with her hand. She had lost her hand. Thalrek twisted in the air, delivering a kick into the center of Lillian's body, striking the pulsating purple gem of her chest plate and sending her flying back with unnatural strength. Lillian continued to fly back for meters until she felt something slam against her back, sending her into the air. She was then knocked around in the air, bam, several times. Bam, bam, bam. Lillian's mind was in a harsh daze, her mind creating a foggy blur as she tried to get a hold of what was going on, as her body was constantly flipped and bashed around. And all she could hear was the sound of her body whistling through the air, the moment of impact, and a laughter that rang out from her mind. The laughter was loud, so loud that it felt like an imaginary mallet was being used to crush her brain into a condensed pulp. Thalrek, who seemingly had no intentions of finishing the battle early, raised the back of his scythe over his head before slamming it down on the center of Lillian's chest. Bang! The strike was like a hammer to a bell that broke off its hinge and fell to the ground, crashing and denting. Lillian let out a groan. She had sustained multiple strikes to her chest that had left her without air. Some to her head, albeit gently, to not put her into an unconscious state. However, that didn't mean she wasn't suffering from the effects of being hit there. Lillian, upon making it to the ground, quickly caught her breath, trying to get air into her lungs before relaxing momentarily. She gave a hard sniff, trying to pull back in the crimson stream that left her right nostril. She then licked around the corners of her lips, cleaning them of the blood that trickled out of the edges of her mouth. She had lost a lot of blood. She was in an immense amount of pain. It hurts. She was in a constant daze. What's going on? She felt like she was suffocating as she constantly had to take in deep breaths. Why is it so difficult to breathe? She felt like she was drowning. Was she losing? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. This feeling wasn't any kind of loss, but one where it was her entire being on the line. What was the point of her striving for strength if she was being beaten up like this? Why had she craved so much for strength if she could barely make use of it to get herself out of this situation? When was she finally going to prove she isn't weak? As this question popped in her mind, her mental chanting shifted. I'm not weak. I'm not weak. I'm not weak. The phrase appeared in her mind countless times. Dozens of times. Perhaps even hundreds. And it was only until it reached double that amount that she realized, I'm not weak. I'm not weak. It was only when she realized she was saying this out loud. But they weren't heard by anyone. Not an ant. Not a stray rodent. And especially not by a man like the one playing around with her. It was so inaudible that perhaps even the wind couldn't make it out. However, there was one thing that was able to hear what she was saying. And that one thing was the mask of deceit. Although it didn't have any visible way to hear her words, it knew what she wanted. And because of that, she didn't know it. But her mana was slightly reduced by a large amount. And what came from this was a strong swelling of pride inside her heart as she convinced herself that she was strong. Stronger than everyone she had considered an enemy. The monsters that plagued her since the beginning of her journey. The countless people she fought, the unwilling cultists that invaded the Academy realm. She was stronger than all of them. And while there may be exceptions, the ones that had died by her hands and blade were evidence of rising strength in the world. She who was weak was now stronger than a large majority. And she would only keep getting stronger until she achieved all the missions laid out for her. Thalrek, who had the spider-like legs latched onto the pillar beside him, opened up the area in the bandage around his mouth before holding a hand to it. He then yawned as he found Lillian motionless. Unconscious? He climbed down the pillar and landed on the ground. He then strolled in towards Lillian's direction, standing over her body, which was still motionless. He unwrapped the strings around his entire head, revealing his dark brain hair with patches of white. He ran his hand through it, scratching his scalp. Perhaps you really are too weak to endure the blows to the head. He sighed and shook his head. A mere disciple dare to go against someone in the champion rank? You would need another one of the tier to go against someone skilled in the same rank as I. He looked over her body, finding it finely sculptured. He grinned and crouched down. I must say, though, your body is far better than this body. Perhaps even having a higher potential to withstand even more enhancements. He grinned and cackled like a fool as he licked his lips. Interesting. Perhaps I should keep you captive until you wake you. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he heard a soft noise. Leaning down, he pressed his ear to the mouth of the woman's mask and tried to listen in before reeling as he pricked himself on the jagged edges of the mask. He clicked his tongue, rubbing his ear as he felt something warm trickle from the edges of his ear. He stared at the woman's mask with narrowed eyes, finding the blurry sight of it lessening for a brief moment, even revealing what it looked like for a split millisecond, which he couldn't catch. Softening his gaze, he clicked his tongue again. TCA, speak louder. Hearing that Lillian wasn't doing as he was going to say, he clicked his tongue again before placing his hand on the face of her mask, ignoring the sharp edges. Now that I know you are conscious, I can initiate the plan then. I'm sure this would be a good trade-off from this body. After saying that, he breathed a sigh before muttering, mental domination. A second passed after that, followed by a moment. Then several moments. And eventually, even a minute. After 2 minutes had passed, Thalrek slowly backed his hand away from Lillian's mask before holding his fingers up to his face. He felt something warm and viscous exit out of the orifices of his face. What the fuck? It was blood. His blood. Chapter 324. Excruciating migraine? Bonus what was going on with his body. And what even happened? Holding his hand to his face, which became sore and painful to touch, he wiped away the blood staining his face and rubbed the blood in his eyes away that stained his vision red. He stared at the back of his hand, questioning the reason why he had suddenly taken such a concerning amount of damage. Could it be this rodent had resistance against my trait? As the name suggests, his trait allowed him to take over a person's body by dominating their mind, by entering the person's mana realm. However, the requirements needed for this to happen were that he needed to be stronger than the target and for his mana realm to be strong enough to swallow theirs. But, for some reason, upon activating his trait, he felt as though he hadn't entered Lillian's mana realm. Instead, he found himself lost in a dark world without even a glimmer of light. It was as though he was swimming, or rather, floating on the surface of an ocean made of nothingness. But that was only until he felt something reach under his body, lifting him up before folding it on him, crushing him. After that, he was shot back out of the intruder's mind, as though his entire existence was rejected from it. Looking down at the strange individual who continued to lie motionlessly on the ground. And as he was staring at them, he couldn't help but raise the danger levels he had set for them in his mind. Just as he thought that, he raised his mechanical arm, causing the hidden blade inside it to eject, sticking out and gleaming from its polished edges. He raised it above Lillian's head, who still continued to remain still despite the dangers hanging over her head like a guillotine. If I can't take over your body, then there's no longer any reason to leave you alive. And just as he was about to shoot out his arm and stab through the center of Lillian's forehead, his vision was suddenly dyed a crimson red. But it wasn't like last time when only a little bit of blood spilled out. Instead, it rushed out in streams. However, that wasn't the end, for amidst his confusion, a spark flashed through his mind, followed by an unbearable pain that scorched his brain. As he raised his hands to the side of his head, clutching it, he roared out in pain, "ARGH." Tides of pain washed over his mind in waves upon waves, never-ending and torturing his mind. It was as though he had exposed his mind to ice-cold needles that were doing surgery on his brain. And after a moment, he finally recovered. His body was drenched in sweat, and his face was stained with blood, making his already unappealing looks even more disturbing to look at. He then huffed deeply. When the world happened, had my trait backfired on me? He shook his head at that possibility, finding it impossible because it wasn't explained in the jester's description of his ability. So what could it be? And that was when he came to the conclusion that